Chapter 301 The Brutal Duck. Don't do it all. Give me this stupid duck. Come on, big tongue. Head. The opponent was only a duck, and it was a duck that looked extremely stupid. In addition, Xiaoxia's hands and feet were tied, and even her mouth was blocked. The trainer is totally game mentality. Bot tilde 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 tilde. Pokémon with a height of about 1.2 meters and a pink body, sticking out a tongue and a long tongue, appeared in front of such a trainer. Cool tilde 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 tilde. Duck is still confused. What the matter? Didn't hear the master's call today. What is this for me to come out for? It seems that this time, it is not time for dinner, right? In the face of this big tongue and these several trainers, Duck still has no sense of crisis. Even Xiaoxia, who is bound behind her, is nothing but performance art played by her master in Duck Inception. Ha ha ha. This stupid duck is so stupid that it makes me sad. Big tongue. Head. You are welcome. Use licking tongue. Head. Seeing that Duck was still stunned with his head tilted on his face, the contempt of several trainers for it was even more aggravated. Thinking about it, this game should appear suddenly, but it was just an accident. At this time, these trainers never thought that Xiaoxia summoned the big tongue, which was completely for self-rescue. Bot tilde 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 tilde. Under the order of the trainer, big tongue is also welcome. I saw its big mouth and a scarlet tongue. The head instantly licked up to the duck. Crack tilde tilde. Without any precaution, Duck was immediately showered with a full body bath from head to toe by this big tongue. Cool tilde tilde. This time, Hanbi Duck finally reacted. Nima. What to play? So disgusting. Sticky. Numb. I can't bear this stuff. Suddenly attacked. Duck started running around in a panic. Ha ha ha. It really made me laugh to death. That's all. Big tongue. Use the binding. Grab it. We have our supper. A tentative attack can make this duck like this, and several trainers even burst into laughter. This stupid duck is just here to relieve everyone's nervousness. Knowing the depth of this stupid duck, the trainer who commanded Big Tongue suddenly lost the character of continuing to play. Bot tilde 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 tilde. The chirping sound came from the mouth of Big Tongue again. After the tweet, the long scarlet tongue on Big Tongue's head suddenly turned into a vine whip, and got sleepy at the duck, who was still doubting his life and running around. Cool tilde tilde tilde. After being attacked by this disgusting game again, the chirping sound of Duck became more and more desolate. Ha ha ha. Too weak. The Pokemon in the hands of these ordinary trainers are really too weak. After chopping melons and vegetables, he took down the duck, and the trainer burst into laughter. His own strength is still quite good. It's just that everyone present didn't notice that Xiaoxia, who was tied up in a group, had a smile in the corner of her eye. After a period of time, Xiaoxia has basically mastered the method of using it. If you use Mu Chen's word, this guy is practicing Kashengquan, and it's still a pirated version. If you want to hurt someone, you must first hurt yourself. The strength of the duck is indeed terrifying, but if you want it to play its due strength, there must be a premise. First of all, just let this thing get hurt, and the heavier the damage, the higher the energy that this product can burst. Therefore, after seeing these unidentified trainers begin to abuse Hita Duck, Xiaoxia immediately saw the hope of escaping. Continue. You continue to abuse this stupid duck. Only make it angry. Only when it starts to feel pain in its head will this idiot show you its true strength. Under Xiaoxia's expectation, several trainers who didn't know about it were also very cooperative. As Big Tongue subdued the duck, several trainers picked up stones, sticks and other hard objects, and knocked on Duck's round head. If you want to eat roast duck, you must first kill the game, right? However, with the continuous beating of the crowd, the originally confused look of Duck gradually changed. Cool tilde 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 tilde. Quote. Finally, when he suffered a certain amount of damage, a severe headache struck Duck again. Under the stimulation of the headache, the duck made a sharp chirping. After the chirping, a psychic power that was visible to the naked eye, like a substance, suddenly rose from the whole body of the duck. Damn it. What going on here? Help. Who is it? Do you know who we are? Suddenly being controlled by the mind force into the air, several trainers obviously still don't understand the situation. Cool tilde tilde tilde. Several trainers couldn't figure out the situation, but Duck knew exactly what he wanted at this time. These damned bastards dare to humiliate me with those disgusting tongues. How dare you use bricks and stick to cut me? Ben Duck, I am very angry now. Under the anger, Duck's madness stimulates the power of thought. As the first scream came, a rain of blood was suddenly thrown in front of Duck. Under the control of the power of thought, several trainers who could not escape eventually could not bear the terrifying oppressive force, and were crushed into blood mist by the power of mind, which was disgusting for a long time, couldn't escape this tragic fate. At this moment, Duck completely explained what is called the anger of the Duck God, and the blood splattered thousands of miles. Pick up tilde 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 tilde. Lying on the grass. So brutal. And at this moment, a golden figure appeared here, equally stunned. What the situation? Nima, why did I never find out before? How could this stupid duck be so cruel? Previously, after a series of electric balls took down those rocket, Mu Chen immediately rushed to Xiaoxia's room. Mu Chen, who was torturing or something, had no hope. At this moment the only thing he wanted was to find some clues where Xiaoxia was kidnapped. Unexpectedly, just when Mu Chen was about to arrive at the homestay where Xiaoxia rented, the wave of thought power from Dadaya suddenly came over not far away. Others don't know. How can Mu Chen not know about the fluctuation of mind power of this product? After discovering this, Mu Chen naturally rushed over all the way. However, after arriving at the scene, Mu Chen discovered that this stupid duck seemed to be in a state of explosion. Moreover, after having no opponent, this stupid duck turned his attention to himself. Chapter 302 Who is the boss? Chapter 302 Who is the boss? Cool tilde 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 tilde. Under the anger, Duck's original dull eyes turned blood red. Just killing a few spicy chickens can't calm the anger in Duck heart at all. Under the impact of anger, Duck also entered a state of irrationality. At this moment, the only person who can stop it is the owner of this cargo, Xiaoxia. However, at this moment Xiaoxia's hands and feet are tied, even her mouth is blocked, but she can't give any orders to this guy at all. And just when Duck had nowhere to vent his anger, a yellow-skinned mouse appeared in front of it. If it was normal, Duck would of course know who this guy was, but at this moment Duck, who was dazzled by his anger, couldn't remember who this guy was. At this moment, what Duck was thinking was to tear this yellow-skinned mouse who dared to stand in front of him to shreds. Do it if you think of it. For the simple-minded Duck, it won't think about too many problems. Without any hesitation, a burst of thought power that seemed to be substantial was immediately shot out by it, and it hit the yellow-skinned mouse fiercely. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. I am Nima. Stupid duck. Are you crazy? I am your boss. I am Pikachu. Seeing that this Duck could not help but shoot at him, Mu Chen was shocked. This stupid bee. Can't you break your head? How dare you attack Lao Su? However, although Mu Chen shouted loudly, Duck would not pay attention to what he said. Boss. What is the boss? Can you eat? Tasty. I can't remember this stuff. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Maid. Are you really playing? Originally, Mu Chen thought that if he explained to the stupid duck, he would be able to react. I never thought that as his voice fell, the mind power of Duck would rush up. Unprepared, Mu Chen was immediately wrapped in thought power, and was firmly controlled in midair. Once again in a situation where he couldn't move, Mu Chen was angry. This stupid duck really think I am the scumbag. Woo, woo. Duck's head was dizzy, and Mu Chen was angry, but at this moment Xiaoxia was so anxious that tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. The pictures of Duck killing those trainers before are still vivid in his mind. Now that she sees the stupid duck attacking Pikachu, why is Xiaoxia not in a hurry? However, Xiaoxia, whose mouth was blocked, could only make a wheezing sound. At this moment, the eager Xiaoxia is constantly twisting, and even the back of her hand has been worn by the ground. And the reason why Xiaoxia did this was naturally that she hoped that the rope that bound her would be ground and broken so as to stop the idiot of Duck. However, there was no need for Xiaoxia to stop the idiot of Duck, and Mu Chen, who was controlled by him in midair, broke out. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Nima stupid duck. Today I will let you know who is the boss. Although Duck's mind power is very terrifying, but Mu Chen, who has been controlled by this game many times, has long been able to deal with it. As long as one's own electrical energy reaches a certain amount, it can break through the control of this thought force. At this time, a lot of time had passed since the previous battle of throwing electric balls, and Mu Chen's charging skill CD naturally recovered. The charging skill was restored, and Mu Chen, who was controlled in midair, did not hesitate to use it. Zila tilde 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 tilde. As the electric current began to jump over Mu Chen's cheek, Tada's control over Mu Chen gradually weakened. Cool tilde tilde tilde. Seeing that the opponent had a tendency to break free, Duck suddenly let out an angry cry. Benya's mind power has never been freed by anyone. Needless to say, since this level of mind power can't control you now, let's continue to strengthen it. However, just when Duck was about to continue to increase the output of mind power in order to completely control Mu Chen made a move. Pika tilde 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 chew. The body is controlled, and the skill of electric ball is naturally inconvenient to use. However, 100,000 volts will not be hindered by anything. After the charging skills were completed, Mu Chen showed no mercy, and a super 100,000 volt shot out from above his cheek. Boom! With a loud noise, the fluctuations of the mind power of Duck immediately dissipated into the air. Zila tilde 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 tilde. However, when Duck thought power disappeared, Mu Chen's super 100,000 volt would not disappear. Breaking through the shackles of mind power, 100,000 volts was like a beast that had escaped its cage, and shot it fiercely at Duck. Cool tilde tilde tilde. Although the Duck will greatly improve its strength when its head is in severe pain, its IQ will not improve at the same time. In the face of the super 100,000 volts that came from the lacing, what Duck thought for the first time was not dodging and resisting, but his eyes were full of curiosity, as if he wanted to find out how the energy of these 100,000 volts was composed. Generally, boom! In the face of this unavoidable Duck, there is no reason to shoot into the air with 100,000 100,000 volt. Cool tilde tilde. The electric current entered the body, and this time the duck finally understood what the golden electric current was. The severe pain instantly spread all over duck body. If it wasn't for the terrifying superpower in its body to protect it, I'm afraid that this time, the duck would be seriously injured even if it didn't die. Pika tilde 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 pick. Stupid duck, I think you are still pretending to me. Seeing that duck hit him with a super 100,000 volt, it was just a pain and scurrying around. Mu Chen said in his heart that he was not surprised that it was fake. This B-play should have the attribute. It seems to be the water system, right? Nima. Doubling restraint just make this guy feel pain. This is so strong against attack. Are you sure it is a duck? Of course. Mu Chen's panic in his heart would not be shown. 100,000 volts won't work, so let fire again. At this moment, Mu Chen had broken through the control of his mind power, and the choice he made was naturally an electric ball with more power than 100,000 volt. Without any hesitation, the high-speed movement blessing, the electric light flashes to start. Leaping into the air, Mu Chen flicked his tail elegantly towards the duck who was still scurrying around. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. Although there is no charging blessing, the color of this electric ball cannot be turned black, but its power cannot be underestimated. Cool tilde tilde tilde. The screams came again. After being hit by this electric ball, duck finally stopped it scurrying around, lying on the spot and twitching. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Do you know who is the boss this time? Looking at the twitching duck, Mu Chen made a concave shape proudly. What the matter? How do you fight back? Not enough IQ is the biggest flaw. After letting go of duck, Mu Chen immediately ran towards Xiao, whose pretty face had already been soaked with tears. Be patient. You are so worried about me. Although Mu Chen had already determined Xiao's safety when he saw duck. However, after really overturning the duck and seeing Xiao behind him, Mu Chen completely let go of his worry. Chapter 303_black white hidden mission. Chapter 303 black white hidden mission. Wu tilde 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 tilde. Pikachu, I thought I'd never see you again. After loosening the shackles on her hands and feet, Xiao didn't care about the scratched back of her hand, and immediately hugged Mu Chen firmly into her arm. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Don't cry. My heart is broken when you cry. Seeing Xiao crying, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel guilty. If he wasn't driven by curiosity, he would never leave Xiao's resting room, and naturally it wouldn't trigger the follow-up thing. Mad Rocket, why are you waiting for me? After I help that stupid bee of Xiaoji win the championship, I will definitely pick you up. At this moment, Mu Chen still thought that this incident was all made by the rocket. After all, since he came into this world, the villains are the guys from the rocket. Others, to Mu Chen, feel pretty good. Even from the surface, this world is still very harmonious. However, just when Mu Chen secretly identified Team Rocket in his heart, the system seemed to be making trouble on purpose, and an icy electronic sound suddenly sounded in Mu Chen's mind. Didi, congratulations to the host for successfully opening the hidden mission. Cao Nian, congratulations, you have finally grown up after coming to this world for nearly a year. This time, you passed the test from desire and successfully recognized your true heart. However, this is just the beginning. Now, let's recognize the essence of this world and discover all the truth hidden in the black myth. Mission requirement: to explore the real behind the scene. Mission reward: unknown. Failure penalty: unknown. Cao Nian, finally give you a hint. Black, not necessarily black. White, not necessarily white. Walter, what the situation? Just when Mu Chen secretly vowed in his heart that he was going to look for an opportunity to overthrow Team Rocket, he suddenly received a system mission. Originally, Mu Chen thought that this system mission would not appear at all before the end of the league competition. I never thought that this time, it was not a random mission, but a hidden mission. Hidden quest. This game should sound a lot taller than random quest, but what the hell is this system talking about? The nature of the world, the truth hidden in the dark fog. What do you mean? And that last if, what black is not black and white is not white? Why are you singing here with me? Or say, this time the attack was not Team Rocket. Suddenly, a light flashed in Mu Chen's mind. What the hell? If it's not the rocket, who is it? If it is black, it is naturally the rocket. What about white? Who is by? A lion, or someone in the league? Mu Chen sadly found that he seemed to be involved in some kind of vortex again. For this kind of situation, Mu Chen was very reluctant. Mu Chen, this guy is still that dick. See otaku. For him, the greatest happiness is nothing more than the hot Kong head of his wife and children. Although it is said that there is no wife yet, but there are several objects to discuss. Moreover, Xiaoxia, this little girl, in Mu Chen's heart has long since acquiesced to her as his future wife. But no matter what, a sudden attack, a sudden enemy, a sudden system mission, all of them are telling Mu Chen that he still has a long way to go before realizing his dream of comfort. And just when Mu Chen and Xiaoxia reunited and comforted each other, at the moment, the top of the alliance was caught in a fierce quarrel. These guys on the rockets are so arrogant. No, No, we must eradicate these homes completely. At this time, the big explosion in the middle of the night had been identified. According to the report of the inspectors below, the senior leaders of the Alliance, the 4 Heavenly Kings, have already known the general process of the incident. In the middle of this midnight, on the edge of the town where the Alliance's defense forces were slightly weak, a battle between Pokémon started not long ago. According to the search at the scene, the inspectors of these alliances found many fragments of bodies that had been blown to pieces. Based on the traces of fragments of these corpses, it is natural to infer that this incident was man-made. Even, according to the energy detection on the scene, the Alliance has also judged the approximate identities of both parties involved in the war. Those who were blown to pieces and destroyed were naturally the rockets who had done a lot of evil, and the protagonist who caused the big explosion was the Pikachu they had noticed before. People can't believe this result. How can a Pikachu cause such intense damage? Even if its black electric ball is extremely powerful, it is not so exaggerated, right? However, according to the follow-up investigation, the Alliance finally found out the truth of the incident. This Pikachu not only used a black super electric ball. After that, the Pikachu frantically used dozens of ordinary electric balls one after another. Under the successive detonation of these dozens of electric balls, it finally caused such a terrifying effect as if it had been bombed by missiles. For this result, the top leaders in the Alliance are naturally full of shock. But while they were shocked, they also had their own calculation. As the main battle faction, Zyba naturally hoped to take this opportunity to destroy the rockets in one fell swoop. Shiba, but these damn bugs have long been disgusting. No, now is the start of our league competition. How can we be distracted by this? If we really mobilize a large number of people to attack the rockets at this time, I am afraid it is just as they intended. At that time, what if the rockets attack the venue of the league competition? Moreover, this incident is not just because of the rocket. That Pikachu has a big problem too. In the last match, he killed Pilas, which can be said to be an accident. What about this time? It fought people within the town limit, and killed so many humans and Pokémon. This kind of killing Pokémon, I propose to arrest it directly. Unlike the irascible Shiba, the calm Kona has a different opinion. Regardless of whether the incident this time was caused by the rockets or not, for the league at this time, it is most important to ensure the normal conduct of league game. Moreover, that Pikachu is also very problematic in Kona's view. A Pokémon killed like this shouldn't be left in the public eye at all. This kind of danger is like a time bomb, and it must be firmly controlled by the Alliance to ensure the safety of the people. After all, the destructive power this Pikachu can cause is terrifying. This is still on the fringes of towns that are off the beaten track. What if it's in a densely populated area? Such consequences are simply unimaginable. Chapter 304 Kikuko's plan. Chapter 304 Chrysanthemum's plan. Okay, stop arguing. It hasn't been confirmed whether the rockets did this or not, and according to the judgment of the scene, that Pikachu is just fighting back. Kona, your opinion is a little too arbitrary. And you, Shiba, can't be so impulsive. Kona has something to say about it. Now the league competition is the most important thing. Whether it is the rockets or not, we have to wait until after the league competition is over. Seeing that Kona and Shiba began to quarrel because of their disagreement, as the strongest king in the Alliance, Yulongdu stood up. Du is right. Although that Pikachu was a little bit murderous, it was because the enemy attacked it first. As for me, we'd better arrange for people to monitor it. If this Pikachu is so cruel to ordinary people, it's not too late to arrest him. As for the rocket, from my old lady's point of view, even if there is no need to investigate this incident, it must have been done by the guys in the rocket. In our Kanto region, apart from the rocket, I am afraid that no organization dares to oppose our alliance, right? However, I don't think we need to worry about this. When the league competition is over, there will naturally be a way to deal with those rockets. Kikuko didn't care about what Shiba said about the rocket. Anyway, even if you do it, you can't kill it directly. The rockets have existed for decades. In the past few decades, the kings of Kanto have not known how much they have replaced, but the rockets have grown stronger and stronger. Want to exterminate it? Easier said than done. Besides, when others don't know the truth of the incident, how can she still not know the truth of the incident? All of this is what Kikuko did. Through her own Gengar, Kikuko has learned what happened. That Pikachu really shocked Kikuko. Originally, according to what Kikuko thought, if Jangui, the king of the sky, was dispatched, it would be a sure thing to take down Pikachu. She never thought that her own Gengar actually told her that she was not an opponent. This really made Kikuko unbelievable. Gengar, but a Pokémon of the Heavenly King level, but a powerful Pokémon that has survived for countless years. Faced with such a Pikachu, a newborn Pokémon that has only been trained by the trainer for less than a year, is it not an opponent? How is this possible? However, Gengar's defeat has already explained everything. When Kikuko learned from Jangui that Pikachu's electric ball in the league competition was hidden strength, Kikuko was completely tempted. If it was said that Kikuko was only holding a dispensable mentality before then at this moment she is bound to win against Pikachu. A young Pikachu is so powerful that if he is trained more, it is not impossible for him to surpass the level of a king in the future and become a real beast. In the eyes of Kikuko, things like divine beasts are not just rare existences like lightning bird. Although those guys are rare, they are also called divine beasts, but their combat power is just that. From Kikuko's point of view, the real divine beast is the one who becomes the supreme being and holds the strongest power of the race it possesses. This can be called a beast, and this Pikachu let Kikuko see the possibility of the supreme beast of electricity from its body. It is precisely because of this that Kikuko chose to support Yulongdu's relatively conservative opinion. Arrest Pikachu now. That is absolutely impossible. If Pikachu is arrested and controlled by the Alliance, then her Kikuko will lose the possibility of capturing it. Under the eyes of several other people, Kikuko didn't dare to act so recklessly. Therefore, what Kikuko wanted was to suppress this matter. As long as you suppress this matter, slowly dilute it, and wait for the next opportunity. This time, Kikuko was careless and did not make adequate preparation. But next time, Chrysanthemum has decided that after waiting for this matter to fade away completely, she will take action herself and arrest this potential Pikachu. Naturally, Miu Chen didn't know what happened inside the Alliance. At this moment, Miu Chen is accompanying Xiaoxia to change the place of accommodation. Before, Xiaoxia chose to stay in a B&B on the edge of town for the sake of peace. However, after this incident, of course Xiaoxia would not continue to choose TT here. It's safer to be close to crowded places, whether it's the Rockets or anyone else. In the crowded place, they didn't have the courage to do it directly. The guards of the Alliance, Miss Junxia scattered everywhere, are not joking. What's more, with the progress of the Alliance competition, the 4 kings of the highest combat power in the Alliance also appeared one after another. Under the powerful deterrent force of the 4 heavenly kings, any Xiao could only hide and hide in the darkness. Pikachu, it doesn't matter if you can reach the duck. When she arrived at the new resting place, Xiaoxia, who had settled down, finally remembered the duck that she received in the Pokemon Ball. This time, Duck seems to have been electrocuted a bit miserably. Because this guy's head was short-circuited, he was beaten by Miu Chen's blood after taking the initiative. Before Xiaoxia was flustered, she hadn't thought of this product at all. Now, after resting at ease again, Xiaoxia finally remembered the stupid duck who was electrocuted and twitched. No matter what, my life was saved by this stupid duck, and it didn't cause any damage to Pikachu. How could Xiaoxia not be worried? Pick up ... Does it matter? Of course it doesn't matter. That stupid duck thief chicken resists electricity. I am envious of me. Hearing Xiaoxia's question, Miu Chen decisively rolled his eyes. Once Miu Chen looked down on this guy, but after several battles, Miu Chen realized it. It seems that I am not the protagonist at all. This stupid duck Kai Nima is the real boss hidden in the dark. Except for the IQ. Sorry, the others are really enviable to explode. Even, many times, Miu Chen would wonder if this guy also had a shot system by his side. Otherwise, how can it be so leathery? Cool ... Just when Miu Chen was still thinking about whether this stupid duck also had a system father, Xiaoxia had already summoned this guy. I was so badly electrocuted by Pikachu before. Anyway, let's see how its injuries are. Just when Duck was summoned out, something that shocked Xiaoxia and Miu Chen happened. Did this guy really get an electric shock? Was it really repaired badly? Looking at the fully recovered Duck, Xiaoxia and Miu Chen could almost stuff a duck egg into their mouth. This Nima exaggerated. Just when the two couldn't believe it, and even thought that everything was an illusion, the performance of Duck finally told them that it was not an illusion. Looking at the Duck who was wagging his tail to please him, Miu Chen knew that this guy hadn't forgotten the painful experience that he had repaired before. But, Nima, system, you give me out. This stupid duck, does it really have no system? Chapter 305 During the game. Chapter 305 When the game is in progress. It's up to you, Mr. All that happens in the periphery is naturally ignorant of Ash. At this time, Xiaoji has stepped on the stage of the competition again. Since this battle is a grass field, Xiaoji's first choice is naturally the grass-type Pokemon, Mr. In the case of Pikachu being suspended, Ash also completely released himself. Whether it is for the championship dream in his heart or the agreement with Pikachu, Ash must win until he stands on the stage of the top 16, until Pikachu can return. Miss here, I really envy you. You can get such a Pokemon in the Kanto region. However, just cherishing it is of no use. Now, it's up to me. Go, my mate, Fire Dinosaur. The winner of this battle will get a place in the top 32. Of course, Ash's opponents will not just focus on participating like those they encountered at the beginning. This time, the opponent that Xiaoji met was also a trainer of the Alliance lineage who owned 3 Pokemon from the Yu family. Looking at the Misgurt that Xiaoji summoned, the trainer of the direct line said it was a lie if he didn't envy. In the Kanto region, it is basically impossible to encounter this kind of Pokemon in the wild. Roar ... Following the call of the trainer winner of the direct line. A fire dinosaur with a height of more than 1 meter and a sturdy figure appeared in the field. Fire dinosaur. Miss Gert, use parasitic seed. If the grass-type Pokemon wants to defeat this completely restrained fire-type opponent, Ash's only choice is the parasitic seed. As long as this skill can hit, the fire dinosaur's physical strength will be continuously reduced. One trade-off and the other. The lady skirt who can get a steady stream of physical strength is not killed in seconds, then she can grind her opponent to death. Fire dinosaur. Use jet flame. Burn its seed. The power of the parasitic seed. This direct trainer is obviously very clear. Seeing Xiaoji's move, the direct line trainer decisively launched a counterattack against him. Pikachu, do you think Ash will win this match? Xiaoji was fighting fiercely, and Mu Chen and Xiaoxia naturally stood on the sidelines to watch the battle. At this moment, Xiaoxia and Mu Chen were obviously more nervous than Xiaoji, who was playing. Seeing that she was restrained by her opponent in the first battle, Xiaoxia could only ask Pikachu in her arm. Others may feel that Xiaoxia seems silly to ask a Pokemon, but only Xiaoxia herself knows what a terrifying existence and what a smart existence this seemingly harmless Pikachu is in her arm. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Calm down. Learn to be calm. Where did this go? But it's only the first one. Although the little girl's skin is relatively strong, Miss Here's strength is the same. To be honest, BB Bird's combat power is more reliable than hers. It was precisely because of this that Mu Chen didn't panic at all about this match. Although Xiaoji is a bit silly, but after traveling this year through constant tempering, this guy has a good fighting awareness. For this guy who didn't even evolve into a fire-breathing dragon from the original Pokemon, just abuse him. Of course, it was only Mu Chen who could be so calm at the moment. For most of the audience on the sideline, the fire dinosaur trainer still has a great chance to win this game. This is the fire dinosaur that claims to be the most ferocious of the three families. However, at this time, the scene was indeed as expected by most audiences. Wow tilde 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 tilde. With a roar, accompanied by the flames spewing out of the fire dinosaur, he slapped Miss Here fiercely. At this moment, Miss Here has been completely suppressed. In terms of racial value, although Miss Here has a small suppression, but in terms of attribute, it has fallen into the disadvantage. No matter what skills Miss Gert uses, everyone will throw flames out of nowhere. For this situation, let alone Miss Here, even Xiaoji can't do anything about it. Damn, Miss Gert, thank you for your hard work. Next, it's you, Kintaro. Pikachu was suspended, and the league certainly wouldn't let Ash fight with 5 Pokemon. In order to fill the vacancy left by Pikachu, Ash sent a Kintaro temporarily from Dr. Ogi through the computer. According to Dr. Damu, this Kintaro is also the leader of their clan, and the fighting power is very impressive. Now, this is also the first time that Ash has summoned him. For Xiaoji, although he captured this guy Kintaro himself, but without any cultivation of him, Xiaoji really didn't have much hope for it. But soon Ash was shocked. Kintaro, fire dinosaur, keep using the jet flame, don't let it rush. A Pokemon like Kintaro has a general attribute, and its most powerful attacking skill is nothing more than a rampage after launching a charge. In order to prevent this guy from rushing up, the direct trainer chose to strike first. However, this guy doesn't know that his attack can be regarded as completely igniting the explosive barrel. Originally, seeing the fiery red dinosaur, Kintaro couldn't control the restlessness in his heart. Now the other party is spewing out a hot flame. The color of the flame should be the same. It is also fiery red. Seeing this flame spurting out, Kintaro suddenly burst out. Without waiting for Xiaoji's order, this guy's head kick, and the bull's hoof kick, and he immediately smashed the ground and galloped away. Mu tilde 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 tilde. A dull screeching sound came from Kintaro's mouth. Immediately, the ground trembled, and Kintaro's charge was getting faster and faster. Ha ha ha. This savage bull rushed straight to the flame. Could it be that it can't wait to turn into a barbecue? Seeing Kintaro's mindless charge, bursts of laughter erupted from the audience on the sideline. This kind of brainless Pokemon is really only worthy of being a delicacy on people's table. But soon they stopped laughing. I saw that the charging Kintaro was covered by a jet of air. After encountering the flame jet, he relied on the protection of the jet to resist the jet flame. Of course, it was also because of the insufficient attack power of the fire dinosaur. Still, it was shocking enough. Roar. Kintaro's sudden outburst caught the dinosaur by surprise. How could the fire dinosaur's physique be able to withstand Kintaro in melee combat? With just one hit rampage, the fire dinosaur honorably received the lunchbox. Fantastic. Kintello. Winning without even commanding. Ash was instantly excited. This feeling of lying down and winning is really comfortable. Tilde tilde tilde. Chapter 306 Calm before the storm. Chapter 306 The tranquility before the storm. Let's congratulate the winner of this game, the trainer from Junshin Town, Xiaoji. Amid the passionate cries of the contest host, Ash jumped off the stage. This game was really easier than Xiaoji expected. Because of this battle involving the top 32 tickets, Xiaoji has made a lot of preparations before, but I never thought that the idiot Kintaro turned turned out to be a surprise soldier. After it defeated the fire dinosaur, it relied on the rampage one after another, and knocked over the 4 Pokémon of the direct trainer. It was not until the trainer of the direct line sent the last iron shell that Kentaro announced his withdrawal due to lack of physical strength. With only 1 iron shell left, Xiaoji relied on Minos to take it down very easily. So far, Xiaoji has also won the ticket to participate in the top 32 of the league competition. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, as long as I win the fight tomorrow, we can fight together again. Ash is not a fool. He fired the ball through the previous Pikachu. Xiaoji also judged that as long as Pikachu can participate in the battle, no one can stop him from competing for the league championship. Thinking of the championship in sight, how could Xiaoji not be excited? How could he not be excited? Congratulations, Xiaoji, you have to do your best in the next game. This little guy, Pikachu, has been suffocating these 2 days. Xiaoji was excited, and Xiaosha was equally excited. Although there is Pikachu by his side, safety can be guaranteed enough. But, on the other hand, in terms of personal safety, Xiaosha has no sense of security at all. Because of the previous battle at midnight, Xiaosha was completely frightened, and after she was frightened, she naturally chose to let Pikachu sleep with her. Although it was said that this little bastard did not take any substantial action against him, but at night, after Xiaosha slept soundly, this little bastard took a lot of the cheapness. Thinking of this little bastard who kept taking advantage of her, Xiaosha couldn't help but get angry. Now, Xiaoji's side is finally entering the top 16, and Xiaosha can be regarded as seeing the dawn of liberation. Pick up ... Nima, Xiaosha, what's your situation? Kick when you're done. Seeing that Xiaosha was even happier than Xiaoji, how could Mu Chen not guess the reason? This Nima, I am giving my life to protect you. I gave up that beautiful ninja girl who took the initiative to sacrifice herself for you. Isn't it just a touch and a kiss? As for you, happy times are always so short. Mu Chen also knew that this kind of comfortable talk would be gone for a few days. With the continuous progress of the league competition, this product can be regarded as saying goodbye to this marginal update. However, what Mu Chen cared about most at the moment was the hidden mission that suddenly appeared. What is black? What is white? For this point, Mu Chen thought a lot these days. However, without any clues, Mu Chen could only have no clue about this. However, what Mu Chen didn't know was that the so-called Bai was almost unable to hold back at this moment. Xiaoji has come to the top 16 stage. Not only Xiaosha is concerned, but also the top of the league is very concerned about it. Although there are a lot of potential young people emerging in this year's league competition, the one who really has the strength to compete for the championship is still only Xiaoji in the eyes of these high-level executives. If nothing else, his Pikachu is an incomprehensible existence. Being able to hit the attack power of a king-level Pokémon with a full blow, this has already explained everything. Therefore, for Ash's game, there are countless pairs of eyes in the league watching. That Xiaosha's daily activity track has been investigated clearly. Right, sure. Will she go downtown today? Inside a tall tower, Kikuko stared gloomily at the pictures from the surveillance. At this moment, in the surveillance in front of Kikuko, it is Xiaoji and Xiaosha who are celebrating the victory of this game. Mr. Kikuko, this subordinate can fully confirm that according to the trajectory of that Xiaosha's activity, she will definitely go to the downtown area today before nightfall. To be able to give Juzi's answer so affirmatively, this is only because the spy who is specially responsible for tracking Xiaosha knows that before nightfall, Xiaosha must go to the downtown to buy some dinner or something. Although the time is very short, this is the only chance that Kikuko can attack him. Wait until tomorrow. After that Ash gets a place in the top 16, this Pikachu will return to Ash's hands again. At that time, facing Xiaoji in the player area, Kikuko won't have many opportunities to get off the phone. As for why don't you wait until the end of the league competition to start? Just kidding. Once this Xiaoji has become a public figure, once this Pikachu's reputation has spread throughout the alliance, will she dare to do it? At that time, countless pairs of eyes are staring at her. If she dares to do it, she will risk the world. It is precisely because of this reason that Chrysanthemum is so eager at this moment. Only when this Xiaoji's reputation is not obvious, when there are not many people who know the strength and potential of this Pikachu, is the best time. As for whether the other kings will question this, what are the Rockets doing? The Rockets have long been used to taking the blame. Anyway, after a few years, this matter gradually faded away, and this Pikachu evolved into Raichu, who can recognize that this is the Pikachu that was plundered by Team Rocket. Every year, too many potential Pokémon in the league are plundered by the Rocket. In this regard, the top of the alliance has long been accustomed to it, and it is not surprising. However, Kikuko didn't know that just as she was about to act, there was another force acting at the moment. Are you sure? As long as I help you successfully capture that Pikachu, you will support me to become the king of Chengdu. In a dark face, a ninja covering his face was questioning the person in front of him. Don't worry, I'm also a champion in the Chengdu area, and I have some influence there. What's What's more, even if I don't have that level of champion status, can you still believe my strength? As long as you can catch me that Pikachu, I will definitely make you the king of Chengdu. Also, you don't need to worry about the rocket. Even if Sakagi shoots himself, I will block it for you. The person standing opposite the ninja, while replying to him, suddenly exudes an aura that belongs to the strong. Chapter 307 Deception Chapter 307 Deception Stop. Damn thief. Stop me. In the busy city, a girl holding Pikachu was frantically chasing a boy in front. This person is Xiaoxia. Originally, Xiaoxia brought Pikachu to buy some food for dinner and return to the B&B. I never thought about it, but today I encountered a little accident. Just after turning a street corner, a teenager slammed into Xiaoxia fiercely. It is common for accidents to occur in the crowd. For this kind of situation, let alone Xiaoxia, even Mu Chen didn't take the slightest precaution. Never thought that the teenager who hit Xiaoxia took this opportunity to steal Xiaoxia's wallet. This is really fatal. Without a wallet, let alone dinner, even the rented homestay can't pay for it. In the panic, Xiaoxia naturally didn't care about anything else, and strode to chase after the escaped teenager. Pick up tilde. For this kind of situation, Mu Chen at this time is also unimaginable. The crowd was too dense. It was impossible for Mu Chen to use his skills here. It would only cause accidental injury. As for leaving Xiaoxia to pursue alone, although it would not take much effort to chase the thief at Mu Chen's speed, Mu Chen dared not. With the last incident and the hidden mission given by the system, Mu Chen really didn't dare to easily try to leave Xiaoxia. What's more, the thief who suddenly appeared was not normal in Mu Chen's eyes. The past few days were fine. How come this is approaching the top 16 of Shaoji, and then there is another accident? Accidents are often associated with certain inevitable connection. Therefore, Mu Chen's choice at this moment is to be with Xiaoxia. No matter if she thinks too much in the end, or if someone is really deliberately calculating, at least she has her own protection, and Xiaoxia will not encounter any danger. However, Mu Chen soon discovered that his caution was correct. Damn thief! How dare you steal Miss Ben's wallet? After chasing wildly all the way, I don't know how far I ran, Xiaoxia finally caught the little thief who stole her wallet in the wilderness outside the town. However, what surprised Xiaoxia was that when the thief was about to be chased, he dropped his wallet and left quickly. Seeing the rapidly disappearing back, Xiaoxia was done. What the situation? What the hell is this speed? If he just ran like this, how could I catch up? He. Don't be surprised, little girl. That guy isn't trying to steal your wallet. He's just ordered to lead you here. Now, there is a deal. I wonder if you are interested in hearing about it, little girl. Just when Xiaoxia looked at the disappearing back and was done, a cold voice suddenly came from the dark. Immediately, a masked man hidden in a black cloak appeared in front of Xiaoxia. Pick up tilde. Nima. Really? Shit, I knew it. Seeing the masked man appear, Mu Chen immediately prepared for battle. Obviously, this is the mastermind behind the system that said, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Seeing the masked man who suddenly appeared, Xiaoxia also immediately took precaution. With the experience of the past few days, everyone knows that the person who suddenly appeared must have bad intentions. He. Little girl, why are you so vigilant? My transaction is simple. Leave this Pikachu behind. I can't kill you. This masked man is exactly Kikuko, who is infatuated with Pikachu. Because of the last failure, in order to ensure success this time, Kikuko chose to do it herself. At this moment, this Xiaoxia has been taken out of the town, and in the downtown area, Juzi also specially arranged some activities to attract the attention of the public. A battle breaks out here that won't attract anyone's attention for a short time. Damn, you damned rocket. I'm not going to give Pikachu to you. In Xiaoxia's view, the rockets are the ones who can do these evil things. There is no way. After years of brainwashing by the league, the rockets can really be described as doing all kinds of evil. What's more, the rockets have shot Xiaoji and Xiaoxia more than once on the way to travel before. At this moment, Xiaoxia can make this judgment, and it is not surprising enough. Pick up tilde skin. Xiaoxia would think that the masked man who suddenly appeared was Team Rocket, but Mu Chen didn't think so. With the system's prompt, Mu Chen knew that this guy who was hiding his head and showing his tail was probably a member of the Alliance. At this moment, in order to solve the trouble once and for all, Mu Chen did not hesitate at all. As soon as his hind legs exerted force, Mu Chen jumped out of Xiaoxia's arms. Zila tilde. The current rolled, and Mu Chen, who rushed out, immediately turned on the charging mode. Madeline, no matter who you are, I'm going to knock you over. Little thing, do you think you will be my opponent? Come out, Gengar. Seeing Pikachu in a fighting posture, Kikuko did not hesitate to summon her main Pokémon, the king-level Gengar. Hey tilde. Little mouse, we meet again. This Geng ghost was the one that attacked Mu Chen before. Last time, because of Mu Chen's terrifying electric ball, this guy was scared away. But today, with his own master in the lineup, Zheng Gui has no fear of Mu Chen at all. Pick. Nima. Really, I guess guessed it right, man. Seeing this Jang ghost appear, Mu Chen even confirmed the judgment in his heart. That's right, this guy must be the mastermind behind the scene. Wear a mask, right, waiting for Lao Su to flip you over. I'm going to see, who the hell are you? Gengar. Use the deception space and have a good time with this little thing. After the last Gengar's description of herself, Kikuko also knew that this Pikachu was extremely fast. If it is allowed to increase the speed, and finally the black electric ball comes, even her Kikuko will have a very difficult time dealing with it. Therefore, in order to ensure victory in this battle, Kikuko was well prepared, and her preparation is Gengar's skills, the space of deception. Although this skill does not have any attack power, it can change the speed of the Pokémon within a space. The faster the Pokémon, the slower it will become. Conversely, slow Pokémon will be faster. Although Gengar is also a Pokémon known for its speed, this skill is the most restrained against this extremely fast Pikachu. Without speed, what power does your electric ball have? Hey tilde 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 tilde. Little mouse, experience the horror of deception. Following Juzi's order, Zhang Gui immediately opened his hand. Immediately, the energy of the superpower system spewed out from its arm, completely covering the wilderness in an instant. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. I Nima, can you do this? Just after starting the high-speed movement, Mu Chen suddenly noticed the change in space. This Nima, why is my speed so slow? Feeling like he was moving at a slow motion speed, Mu Chen panicked. Chapter 308 is 100,000 volts. Oh fear. Chapter 308 is 100,000 volts. Oh fear. Gengar, use the shadow ball and hit me hard. Under the influence of the deception space, the speed of the opposite Pikachu dropped sharply. Seeing that Pikachu lost his ghostly speed, the corner of Kikuko's mouth under the mask showed a cold smile. Snort. Little thing, without speed, what advantages do you have? Through the observation of the video, Kikuko also made a general judgment on this Pikachu. Although this guy's electrical skills are very cow, the most ferocious is that electric ball. Without the blessing of speed, the electric ball could not exert its power, and Pikachu's threat was instantly reduced by most of it. In terms of overall strength, Gengar is much stronger than Pikachu. It is precisely because of this that Juzi at this moment can be described as unreserved, and directly let Zhang Gui launch the most violent offensive. Among the special attack skills of the Go system, the Shadow Ball is a very powerful existence, and when Zhang Gui used it, it was even more powerful. Generally speaking, a Pokémon uses a skill only one shot at a time, but this Gengar is different. The Shadow Ball it uses can shoot out 2 shots at the same time, and it can still lash out continuously in the follow-up. Like a Gatling gun, Gengar launched a furious attack on the still-moving Pikachu. Pikachu, be careful. Seeing that Zhang Gui launched such a violent offensive, Xiaoxia, who was retreating behind, was suddenly shocked. The enemy is so powerful. Although Xiaoxia didn't understand the mechanism of this trick-based skill, but seeing the Pikachu whose speed was greatly reduced at this time, Xiaoxia also guessed something. Obviously, this masked man had a premeditated plan for Pikachu and made targeted arrangements for it. Thinking of this, Xiaoxia didn't hesitate. She stretched out her hand, and Xiaoxia directly took out the Pokemon ball belonging to the duck. After a period of tempering, Xiaoxia is completely clear. As long as the duck is around, she won't even think about summoning other Pokemon to join the battle. This product can become a gem starfish, and it can also become a horned goldfish. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Nima, what kind of barren go skill is this? The speed is limited, and Mu Chen, who has never experienced such an experience, is now in a mess. In the face of the shadow ball coming towards him, Mu Chen couldn't even dodge it. Your uncle, I can't believe that the flash of my light has also been slowed down. Relying on running is definitely unavoidable. In desperation, Mu Chen could only look forward to the displacement effect of a flash of electric light. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Mu Chen activated the flash of electric light, Gengar's shadow ball followed. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. It hurt so much. Relying on the displacement of the flash of electric light, although Mu Chen avoided the direct bombardment of the shadow ball. However, under the influence of the deception space, even the speed of the lightning flash is a little slower than usual. In the end, Mu Chen, who was able to avoid the attack, was hit hard on the buttock. Feeling a burning sensation from his noble buttock, Mu Chen suddenly became furious. Nima, I have never been hurt, except that I was fucked by BB Bird stupid B once when I first came here. You scumbag, how dare you hit me at the heart of me? In anger, Mu Chen gave up his plan to continue dodging. Nima, do you think Lao Su only has speed? Even if there is no speed, I will turn you over. Zila tilde 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 tilde. Without any hesitation, the charge that had been brewed for a long time was immediately blessed on the current in Mu Chen's chi. Snort. Without the electric ball, I still have 100,000 volts. As the electric current shot out from Mu Chen's chi, a terrifying electric current that reached the thickness of an adult's arm gathered in front of Mu Chen and slashed towards Zhang Gui. What the hell? So fear. 5% increase in Dream Gene. Mu Chen's charging was all blessed to the electric ball. Seeing the effect of the 100,000 volts now, Mu Chen suddenly found out. It seems that this 5% increase has a very obvious effect on Lousy and me. The previous 100,000 volts were definitely not so rough. Hey tilde. The counterattack was too sudden, and Zhang Gui was hit hard without reacting. Rao, with the physique of the Heavenly King level Zhang Ghost, was still screaming and screaming. Unexpectedly, I still underestimate you. Come out, Gengar. Seeing that Pikachu's 100,000 volts has the same power, Kikuko was slightly taken aback. This Pikachu, what a powerful special attack ability. Before, Kikuko just thought that this Pikachu was super fast, so it was able to stimulate such a terrifying electric ball. But now it seems that this Pikachu special attack ability is also very terrifying. Just looking at the thickness of this current, even its evolutionary form, Raichu, is absolutely useless. Finding that she still underestimated Pikachu's strength, Kikuko didn't hesitate, and immediately summoned two Gengar. Pick up tilde. I Nima. Can you still have fun? One Zhang Ghost made it difficult for Mew Chen to deal with it, and when two of them suddenly came out, Mew Chen panicked. Even if the strength of these two is not as strong as before, it is definitely not easy to deal with. In the case of losing the speed advantage, Mew Chen really didn't have the confidence to fight one against three. Pikachu, I'm here to help you. Go, duck. Of course Xiaoxia wouldn't watch Pikachu be besieged. Without any hesitation, Xiaoxia threw the Pokemon ball that she had already held in her hand. Cool tilde. It still the cute tweet and the cute appearance. As soon as he appeared on the stage, Duck once again fell into the thinking of his own life value. Little girl, is this your Pokemon? I advise you to leave now. If you retire now, I will not embarrass you. Seeing that Xiaoxia actually summoned such a stupid thing to join the battle, Kikuko couldn't help laughing. Ordinary trainers, this is almost the same situation, right? Maybe this little girl can help Pikachu in normal battle. However, in the battle against her Ghost King Juzi, this little girl is not even qualified to be a cannon fodder. Don't underestimate me. Duck, use psychic power. Of course Xiaoxia knows the strength of the duck. Even if this masked man is powerful, Duck can at least resist a Gengar for Pikachu. In this regard Xiaoxia is still convinced. However, cool tilde. Mind power. What is that? Duck, who was in self-contemplation, obviously forgot how to use the power of mind. Of course, it won't completely ignore Xiaoxia's order. In the case of forgetting how to use psychic power, Duck buttock twisted and rushed towards Gengar. Mind power. Do you want me to rush up and hit it? Chapter 309 found a way. Chapter 309 found a way. What the hell is this? Hey. Pick up tilde. At this moment, whether it was Juzi, her Zhang Ghost, or even Mew Chen, they all fell into shock. Nima, what the situation? Electric little motor. Looking at Duck like a high-speed train, Mew Chen fell into doubt about his own life. Is this too much? Such speed. I'm afraid that I have turned on high-speed movement, so that's all there is to it, right? Is this still the stupid Duck? However, the idiot of Duck quickly explained that there is no meaning to speed alone. Cool tilde. After a fierce rush, according to Duckland, if you hit him this time, at least you can make the black and white play on the opposite side eat hard, right? Never thought that its opponent is a ghost-type Pokemon, a spiritual body that can be turned into nothingness. In the face of Duck, who charged with his flesh as a weapon, one of Kikuko's Gengars didn't even bother to fight back. Just by blurring his own body, the idiot of Duck rushed directly from Jengo's body. It doesn't matter if you don't attack your opponent. However, at this time, Duck couldn't stop the car. This stupid bee experienced this feeling of lightning. Suddenly the speed has been improved, and the Duck can't effectively control his uncoordinated body at all. After rushing all the way, Duck quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Little girl, I advise you to hurry up and chase your duck. Seeing such a funny Duck, even Chrysanthemum under the mask showed a smile. This kind of idiot is rare. Ooh, Duck, you're pissing me off. I asked you to use psychic power. Facing the disappearing back of Duck, Xiaoxia looked helpless. This stupid bee, why is he thinking about charging? However, at this time, the Duck has disappeared without a trace, and the helpless Xiaoxia can only choose to take out another Pokemon ball. Go, Jewel Starfish, use the water gun. In the current situation, Xiaoxia will not let Pikachu face the three powerful Gengars alone no matter what. Even if you lose yourself, it's good to help Pikachu to delay for a while. Little girl, do you really want to die? In that case, go ahead and solve this, little girl. Seeing that Xiaoxia was stubborn and did not give up in this situation, Chrysanthemum was angry. I don't dare to kill if I'm really an old woman. I just don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. But since you took the initiative to beg for death, then no wonder the old woman is me. Hey tilde. Following Kikuko's order, a Gengar who had just been summoned by her immediately greeted the Jewel Starfish. Pick up tilde. Pick up tilde. Nima. Seeing Juzi's shot at Xiaoxia, Mew Chen was immediately anxious. This Jengo's strength, Mew Chen is very clear. With Xiaoxia's gem Starfish, it is impossible to stop Jengo's. Mad, I really can't do anything about you. Although the power power of the previous 100,000 volts was not bad. Mu Chen also knew that just relying on 100,000 volts might not be able to quickly take down this Gengar madman. This Gengar's level is obviously very high. The 100,000 volts of the thickness of his arm went down, but it was just to make this game scream a few times. If you want to defeat it, you must use more powerful force. At the moment, there are not many options at hand. Thunder is a skill that does not require any speed. However, Mu Chen still didn't dare to use this skill that could directly clear his skin. In addition to thunder, in the face of this Gengar army, Mu Chen's remaining options were naturally the electric ball, a trick that was as powerful as a bomb. How? What the hell? It's not right. Why was that stupid duck so fast just now? Suddenly, Mu Chen seemed to have caught something. Lao Su, my own speed has slowed down because I am usually too fast. On the contrary, that stupid duck is usually slow to make people cry. At this time, the speed of that stupid duck was extremely fast. This shows what? Deception space. Deception space. What the hell? I know so much. Daddy. Finally, Mu Chen found the problem. Nima, this is what happened after a long time. Right. The faster the slower the faster. What I said. How come the high-speed movement is like slow motion? System. Can this gene amplification be turned off? At this moment, the only thing that Mu Chen has to confirm is whether the buff boosting energy from genes can be turned off. If it is turned off, it will reduce the movement speed by 20%. That is to say, leaving the dream full set adds 5%, which is also a full 15% reduction. In such a situation that the slower the speed, the faster it is. What Mu Chen wanted was to reduce his speed as much as possible. Didi, the host request can be fulfilled. May I temporarily turn off gene amplification? This time the system was very powerful, and in the expectation of Mu Chen, the system quickly responded to him. Shut it down. Hurry up and shut it down. I'm closing it all for me. Knowing that this game should be temporarily closed as he thought, Mu Chen immediately saw the hope of winning. Deception space. Gengar. It seems that the speed of Gengar's B game is not slow, right? At this moment, Mu Chen had already found a way to deal with it. Gengar, use the shadow claws and grab this little thing for me. Then, Ghoster, you use the shadow ball and give me a hard bang. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know about the change at the moment. Seeing that a Geng ghost had gone to Xiaoxia's side, Juzi was no longer interested in procrastinating. If one Gengar can't take you, then two together. According to Kikuko's assumption, under the circumstance that Pikachu's speed is greatly reduced, it must not be able to avoid Gengar's shadow claws. As long as it can be caught and a shadow ball slams into it, this Pikachu will inevitably lose no matter how strong it is. However, when the two Gengars acted according to Juzi's orders, Juzi was stunned. How is this possible? Seeing the Pikachu speeding up again, Kikuko was completely stunned. Yes, at this time, Mu Chen, although his speed was much worse than his speed, but compared to the slow Gengar, the speed of Pikachu at this moment has reached the level of takeoff. This is just because at this moment, Mu Chen has cancelled the blessing of the gene buff, and even cancelled the high-speed movement state. After returning to his normal state, although Mu Chen's basic speed was not slow, it was far behind Zhenggui's existence with a very high speed racial value. And within this deception space, the slower Mu Chen's basic speed is, the faster he can express, naturally, just like that stupid duck, getting faster and faster. Chapter 310 Digging one's own grave. Chapter 310 Digging your own grave. Pika Chu. Although the charging CD has not recovered at this time, but Mu Chen, whose speed has increased, no longer has as much pressure as before against Zhenggui, whose speed has been greatly reduced. Shadow hooks or shadow ball. After these Geng ghosts who lost their speed advantage were used, they couldn't cause any trouble to Mu Chen at all. With a side zap, you can easily avoid a Gengar attack on yourself. After the speed was improved, Mu Chen was naturally unwilling to just dodge. Seizing the gap between the two Zhenggui's attack, Mu Chen decisively launched a counterattack. Bring it on. Anti-cat is despicable. Eat Lao Su and I will make a ball. Crackling tilde. Leaping high, Mu Chen threw an electric ball at the Gengar who had hit him with 100,000 volt before. Damn it. Gengar, get out of the way. Pikachu suddenly increased his speed, which naturally surprised Kikuko. How could this little thing be possible? Isn't it very fast? Even if this little thing cancels the blessing of high-speed movement, it won't make such a big change at once. Right. This is so unscientific at all. Chrysanthemum dared to swear that as a veteran king, she had experienced countless battles, and she had never encountered such a situation. Under the influence of the deception space, Gengar, who was originally fast at this moment, could not exert his speed advantage. Originally, this was specially prepared by Kikuko in order to limit Pikachu's speed and make it impossible to use a powerful skill such as electric ball. But who would have thought that now his Gengar is still extremely slow, but this Pikachu's speed has suddenly increased. This time, it can be said that it will cost Juzi half of her life. Looking at the crackling electric ball, the cold sweat on Kikuzi's forehead inadvertently began to flow down. Damn it. No way. way. Is it possible, old lady, that I will lose today? Thinking of this possibility, Kikuko couldn't believe it. As a veteran king, how many years has she not been defeated? Is it possible that I will lose today? Will it be defeated by this Pikachu who doesn't even have a trainer? Hey tilde tilde tilde. Just as Kikuko fell into self-doubt, the screams from Gengar suddenly came. Under normal circumstances, even if Gengar didn't resist the electric ball, he could easily avoid it with its ghostly speed. However, the situation at this time is not normal. The speed suddenly dropped sharply, not to mention Mew Chen. Even Zhengwei couldn't adapt. Before, Gengar could also use his powerful special attack ability to suppress Pikachu, but now that the opponent has recovered his speed, he is still as slow as a turtle. In this case, the only thing Gengar can do is to watch the electric ball hit him, but there is no way to dodge or even resist. Pick up tilde 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 tilde. Pack, let you pretend to be with me. I am invincible. As soon as the electric ball struck the original Zhengwei to the point of twitching, Mew Chen's confidence increased greatly. What the matter? Are you afraid of playing trick? I am a hanging bee. In the face of hanging bee, any routine is dumb. With the help of the system, gene augmentation can be turned on or off at any time, and Mew Chen found that he really wasn't afraid of these bells and whistles. However, Mew Chen was not afraid, but Juzi was terrified. You must know that because of the wrong information brought by Gengar, Kikuko mistakenly thought that the speed of this Pikachu had far surpassed his own Gengar, so he could also use that terrifying black color when facing Gengar. Electric ball. At that time, how did Chrysanthemum know that the real object of Mew Chen's use was the wonderful frog flower behind Zhengwei? However, one step is wrong. One step is wrong. At this time, the space for deception had opened, but Juzi dug a hole and buried herself in it. Ha tilde tilde tilde. Just as Mew Chen was about to brew the second electric ball, and was about to make persistent efforts to take down a Gengar, the screams of the gem starfish suddenly came. Facing the attack of a Gengar of the Heavenly King level alone, Jewel Starfish struggled to support, but after all, his strength was limited. After just 2 rounds of skill pairing, Jewel Starfish was seriously injured by Gengar's Shadow Ball. At this point, this guy completely lost his combat effectiveness. Gengar, catch that little girl. The sudden scream from the gem starfish made Kikuko see the opportunity again. Your Pikachu's strength is indeed beyond my imagination. But how is this? Through this period of observation, Kikuko already knew the deep bond between this Xiaoxia and Pikachu. This Pikachu is really lustful, but its lust is only for this little girl. In Kikuko's point of view, as long as she can catch this little girl and let Pikachu throw them out, there is still a chance to restore her disadvantage. But how could Mew Chen give Juzi such a chance? Pick a tilde 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 pick. Do you want to move, Xiaoxia? Have I asked my father? Without any hesitation, Mew Chen twisted his butt and pounced on the Geng ghost who was rushing towards Xiaoxia. Gengar, ghoster, stop it. Seeing Pikachu's action, Kikuko was even more anxious. Obviously, this little girl is Pikachu's weakness. At this point, what Kikuko asked for was that her 2 Gengars could delay this Pikachu for a while and buy some time for the other Gengar. However, the space of deception. How could Zhengwei, whose speed was greatly reduced, be able to stop Mew Chen after digging his own grave? He didn't even bother to pay attention to the 2 slow-moving Geng ghosts. Mew Chen dodged a few times and avoided the interception of these 2 guys. Pika tilde 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 chew. Move, Xiaoxia. You stand there for me. Without any nonsense, Mew Chen, who jumped up high, swung his tail fiercely at Zhengwei. Immediately, an electric ball containing Mew Chen's deep anger hit Zhengwei with a crackling sound. Hey tilde tilde. This really cost the Zhengwei who was about to attack Xiaoxia half of his life. Under the bombardment of the electric ball, Gengar suddenly let out a painful roar. However, this is not the end. Zilla tilde tilde tilde. Immediately after that, the moment the electric ball blasted out, a 100,000 volt electric shot out from above Mew Chen's cheek. In order to protect Xiaoxia, Mew Chen didn't have any idea of appease the electricity in his body. The 100,000 volts and the electric ball, as if they didn't want money, frantically hit the twitching Gengar. Hey tilde tilde tilde. The continuous attack came, and Gengar could only let out bursts of painful screams. Damn, Ghost 1, come back. Gengar, hold off Pikachu. Seeing that his Gengar was in danger, Kikuko hurriedly used the Pokemon ball to call him back. But how could Mew Chen give her this chance again? Pick a tilde 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 pick. If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, you want to withdraw. Don't even think about it. Chapter 311 Kikuko's defeat. Chapter 311 Chrysanthemum retreat. How is this possible? At this time, it was the first time that Kikuko had asked such a shocking question. Originally, after she saw that the Gengar who attacked Xiaoxia couldn't hold on, she immediately wanted to take it back into the Pokemon ball. Never thought that she had failed. When the Pokemon ball is retracting the Pokemon, it will release a beam of energy, thereby retracting the Pokemon. But Kikuko could never have imagined that this Pikachu was so smart. Is this still a Pokemon? Even human beings, I am afraid that not many many people have such a quick response, right? Yes, Juzi's plan to take back Zhengui failed. When she took back Zhengui, Mu Chen responded with a very quick reaction. As soon as the tail twitched, an iron tail was thrown out against the ground. Of course, Mu Chen didn't want to vent. His goal was to pump the dirt off the ground, and the mud that was swept away happened to block the energy beam emitted by the Kikuko Pokemon ball. If the beam for retracting the Pokemon is blocked, the retracting function of the Pokemon ball is naturally useless. Taking this opportunity, Mu Chen sent several 100,000 volt fiercely, and the Jeng ghost who was injured by him kept screaming. Looking at the scene in front of her, Kikuko was really stunned. Thinking of her hundreds of battles in her life, she has fought against even divine beasts. However, when did Kikuko encounter such a situation? A Pikachu, a very common Pokemon in the Kanto region, forced her into such a situation. Can't even protect a Pokemon that is seriously injured. Pick up skin. Chrysanthemum was shocked, but Mu Chen would not. CD of his charging skills has long since recovered. In order to take down the Jeng ghost who dared to attack Xiaoxia, Mu Chen rudely entered the charging state. Electricity began to jump over its chi. Damn, how dare you, Gengar, use hypnotism. Seeing the electric current jumping from Mu Chen's chi, how did Juzi still not know? This guy is about to make a big move. At this time, the Jeng ghost who attacked Xiaoxia was seriously injured. If he took a ruthless attack, it would not be impossible for him to be electrocuted directly. This is one of Kikuko's main Pokemon. Faced with the possibility of losing the main Pokemon, Kikuko was in a hurry. However, at this time, under the influence of the deception space, Gengar's speed advantage could not be exerted. Kikuko, who shot herself in the foot, could only choose to let the two Gengars use hypnotism. Come to think of it, if two Gengars use it at the same time, this Pikachu can't hold it no matter what. As long as he can stop it for a moment, Kikuko can take back the defeated Gengar. At this point, Kikuko no longer wants to capture this Pikachu. In the current situation, due to tactical mistake, Kikuko has lost the chance to win. At this moment, all Kikuko wanted was to be able to get out of her body. As long as she can retreat, she will still have a chance to find this place in the future. But if one of the main Pokemon was lost because of this, then Kikuko's loss would be too great. Following Kikuko's order, the two Gengars shot one after another, and a drowsy superpower beam shot up at Pikachu. However, if it was normal, this skill might have a little impact on Mu Chen, but using this skill at this time is useless to Mu Chen. The moment Xiaoxia was in danger, Mu Chen was already in an explosive state. The previous time, when Xiaoxia was taken away because of her carelessness, Mu Chen had already vowed in his heart that he would never let anyone hurt Xiaoxia's hair. Now that the masked man dared to face Xiaoxia in front of him, the anger in Mu Chen's chest was already burning wildly. Hypnotism. What barren play should be? Who are you scaring? The moment he was attacked by the hypnosis technique, Mu Chen relied on his strong willpower to resist the path. At this time, hypnotism or something was like a breeze to Mu Chen, and there was no threat at all. Ignoring the interference of hypnotism, Mu Chen, who had finished charging, ran quickly. No matter who you are, if you dare to attack Xiaoxia, then die for me. Jumping up high, in anger, Mu Chen didn't have any reservation, and threw an electric ball at the Jeng ghost who had been electrocuted to the point where he lost his ability to resist. Although there is no lightning flash, and although the speed gap between the two is not wide enough to be as extreme as Hylast and Frog Flower, the power of this electric ball is still not to be underestimated. Crackling with a piercing rolling sound of electric current, the electric ball slammed on Zheng Gui's body fiercely. Painful screams sounded again. However, this was also the last time this Heavenly King level Gengar made a wailing sound. Originally, he was seriously injured, but now he was hit hard by Mu Chen. This Jeng ghost could no longer bear the damage caused by the electric current. Damn it. Yellow-skinned mouth. Remember, I'll be back sooner or later. Seeing that her main Pokemon died tragically in front of her eyes, Kikuko's roar was full of grief and anger. However, under the influence of the deception space at this time, her Gengar was unable to exert her strength. After losing a main force, the helpless Kikuko could only choose to retreat. In the fight, who knows what will be lost. Pick up Want to go. Father, do I agree? Seeing that the masked man wanted to slip away, Mu Chen quit. What the matter? You can fight when you say it, and you can leave when you say it. Is it all yours? Mu Chen knew in his heart that to deal with these hidden enemies, he would have to be killed in one go. Only in this way can these Xiao dare not act rashly. Otherwise, he will always be on guard in the future. Who can stand it? Thinking about the previous journey, I was less harassed by the rocket. It was with that experience that Mu Chen now knew the importance of cutting grass and root. Cool. But just as Mu Chen was about to pursue the masked man, the screeching sound of that idiot Doc suddenly came through. Attracted by the chirping sound of Da Duck, Mu Chen immediately looked up. Pick up I Nima, you stupid bee. B, didn't you speed up all the way to the sky? What are you doing here again? Come back, come back. What is behind you? Looking at the few cross-shaped bats that were constantly circling and chasing on the top of Duck head, Mu Chen was speechless. This Nima is the pig teammate. And just when Mu Chen was in a daze, Juzi also seized this rare opportunity and quickly evacuated from the place. Chapter 312 Field Advantage. Chapter 312 Advantages on the field. Pick up ... Nima, what going on? Buy one get one free. Going one after another. Originally, Mu Chen thought that Duck, a foolish bee, ran around and accidentally ran into the bat's nest, which would attract the pursuit of so many cross-shaped bats. But who would have thought that as soon as the masked man Kikuko ran here, a masked ninja followed over there? What the matter with a second round? Looking at the ninja who led the pursuit of the cross bat, Mu Chen was completely speechless. It's just that Mu Chen didn't know that this ninja and the masked man before were really not the same, although they have the same purpose. Huh, I also said where did you little mouse go? I didn't expect it to be here. Haha, it's really easy to come by. This ninja is a Jew. Earlier, after receiving the task of capturing Pikachu, a Jew immediately set off for Xiaoxia's resting place. Originally, according to the arrogant A Jew's plan, he would not have been so laborious to lead him out like Chrysanthemum. Wouldn't it be over just to start in the downtown area? Anyway, after catching Pikachu, he will go to the Chengdu area after handing in the task. Does the chaos in Kanto have anything to do with him? Originally from the rocket, a Jew wouldn't care about civilians or influence. Never thought that when a Jew rushed over, Xiaoxia had already been led away by Juzi. Through the ninja's tracking skills, a Jew finally found out about Xiaoxia's location after wasting a while. After chasing down all the way, before he found the target Xiaoxia and Pikachu, he met this stupid duck. Originally, a Jew had no interest in this stupid duck who suddenly appeared, but who would have thought that this idiot would dare to take the initiative to provoke himself? As a strong man comparable to the King of Heaven, a Jew naturally has the majesty that belongs to him. Being provoked by a stupid duck who appeared out of nowhere, how could you bear it? Never thought that the fighting ability of this stupid duck far exceeded a Jew's expectation, and this also aroused a Jew's interest. Such a resistant duck can be used as a meat shield. However, a Jew didn't know that this stupid duck had an owner. After being abused by human blood, the stupid duck immediately fled with his head full of grievances and ran away in the direction of his master. After chasing and fleeing, the two soon came to the battlefield where the battle had just ended. Seeing the Pikachu he was looking for appeared, a Jew was naturally overjoyed. A beat-resistant duck is optional, but this Pikachu is the key to becoming the king of Chengdu. Duck, are you alright? After discovering Pikachu, a Jew naturally wouldn't let the bat chase after Duck. After escaping to safety, Duck looked aggrieved, lying in Xiaoxia's arms and turned on the coquettish mode. Pick up ... Nima, what are you doing? Hand, watch your hand. Where to put it? Looking for electricity. Originally, Mu Chen's attention was still on the ninja who suddenly appeared. Have you ever thought that Duck would dare to take advantage of him? Can this be tolerated? Although Mu Chen also knew that a fool like Duck didn't understand this, but now that this bee was thrown into Xiaoxia's arms, Mu Chen would definitely be jealous when he saw it. Cool ... Originally still full of grievances, I wanted to ask the owner to comfort him. Never thought that Pikachu was angry. Hearing the warning from Mu Chen, Daya was instantly shocked. Electric shock. This is the horror imprinted in the depths of Duck's soul. Little mouse, how dare you ignore me? Go, fork back, use the cross poison. Let him know the wrath of our ninjas. Pikachu said. Pika ... Although a Jew didn't understand it, he also knew that he didn't take himself seriously at all. Seeing this, a Jew was instantly furious. How dare you ignore the dignified king-level ninja in front of you? What else is there to say? It must be cut. Upon receiving a Jew's order, a cross-hatched bat hovering above his head suddenly shot out and pounced on Pikachu fiercely. However, although this guy's attack is full of momentum, but at this speed, why so slow? Before Mu Chen could react, a Jew was stunned. His own cross-shaped bat is also one of the fastest in the world of Pokémon. According to reason, the pounce of the cross-shaped bat is a streamer that will appear in front of this Pikachu. But now, what's happening here? Looking at the cross-shaped bat that seemed to be moving slowly and moving little by little, Ju was stunned. Nima, I didn't wake up. Hallucination. Pika ... Pika. Isn't this a gang? Lying on the grass. What the matter? Seeing Ju so surprised, Mu Chen was equally stunned. Originally, according to Mu Chen's guess, this ninja must be in the same group as the masked man before. It's a dead end. The other one goes on to play the second round. I never thought that this guy didn't know the deception space used by the masked man before. This shows what? These two people are not even a group. At this moment, Mu Chen suddenly realized that his hidden mission seemed really not easy. But the task is not a task. Let's not talk about it. Now, I'm going to turn you over. At this time, the effect of the deception space has not disappeared, so Mu Chen naturally will not waste this great opportunity. The play of the crossbat is very fast. If there is no room for this deception, under normal circumstances, Mu Chen would not dare to ensure that his speed can surpass this game. Now, with the space for deception, this forked bat has become Pilastor. Here, what else is there to be polite? I didn't say anything. Electric ball. Let go. The power of the electric ball is determined by the difference in speed. It is precisely because of this that Aju still did not pay attention to Pikachu after seeing the video. Lost the threat of the electric ball, relying only on 100,000 volts. Even if this Pikachu can electrocute one of his own crossbat, can he electrocute 3 of his own? And this is where Aju's confidence lies. However, because of the existence of this deceitful space, all of Aju's plans were disrupted. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. A series of flickering sounds came out, and Mu Chen, who was jumping high, sent an electric ball to this Pilastor cross-shaped bat. Cough tilde 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 tilde. A painful cry suddenly came from the mouth of the cross-shaped bat. Losing the advantage of speed, this game should put it bluntly, and there is nothing terrible. In terms of resistance, the cross-shaped bat is far worse than the Pokémon of the same level. What's more, the cross-shaped bat itself is a flying-type Pokémon, and it is not immune to electricity-type skill. Chapter 313 Xiaoxi's Brick. Chapter 313 Xiaoxi's Brick. Damn it. What the hell is this? What going on here? Damn it. At this moment, Aju also lost the calmness he had before. This Nima, as soon as they met, reimbursed a forked bat. This, but also the existence of the king level. Although it is said that the cross-shaped bat is serious, only the 2 items of speed and attack can reach the threshold of the king level. But the problem is, what about speed? Where is the speed of the cross-shaped bat that Aju is proud of? Looking at the bat that was so slow that he was extremely slow, Aju's heart was full of panic. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Aju was terrified, but Mu Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Ha ha. It is really unexpected that this deception space is so powerful. The speed of the B-shaped bat has been reduced so much, which is enough to show that if it is in a normal state, I am afraid that it is not as fast as it should be if I turn on the full speed. Mu Chen is not a fool. After fighting within the confines of this deception space for a while, Mu Chen already knew about the specific effect of this skill. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen began to turn against customers at this time, taking advantage of the advantages this venue had created for him. Electric flipped a forked bat, which wasn't enough. Mu Chen started quickly, and charged towards Aju, who had an unbelievable look in his eyes. Nimas, if you dare to attack Lao Su, then prepare to suffer death. Damn, forked bat, use the black mist. Seeing Pikachu rushing towards him, Aju had no choice but to let the bat use the black mist. Cough tilde 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 tilde. After receiving the order from Aju, the 2 forked bats hovering beside him vibrated the huge wings one after another, and bursts of black mist spit out from the wing. Normally, as long as the black fog completely covers this space, Pikachu who is in the black fog will become blind. As long as Pikachu's vision is affected, even if the bat speed is limited for unknown reasons, Aju can find a way to fight back. However, the situation at this time was not normal. Although the fork-shaped bat used the black mist skill, although the black mist was also exhaling between the wings of the fork-shaped bat. However, the speed is too slow. Affected by the deception space, the frequency of the cross-shaped bat vibrating wings is greatly reduced, and this also greatly affected the release of the black mist skill. Pika tilde 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 chu. Want dark fog? Don't even think about it. In the middle of the charge, seeing the posture of these 2 forked bats, Mu Chen couldn't guess what he wanted to do. Especially if it was shrouded in black mist, it would indeed be a huge trouble for Mu Chen. But, you have no chance. Zila tilde 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 tilde. The electric current flickered, and while Mu Chen was charging, he shot a 100,000 volts at each of the 2 forked bats. Although the power of 100,000 volts is not as good as that of an electric ball, its advantage lies in the ease of use. For the electric ball, Mu Chen could only rely on his tail to throw it out. On the contrary, he didn't need 100,000 volts. He could solve it with his handsome face. At this moment, he was charging fast, and of course Mu Chen wouldn't waste time jumping up and making a concave shape. 100,000 volts is enough to interrupt the black fog of these 2 big bats. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Cough tilde tilde. Sure enough, as the 2 made 100,000 volts, the 2 forked bats who were trying to flap their wings suddenly let out a painful neigh. Damn it. Damn yellow-skinned rat. You're lucky today. Seeing that something can't be done, as a ninja who can stretch and bend, Aju will naturally not continue to resist hard. A smoke bomb was fired, and Aju and the 2 forked bats suddenly disappeared from Mu Chen's field of vision. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Want to run? Don't even think about it. Seeing this smoke bomb retreat routine again, Mu Chen was not polite at all, and hit a 100,000 volts in the middle of the smoke. According to Mu Chen's previous experience, this 100,000 volts will definitely leave something behind. However, this time, Mu Chen's prejudgment attack failed. The ones he faced before were just some scum. Aju is the strongest among young ninjas. Just when Mu Chen was using 100,000 volt, a Jew had already changed his position with the help of the smoke bomb. Yellow-skinned mouse, wait for me, I'll be back sooner or later. Leaving a harsh word, a Jew retracted the bat that was electrocuted to the point of death, turned around and wanted to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a Jew suddenly found that he had lost control over his body. Cool tilde 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 tilde. Quote, the one who made the shot was naturally the duck who was idle. Before Xiaoxia saw that Pikachu had the advantage, she did not intervene in the battle. However, Xiaoxia was not idle either. For this kind of continuous harassment, let alone Mu Chen, even Xiaoxia hated it. She was escaped by the masked man before. How could Xiaoxia still watch this ninja escape like a masked man now? Therefore, Xiaoxia, who was standing aside, was well prepared. The idiot of Duck is back, and of course Xiaoxia will not waste resources. You can reach the duck, don't you have no brain pain and can't use the power of thought? Well, this lady can help you remember how the mind power is used, in order to ensure that the idiot of Duck does not lose the chain at the critical moment. This time Xiaoxia is also very hard-hearted. Just when a Jew used the smoke bomb, Xiaoxia also picked up a brick and slapped Daduya's round head fiercely. As soon as the bricks went down, Duck was screaming in pain, but at the same time, the idiot finally remembered how to use the power of thought. Stimulated by a strong sense of pain, Duck erupted all his grievances at a Jew. Because Mu Chen was attracted by a Jew's smoke bomb, he fluttered, but that idiot Duck didn't. As soon as the thought power was sent out, it happened to be when a Jew collected the cross-shaped bat and prepared to evacuate. This thought force blasted up, and a Jew, who was unprepared, was naturally attacked. Damn bastard. Say, who sent you here? After being attacked repeatedly, Xiaoxia gradually realized that something was wrong. If that masked man is Team Rocket, what about this ninja? How to see? These two are not the same. Damn it. Put me down. You are courting death. Controlled by Duck's psychic power, a Jew continued to drink and curse. As a Heavenly King level powerhouse, as a senior cadre from the Rocket, and soon to become one of the 4 Heavenly Kings in the Chengdu area, the arrogant a Jew still has not made his position clear. Apparently, a Jew was 100 dissatisfied with this inexplicable defeat. In this battle, the loss is too embarrassing. Chapter 314 Mu Chen torture method. Chapter 314 Mu Chen torture method. Pikachu, what shall we do? Are you handing this guy directly to Miss Junxia? Seeing a Jew, who was tied to the side and unable to move, Xiaoxia had no choice. This guy is so stubborn. He doesn't say anything but keeps yelling at him. He is completely tortured without any clues. If it was said to kill him directly, Xiaoxia and Mu Chen would not be reconciled. After being attacked repeatedly, wouldn't it be stupid if you couldn't find the mastermind? As for why he didn't recognize this guy as a Jew, the original owner of the light red gem. Just kidding, ninjas are playing game, always wearing that suit with a mask. Who knows what he originally looked like? Besides, after so long, who would pay close attention to the appearance of a gym owner? Anyway, Mu Chen said that he can remember the beautiful women, but the gentleman can't remember any of them. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. For Xiaoxia's troubles, Mu Chen was also helpless. This bee ninja is so sincere and right to use the word ninja. I have been shocked by several electric shocks, and this guy's hair is standing up and he can resist. It seems that this is forcing me to use some unconventional means. Mu Chen knew that if he was tortured at the current level, he wouldn't even think about asking anything. Therefore, this guy has made a decision in his heart at this moment. Ninja. So I'm here to see. The ninjas in your world have never seen the legendary SM. Of course, Mu Chen would not show such a bloody and brutal scene in front of Xiaoxia. Not to mention whether it will scare his own relative. It is this ninja lead. Xiaoxia sees it. Isn't it Mu Chen himself who suffers? Pikachu, you let me go back by myself. Are you here to torture him? Then why not bring it back to be tortured? Looking at Pikachu, who was gesturing with her, Xiaoxia probably guessed what the little guy meant. But what makes Xiaoxia puzzled is, why should she let herself go back? And this guy, even if he is tortured, can't he take it back and torture him? Pick it tilde 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 pick. Ooh, don't mess with this ink. Do whatever you want. Bring it back for people to see. How to explain? By the way, stupid duck, I can tell you, I can protect Xiaoxia well. If something happens to Xiaoxia, I will electrocute you. After gesturing at Xiaoxia again, Mu Chen turned to threaten Duck, who was thinking hard about who slapped him. This stupid duck won't work for you unless you put some pressure on it. Okay, then be careful yourself. Seeing that Pikachu's attitude was so tough, Xiaoxia could only choose to follow his arrangement. To put it bluntly, although Xiaoxia is smart, she is still a girl after all. Pikachu looks like a Pokémon, but Xiaoxia knows that the IQ of this bastard is definitely no lower than that of any human. Many times, in Xiaoxia's heart, this bastard is a man who can accompany her and protect her, a man who often takes advantage of her. Cool tilde tilde tilde. Of course, it wasn't just Xiaoxia who responded to Mu Chen. After being repaired by Mu Chen, the cruel image of this yellow-skinned mouse was left in the small capacity mind of the duck. Others can reach the duck to express that he is fearless. This yellow-skinned mouse. Seeing Xiaoxi's disappearing figure, Mu Chen refocused on this ninja. Come on, I know you're definitely not the rocket. If you don't want to suffer, just say it. Who sent you here? When Xiaoxi left, Mu Chen's torture method was naturally a small wooden stick to write. You, what the hell are you? Pokémon can write. Aju said that he had never heard of it after so many years of forbearance experience. You can imagine the shock in Aju's heart when he suddenly saw this Pikachu lift his butt and write with it. Don't be so nonsense. Hurry up, or I will let you know what cruelty is. Ordinary human beings will express surprise at their own writing, which Mu Chen has long known. Facing this ninja captive, Mu Chen Sai had no interest in explaining it. With this skill, I might as well interrogate him quickly and go back to find Xiaoxi Nuan's bed. Yellow-skinned mouse, no matter what you are, don't even try to threaten me. Aju is not afraid of Pikachu's threat. However, he soon regretted it. Let me get away. Get that fucking stick. As a ninja, as a well-trained ninja, Aju doesn't know how many years he has not been so painfully begging for mercy. If it's just physical pain, then a ninja who take forbearance as a standard can bear it. But this kind of pain from the soul, Aju said that he could not accept it anyway. This yellow-skinned mouse is simply a devil who came out of hell. OMG, how could it possibly have thought of such a perverted punishment? Pick up tilde. Fuck, is this the so-called ninja? Nima, this is just foreplay. You can't stand it. Looking at the ninja with snot and tears in front of him, Mu Chen's heart was full of contempt. Where did this come from? I'm just trying to unblock you first, so I cry like this. Don't. Forgive me. I say everything. Originally, seeing Pikachu taking out a stick under his own shout, Aju's heart just breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, Aju saw the contemptuous Pikachu coming over again. Of course, if he just came over, Aju said that he was not panicked at all. But, what is this yellow-skinned mouse holding in his hand? Nima, don't you want to insert this game too? I can't stand it. Looking at the stick with the thickness of the arm, looking at the stick that requires Pikachu to clasp his hand, Aju is very disgraceful. As soon as he thought of the scene when playing Yingdong penetrated himself, Aju felt as if he had come to an endless abyss. Death is not scary for ninjas. At most, Aju is regretting that he did not succeed in becoming the king of heaven. But, if a ninja, still a male ninja, it should be pierced by this game. That really is 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than death. Aju said that if he had a choice, he would rather kill himself immediately. However, his hands and feet were tied, and Pikachu sent him an electromagnetic wave before he could guard against it. Aju had no means of suicide at all. As for biting your tongue, in this world, there are people who commit suicide by digging their belly, and no one really knows that they commit suicide by biting their tongue. Pick up tilde. Shit, is this the trick? I also said to try the power of this human cannon. Chapter 315 _ Find out the truth. Chapter 315 Find out the truth. Pick up tilde. At this moment, Mu Chen was walking slowly with heavy step. No matter how he thought about it, he never thought that he, who was once despised by Musashi and others, was now so popular. Nima, Ghost King Chrysanthemum. It was the masked man. And this ninja, it turned out to be the owner of the Light Red City Gym, Aju. The boss behind him is the special Dragon King who is known as the strongest king, Yulongdu. Previously, after Mu Chen took out the cannon in the world, this Aju was resolutely counseled. Although it was impossible to test the power of the human cannon, Aju had already chosen to explain, and Mu Chen naturally had no opinion. First of all, what Mu Chen asked was naturally the identity of this guy. There was a female ninja Xing before, but now a male ninja Aju popped up. Mu Chen said that he was speechless. Special, why can't you reverse the order? If you're a female ninja now, wouldn't I have more projects that I can experiment with? I won't give up halfway. I won't give up halfway. Right. However, this guy is a male ninja. Originally, according to Mu Chen's thought, this guy should be with that Aju. But he never thought that when Mu Chen heard the identity of this guy, his heart was filled with joy. Uncle, the owner of the Light Red Gymnasium, Aju. This guy is known as the strongest pavilion owner, but he claims to be able to challenge the existence of the king. It's no wonder that even if he is caught, 7 are not satisfied and 8 are not angry. This is replaced by myself, and I am not convinced. Obviously, his strength is superior, but because of the deception space, his strength was instantly suppressed to scum. This is really frustrating to lose. However, this is not the most important thing. What shocked Mu Chen the most was that this guy didn't know the female ninja before. This thing is completely the first time to show his face. As for the owner of this product, it made Mu Chen start the galloping mode of tens of thousands of Kenteros in his heart. Royal Dragon Fairy. Unexpectedly, Lao Su has already been favored by the strong king of heaven. Knowing Aju's boss, Mu Chen naturally had to ask the masked man before. Through the successive shots of these two people, Mu Chen could probably guess that masked man was the one who first attacked him before. After all, the other can fake Gengar, who can speak. He is not a commoner. After After knowing that players of Yulongdu's level have studied him, Mu Chen probably guessed who the masked man was. However, the necessary confirmation is still to be done, and the answer given by Aju did not exceed Mu Chen's expectation. According to Mu Chen's description, Aju immediately gave an accurate answer. The masked man is the Ghost King Juzi, to be seen by these two groups of people. Mu Chen didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Cry, of course. The strength of the enemy is a bit beyond expectation. Lol, that's of course because his worth has gone up. At first, Mu Chen thought that at least one of the two players was the rocket, but it turned out that there was no rockets at all. It was all made by these guys in the league. This really hurt. However, after all, he knew who was attacking him, and Mu Chen also had a problem in his heart. Yulongdu, Chrysanthemum, you all leave it to me to wait. We have recorded this account. Mu Chen knew that if he was to take it head on at this time, it would not be enough to fight the two of them. It was that Chrysanthemum who came in person, and he was able to win the battle because the old woman had wrong information and used a ghostly trick bait. If there is no room for this deception, the three Geng ghosts of the Heavenly King level will play to death themselves. Although one of Juzi's Gengars was killed at this time, no one knew how much strength the old woman had in her hand. Therefore, although Mu Chen knew who his opponent was, he could only bear it for the time being. Just wait. When I finish the main quest, I will give you your last name if I don't turn over your father. As for the Yulongdu, Mu Chen regarded him as the last big boss. I want to come to the behind-the-scenes hand given by the system task, and it should be this guy. The strength of this guy, as everyone knows, is definitely at the level of a father. People, but they specialize in playing dragon. In the end, he got all the answers he wanted, and Mu Chen let Aju go away with regret. Why did you let Aju go? This bee has obviously left a psychological shadow. Seeing Mu Chen is more panicked than seeing his mother. If he doesn't let him go, will he kill him? Listening to this guy, he is going to become the king of the Chengdu area. Being able to accept such an obedient little brother, Mu Chen expressed his satisfaction. Even, Mu Chen specially arranged a mission for this guy to keep lurking beside Yulongdu and deliver news to himself at any time. As for why Mu Chen was so reassured that this guy wouldn't be half-hearted. The power of the human cannon is not blown out. In this world, there are not so many messy games. At this moment, Aju really dared not go against the wishes of this yellow-skinned mouse at all. Of course, it is impossible for Aju to come in person for such things as passing news. You know, he has a younger sister that Mu Chen will never forget, Lingzi, and this Lingzi happened to come along with Aju. Because Aju was conceited about his own strength, Lingzi was only dispatched to the periphery. Even at this time, Lingzi didn't know what kind of inhuman abuse his brother had endured. In order to show sincerity, Aju naturally summoned his sister Lingzi. Aju also heard about this Pikachu's special hobby from Yulongdu. At this moment, Aju, you let him and Pikachu start. This guy is absolutely without courage, and Aju is not stupid. In the eyes of Yulongdu and Kikuko, Pikachu is an existence that has the hope of becoming the real supreme divine beast of electricity. In his eyes, this hope is inevitable. Just kidding. Have you seen any Pokémon with such an IQ? A Pokémon with this IQ must be a divine beast. At this moment, in Aju's view, this Pikachu was transformed from a divine beast, but for some unknown reason, it turned into the appearance of Pikachu. Being able to hold such a thick thigh, Aju said that he was not at a loss. Who says humans can't take refuge in Pokémon? In this world, he still respects power. In the end, the female ninja Lingzi was summoned, and it was considered to have gotten to know Pikachu. Lingzi was naturally puzzled when he heard that his brother had surrendered to a Pikachu, but when she was brought down by Pikachu's electromagnetic wave, Lingzi probably understood. Chapter 316 Chapter 316 Pikachu, you mean, the guys who attacked us are the rocket? Then why don't they know each other? Even the deceitful space created by the masked man before that, the ninja later did not know it. After Mu Chen returned, he naturally made up for Xiaoxia. Just kidding, the top level of the alliance starts with civilian. No matter whether you will believe it or not, if you tell Xiaoxia about it, it will not help, but it will cause huge pressure on this girl. As an old man, of course Mu Chen had to take care of everything by himself. Women don't need to know about this. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. When Xiaoxia was caught before, it was entirely a disaster for Chiyu. The fundamental purpose of those guys is still themselves. However, Mu Chen Dao was not worried about this. Mu Chen already knew from Aju that these guys would attack him for the last time. When Xiaoji gets a place in the top 16 tomorrow, these guys can only stop. After all, as the high-ranking members of the alliance, as the four heavenly kings aloof, they still have to be respected. However, if Juzi and Yulongdu gave up, it didn't mean that Mu Chen would also give up. Revenge, that's a matter of time. Xiaoxia, let her be a carefree and happy little woman. As for Xiaoji, hee, that stupid bee. Mu Chen said that he never thought about this stuff. Pick up tilde. After confirming with Xiaoxia again, the tired Mu Chen decided decisively chose to get into Xiaoxia's arms and fall asleep. Nima, this day, I am so exhausted. Hi, you stupid bee, you have to work hard tomorrow. Xiaoji's alliance competition is not only related to the comfort of Mu Chen and Xiaoxia, but also to the main task of Mu Chen. If this cargo capsizes in the gutter, the punishment for failure is obliteration. Mu Chen didn't want to be forced to lose inexplicably. Silent all night. Gentlemen, lady, welcome to the Kanto Region's League competition arena. The competition has entered the top 32 stage. The players in this battle are Xiaoji from Junxin Town. His opponent is Dry Rock from Nibi City. When a new day came, Mu Chen and Xiaoxia naturally came to the competition venue of the league competition. Today is the key battle for Xiaoji to compete for the top 16. As long as Xiaoji can win, then the shackles tied to Mu Chen can be lifted. Being able to rejoin the war was extremely important to Mu Chen. As long as he can help Xiaoji win the championship, the system task can be completed, and he will gain a great strength improvement. Not to mention, even Xiaoji will also resound through the alliance. At that time, everyone knew about the existence of his Pikachu Muchen, and the people like Juzi naturally didn't dare to do it. Mu Chen knew that in the face of those opponents who were hidden in the dark, he had to obtain this level of protection on the surface before he could truly ensure Xiaoxia's safety. As for Xiaoji's safety, fuck, the task is completed. I don't care about you to die. Come out, it's up to you. Kentaro. In the last battle, Kentaro made a great contribution, and Xiaoji took the lead in choosing this product to play in the field of rock this time. Come to think of it, relying on it bull rush, why don't you install a few first? Kentaro. This kind of Pokemon that is only suitable for food is also raised. Ha ha. Then, it's up to you to participate in this battle. Longyan. There is no weaker who can enter the top 32. Seeing that Xiaoji took the lead in dispatching Kentaro, his opponent, Huyan, immediately responded. Kentaro is a general type Pokemon, while Rumbling Rock is a ground type plus rock type, so the restraint on Kentaro is not a little bit. Kentaro, use Rampage. However, Ash won't think about that restraint. In his eyes, as long as he is strong enough, as long as he has the confidence to win, then there is no opponent he cannot defeat. Mu tilde 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 tilde. Following Xiaoji's order, Kentaro's head suddenly lit up with horn, and he rushed towards Rumble Rock. Rumble Rock, harden with you. Since he chose the Rumble Rock to restrain Kentaro, Dry Rock naturally has his plan. Hardening is a skill that extremely restrains Kentaro. Are you not a physical attack? Then I will strengthen the physical defense. In terms of its own attribute, the general system can't beat the rock system. I will strengthen the defense again, and see how you top it. Gall tilde 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 tilde. Following Dry Rock's order, Longyan's body was immediately covered with a layer of khaki energy armor. This is the hardening skill that increases defense. Bang! When Rumble Rock hardening skill was used, Kentaro's charge also came to an end. A sound came from the collision of flesh and rock. Mu tilde tilde tilde. Immediately, it was Kentaro's scream of pain. Ruin's bowls rushed down, and Ronglongyan only lost a little stone chip, but Kentaro's horn was broken, and he was seriously injured. Haha, did you see it? Boy, this isn't the kind of stage where you can be ruthless. Longyan won Kentaro without even expending any physical strength, and Canyon suddenly turned on the mocking mode loudly. Damn it, Kentaro, you've worked hard. The next decision is you, Mr. Kentaro really worked hard. He charged up without a brain, and buried his pair of horns on a rock block. Why not work hard? Seeing that Kentaro was incapacitated, Ash could only choose to take it back. To deal with Longyan, the best choice is naturally Miskert or Minos. As the main force in Xiaoji's hand, Minos naturally won't let him play too early. The remaining choice is naturally Miskert. Quaner tilde tilde tilde. Following Ash's summon, the very competitive Miskert appeared. Miskert, use Yi Baofeng. Facing Longyan, Xiaoji did not choose to let Miskert use parasitic seeds this time. To put it bluntly, that skill is just a consumption. The attributes of this Rumbling Rock were restrained by Miskert, and the speed was even more unpleasant. Yi Baofeng was enough to solve it. What the use of high defense? Miskert was playing it, but it was a special attack. Quaner tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Xiaoji's order, Miskert immediately danced the petal dance. Immediately, bursts of emerald green energy crystals slammed up against Longyan. Ooh, Rumble Rock, use burrows. Seeing the posture of Miskert's shot, Huyan knew that his Longyan was not an opponent. However, what Longyan should be good at is defensive counterattack. This speed is truly tragic. Goo tilde tilde tilde. The hands just started to plan the ground, and Yi Baofeng from Miskert hit him. The screams came from the Rumbling Rock mouth without any accident. Chapter 317 _ Let go back to being an iron-headed baby. Chapter 317 Let's revert to iron-headed baby. Damn it, I underestimated you. Now, let you see my main Pokemon. Go, my strongest companion, the water arrow turtle. At this time, Huyan and Xiaoji have come to the 4th round of battle. After Longyan was defeated, Huyan summoned another Mountain King. However, after Chuan Shanwang was caught with a parasitic seed, he just gave Miss Kier a few slaps and announce his exit in honor. After losing 2 Pokémon to Miss Kier in a row, Huyan couldn't help it. Although the water arrow turtle's attributes are restrained, but relying on its powerful level and racial value, coupled with the greatly reduced physical strength of Miss Kier, Huyan is confident to take it down. Miss Kier used Parasitic Seed. Seeing the water arrow turtle summoned by the dead rock, Xiaoji's first reaction was to let Miss Kier use the parasitic seeds to restore her stamina. Although Miss Kier had successfully defeated the King of Mountains before, but under the counterattack of that guy, Miss Kier was also severely physically exhausted. Now, in the face of one of the 3 imperial families in the Kanto region, Xiaoji naturally did not dare to underestimate the enemy. However, Xiaoji has forgotten the powerful self-protection ability of a Pokémon like the water arrow turtle. Water arrow turtle, use high-speed rotation. Kami tilde 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 tilde. The water arrow turtle's self-protection skills are naturally this high-speed rotation. Through high-speed rotation, skills similar to Parasitic Seed can't cause any damage to the water arrow turtle at all. Okay, water arrow turtle, let's use the water cannon next. Kami tilde tilde tilde. A high-speed rotation destroyed the Parasitic Seed, and the order of the dead rock came again. The water cannon is one of the most powerful moves in the water system. With Canyon's order, the 2 thick gun barrels on the back of the water arrow turtle immediately shot at Miss Gert with a powerful water cannon. Although Miss Gert is not afraid of water attack, however, the power of the water cannon was too great, and Miss Kier herself was still in poor condition. Quaner tilde tilde. With a painful cry, Miss Gert was directly swept away by the water cannon to the edge of the arena. Miss Gert, you have worked hard. Next, it's up to you, BB Bird. It is enough for Xiaoji that Miss Gert can wear too. Facing this powerful water arrow turtle, Xiaoji chose BB Bird to play this time. Although the attack and defense are not as good as the water arrow turtle, the flexibility of BB Bird far surpasses this big guy. Ash's plan is to use BB Bird's maneuverability to defeat the water arrow turtle. However, this fool B thinks too much. Use the water cannon. Keep using the water cannon. Kami tilde tilde tilde. Kami tilde tilde tilde. Under the command of Canyon, the water arrow turtle was bombarded with water cannons at the BB Bird hovering in the sky. Although BB Bird is flexible enough to dodge most attacks, however, after only 1 hit, BB Bird, who became a chicken in soup, honorably received the bok lunch. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima. Xiaoji, what about your iron-headed baby spirit? You can't go to Mina, that old lady. What are you going to do with BB Bird? Do you give someone a head? Originally, Mu Chen was full of relief when he saw Xiaoji using Miss Kier to win 2 consecutive games. This foolish bee should be an iron head. He would not be an iron head, and what kind of routine should he play instead? Okay, now, let people give you a routine, right? Seeing Xiaoji who gave away BB's head for nothing, Mu Chen almost died of anger. This match was about Mu Chen's life. If this is because Xiaoji loses his idiot show operation, Mu Chen dares to swear that he will definitely drag this stupid bee to death. Mina, it's decided that you are you. BB Bird's manipulation skills are not good, and Xiaoji also knows that he is not the material to play manipulation. It's what he's good at. You tilde tilde tilde. Following Ash's call, Mina's huge body appeared on the field of competition. Seeing the appearance of Mina, the audience on the sidelines suddenly burst into acclamation. You must know that a Pokémon like Minas is extremely rare in the Kanto region or the world. Even for the vast majority of civilian trainers, they don't even know where the Pokémon like Minas evolved. It turned out to be Mina. Water arrow turtle, let it see how powerful we are. Use water cannon. Seeing the existence of this so-called most beautiful Pokémon, a trace of envy flashed in Kuyan's eye. In comparison, Minas looks much better than the water arrow turtle. But this is no beauty contest. The most powerful skill of the water arrow turtle is the water cannon, and Canyon is confident and relies on the water cannon attack to defeat Mina. Mina, we can't show weakness. Use water fluctuation. The water cannon, Mina, naturally does not, but if the water fluctuates, it is not much weaker than the water cannon. Seeing the opponent's move, Xiaoji decisively ordered to fight back. Kami tilde 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 tilde. You tilde 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 tilde. Under the command of the 2 trainers, the 2 Pokémon immediately turned on the bombing mode. I saw the roar of skills colliding constantly on the field of play. Boom, boom, boom. Under the roar, the original rock site was immediately flooded with water. Although these 2 currents are not enough to change the entire field, it can still be done to turn the originally hard ground into mud. However, neither of the 2 trainers noticed this at this time. At this moment, Xiaoji and Kuyan all entered the iron-headed baby mode. All they know is that they constantly order Pokémon to use their skills to fight enemy. Whoever can't hold on first is the loser. However, Kuyan did not expect that Ash's Minas had a staying power that far surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. Tian asked Mu Chen to call out to PK and learn from each other. Although Minas was on the defensive side, he also received a lot of training. At the very least, this endurance, physical strength and fighting ability have all made great progress. Finally, after a long while, the water fluctuation of Mina still did not weaken. On the contrary, the water cannon of the water arrow turtle, which was originally powerful, has become a water gun, and it has no power at all. How is this possible? My water arrow turtle is invincible. Seeing that the water cannon turned into a water gun, Kuyan said that he could not accept it. However, the fact that he cannot change Mina's charge, use the binding attack. The water arrow turtle was completely misfired, and Xiaoji was like a victorious general, waving his hand to give Minas the final attack order. Without the water cannon, the water arrow turtle, whose physical strength was greatly reduced, was left with a hard shell. As long as it is tied up, then this play should be the turtle meat on the chopping board. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Although there was no technical content in this match, Mu Chen watched with excitement. Yu Sanji are generally the main Pokémon in the hands of trainers. Being able to defeat this play should naturally increase Xiaoji's chances of victory. Chapter 318 Yulongdu who changed his mind. Chapter 318 Yulongdu who changed his mind. Let's congratulate Xiaoji from Junshin Town for making it to the top 16. After defeating the water arrow turtle, the rocky field started to get muddy, and most of the Pokémon in Kuyan's hands are rock and ground. In this kind of venue, let alone fighting with Minas, even moving becomes difficult. In the face of this powerful Minas, in the end, dry rock could only replace it at the expense of 2 Pokémon. However, when Minas left the stage, Xiaoji shamelessly summoned Shinado again. Looking at the ghost-like Shinado who was constantly using teleportation, Kuyan was desperate, and the price of his despair is naturally to bid farewell to this supreme stage that belongs to the trainer. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, I won. We can go to the round of 16. After winning the victory, Ash excitedly rushed out of the arena. Seeing Xiaosha and Pikachu who greeted him at the door, Xiaoji rushed forward. However, Zila tilde 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 tilde, a current flash, and Ash's charge came to an abrupt end. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima, too much. What are you trying to do with this open arm? Seeing Xiaoji's posture, Mu Chen decisively used an electric shock to calm this guy down. This is so special. Chunk is about to collide with Xiaosha. Xiaosha belongs to Lao Su. Can you hug me like a fool? Sudden electric shock. Xiaoji said that he was a little confused. Pikachu, why are you electrocuting me? Is it because you're too excited? Obviously, Xiaoji, who was electrocuted, still couldn't find the reason. Pikachu, Xiaoji is not clear. Xiaosha still cannot be clear. Pinching the Pikachu in her arms, Xiaosha's pretty face turned slightly rosy. Don't be like this. Ash is our partner. Looking at Pikachu who was still full of righteous indignation, Xiaosha could only helplessly persuade him in a low voice. This little bastard is too jealous. Right. At this moment, the relationship between Xiaosha and Pikachu has gone beyond the friendship between ordinary Pokémon and human. Even Xiaosha herself knew very well that Pikachu, a guy with an IQ far beyond the average human, had impure thoughts about himself. However, after experiencing so much, she was taken advantage of by the bastard Pikachu, and her heart was also filled with it. Xiaosha's feelings for Pikachu also exceeded the limit of a friend. That's why Pikachu is a Pokémon. If this bastard was a human being, Xiaosha knew that she would have had a clear relationship with him long ago. Go ahead and stop all action. Just as Xiaoji and Xiaosha were celebrating, Kikuko, who was in the Tower of Heavenly King, gave orders to her subordinates with a gloomy face. Pikachu can already participate in the round of 16, and it has become unrealistic to continue to arrest him. Even that Xiaosha, it doesn't make much sense to capture her. In this event that is about to enter the final stage, Kikuko, who is the king of ghosts, also does not dare to make too many moves. The alliance was not opened by her family. If the public anger is committed because of this, then Juzi can only make more losses than the gain. Now, because of this Pikachu, Kikuko has lost a Gengar at the level of the king. This is also a great loss for Kikuko. Of course, Chrysanthemum won't stop there. Everything, just wait for the end of the league competition to talk about it. And just when Kikuko decided to temporarily stop, in another Tianwang Tower, a Jew was also reporting to Yulongdu. You mean, you lost? Is this Pikachu really that strong? Looking at the decadent Jew, Yulongdu slowly picked up the wine glass in his hand. However, the slightly rippling wine in the wine glass showed that he was not at peace at the moment. A Warren can compete for the existence of the king but lost. Moreover, after Kikuko's shot, this means that Pikachu can defeat a Jew at the same time after carrying the chrysanthemum. How is this possible? This situation really surprised Yulongdu. That Pikachu has grown to this point. Yes, I lost. If it weren't for the restraint on attribute, maybe I still have the power to fight. But that guy is an electric attribute. You know, my main force is the cross-shaped bat. Of course, a Jew will not describe the details of the specific failure to Yulongdu. As the saying goes, what is false is what is true, and what is true is what is false. Yulongdu is not a fool. Even if a Jew has taken refuge with Mu Chen at this moment, he will not hide too much from Yulongdu. At the very least, the fact that Juzi's old woman did it herself was the information that Aju and Mu Chen decided to inform Yulongdu after negotiating. He knew his own strength. At present, if it weren't for the existence of these heavenly kings, if it wasn't for the space of deception, Mu Chen really would not have the confidence to win. Therefore, after some deliberation, the decision that Mu Chen and Aju made was to intimidate Yulongdu with information that is close to the truth but omit detail. This guy is different from Chrysanthemum. At this moment, he is just about to rise. As long as he finds that the target is not so easy to deal with, the cautious Yulongdu will naturally not take any action. Okay, this time I underestimated the enemy. I don't blame you. Aju, our agreement will not be cancelled. I will support you to become the king of Chengdu. After thinking for a while, Yulongdu finally slowly put down the wine glass in his hand. Looking at the decadent Aju, Yulongdu stretched out his right hand and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. This Pikachu, just put it down for now. Speaking of which, our league has not seen such a potential trainer for a long time. Although this Pikachu is powerful and has infinite potential, it is a Pokémon that has been tamed after all. Even if they were captured, they would not be able to command them right away. Moreover, as the most concerned person in the alliance, and the Pokémon is also the most eye-catching person, it is impossible for Yulongdu to take action personally. The fast dragon is the only one. If it is exposed, it will have too great an impact on Yulongdu. This kind of thing is not worth the loss. Yulongdu will never do it. Therefore, Yulongdu, who chose to give up, changed his initial attitude. As Pikachu's trainer, this Xiaoji is also worth winning. Anyway, I didn't expose myself. If I drew this Xiaoji to my side and became a member of my own faction, it would not be much different from directly capturing Pikachu. However, Yulongdu didn't know that at this moment, Aju had already played infernal affairs with him. For a ninja like Aju, death is not scary, but it was a torture that was even more terrifying than death, and Aju didn't want to experience it again anyway. Chapter 319 upcoming round of 16. Chapter 319 The upcoming top 16. After leaving the Tianwang Tower in Yulongdu, Aju looked at his sister Lingzi who was guarding outside, pondered for a while, and made a decision. Lingzi, go and tell Pikachu that Yulongdu has changed his mind, and now he wants to win over Xiaoji. Hearing what his brother said, Lingzi, who was still indifferent, suddenly trembled. That Pikachu looks like a demon in Lingzi's eye. If possible, Lingzi would rather not see Pikachu all his life. However, Aju is his own elder brother, so Lingzi can't betray him. Got it. Leaving a sentence, Lingzi left Aju's field of vision like a martyr who was about to set foot on the execution ground. However, Lingzi didn't know, but Aju, who was looking at her back at the moment, had entered into a conjecture. Pikachu's strength is naturally terrifying, and Aju knows better than Kikuko and Yulongdu how fast this Pikachu grows. In the previous battle at the gym, this Pikachu was a little reluctant to defeat one of his own forked back, but now, Pikachu easily defeated himself using all his power. Although it is suspected of cheating, this can only be done when it has absolute strength as the background. What's more, what shocked Aju the most was Pikachu's IQ. This simply goes beyond the concept of Pokémon. No matter what kind of Pokémon, it is essentially a beast, and even if it has a certain amount of intelligence, in most cases, it acts according to instinct. That's why there are trainers. Only by relying on the reasonable training and battle command of the training set, Pokémon can exert the most powerful strength. But this Pikachu is different. Its IQ has surpassed that of human. This is what moved Aju the most. With such an IQ, Pikachu has endless potential. As long as it is given enough time to become the real supreme of electricity, there is no problem at all. Although it does not sound good to say that the existence of the king of the dignified area will surrender to a Pokémon, but it also depends on the situation, right? If Pikachu becomes the supreme divine beast of the electric system, then Aju will only use its power to make the boat ride. It is precisely because of this that Aju will carry Lingzi out as a middleman for tipping off the news. Pikachu's special hobby, Aju is also clear. If he can deepen his relationship with Lingzi, Aju won't care. Anyway, it is a Pokémon, and it is necessary to take advantage of a piece of meat, even if he is really eaten by this Pikachu. As a ninja family who has long been committed to his life, Aju said that he will not feel distress. Female ninjas are victims who exist to win over strong supporters. Of course, at this moment, Mu Chen is naturally unaware of Juzi and Yulongdu's plan. At this moment, Mu Chen was rolling wildly in Xiaosha's arms. The thought of separating from Xiaosha again made Mu Chen's heart pierce like a knife. Miss, I won't be able to enjoy the warm embrace of Miss Sister for many days. It is precisely because of this that at this moment, Mu Chen has completely turned on the shameless mode, madly taking advantage of Xiaosha. Pikachu, you bastard. If you mess around, I'll be pissed. As Pikachu's bastard's actions became more and more excessive, Xiaosha finally entered a state of rampage. I'm furious. Xiaoji is by the side. What if I show him? However, Xiaosha thought too much. Xiaosha, we're here. You should rest early. Tomorrow is the round of 16. Then you can watch how I win. Ash will not pay attention to the actions between Xiaosha and Pikachu behind him. At this moment, the eyes of this unfortunate child had already bloomed with endless brilliance. The league champion, his dream, is getting closer and closer to him. At night, Xiaoji and Mu Chen, who said goodbye to Xiaosha, returned to the rest area for the contestant. However, after returning to the homestay, looking at Xiaoji who fell into a sound sleep, Mu Chen couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Nima, there really is no harm in comparison. How warm is Xiaosha's embrace? How soft is Xiaosha's sleep snoring? Like this stupid bee. Unable to fall asleep due to the snoring noise, Mu Chen could only helplessly leave the room to let out the air. I just didn't think about it, and as soon as I walked into the courtyard, a pretty figure appeared in front of Mu Chen. Looking at the ninja Lingzi in a strong suit, Mu Chen knew that it was a Jew who was sending a message to him. According to my brother's judgment, Yulongdu intends to befriend Xiaoji and win him over. As for Chrysanthemum, because of her competitive relationship with Yulongdu, my brother couldn't find out any specific information. This is the news that Lingzi brought to Mu Chen. For this news, Mu Chen said that he was still very satisfied. If Yulongdu can stopped temporarily, he would have more time to improve. Just being a chrysanthemum was not enough to make Mu Chen feel too much pressure. At the very least, after learning about Yulongdu's attitude, Mu Chen can focus all his attention on Juzi's side. The most important thing at this moment is of course the league competition. As long as he participates in the competition, he will gain exposure. We're few people watching the preliminaries before, and now we are in the top 16 stage, and it can be said that the entire Kanto region is paying attention. Mu Chen knew that as long as he performed amazingly enough, his name would soon spread throughout the Kanto region. At that time, it will not be so easy for Kikuko to make small move. After all, that chrysanthemum also represents the alliance and the so-called justice. She really didn't dare to give up her faith, and in this way, after temporarily gaining a comfortable development time, Mu Chen can naturally continue to strengthen his rank. When he wins the league championship and gets the reward of the main quest, Mu Chen believes that his strength will definitely be improved. Revenge. Naturally, that's what happened after that. Of course, this news is not what Mu Chen is most satisfied with at the moment. Looking at Lingzi, who was half kneeling in front of him, Mu Chen regained his spirit. Speaking of which, I just happened to leave Xiaosha's warm embrace and didn't get used to it. Now that this young lady is here, give it a hug. It should be okay to take advantage of it, right? He did what he thought of. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chen fled into Lingzi's arms in a single step. Suddenly attacked by Pikachu, Lingzi acclaimed instinctively. However, in the face of this terrifying Pikachu, Lingzi did not dare to resist. Chapter 320 New Rules, Magma Field. Chapter 320 New Rules, Magma Field. Dear gentlemen and ladies, trainers from all walks of life, welcome to the arena of the Kanto Regional League competition. Now, it's the top 16 of our league tournament. First of all, let's welcome the contestant from True New Town, Ash. Under the passionate commentary of the host, Xiaoji slowly entered the competition venue from the player channel with an excited look on his face. Watching Xiaoji enter, the host picked up the microphone again. Good. Next, let's welcome another contestant, Xiao Zheng. In addition, as the competition became more and more tense, the strength of both players became stronger. So after reaching the top 16, the rules of the game changed. The current rule is that each contestant must select 3 Pokémon in advance, and then draw the competition venue. In this way, the overall strength of the contestants and their adaptability to field tactics will be tested even more. Under the introduction of the host, a young man with loose hair and about the same age as Xiaoji also walked into the stage with cheers. But just after this, Zheng also entered. The host announced a change to the rules of the competition. The previous rule was to draw the venue first, and then let the 6v6 Pokémon battle. Now that we are in the top 16, the battle has become 3v3, but we have to select the Pokémon first and then go to the field. This is naturally a great increase in difficulty compared to the previous one. If the Pokémon you choose is not suitable for this kind of field, even if its strength is strong, it will be defeated by a relatively weak opponent who is adapted to this kind of field. Okay, now invite the 2 contestants to register for the participating Pokémon. Seeing the 2 entering the venue one after another, the host began to urge them. After hearing the host's introduction, Xiaoji naturally had no opinion. 6vs6 or 3vs3, Xiaoji has full confidence in winning. It's up to you, Pikachu, Minos and you, Mr. Taking into account the diversity of the venue, the final choice of Ash is these 3 Pokémon. Although Shinado is also powerful, if the opponent has evil-type Pokémon, then Shinado will be useless. In the case of not knowing the opponent's choice of Pokémon, Ash's choice is not too big a problem. After all, there was Pikachu among his choices. However, whether it is his opponent or the audience of the off-field battle, they are puzzled and ridiculed by Xiaoji's choice. Ha ha ha, I don't understand this kid. He actually gave up the powerful Pokémon like Shinado and sent a Pikachu to the field. That is to say, how powerful is Shinado? I remember that this kid finally won by Shinado in the last battle, right? It's just how these audiences who are arguing and even mocking know. At this moment, the top leaders of the league have set their sights on the stage of this game. Most ordinary people don't know about Pikachu, but why don't those high-level people know about it? This Pikachu, in the eyes of these high-level officials at this moment, is also the existence of the Heavenly King level Pokémon. Now that Pikachu is unblocked, and Ash sent Pikachu to fight, which means that basically, the champion of this competition will not have much suspense at all. Okay, now let's draw the venue. Following the host's order, a huge projector slowly fell. Immediately, the pictures representing various terrains changed wildly. Today's battle turned out to be a magma terrain in a fire field, which is a great test for the ability of Pokémon to adapt. As the host said, today's venue is a high-level fire site, a magma terrain. In this magma terrain, it is completely like the previous Shabo Taoist Hall on Red Lotus Island. There are only a few raised stone pillars to settle on, and below the stone pillars is the rolling magma. If it weren't for a fire-type or rock-type Pokémon, it wouldn't be able to last even a second in the magma. It's over. This Xiaoji is over. I've bought the 50,000 yuan he won. That is to say, choosing a Pikachu instead of choosing Shinado is nothing but nonsense. Watching the terrain appear, the audience made judgments one after another. In this venue, Minos is useless at all. Although it is a water-type Pokémon, it cannot even play in a field where there is not enough base to stay. Although Miss here can play, she is also unable to exert much strength due to the limitations of the venue. The last Pikachu will not be weakened by the field, but the question is Pikachu capable of fighting? Isn't this playful pet used to make little girls happy? Ha ha ha. It seems that even God is helping me. Well, my first Pokémon is decided to be you, Rumblestone. Seeing that such a dangerous site was taken out, Xiaojun was overjoyed. The 3 Pokémon he has registered can all be fully utilized in this field and even gain a certain boost. This is really a draw to the home court. Although Rumblestone is a rock-type plus ground-type Pokémon, because of its rock properties, it is also very strong in resistance to high temperature. In this magma field, the Rumbling Stone will not be weakened by any combat power. Rumbling Stone, then it's up to you. Pikachu, are you going to fight directly? Well then, it's up to you, Pikachu. Originally, according to Xiaoji's original intention, if he faced this long stone, he still chose Miss Kier to participate in the battle. Regardless of the restraint of the venue, at least Miss Gert's own attributes are completely overpowering this guy. Never thought that before he could throw the Pokemon ball, Pikachu, who was lying on his shoulders, rushed out with a single stride. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde 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 tilde. Nima, you're just a scumbag. Who has the time to watch you and me go on and on? The strength has advanced greatly, and Mew Chen can't look down on these ordinary opponents at this moment. It doesn't matter what venue you have, what kind of Pokemon you have, it's true that you're done with a few knocks. Ha ha ha. This Xiaoji really seems to want to give up, doesn't he? In the face of a Pokemon with an immune system like Rumblestone, he actually dispatched Pikachu. That is to say, it seems that Xiaojun can already be guaranteed to advance to the top 8. With the appearance of Pikachu, the doubts of the audience on the sidelines sounded again. Pick up tilde tilde pi tilde tilde. A group of uninformed mortals. Wait, I will show you today what is the real terror. The voice of doubt from the sidelines also entered Mew Chen's ear. In response, Mew Chen just neared back. On this stage, Mew Chen didn't intend to hold back anything. Only by letting everyone in the entire Kanto region know his strength can we dispel those malicious eyes. Chapter 321. What I want is to kill in second. Rumblestone, use Rockfall attack. At this moment, the game has started. After seeing that Xiaoji actually sent a Pikachu to participate in the battle, Xiaojun has already decided the outcome of the game. Just kidding, even without the influence of the venue, can Pikachu defeat Rumblestone? This is not possible at all, right? Wu tilde tilde tilde. Following Xiaojun's order, Rumblestone sent a falling stone attack to Pikachu standing on the opposite stone pillar. However, in Mew Chen's eyes, this was simply the behavior of his younger brother. Pick up tilde 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 skin. Scumbag, hurry up and get your lunch and get off work. He had already made a plan to show his strength in front of all the people of Kanto, so Mew Chen naturally wouldn't hold back at all. Moving at a high speed, the electric light flashed and activated, and Mew Chen instantly turned into a golden light, and shot away at the stone pillar where the long stone was located. This game should have ground attribute, and Mew Chen's electricity skills are useless to it. However, the site was still a magma site at this time, and even using the mysterious power could only stimulate the energy attack of the fire element. Rock-type Pokemon's immunity to fire-type is also extremely strong, so Mew Chen naturally won't do that useless effort. To deal with this game, hand-to-hand combat is enough. What? Fast. Seeing that Pikachu instantly turned into a phantom, Ah-jung was taken aback. This Pikachu's speed is outrageous, right? However, before Ah-jung could react, Mew Chen had already rushed to Long Long Shi's side. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Let me go go for a swim. Without the slightest hesitation, the Iron Tail skill was thrown out, and Mu Chen slammed the Iron Tail against the cumbersome rumbling stone. Through the continuous increase of racial value, through the 5% increase of the Dream Gene, Mu Chen's physical attack is not weak at this time. Against this rumbling stone, the Iron Tail, which can be restrained by attribute, can also cause a lot of damage to it. Bang! Woo tilde tilde. The Iron Tail was pulled out, and the unprepared rumble stone suddenly let out a scream. Immediately, the unstable rumble stone fell directly into the scalding magma below while it swayed. Whoa tilde tilde tilde. Seeing the rumbling stones falling heavily into the magma, all the spectators present were stunned. OMG. Is this still Pikachu? Is it so powerful? Who? See that Pikachu's action. For these ordinary trainers and even civilian, they simply cannot accurately see Pikachu's attack trajectory. In the blink of an eye, the long stone was overturned. 16 of the league competition. I am afraid that these audiences will think that this is a performance that Rumble Stone deliberately cooperates with. Damn it. Rumble Stone. Hold on. Rush out. Use ram. Seeing that long she was pumped into magma by a tail, Xiaozheng was in a hurry. Although the rumbling stone can resist magma for a short time, if it takes a long time, it can't stand it either. However, under Xiaozheng's expectant gaze, the rumbling stone that fell from the magma did not respond. It has been determined that Long Shi has lost his combat effectiveness. Pikachu wins this one. Finally, after waiting for a while, the referee made a decision. At this time, Long Shi was already stunned by the eyes of Venus. Looking at the stunned Long Shi, both the audience outside the field and the trainer Xiaozheng inside the field were equally incredulous. How is this possible? Pikachu knocked out the rumble stone, which is known for its powerful defense, with his tail. However, the facts are already in sight. Damn it. My second Pokemon is decided to be you. Whine Speed Dog. Long Shi's unexpected defeat completely disrupted Zheng's rhythm. Originally, according to his assumption, in this home field that is completely suitable for him, Rumble Stone can at least consume one Pokemon of Ash. Even if he can't, if he is forced to use the grass-type Pokemon first, he can also take the initiative in the neck battle. But who would have thought that Rumble Stone was stunned by Pikachu's tail? Out tilde 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 tilde. Following Xiaozheng's call, a Windspeed dog with an elegant body and a steed appeared in the field. As a fire-type Pokemon, this magma terrain can be described as its home field, and this is also one of the reasons why Xiaozheng was overjoyed after seeing the attracted terrain. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Seeing the appearance of the Windspeed dog, Ash quickly made an attack command to Pikachu. The Windspeed dog was originally a powerful Pokemon, and now it is playing at home, so Xiaoji can't be careful. 100,000 volt. Windspeed dog, let's not show weakness and use Jet Flame. Hearing Xiaoji's order, Xiaozheng also hurriedly ordered the Windspeed dog to sit down. 100,000 volt, but a very powerful skill in the electricity system. Although Xiaozheng is more suspicious of whether this Pikachu will really use this skill, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with spraying flames as a precaution. Out tilde 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 tilde. As a loyal Pokemon, Windspeed dog will naturally not disobey the trainer's orders. The moment he heard Xiaozheng's command, the Windspeed dog opened his mouth wide, and a strong fire energy spewed out from his mouth. However, the skill pairing that the audience was looking forward to did not come as expected. Pika tilde 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 pick. Volt. Lord Volt. Regarding Xiaoji's command, Mu Chen decisively chose to ignore it. I'm so special, I want to show momentum and prestige. Who has the time to fight this Windspeed dog with you and me? I want what I want, but kill it in second. If it is 100,000 volt, it is impossible to kill the Windspeed dog without charging, and Mu Chen is naturally too lazy to use it. Now, the electric ball is still reliable. Even if it is not charged, as long as the speed increases, it will not be any problem to win the Windspeed dog. The quick jump dodged the jet of flames coming towards him, and Mu Chen entered a state of rapid charge. As the speed became faster and faster, the running Mu Chen was like a golden elf, constantly jumping between the stone pillars in the field. Ha ha ha. Just escaping can't defeat the Windspeed dog. Windspeed dog, keep using the jet flame. Seeing that Pikachu did not use 100,000 volt but kept evading, Xiaozheng sneered in his heart. Snort. This idiot, still trying to scare me. Pikachu will have 100,000 volt. It's really a joke. But just as Xiaozheng was complacently preparing to win the game, the golden figure that was constantly traveling suddenly changed. I saw that the golden figure suddenly turned on the flash of electric light and jumped high in the air. Immediately, with a flick of the tail, an electric ball the size of a football was thrown out from between the tails and slammed into the Windspeed dog. Chapter 322 Let prepare a thunderstorm. Chapter 322 Prepare for a thunderstorm. Damn, Windspeed dog, thank you for your hard work. Go, my strongest companion, the fire-breathing dragon. Pikachu's power exceeded Xiaozheng's imagination. Looking at the Windspeed dog that was hit by a ball of electricity, Xiaozheng's heart was already half cold. What kind of skill is this Pikachu using? At this moment, moment, even if his wind speed dog was defeated because of this. Xiaozheng didn't even want to understand what kind of game this Pikachu was using. Why is the power so powerful? Wind speed dog is not a weak Pokemon. Its superior racial value is not a low level in combination with home battle. Originally, Xiaozheng even planned to use the wind speed dog to wear 3 clothes. However, as soon as the electric ball passed, the wind speed dog became cold. In desperation, Xiaozheng could only summon his last Pokemon, the fire-breathing dragon. Although the fire-breathing dragon is stronger than the wind speed dog, but its attributes are flight type plus fire type. Xiaozheng was even more at a loss for this electric type Pikachu. Pikachu, well done. Next, let's defeat the fire-breathing dragon and win this game. Xiaozheng panicked, but Xiaoji was full of excitement. As expected of his initial Pokemon, he deserves to be his strongest partner. Before Pikachu was banned, Ash had to struggle a lot to win, but now, he has completely become a spectator of the marginal OB. Command is useless. Pikachu is just abusing vegetables. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Where did this go? Look at me, I'll give you a smash. Originally intended to be a blockbuster, Mew Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. The charging skills had been useless before. That was because Mew Chen was waiting for this time. Zila tilde 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 tilde. Ignoring the fire-breathing dragon that kept flapping its wings with a fierce look on its face, Mew Chen entered the charging mode on his own. Just play big. Although he had also killed 2 in seconds before, this was not enough in Mew Chen's opinion. In order for these people to remember themselves, a truly amazing attack must be ordered. The basic beat of the fire-breathing dragon is not slow. Of course Mew Chen would not choose the electric ball. This is especially true if an electric ball is not black after charging. Isn't it revealing the details? Mew Chen is not stupid. Now Yulongdu, Juzi and even Aju are all because they don't know the power of his electric ball, which is why this situation is formed. If one accidentally reveals the details, it may be dangerous. Therefore, in the end, Mew Chen's decision was to launch a thundering attack with full sound effects and a shocking scene. This game should be enough to kill the fire-breathing dragon in 1 second, and it can also cause a great visual impact. Why not Mew Chen? Fire-breathing dragon, use jet flame. Of course Ah-Jung didn't know Mew Chen's plan. Looking at Pikachu standing still in a concave shape, Ah-Jung couldn't help it. There were 3 Pokemon in the competition, and he was the last one left at this time. If he can defeat this Pikachu, who is stronger than he expected, then there is still a chance to wear 3. But if it fails, there's really nothing left. In order to win, in order to seize the only chance left, Ah-Jung chose to give it a go. Attack it, fire-breathing dragon. Let them see your powerful attack. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Following Ah-Jung's order, the fire-breathing dragon raised his neck high. Immediately, a flame full of hot energy was spewed out by it. Just looking at this power, it is 3 points stronger than the previous wind speed dog jet flame. However, power alone is not enough. Under the blessing of high-speed movement, Mew Chen jumped gently, dodging the fire-breathing dragon's attack casually. Immediately, sparks of electricity began to jump on Mew Chen's cheek. Look, that Pikachu seems to be attacking Tilda. Yes, what attack this time? That strange electric ball. I don't feel like, if it's the previous skill, shouldn't Pikachu run and accelerate? Now it's standing in place. That's right, look at the constant flashing current in its cheek. I feel like it seems to be brewing some terrifying big move. Impossible. I think it's only 100,000 volts at most. It's just Pikachu. What terrifying trick can I learn? After Mew Chen's 2 instant kill-like battles, the audience outside the arena no longer ridiculed him like they did at the beginning. Even, many audiences have recognized Pikachu's strength and began to look forward to its next attack. This time, can you also kill your opponent in second? I'm afraid it's impossible. Right, the fire-breathing dragon is the most popular Yusan in the Kanto region, but it is a symbol of power. What this Pikachu brewing? It doesn't look like it's going to use 100,000 volts. It doesn't look like the electric ball. If it were the electric ball, this little guy would have already started to speed up and fly. Whatever it is, won't you find out after a while? However, this Pikachu is really smart, and even saved the charging skill until the end without using it. Like those people, the several Heavenly Kings who were watching the battle in the Tower of Heavenly Kings were also looking forward to Pikachu's next attack at this moment. What skills can this Pikachu have? Fire-breathing dragon. Continue to use jet flame. Attack the stone pillar under Pikachu. Seeing the flickering electric current on Pikachu's cheek, and seeing that the jet flame used by the fire-breathing dragon was easily avoided by Pikachu, Xiaozheng became anxious. If you let this guy take action, whether the fire-breathing dragon can resist, Xiaozheng has no confidence at all. Therefore, Xiaozheng's final decision was to let the fire-breathing dragon attack the stone pillar where Pikachu was standing. Anyway, the fire-breathing dragon can fly. Even if all those stone pillars are defeated, he will not panic at all. However, Xiaozheng did not know that the charging of Pikachu was already brewing at this time. Pika tilde 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 chew. Thunder, let go. Ever since he obtained the magnet, ever since he obtained the Dream Gene boost, Mewtwo has really never used this skill that would allow him to empty his electricity. Now, after charging, Mewtwo is also full of expectation. Thunder, let me see how powerful you are. Boom. Following Mewtwo's tweet, the sky over the entire competition venue suddenly changed color. A huge black cloud suddenly appeared from the clear sky. Immediately, bursts of dazzling electric fire flashed from the dark cloud, crackling tilde 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 tilde. With the jump of the current fire, bursts of current fluctuations followed. Seeing the sight that was like a heavenly punishment coming, the fire-breathing dragon, who was brewing flames, was stunned. Xiao Zheng, who was commanding behind the fire-breathing dragon, was stunned. The audience outside was stunned. Even many high-level officials who watched the battle in the Tianwang Tower were stunned. Chapter 323 Terrifying Thunder. Chapter 323 Terrifying Thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunders of the thickness of the arms fell, and the entire field of competition was covered in this terrifying punishment. Quick, increase the protection strength of the energy shield so that the power of lightning cannot spread out. Damn it. This Pikachu must be banned from using such powerful trick. Our energy shield can't handle it. If you can't bear it, you have to fight. Do you know how many casualties it will cause if the energy spreads out to the tens of thousands of spectators outside the venue? Don't talk about that. Let the referee and the two participating trainers evacuate. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of him, all the top leaders of the alliance were shaken. The power of the electric ball before was terrifying enough, but now this thunder is even worse. Although one of these two skills is a single attack skill, the other is a group attack skill. But in terms of damage to the stadium, thunder is far stronger than electric ball. These high-level officials knew that if the energy of thunder smashed through the energy shield and let this terrifying dark cloud spread out, it would even cause the most terrifying tragedy in the league competition in history. Among the tens of thousands of spectators, not many people could escape from the thunder of this day's punishment. Quick, you two, get out now. Because it has come to the stage of the top 16, the competition venue is naturally much higher than the previous preliminary. Therefore, in this stadium, the protection measures for players are much stronger than before. Behind Xiaoji and Xiaozheng, there is a safe portal. Through that portal, they can quickly evacuate from here and escape to the outside of the arena. Fire-breathing dragon, come back. Seeing such a terrifying attack, Xiaozheng was startled long ago. What game is there in this case? What else are you talking about competing for the top 8? Just kidding. If the fire-breathing dragon was hit by this terrifying thunder, it would definitely die on the spot. Quickly withdrew the panicked fire-breathing dragon, and Xiaozheng entered the portal without any hesitation. And on the other side, Pikachu, I'm not leaving. We are partners, and I want to be with you. A failed Pokemon ball recall, and Ash once again showed his powerful iron-headed spirit. Originally, Xiaoji also wanted to learn that Xiaozheng and summon Pikachu back to the Pokemon ball to evacuate. However, for Mewtwo, it would be better to die than go to some bullshit Pokemon ball. Ash's summoning, of course, ended without a hit. Looking at Pikachu in the arena, Xiaoji said that he was not in a hurry. That was a lie. Such a terrifying thunder fell. This game should be an indiscriminate attack. Even if your Pikachu is not afraid of lightning, what about the stone pillars under your feet? If the stone pillar is split, what will you do with the rolling magma below? However, Xiaoji didn't understand Mewtwo's plan. Pika tilde 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 pick. Panic Baron. You oil bottle. Hurry up and run. Hearing that Xiaoji's idiot didn't leave, but instead said that he would face the danger together with him, Mewtwo almost died of anger. Nima, I have a way to deal with it. How do you deal with it? You are not afraid of electric shock. Can you resist the thunder of such a thin arm? However, Xiaoji, the iron-headed baby, has already made a decision, and Mewtwo has no possibility to change his mind. As the thunder continued to fall, Mewtwo lost his calmness. Although it is said that he is immune to electrical attack, it is just as ashing. As the stone pillar supporting him, it is not immune to the bombardment of this thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Under the thunderstorm, the stone pillars in the stadium were constantly smashed to pieces and completely submerged in the billowing magma. However, this is not the end. As the thunder and lightning continued to fall, the energy shield that protected the stadium also kept shaking. The bursts of ripples came from the energy shield, as if it would be blasted by the thunder of this day's punishment at any time. Looking at the world-destroying scene in front of them, the audience outside the venue also lost the mentality of eating melons before. Countless spectators retreated to the rear, for fear that the energy shield could not hold on, and thunder would leak out. Looking at the chaotic competition venue, the heads of the Heavenly Kings in the Tower of Heavenly Kings suddenly became big. This damn Pikachu. Ban. Must be banned. Of course, the end of this game is the top 8, and they can't directly announce that Pikachu will not be allowed to participate. But this kind of powerful skill must be banned. Of course, that's all for the future. At this moment, these Alliance executives have summoned their own Pokémon, and let them use their skills to help the energy shield recharge and maintain its ability. To put it bluntly, the energy shield was also developed using the energy of Pokémon. Pokémon. Although it is said that this kind of unconverted charging will waste a lot of energy, but you can't stand the number of others. With the appearance of many Heavenly King level Pokémon, the trembling energy shield stabilized again. Safety was guaranteed, and the panicked audience outside the venue gradually calmed down under the comfort of the league staff. Seeing the punishment light seen in the energy shield, the audience burst into amazement. My god, this Pikachu! Is this still Pikachu? I swear, I've never seen such a terrifying Pikachu in my life. Don't talk nonsense. This is still Pikachu. Even the legendary beasts are just like that, right? This Xiaoji from Junshin Town is probably the champion of this competition. Is this still worth it? You didn't see that because of this Pikachu's attack did the kings take action. What is this concept? This means that the strength of this Pikachu has been valued by the King of Heaven. Previously, these audiences only felt that Pikachu was very strong, but they did not know how strong it was. Now, they finally know how big this Pikachu is. At this time, in the competition venue, Mu Chen's heart was full of grief and anger. Originally, he was good at being handsome, but he didn't panic even if all the stone pillars were chopped down by these falling thunders. You know, because of the immune system attack, Mu Chen can use his super speed to directly use these lightning strikes as a foothold to keep jumping. Think about it. How shocking is a Pikachu walking on thunder? However, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, won't go. In order to protect Xiaoji, a foolish bee, Mu Chen could only give up the idea of being handsome, but kept running over Xiaoji's head to help him block the thunder and lightning bombardment. Boom tilde 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 boom tilde 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 boom tilde 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 tilde. Finally, the lightning gradually dissipated. At this time, there were no intact stone pillars in the stadium. Even the billowing magma had already been chopped and rolled continuously, and it was scattered into a mass. Chapter 324 upcoming quarter final. Chapter 324 the upcoming quarter final. Let's congratulate the winner of this game. He's Ash from True New Town and his Pokemon, Pikachu. Under the slightly sluggish commentary of the host, this amazing round of 16 came to an end. Seeing Xiaoji walking out of the arena with Pikachu in his arms, all the tens of thousands of spectators outside the arena stood up and gave him warm applause. Now, everyone knows that this Xiaoji from Junshin Town must be the champion of this league competition. No one can be his opponent. No one can resist this terrifying Pikachu. It is precisely because of this game that Pikachu, a Pokemon used to sell cuteness, completely refreshed people's concept. Even after the game, countless people began to search for Pikachu in the wild. This kind of Pokemon has made countless trainers wandering at the bottom sea hope for a new rise. I don't want to be as perverted as Xiaoji. With his half-strength, will he also fly? However, these guys don't know that Ash is Pikachu. What? Why should I ban my Pikachu from using the power skill? Just after walking off the arena, Xiaoji received an official notice from the league. Looking at the serious-looking alliance official in front of him, Xiaoji was full of puzzled feeling. Why? My Pikachu is amazing. Why don't you let me use it? The previous one caused casualties and killed the opponent's Pokemon, so the ban is understandable. What about this time? Apart from smashing a few stone pillars, it doesn't seem to have caused any damage, right? However, how does Xiaoji know that if the Heavenly Kings hadn't shot, the energy shield would not be able to withstand this thundering attack? Once the energy shield is broken and the energy of the thundering attack spreads out, the impact will be great. It is precisely for this reason that the top management of the Alliance unanimously agreed to restrict Pikachu at the suggestion of Kikuko. This terrifying guy. The last time it was an electric ball. This time it was a thunderbolt. Who knows what to play for you next time? However, it was precisely because of this thunderstorm that those who had thoughts about Pikachu, such as Kikuko and Yulongdu, became more cautious in their heart. This Pikachu is really unusual. Pika tilde 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 pick. Mu Chen didn't care about the restrictions imposed by the Alliance on him. Anyway, B is also pretending to be round, and everything that should be revealed has been revealed. Mu Chen knew that, after his own thunderstorms today, I am afraid that Juzi and the others are thinking about making small moves, so they need to think twice. Just kidding. The power of this thunder frightened Mu Chen himself. Compared with the thunder of the lightning bird at the beginning, it was at the level of the younger brother. However, Mu Chen didn't care. Some trainers who were his opponents were very concerned. Really? Is that Pikachu really restricted from using skills? Are you not allowed to use these powerful skills? What if it was used? Is it treated as defeat? At this moment, as Xiaoji's old enemy, Xiao Mao's heart can be described as mixed. Who would have thought that the yellow-skinned mouse that was only a shocker at the beginning would have grown to this point now? Xiao Mao knew that the distance between himself and Xiaoji had completely widened. Originally, after seeing this Pikachu use thunder, Xiao Mao had already given up the idea of winning. You and others are not on the same level at all. But who would have thought that when he gave up, he received such a good news? The league officials have restricted Pikachu and are not allowed to use any powerful skill. This means that Pikachu's threat has been completely eliminated by more than half. Hearing this news, Xiao Mao once again saw the hope of defeating Xiaoji. Others may still not understand Xiaoji, but as an old enemy, Xiaomao still knows this stupid bee very well. Except for the bug-like Pikachu, basically the Pokémon of Minos are not in the eyes of Xiaomao. However, the tragic Xiaomao didn't know that he didn't even have a chance to see Xiaoji, and was directly thrown out by Ren Sanchin. Ha ha ha. Xiaomao, why did you still lose that? I also said that I want to compete with you in the league competition, but you really disappointed me. He successfully advanced to the top 8. Xiaomao, the unlucky boy, was eliminated, and Xiaoji, the stupid bee, immediately sent condolences to the people. However, this guy doesn't know that his way of condolences is simply provocation. Xiaoji, don't be complacent. Pikachu is banned from using powerful abilities, and it's not that easy if you want to keep winning. I tell you, don't lose face of our true new town. Lost is very angry, and even more angry when Xiaoji is mocked by this stupid bee. However, Xiaomao is still more mature than Xiaoji. For him, his failure is already a fact. As a trainer representing a small place like Junxin Town, only Xiaoji is the last person left. For the sake of regional glory, Xiaomao chose to support Xiaoji. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I can't lose. The confidence halo of honey juice was turned on again, and Xiaoji never thought that he would lose. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. Mu Chen expressed no interest in the debate between the two goods. At this moment, his attention was all on the row of cheerleaders behind Xiaomao. Uncle, what a waste. You said that you are cold, and you will leave this young lady with me when the time comes. I'm fighting, but I also need the cheerleaders very much. However, because of the language barrier, Mu Chen didn't dare to write directly to Xiaomao to make this request. In the end, Mu Chen could only watch with reluctance in his eyes that the young lady was taken away by the dead child Xiaomao. Your uncle, you don't learn well at a young age. Watch out for your kidneys. Of course, Xiaoji wouldn't know about all of Mu Chen's mental activity. After a night of excitement, Xiaoji woke up again with blood-red eyes, but his spirit was extremely full. Pikachu, come on, let's fight. Today is the top 8 of the league competition. As long as he wins this game, Xiaoji can successfully advance to the semi-finals of the top 4. Seeing the Dream League champion getting closer and closer to him, Xiaoji trembled with excitement. However, Xiaoji was excited, but Mu Chen was not. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde 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 tilde. Nima, how many days do I have to suffer this kind of torture? This bee doesn't sleep, especially I don't let me sleep. Chapter 325 Top 8 Match. Opponent Konoha. Chapter 325 Top 8 Match. Opponent Konoha. Gentlemen, lady, trainers from all walks of life, let's cheer. Now, the league competition has come to the stage of the top 8. Anyone who can successfully stand on this stage is a strong one. First, let's welcome Ash from Junxin Town. I believe his Pikachu is still very impressive to everyone. In the noisy arena, the host is passionately introducing to the eagerly awaited audience the first person to appear as Xiaoji, the stupid bee. Through the battle of the top 16, Xiaoji can be regarded as completely famous. Now not only the high-level leaders of the alliance, but also many trainers with vision and even civilians. All of them also believe that this Xiaoji will definitely be the champion of this alliance competition. Pikachu is really too strong. Next, let's welcome the Konoha players from Rainbow City with warm applause. In the competition for the top 16, Konoha defeated the trainer Xiao Shigeru, who is also from Junxin Town, with a very strong attitude. Obviously, let's see if Konoha can beat Ash, who is also from Junxin Town. The applause gradually dissipated, and the host's voice sounded again. This time, the host introduced his naturally Ash's opponent, Konoha. This Konoha was the one who defeated Xiaomao before and eliminated him from the game. Really, Newtown's Ash. Ha ha ha. Today, let me tell you, your kind of trainer from a small town will never be able to match me. Looking at Ash, looking at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, Konoha is full of the belief that he will win. If it is said that after seeing Pikachu's terrifying divine punishment attack before, Konoha was still panicked, but after he learned that the alliance had restricted Pikachu from using this super skill that could destroy the venue and cause the energy shield to become unstable, Konoha was completely relieved. What's the use of Pikachu that doesn't allow him to use his ultimate? Are you cute? Konoha said that after learning that Pikachu was restricted, he had seen the door to the top 4 opening. Is it the one who eliminated Xiaomao? That nasty bastard. Tell you, I'm not as weak as Xiaomao's guy. Seeing Konoha coming out of this big city showing his superiority with him, Ash decisively fought back. Just kidding, can that scumbag Xiaomao compare to Master G? My master, but I want to become the champion of the league and the #1 trainer in the world. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. This time, Mu Chen and Xiaoji were on the same line. Nima, what should I do? Get an explosive head and you're pretending to be non-mainstream here with me. Why even make it green? Big city. How many feathers are the big city? Showing my superiority here with lousy snort. Even if you are not allowed to use the ultimate move, I don't abuse you like I do. Mu Chen knew that what the alliance had banned him was just using the ultimate power boost after after charging. As long as the amplification is not performed, it will not pose any threat to the energy shield at all. Anyway, all the bees that should be installed have been installed, and now Mu-chen is asked to use Witch Thunderbolt to empty his own power, and he does not use it. This Konoha is simply an idiot. Do you really think that I am scum if I don't use daily? Haha. It seems that there is a lot of gunpowder between the two trainers. So, let me announce now that this quarter final match officially begin. Now ask two trainers to do the registration of the Pokémon. 16. The rules are the same. 3 pre-registered Pokémon, and then the venue is drawn. Of course, with the increase in the intensity of the competition, the venue is not as friendly as before. For example, in the lava field before Ash, basically all kinds of harsh terrain can be encountered, and this will also greatly affect the choice of Pokémon and the matching of racial attribute by postgraduate trainers. Registering Pokémon is naturally without any surprises. Ash's first registration was still Pikachu. Subsequently, this product changed the routine again. Minos was replaced by him, and instead he was replaced by Shinado. Miskirt was also replaced, and the one who replaced Miskirt was the iron-headed baby BB Bird. Apparently, Ash also felt that the huge size of Minos would be affected by the limitations of the venue. However, when the field of play was drawn out, Ash was tragic. Ooh, how can it be a rapid field in the field of water? As Xiaoji said, the venue for this competition is the water stadium. It doesn't matter if that's all. The problem is that in this venue, there are very few footholds that can provide non-water Pokémon, just a floating platform on the water. Because it is a rapid site, those platforms are not fixed in one position, but constantly move with the current. This kind of venue can be said to be very unfriendly to non-water Pokémon. Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. Nima, what a joke this is. Likewise, when Mu-chen saw the slowly rising field, he was speechless. Xiaoji, you stupid bee, why did you just replace that old girl from Minos? This kind of venue is the home of that old lady in Minos. What's the matter? Isn't it sweet to win him lying down? Mu-chen knew in his heart that if Minos could participate in the battle, at least 1 or 2 Pokémon could be replaced. Even if you play well, it is not impossible to wear 3 in one go. However, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, played the routine and finally entered the routine for himself. Before the top 16, Mu-chen showed a strong performance in order to demonstrate. Now that the demonstration is over, Mu-chen is really helpless about this game. If he can lie down and win, and he can be lazy, then he will never fight to the death. Anyway, it's fine if I win. What do you care about me winning? However, Xiaoji, this silly bee, is not good enough. The field of water, it's a little troublesome. So, my first battle is you, Flying Mantis. Similarly, Konoha frowned slightly when he saw this water field. This venue is really unfriendly to non-water Pokémon. Basically, non-water Pokémon, other than those that can fly, are mostly difficult to play. After some deliberation, Konoha was the first to send out the Flying Mantis of the Flight type plus Insect type. Fengte tilde tilde tilde. As a belligerent Pokémon, any Flying Mantis is full of confidence when facing combat. Flying Mantis, then it's up to you, BB Bird. The opponent has already taken the lead, and Xiaoji certainly will not be vague. Playing on this kind of venue, BB Bird will also not be affected too much. Beep tilde tilde beep tilde 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 tilde. A crisp chirping sound came. BB Bird also appeared in the arena with Ash's call. Chapter 326 _ Chapter 326 _ Flying Mantis, use one word / BB Bird, use the swing attack. With the start of the game, 2 Pokémon who are good at flying are constantly hovering over the field of play, ready to strike a fatal blow to the opponent. Although it is said that BB Bird Flight type plus General type attributes restrain the Flying Mantis, but in terms of speed, BB Bird is obviously not as fast as this Flying Mantis, although Ash's instructions to him have no problem. However, every time BB Bird swoop, it will be deftly dodged by the Flying Mantis, and then this Tai Han will come and attack her ruthlessly. Damn, BB Bird, use a flash of lightning. Looking at BB Bird's falling feathers, Xiaoji also knew that this product was almost reaching its limit. Seeing that he couldn't keep up with the speed of the Flying Mantis, the anxious Xiaoji could only order BB Bird to use his Iron Head Baby skill again, and the electric light flash. Beep tilde tilde tilde. Hearing that Xiaoji let him use his signature skill, BB Bird didn't hesitate, and immediately turned into a lightning bolt and shot right at the Flying Mantis. Flying Mantis, use the Shadow Clone. Seeing BB Bird's posture, Konoha also knew that at the speed of the Flying Mantis, he would be unable to avoid it. Therefore, Konoha did not hesitate in the slightest, and directly let the Flying Mantis use a self-defense skill. Fengte tilde tilde tilde. Following Konoha's command, the Flying Mantis instantly turned into a phantom. Immediately, above the sky, several phantoms similar to those of the Flying Mantis appeared at the same time. Beep tilde tilde be tilde tilde tilde. I Nima, why is this old? Which one does this make me fight? The number of opponents suddenly increased, and the iron-headed baby BB Bird expressed that she was panicking. Whoosh. However, the lightning flash has already started, and BB Bird has no chance to make a choice even if she wants to. The momentum is like a rainbow, and there is no turning back. BB Bird slammed into a phantom of the flying mantis. Haha, it's time for us to fight back. Use the back of the knife to strike. Seeing that BB Bird's attack failed, Konoha's counterattack followed. BB Bird, hold on. Faced with such a situation, Xiaoji, who had nothing to think about, could only turn on the cheering buff mode, eager to be able to play a certain role in boosting BB Bird. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Boring. Watching the game on the field, Mu Chen expressed that he was really bored. Chickens peck each other. This is Mu Chen's evaluation of the battle between the bird and the flying mantis. Not to mention BB now, Tai Hanhan, who was originally a fighter among rookies. As a result, this cowhide blew the Konoha that shook the sky, and it was nothing more than that. Shadow clone. What is this game? There are only 7 or 8 shadows, and they will not move with the movements of the flying mantis. In Mu Chen's view, this is a batch of vegetables. However, Mu Chen looked bored, but the audience on the sidelines watched with enthusiasm. Such intense aerial combat is rare. Finally, with the sound of BB Bird's bleak chirping, this game of rookie pecking can be considered a winner. Damn it. Shinado, it's over to you. BB Bird didn't even touch a single hair of the opponent's hair when the attributes were dominant, and Xiaoji said that he was very angry at the moment. However, when he turned his head and found that Pikachu still had no idea of participating in the battle, Xiaoji could only let Shinado play first. Wow tilde 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 tilde. As soon as the elegant Shinado appeared, he was greeted with warm cheers from the audience. Such a cold young lady, not to mention her combat rank. If a bachelor can have one, he can say goodbye to his 5th sister. Shinado, it just flashy. Flying mantis, attack, use bug bite. Seeing that Xiaoji sent Shinado, a trace of surprise flashed in Konoha's eye. Damn, why is Shinado such an excellent Pokemon acquired by an idiot like the opposite? If I can have a Shinado, then I will definitely stay with her day and night. Cultivate tacit understanding and cultivate feeling. Because he couldn't get it, the jealous Konoha chose to destroy it. Since the beautiful things are not mine, destroy her. Feng Te tilde tilde. Following Konoha's order, the flying mantis immediately sprinted and slammed towards Shinado. Xanaduo, use psychic power to control it. Seeing the flying mantis coming, Xiaoji quickly responded. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Following Xiaoji's command, Shinado opened her hand, and a wave of psychic power visible to the naked eye rose from her hand, and slammed up at the flying mantis. Suddenly being controlled by the power of thought, the flying mantis was in chaos. Under the package of this psychic power, the flying mantis can't do it even if it wants to move and dodge, let alone continue to attack. Flying mantis, don't panic. Use sword dance to break through the control of mind power. Sword dance is an enhanced skill without any attack power. However, as the sword dance is performed, the shape of the flying mantis will continue to rotate. Konoha's plan was to let the flying mantis use the sword dance to break through the shackles of mind power. However, he still overestimated his flying mantis and underestimated Shinado. Although the flying mantis struggled hard, under the restraint of the power of thought, the struggle of the flying mantis seemed so useless. Finally, with the continuous enhancement of the control of mind power, the flying mantis gradually couldn't bear the oppression caused by the power of mind, and was completely defeated. Nice job, Shinado. Seeing that Shinado had dealt with his opponent so easily, Xiaoji was excited again. 8 matches not as difficult as I imagined, isn't it? Wow tilde 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 tilde. Shinado doesn't care about Ash's compliment. I saw that after she solved the flying mantis, she turned to look at Pikachu lying on Ash's shoulder. The meaningful expression in his eyes was immediately captured by Mu Chen. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. What are you in a hurry? Isn't there a chance? If there is a chance, can I not ask you to learn from me? It's been so long. Not only do you feel uncomfortable, I can't bear it too. Be patient. Wait a few days for an opportunity. Looking at this old lady's eyes, Mu Chen could only help her comfortably. Fuck, I don't want to. The special problem is that I have no chance at all in the player's resting area. Go. My second Pokemon, Tyrannosaurus. When the flying mantis was defeated, Konoha was not much annoyed, but instead summoned the second Pokemon with a sneer. When he saw that the second Pokemon summoned by Ash was Shinado instead of Mina, Konoha had already decided in his heart that he had won the game. The venue of water is its own home ground. As for the troubled look he showed after choosing the venue, it was just that he was deliberately paralyzing Xiaoji. Now, Konoha has decided to end the game. Chapter 327 Konoha's tactic. Chapter 327 Konoha's tactic. Xanadu, use Phantom Light. The third match between Ash and Konoha begins with the appearance of the Tyrannosaurus. Seeing that Konoha actually summoned such a big guy, Xiaoji said that he was not nervous. That was a lie. The usual venue is fine, but the problem is this is a water venue. In this water field, the combat power of the tyrannical carp dragon increased exponentially. Therefore, in the face of this vicious carp dragon, Xiaoji chose to strike first. However, knots off. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Although Shinado tried very hard to use the most powerful phantom light, but in this water field, Shinato's phantom light could not even penetrate the water source to directly attack the body of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. Seeing the useless work done by Shinado, Konoha suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Tyrannosaurus, now it's our turn. Don't pay attention to Shinado. Go destroy those floating platforms, and destroy them one by one. This is the confidence that Konoha will win. Of course, the venue must be used reasonably in order to maximize its advantages. In this water field, if there were no platforms that floated on the water, the Pokémon that couldn't fly wouldn't even have a place to stay. Under such circumstances, how could the Tyrannosaurus fail? Even if the last Pikachu was extremely powerful, Konoha couldn't find a reason for her defeat at all when it didn't even have a place to stay. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Under the command of Konoha, the violent carp dragon shot out. I saw the tyrannical carp dragon in the water swaying its huge body. Whenever it came to the bottom of a slow platform, it would swing its giant tail or open its mouth to smash the slow platform. Damn, Shinado, use the power of thought. You can't let the tyrannical carp dragon continue to destroy the slow stage. Xiaoji is not really stupid. At least in terms of combat, Ash's sense of smell is still very keen. Seeing the action of the tyrannical carp dragon, Ash immediately guessed the guy's plan. Just kidding, there are not many slow stages. If all of them are destroyed, Shinado will be fine, and can rely on superpower to float for a short time. What about Pikachu? This stuff can't fly or anything. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Similarly, Mu Chen, who was lying on Xiaoji's shoulder, was also nervous at the moment. Shinado, ladies, come on. Don't let that ugly bee destroy the stage. Although Mu Chen's attributes are against the tyrannical carp dragon, if there is no place to stay, you know, Mu Chen can't swim. When he thought of fighting in the water where he didn't even have a place to stay, Mu Chen felt bad. Wow tilde 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 tilde. However, despite Shinado's hard work, the number of floating platforms in the field is still decreasing. Ha ha ha. Good, that's it. Tyrannosaurus, use Crush to smash that last floating platform to pieces. Finally, with the continuous destruction of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, there was the last floating platform left in the competition venue. Looking at the last platform on which Shinado stood, Konoha had already seen the door to the top 4 slowly opening to him. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Following Konoha's order, the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon immediately shuttled through the water. Xanaduo, use psychic power to protect this floating platform. This is the last floating platform that Pokémon can borrow. If this place is broken, there is no place for Pokémon that can't fly. Seeing this, Xiaoji was already in a hurry. However, this Konoha is only thinking of letting the rough-skinned Tyrannosaurus carp dragon destroy it, but Shinado has nothing to do with it. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Shinado's wisdom among Pokémon is also considered to be medium-high, and facing the current situation, this bitch also knows how bad it is at this time. However, in the face of this powerful tyrannical carp dragon, Shinado's mind power was still slightly worse. Crack, a loud bang. Finally, the last floating platform was also destroyed under the sharp teeth of Tyrannosaurus carposaurus. Okay, Tyrannosaurus, use Dragon's Fury neck. With no place to stand, Shinado was forced into the sky. However, Shinado's flight relies on the power of thought, and both speed and flexibility are far worse than flying Pokémon. Faced with this Dragon's Fury, Shinado's only option was to teleport. The tyrannical carp dragon, use the tornado. I see where this Shinado can hide. A single shot of Dragon's Fury failed, and Konoha decisively changed his tactic. The field of play is limited. As the tyrannical carp dragon twisted its body and rolled up a huge tornado, Shinado's activity space began to be further compressed. Xanadu, counterattack, use Phantom Light. Before, the tyrannical carp dragon had been hiding underwater, so the Phantom Light couldn't play its due power. Now that the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon finally surfaced in order to create a tornado, Xiaoji is also honest and rude. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Under Ash's order, Shinado is no longer dodging. As soon as its plain hand was raised, a rotating pink beam of light hit the tyrannical carp dragon fiercely. Roar tilde tilde. This time, without the obstruction of the water flow, the tyrannical carp dragon finally ate the entire Phantom Light attack of Shinado. The tyrannical carp dragon, illusory Phantom Light, you can resist it. Counterattack, blow the tornado past. It has no room to dodge. Seeing the tyrannical carp dragon eating pain, Konoha was in a hurry. If one is bad, if the tyrannical carp dragon is beaten by this Shinado, then only relying on his last Pokemon may not be able to defeat that Pikachu. After all, the sensation that Pikachu caused before was still too big, and Konoha said in his heart that it was fate. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Under the order of the trainer, the tyrannical carp dragon let out an angry roar. Immediately, I saw the tyrannical carp dragon with its flesh to bear the damage caused by the Phantom Light, and swayed its huge dragon head fiercely. Under the swing of the dragon's head, the frantically spinning tornado suddenly changed its direction and blew fiercely towards Shinado. Shutna tilde tilde. All the dodging spaces have been been blocked, and even if you use teleportation, you can't find a safe landing point. Finally, Shinado let out a cry of pain. Damn it, Shinado, you've worked hard. Pikachu, the next step is up to you. At this time, Konoha had 2 Pokemon in his hand, including the Tyrannosaurus Harp Dragon, and Ash only had a Pikachu left in his hand. If it's a normal battle arena, then Ash definitely has full confidence. However, at this time in this water field, even Xiaoji's honeyjuicy self-confidence halo began to slowly shrink. After all, Pikachu is not good at water, and Ash is very aware of this. Chapter 328 Mew Chen's response. Chapter 328 Mew Chen's countermeasures. Pick up Nima. How to fight this. Standing on the edge of the arena, watching the entire competition arena filled with water, without any foothold, Mew Chen's brain was buzzing. What the matter? How much do you give Lao Su a place to stay? Ha ha ha. What? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then you should admit defeat. Pikachu did not enter the arena for a long time, and Konoha laughed wildly. There really isn't any problem with his tactic. What Pikachu? What attack power is comparable to the king level? Does it make any sense? You don't even have a place to stay. So what if your Pikachu is fierce? Pick up Nima. What are you talking about? Scared? What an international joke. I will be afraid, Daddy. Originally, Mew Chen was hesitant, but now he was angry when he heard Konoha's idiotic taunt. Special. I just don't want to get wet in this gorgeous fur. Mad. Do you really think you are a player? Surrender or something is impossible for Mew Chen. What else is there to say? DNG. Fight. Pikachu. You're free to play. Seeing Pikachu entering, Ash was immediately excited. However, before Ash could give the attack command, he saw that the previously majestic Pikachu had turned into a yellow-skinned mouse that kept swatting in the water. In such a situation, Ash really didn't know how to direct Pikachu. In this situation, let it figure it out for itself. Of course, Xiaoji did not give up. This is just because this guy, Ash, has long been accustomed to Pikachu ignoring his commands and fighting on his own. The tyrannical carp dragon. Charge. Use Run. Take down the yellow-skinned mouse that fell into the water. Seeing the falling Pikachu struggling in the water, Konoha was even more relieved. No matter what, he won this match. Of course, it is not only Konoha who thinks this way, but also the audience on the sideline, and most of the Alliance executives in the Tianwang Tower. It's over. It's over. What I bought is that Ash from the real New Town win. Yes, who would have thought that such a venue could be drawn? This Xiaoji is also. Doesn't he have Mina? Why didn't you choose? Oh, originally I was optimistic that Xiaoji could win the league championship. It seems that this league competition is really not easy. Even if your Pokemon is super powerful, but you lose the advantage of the field, I am afraid that it will not be able to exert any power. It's a pity. It's really a pity. Looking at Pikachu struggling in the water, most viewers have already determined the final result of this match. A Pikachu who obviously does not know the water system and can only float in front of him. How could he be the opponent of the Tyrannosaurus dragon in this water venue? What's more, the Konoha player still has a Pokemon that didn't appear. Unexpectedly, this Konoha actually took advantage of the venue. Hehe, it's Xiaoji's problem. If he had let Shanduo give up and sent Pikachu directly to fight, the result might not be like this. I can't believe that this little guy whom we are all optimistic about will actually lose here. In the Tower of Heavenly Kings, the high-level officials of the Alliance are also commenting on this much-anticipated battle. At this moment, most of them, like those in the audience, made a decision on the outcome of the game. Pikachu doesn't even know how to use water, so how can he fight the Tyrannosaurus? However, they don't know Mew Chen's strong desire to win. Roar tilde. Seeing the roaring tyrannical carp dragon that kept approaching him, a sneer appeared on the corner of Mew Chen's mouth. Stupid bee, do you really think I have no choice? Yes, I don't know how to water, but it's enough to abuse you. Pika tilde chew. Without any hesitation, the electric current began to roll violently on Mew Chen's cheek, who was in the water. Zila tilde. Immediately, current jet. A shot of 100,000 volts was used, and the target of 100,000 volts was the pool where Mew Chen was. You know, water is a game, but it conducts electricity. Even if it is diluted by water, the power of 100,000 volts will be weakened. But it is really enough to deal with this tyrannical carp dragon who has been defeated by his own. The tyrannical carp dragon should play. Its attributes are water plus flight. Whether it is a water system or a flight system, it is restrained by the electric system. Both attributes of the tyrannical carp dragon are restrained, so its resistance to electricity skills can be imagined. Wow tilde. Ben was still rushing forward happily, but suddenly he saw the yellow-skinned mouse discharge into the pool like a madman, and Tyrannosaurus said that he was a little confused. What the situation? Is this yellow-skinned mouse stupid? What are you doing with this? It is charged against the pool. Who can it be so charged? However, with the IQ of Tyrannosaurus, how can it understand it? Not to mention Tyrannosaurus, his trainer Konoha, and most of the audience on the sideline. They couldn't understand the purpose of Pikachu's move. In this world, most people only know how to command Pokémon to fight. At most, it is to know the problem of attribute restraint between Pokémon. This kind of scientific question is too far away for ordinary people. Even if they know this common sense, few people can think of using it in the battle of Pokémon. People in this world have long been fixed in their thinking, and their thoughts have fallen into rigidity. After all, this world is different from Mew Chen's previous life. In this world, whether in life or work, most people rely on the help of Pokémon. Of course, it can't be said that no one understands it at all. At the very least, those working in scientific research know that water can conduct electricity. In the same way, all the high-level people in the Tianwang Tower, they also saw it. Smart. This Pikachu is really smart. That's right. Unexpectedly, this Pikachu can even think of conducting electricity through water. Although the power will be reduced a lot in this way, but at least it will not have the power to fight back. Unexpectedly, a Pokémon can have such an IQ. Is this still a Pokémon? Seeing that Pikachu could think of a way to deal with it so quickly, all the high-level executives were amazed. Just an inexperienced trainer. For example, Konoha, he didn't even think that he could fight in this way. Zilla tilde tilde tilde. Zilla tilde 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 tilde. As the electric current was continuously sprayed from Mew Chen's chi, the current of fire around his body also began to jump and roll. Chapter 329 Thorn Dragon King. Chapter 329 Roar tilde tilde tilde. The painful wailing of the tyrannical carp dragon suddenly sounded. In this wailing sound, there is endless panic and endless confusion. No matter how this tyrannical carp dragon thinks, he can't imagine how he was electrocuted. Nima, what going on here? Isn't Benlong rushing well? That yellow-skinned mouse can't attack Benlong at all. Just discharge blindly into the pool. Why did this call to Benlong? Damn it. What going on here? Why is this happening? In the same way, not only Tyrannosaurus does not understand, but Konoha is also confused. Did this Pikachu obviously not attack the Tyrannosaurus? Why did the tyrannical carp dragon rush to the vicinity of it, and was directly attacked by the electric current? Referee, not fair. This Pikachu cheated. Yes, it must be so. It cheat. It is using those super skills that are restricted from youth. After thinking about it to no avail, the only answer that Konoha thought of in the end was that this Pikachu cheated. If it didn't use those restricted super skills, how could it attack the Tyrannosaurus? Player Konoha, please play seriously. Pikachu didn't do anything wrong. It just keeps using 100,000 volt to attack the pool, so that the pool around it contains enough electrical energy. Tyrannosaurus rushed into the grid set up by Pikachu, and it was no surprise to be defeated. As the referee of the competition, of course, this vision is still there. Hearing Konoha's doubt, the referee replied to him with a cold expression. You idiot, don't treat others as idiot. Okay, still cheating. Which eye did you see that Pikachu cheated? What? How is this possible? Hearing the referee's reply, Konoha was done. Can you do this? By attacking the pool, let the current continuously fill the pool. Then rely on the conduction of water to defeat your own Pokémon. What the hell is this? Nima. Konoha originally thought that his routine of destroying the floating platform was enough cowhide, but now compared with this Pikachu, his behavior is completely a brother-level existence. Player Konoha, please send your last Pokémon as soon as possible. If you don't send new Pokémon to battle, then we'll assume you're abstaining. Seeing this idiot Konoha still playing in that concave shape with shock, the referee became impatient. What a joke. In this game, as the referee, he also plays bets on Pikachu. Seeing that the venue was destroyed before, the referee tried to stop it countless times. However, within the scope of the rules, the referee has nothing to do. Originally, I thought that I would lose blood today, but I never thought that Pikachu was so powerful. Now that he sees the hope of preserving the capital and even making a small profit, the referee will of course not be used to this Konoha's dinky fault. What are you playing? Who are you trying to scare you with an explosive head? Damn it. Tyrannosaurus, come back. My last Pokémon. Go fight. Thorn Dragon King. Hearing the referee's urging, the helpless Konoha could only choose to take back the twitching Tyrannosaurus. Backhand, Konoha summoned his last Pokémon, the Dragon King. This Pokémon, the Thorn Dragon King, is the final evolutionary form of Mohama. Before evolution, Mohama was a younger brother, but when it evolved to the Thorn Dragon King, he was a father-level existence. The attributes of this game should be water plus dragon. Dragon-type Pokémon, that is synonymous with power. After possessing the dragon attribute, the Thorn Dragon King is no longer afraid of the attacks of electricity and grass, which can be regarded as a great resistance to himself. Moreover, its own racial value is not lower than that of Eusangia, and even slightly surpasses it. Beep tilde 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 tilde. Following Konoha's call, a huge seahorse-shaped Pokémon with a serious face and a body length of nearly 2 meters appeared in the pool. Therefore, it is Konoha's most powerful Pokémon, the Thorn Dragon King. Pikachu, continue to use 100,000 volts and attack the pool around you. Seeing Mew Chen summoning a Pokémon, Pokemon. Xiaoji immediately gave Mu Chen an order. Facing the tyrannical carp dragon before, Xiaoji couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Now that Pikachu defeated the Tyrannosaurus by using the ability of water current to conduct electricity, Ash suddenly found a way to win. It doesn't matter if you stab the Dragon King or what. Keep making Pikachu discharge. That's right. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Nima, when you were my father, my electricity is unlimited. How difficult is it to fill all the water with electricity? Mu Chen wasn't even sure whether the little electricity in his body could do such an impossible thing. However, now it is exactly as Ash said. Apart from this method, Mu Chen really had no way to deal with the Dragon King. In this pool, Mu Chen's speed was simply unplayable. At this moment, the only thing he can do is to transform himself into an immobile power plant, constantly injecting electricity into the water flow. If the Thorn Dragon King can resist the electricity to attack him, then Mu Chen will be uncomfortable. Do you still want to use this routine? I'm not going to be the second time. Stab the Dragon King. Use the water cannon to attack. Knowing that the water near Pikachu is full of electricity, Konoha certainly won't let the Thorn Dragon King rush up to deliver vegetables like the Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, his response is to attack from a distance. It doesn't matter what Pikachu you are, and what water flow conducts electricity. I'll spray you with blisters from a distance. I'll see how you can fix it. Beep tilde 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 tilde. After receiving Konoha's instructions, the Dragon King immediately made a cry. Immediately, a huge stream of water gathered in front of the Thorn Dragon King. Boom! The huge water cannon was spewed out by the Thorn Dragon King, and its target was the Pikachu, who was constantly fluttering in the pool. Pikachu, watch out for the Dragon King's attack. Dodge it. Seeing that the other party switched to long-range attack, Xiaoji was shocked. If the Thorn Dragon King doesn't come, how will Pikachu deal with it? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Nima, to be so cruel. Looking at the huge water cannon with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters, Mu Chen desperately turned on the dog planing mode. High-speed mobile blessing. I am planing. Mu Chen knew that if he was hit head-on by this game, then his small physique could basically say goodbye to this game. It doesn't matter if he loses the game, but if he can't complete the system task, he will lose his life. This is something that Mu Chen absolutely cannot accept. Chapter 330 Electric Tornado. Chapter 330 Electric Tornado. Boom. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Although Mu Chen tried his best to dig the dog, he was still scratched by the powerful water cannon of the Dragon King. The violent shock came, and the only thing Mu Chen could do was to let out a howl of pain. Nima, it hurt so much. Your uncle, do you dare to let Lao Su go ashore? On the shore, I can't kill you by electrocution. Why? Wrong. What the hell? Suddenly, Mu Chen suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be in the water right now. Being scratched by the water cannon, Mu Chen was naturally knocked off by the powerful air current, and was carried away in the air. Although this made Mu Chen unbearable in pain, at the same time, Mu Chen finally left the pool that he hated. Fight back. Pika tilde 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 chew. Finding himself out of the pool, Mu Chen didn't even bother to adjust his behavior, and blasted 100,000 volts at the Dragon King. Zila tilde 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 tilde. However, this is not enough. Before falling into the water, Mu Chen frantically fired 100,000 volts, one shot after another. In the end, a full 3 rounds of 100,000 volts were shot out by Mu Chen using the gap in the air. Beep touch tilde tilde tilde. In the face of Pikachu's sudden counterattack, the unprepared Dragon King was immediately attacked. Although it is said that the Dragon King has obtained the resistance of the electric system with the help of the Dragon attribute, it still has the water attribute to hold it back. This also makes the Thorn Dragon King not able to get resistance to electricity skill. When 100,000 volts entered the body, the Dragon King let out a painful neigh. However, before the Thorn Dragon King was freed from this electric shock-like pleasure, 2 more shots of 100,000 volts arrived one after another, which also doubled the Thorn Dragon King's so-called pleasure. Nice job, Pikachu. Keep attacking. Xiaoji was still nervous when he saw Pikachu being blasted away. Unexpectedly, Pikachu seized the opportunity to counterattack when he turned his hand, and responded to the Dragon King with a triple attack. Seeing the stinging Dragon King who kept screaming in pain, Xiaoji was excited. It seems that there is still a chance to win this game. The IQ of this Pikachu. No, this is not Pikachu anymore. Not to mention Pikachu, even my fast dragon doesn't have such an outstanding reaction speed at all. Yeah, even the old lady, my Gengar, who claims to be the closest to human beings in wisdom, may not be able to reach such a level. Xiaoji saw the hope of winning, but the high-level people watching the battle in the Tianwang Tower were different. What they valued was still this Pikachu's unparalleled IQ and unparalleled reaction speed. Generally speaking, in this disadvantageous situation, not to mention Pokémon, if human, how many of them can seize the opportunity that is not an opportunity and launch a counterattack against the Dragon King? Moreover, this counterattack is still double the return. Damn it. Thorn Dragon King, use a tornado. Blow this Pikachu to death for me. It was originally a big advantage situation for the abuse of vegetables, but who would have thought that in this case Pikachu could fight back against the Dragon King. Seeing the painful appearance of the Thorn Dragon King, and listening to the painful roar of the Thorn Dragon King, Konoha became anxious. If you continue, can your own Thorn Dragon King win? Therefore, this time Konoha gave up letting the Thorn Dragon King continue to use the water cannon, but changed it to a tornado. Although it is said that the power of a tornado is not stronger than that of a water cannon, it also depends on the occasion. In this kind of limited base competition venue, as long as the tornado blows, Pikachu can only struggle and even lose in the tornado. Before that, Shinado was defeated like this. Beep touch tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Konoha's instructions, the Dragon King Yangtian roared. Immediately, a huge tornado suddenly rolled up and charged toward Pikachu fiercely. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, how can this be broken? Seeing the tornado that rolled up the countless pools of water in the stadium rushing towards him, Mew Chen was speechless. Even the water cannons can't be avoided. How can I dodge this game? Obviously, in the face of this tornado, Mew Chen was really unavoidable. Uncles, I've worked so hard. Since he couldn't avoid it, Mew Chen also gave up the idea of avoiding it. Isn't it a tornado? I don't believe me anymore. How could you still kill me? Bring it on. Take it hard. There was no way to avoid it, and Mew Chen also became ruthless. This game, he can't lose. Can't afford to lose. Faced with such a situation, Mew Chen's only choice was to fight with the Thorn Dragon King. Wu tilde 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 hh tilde 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 zila tilde 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 tilde. When the tornado came to Mew Chen was desperately using 100,000 volt. Although it is said that 100,000 volt cannot defeat the weather skills of tornadoes, but all Mew Chen wanted was to instill 100,000 volts of electricity into the tornado. Pick up tilde tilde Pikachu. Finally, when Mew Chen used several 100,000 volt, the tornado arrived, and Pikachu's golden figure disappeared into the huge tornado instantly. Seeing such a scene, Xiaoji suddenly panicked. However, at this time, he was powerless. Ha ha ha. Well done, Dragon King. Keep up the good work. Don't let the tornado stop. Seeing that the tornado successfully rolled up Pikachu, the most excited is naturally Konoha. The door to victory has slowly opened. Zila tilde 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 zila tilde 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 tilde. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. However, Konoha soon understood what it means to be sad. The still spinning tornado suddenly changed. Originally, this tornado was a pure whirlwind mixed with the pool water in the stadium. However, when the tornado substituted Pikachu into it, the tornado gradually brought electricity while it was spinning. This is why Mew Chen desperately used 100,000 volt to fill it with the power of the electrical system. What going on? King Thorn Dragon, stop the tornado. Finally, Konoha also noticed a change in the situation. Looking at the crackling tornado mixed with countless electric current, Konoha expressed that he was panicking. Beep touch tilde tilde. However, something that made Konoha panic even more happened. At this moment, the Thorn Dragon King expressed that he was very confused. What going on? Tornado, I have stopped. Why are you still blowing that? And why did you come to me? The tornado has indeed been stopped by the Thorn Dragon King, but the constant spinning in the field at this moment is no longer the tornado used by the Dragon King. Now, what is constantly spinning is the electrical tornado that Mew Chen completely changes by injecting electricity continuously. Although Mew Chen, who was in it, was already dizzy, but in order to win, in order to complete the task and save his life, Mew Chen still insisted on gritting his teeth. Thorn Dragon King, try this trick. Chapter 331 The Minds of the King. Chapter 331 The Thoughts of the King. Who tilde 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 who tilde 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 tilde. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. A violent gust of wind blew, accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder. Beep touch tilde tilde. Seeing this huge electrical tornado blowing towards him like a natural disaster, the Dragon King said that he was panicking at the moment. However, just as it had oppressed Mew Chen before, in this limited venue, in the face of this huge electrical tornado, the Thorn Dragon King is also unavoidable. Although it is said that at the moment, Mew Chen is also constantly being hurt in this tornado, but this damage is just the damage of the tornado. For Mew Chen, the more terrifying electric energy in it is completely ineffective. Mew Chen can ignore the energy of the TV type, but the Dragon King cannot ignore it. Finally, under the attack of the electrical tornado, the unavoidable Thorn Dragon King was attacked. Beetut, a desolate scream came from the Dragon King's mouth. Thorn Dragon King. Seeing the Thorn Dragon King being swept up by the tornado and constantly being attacked by electric current, Konoha was completely stunned. Why is that? Wasn't everything alright? Wasn't I supposed to win? Why did this happen? This Pikachu, what the hell is it? In the midst of that tornado, how could it be able to hold on to it, and even rely on electricity to act as the mainstay? Just how did Konoha know that in the tornado, Mew Chen was using the help of electrical electrical energy. Relying on his immunity to electrical attack, this guy has been relying on these shuttle currents to maintain the balance of his body after releasing dozens of 100,000 volt. Otherwise, it's really impossible to say who wins and who loses. Let's cheer. The winner of this game is Ash from True New Town. Finally, the electrical tornado gradually stopped. Looking at the completely dizzy Dragon King and the half-dizzy Pikachu, the referee happily made the final verdict. This little thing Pikachu is powerful. I didn't lose any money. Ha ha ha. Yeah, great. Pikachu, we won. We're in the top 4. As the referee's voice landed, and as the water in the competition venue receded, Xiaoji rushed into the competition venue excitedly, and held the already swaying Pikachu in his arms. With this victory, Xiaoji also rushed to the semi-finals of the top 4. With only 2 more games to go, Ash will be able to make an impact on the eventual league champion. In the Kanto region, the final winner of the league competition does not mean that he directly becomes the champion. In the end, the winner has to go the championship road. On this road, the winners have to challenge the 4 Heavenly Kings one after another, and finally have a final battle with the previous champion. Only by winning all of them can you become a true champion. Otherwise, it's just the champion of the league competition, not the Kanto champion. These are completely 2 concepts. Of course, except for the veteran champion who needs to keep his status, the 4 Heavenly Kings will not use all their strength. At most, they sent some second-tier Pokémon to test this challenger. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima, I didn't get blown to death by the tornado, and I'm going to be strangled to death by you idiot. It was not easy for Mew Chen to win this match because of the limitations of the venue, because of the official league restrictions on his super skills. At this time, Mew Chen was completely unable to use the skill of charging and boosting. Just relying on the skills before the increase, its power is much worse than after the increase. In addition to the pure water-based venue this time, Mew Chen's speed advantage, which has no place to stay, can't be used at all. To be able to defeat the Dragon King is all due to Mew Chen's willpower. At this moment, Mew Chen was completely overdrawn. Whether it is physical strength, energy or even the electricity in his body, it has reached its limit. It seems that no one can stop this Xiaoji from winning the championship. Yes, the remaining players, Ahong, can still cause some trouble for this kid, but in the current situation, it's just some trouble. How to say, when this kid successfully wins the championship and walks the road to the championship, shall we still follow the old rule? In the Heavenly King Tower, several Lord Heavenly Kings who are standing at the peak of the alliance are also discussing that Xiaoji, who is constantly celebrating. Although this guy looks a little idiot, but you can't stand his Pokemon. Ash's other Pokemon are fine, but the problem is Pikachu. In the eyes of these Heavenly Kings, this Pikachu is simply a bug, an existence that can become the main Pokemon in their hand. Let him participate in the league competition. Isn't that bullying? It is precisely for this reason that all the kings will unanimously rule, restricting the use of Pikachu's powerful skill. To put it bluntly, the league competition is still a performance-based competition, focusing on the participation of the whole people. It would not be a good thing for the league if Xiaoji crushed all the way to win the championship. This kid's situation is different. In my opinion, we can't let go of the road to the championship this time. At the very least, each must send a main Pokemon. In this way, we can also better test the bottom line of this Pikachu, right? Hearing Zyba's question, Kikuko quickly took over. To Kikuko, it doesn't matter if Ash becomes the champion. In any case, this champion is also honorary, and the real power in the alliance is still in the hands of their 4 Heavenly Kings. If you can use this opportunity to test out the depths of Pikachu, and test out all the abilities and weaknesses of this Pikachu, this is the most important thing for Kikuko. Even at this moment, Kikuko still did not give up the plan to capture this Pikachu. At this time, he stopped, but it was because of the attention of the league competition. After the league competition is over, and after everyone's enthusiasm for this has gradually subsided, it will be the moment when her chrysanthemum will officially attack. Does each one produce a main Pokemon? That fine too. That guy's Samaranch is really old and should retire. Hope this little wisdom will not let us down. Hearing Kikuko's opinion, Yulongdu, the head of the 4 Heavenly Kings, nodded in agreement. At this point his plans have changed. If you want to win Xiaoji, you must at least know the bottom line of this guy's ability, right? It just so happened that the old Samaranch had been the champion for too many years, and he had gradually escaped the control of their 4 kings. Even that old thing got some shit as the honorary chairman of the Olympic Committee. This is intolerable in Yulongdu's view. Now, with the existence of this little wisdom, many things can be changed. Just being the first king of the Kanto region and the champion of the Chengdu region is not enough for Yulongdu. Chapter 332 Misunderstanding caused by saliva. Chapter 332 Misunderstanding caused by saliva. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. The road to a championship. King challenge. Still have a championship challenge. Nima, what the hell is this? Didn't the system tell me? Why can't this be finished yet? At this moment, moment, Mu Chen secretly admired his decision not to kill Aju before but to subdue him. If he hadn't subdued Aju, how could he have been able to detect these confidential information that ordinary people couldn't access in advance? Looking at Lingzi, who was half kneeling in front of him, making a report, Mu Chen fell into deep thought. The main task given by the system is to help Xiaoji, this stupid bee, to become a champion. But the question is this champion just the champion of the league competition, or is this the real Kanto champion? After hearing Lingzi's explanation, Mu Chen also understood that these two kinds of champions are not conceptual existences at all. The champion of the league competition is nothing but fooling the common people and coaxing children to play. The Kanto champion, this is the real champion who can have certain rights and benefits. However, at this moment, Mu Chen was confused. If the champion of the alliance competition is okay, he can complete this task in 2 days, and his strength can also be greatly improved. But what about the Kanto champion? This Nima, road to champion, challenge the 4 heavenly kings, and then have to challenge a bullshit veteran champion. Everyone knows that the road to becoming a champion is definitely not easy. However, no matter how Mu Chen asked, the system still did not give him an accurate answer. Even the hidden mission, Mu Chen can't figure it out right now. In the end, is the final boss Juzi, or is it the special Yulongdu? Ah! A sudden exclamation interrupted Mu Chen's thought. Looking at Lingzi, whose pretty face was blushing, Mu Chen Shanshan withdrew his short hand. No way, this is a bug. Once Mu Chen fell into thinking, his short hands would always grope and need something unconsciously. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, hasn't slept yet, so of course Mu Chen wouldn't let Lingzi stay for him to take advantage. This if Xiaoji, this stupid bee, saw this. Watching Lingzi leave with regret, Mu Chen pursed his lip unwillingly. Nima, little girl, wait until I can transform into a human. Sooner or later I will eat you. Dear gentlemen, ladies, alliance trainers, welcome to the Kanto Regional League competition. Now, it is the stage of the semi-finals and semi-final. In this semi-final match, Xiaoji from Junshin Town will play against Nina from Twin Island. Now, let's welcome 2 trainers into the arena. Mu Chen, whose eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, was speechless all night, and Xiaoji, who was still in a state of excitement, stepped onto the stage of the semi-finals. In the host's passionate introduction, Mu Chen was still full of breath. Nima, are you so excited not to torture Lao Su? Haven't slept all night. Looking at Tei Xiaoxia all night long. At least I can still appreciate Xiaoxia's pretty face. With you for a night, I can't afford to hurt you. Because of the successful promotion to the semi-finals, Xiaoji was completely in a state of excitement, and Xiaoji was excited, so Mu Chen was naturally the one to suffer. This made Han be tortured for a whole night, and Mu Chen said that his mood was not very beautiful at the moment. Xiaoji, I heard that your Pikachu is very strong, so let me see it today. A charming female voice came, and suddenly called Mu Chen back from the half-leap and half-awake state. Looking up, Mu Chen was also excited. Nima, small leather skirt, big wave, twist and shake really decent. Looking at the charming young lady in front of her, Mu Chen suddenly became energized. However, because Mu Chen was exhausted a few times before, his mouth was full of saliva. Seeing Nina now, Mu Chen's saliva flowed from the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Because the screen of the live broadcast was 360 degrees without dead end, Mu Chen's state was immediately seen by the audience on the sideline. A Pikachu is drooling, and the average audience won't give it much thought. But Xiaoxia, who knew the temperament of this guy very well, was extremely angry. Asshole, damn bastard, haven't seen each other for a few days, so presumptuous. Do you drool when you see someone dressed in bright spots? Is it too much? I've never seen you drool at me. In anger, Xiaoxia's hands were pinched hard. Cool tilde tilde. The one who bears Xiaoxia's wrath is naturally the stupid bee of Dada. Because of the previous experience of being attacked, Xiaoxia has kept the idiot Dada by her side for the past few days when Pikachu left. Although this guy is a bit stupid, as long as there is a brick around him at any time, then the duck can still exert a very powerful combat power. Different from Xiaoxia's anger, several heavenly kings watching the battle in the Tianwang Tower were laughing at this. Hehe, this Pikachu is really maverick. Pokémon who are interested in human beauty, especially Pikachu, are really rare. How much more rare? This is simply unheard of. If I hadn't observed this Pikachu for a while, I wouldn't believe it at all. Looking at the saliva at the corner of Pikachu's mouth, the heavenly kings naturally knew the reason. However, Shiba and Kona, who were making fun of Pikachu, didn't know it, but behind them, Kikuko and Yulongdu fell into contemplation. At present, the weakness of this Pikachu is beauty. Old lady, am I thinking about this? Some kind of beauty trick? Not sure, just send a few beauties out. And Pikachu took the initiative to come over. Knowing that Pikachu's IQ is extremely high, Kikuko didn't believe that Xiaoji, a foolish bee, could control him. Just kidding, trainers are also divided into levels. At Ash's current level, Minos is a little difficult to command. What ability does he have to command a king-level existence like Pikachu? And like Chrysanthemum, chrysanthemum. Yulongdu is also considering the feasibility of the beauty plan. Of course, Yulongdu will not be as eager for quick success as chrysanthemum. As long as Ash can be drawn together, the effect is the same. But the question is, the beauty trick worked for Pikachu, but what about Ash? Come to think of it, it should be useful. After all, Ash is also the owner of Pikachu. Pokémon is like this, so is his master the same. As for Xiaoji's failure to show it at this time, in Yulongdu's view, the fundamental reason is because of the league competition. Otherwise, why did Xiaoji take a little beauty like Xiaoxia on a trip? Something wrong. Absolutely wrong. The more he thought about it, Yulongdu felt as if he had found a door to success. Chapter 333 Nina Statue. Chapter 333 Nina Statue. Okay, now the Pokémon that the two players will participate in have been registered, and the venue for the competition has been successfully drawn. So, let's hand the field over to the two players. Match between Xiaoji and Nina officially started. Because he drew an unlucky water field in the last stop, this time Xiaoji dared not continue to play that show. There is no suspense about the three strongest Pokémon, Minas, Sharknado, and Pikachu. However, this time, there was nothing unusual about the venue that Xiaoji had drawn. It was just the most common venue for the competition, a place of balance. Go on, Sharknado, I'll give you the first game. For this kind of competition venue without any venue factors, Xiaoji is naturally the favorite. At the very least, when fighting in this kind of venue, he doesn't have to think about other factors. Comparatively speaking, what Xiaoji likes more is the straight fight. Sharknado, then you will play in the first match. Video. Seeing that Xiaoji sent Sharknado, Nina was not polite, waved her hand, and a huge statue of about 1.5 meters in length appeared above the competition venue. Compared to BB Bird, BB Diao is much more gorgeous. Whether it is its body shape or its gorgeous feathers, it all tells how good this Bijou was nurtured by its trainer. Xanadu, use Phantom Light. Without the interference of the field factor, Xiaoji didn't think about other things, and directly gave an attack order to Sharknado. Wow! Following Xiaoji's order, Sharknado waved his hand, and a spiral pink circle of light blasted away at Bai Diao. My elder sister will teach you a lesson today to let you know that the battle between Pokémon is not just about attacking skill. Compared to carving, use high-speed movement. In the face of Ash's strong attack, Nina did not panic at all. With the progress of the competition, these players have already made enough understanding of each other, whether it's the Pokémon he's good at, or the tactics he loves. Of course, these people who know each other don't include Xiaoji, a foolish bee. This stuff basically spent in excitement. Facing Ash, the only thing Nina fears is that Pikachu. As for the Pokémon such as Sharknado and Minas, in Nina's view, they are simply making up the numbers. It's really not that hard to beat them. Under Nina's command, Pidgeot, who was hovering in the air, accelerated instantly, and turned sideways to avoid the phantom light from Sharknado. Good job. Now it's our turn to attack. Pidgeot, use the violent wind. Seeing that Bai Diao easily avoided the attack of Sharknado, Nina rudely gave a counterattack order. Beep. The huge wings flap, and gusts of wind blew up between Pidgeot's flapping wings. Xanadu, let's not show weakness. Use the power of mind to attack, and control his strong wind. As the battle continued, Ash suddenly entered a state of ecstasy. This is the battle that Ash is expecting. This is the stage that Xiaoji is looking forward to. Pick up. Xiaoji was excited, but Mu Chen felt nothing. I was really amazed when I saw this Nina before, but that's what happens when you see it more. After all, it's impossible for someone to come up and let you touch it. Just to see that for the current Mu Chen, it is basically a pediatrician, and there is no temptation. Having lost interest in Nina, and the Pokémon battle in the field was nothing to watch, Mu Chen fell into a semi-conscious state again. This Nina, if you don't replenish your energy, how will you fight the battle for a while? Basically, after just watching these two rounds, Mu Chen had already judged the approximate outcome of this match in his heart. Sharknado's strength wants to defeat this beagle. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. If nothing else, after Pidgeot used high-speed movement, the speed was beyond what Sharknado could match. As long as this Nina is not foolish, there is no possibility of Pidgeot failing at all. Sharknado is defeated, and the attack power is not as good as that of Sharknado's Minas. To put it bluntly, although the old lady of Minas is strong, her development direction is a bit biased. On offense, Minas is at the level of a younger brother. Her strength is all on defense. Whether it's Minas' own strong resistance and physical strength, or her bug-like self-recovery ability, they all give Minas a strong endurance ability. However, it is not easy to defeat the opponent only with endurance and no offensive power. Shutna. Unsurprisingly, a few rounds later, Sharknado's screams came, which also announced the end of the game. In the face of this extremely fast Pidgeot, although Sharknado has teleportation, he is unable to attack an opponent at all. In the constant consumption of Pidgeot, even though Sharknado was unwilling, he could only reluctantly accept the situation that ended ended in failure. Damn, Shinado, you've worked hard. Mina, this one is up to you. Shane Duo was defeated. Pikachu yawned, and Mota's choice, Ash, could only let Mina, the old lady, go up to the top first. Ha ha ha. Asterisk, you better send out Pikachu, or you won't have a chance. Hilda. Nina was overjoyed when she saw that Ash's second summon was Mina. As long as the Beagle defeated this Mina, then its mission was completed. The 2 Pokemon I have left are enough to deal with that Pikachu. Don't underestimate my Mina. Use water fluctuation. In the face of such an opponent hovering in the sky, Minas did not have many offensive methods. However, the release speed is slower than the Phantom Light and the water fluctuations are simply constantly consuming Minas's physical strength. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. You stupid bee, wave your uncle. Why don't you know how to defend and counterattack? Seeing that Xiaoji was actually provoked by Nina to take the initiative to attack, Mu Chen was speechless. If Minas is based on defense, there is no good way for Biddy to take her. After all, the physique of Minas is placed there, and the attack power of the eagle is nothing more than that. But who would have thought that with a few words of stimulation, Xiaoji started the active attack mode. Seeing this situation, Mu Chen knew in his heart that he probably didn't have much time to rest. Uncle, is it easy for me? How does Mu Chen, who is just complaining, know? If the normal animation process was followed, Xiaoji would have been eliminated long ago. To be able to come this far, he has already changed the history of the original world. Chapter 334 Earthquake after Nido. Chapter 334 The Earthquake after Nido. Damn it. Pikachu, it's up to you. Without any accident, Xiaoji once again withdrew the exhausted Minas with an annoyed expression on his face. Although Nina's performance was not very good at this time, she was still active in the arena, right? At this point, Ash could only pin all his hopes on Pikachu. This product is powerful, then I can wear 3 to advance to the final. If this guy pulls his hip, he will bid farewell to the stage of this league competition. Seeing that he is about to achieve his dream, how could Xiaoji be willing to give up? It's all up to you, Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Under Xiaoji's expectant gaze, Mu Chen walked 3 steps to the field of competition. Hurry up and finish work. I have to sleep. Although your little leather skirt with big waves is quite eye-catching, but compared with Lao Su's small light, you should sacrifice it. Looking at Nina standing opposite, Mu Chen showed no pity. Anyway, it's not her own wife, no matter how attractive she is. Bidiao, use high-speed movement, and then use lightning flash. Bidiao can wear 2, which is already overdone for Nina. Now against this Pikachu, Nina didn't expect any miracles from Bidiao. Even if you attack Pikachu a little bit, you will earn it. Beep tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Nina's order, the eagle circling in midair turned into a sharp arrow in an instant, and shot away at Pikachu, who was still in a concave shape in the middle of the field. Pick up tilde 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 skin. Gum, so slow in high speed. So slow is the flash of light. Faster than the carving speed. That is also relative. To Mu Chen at this time, this Bidiao was a piece of scum. Although according to the racial value, Mu Chen's racial value in his early 400s is not as good as this, but you can't stand the buff on others. Through the increase of genes, Mu Chen's speed far exceeds the existence of ordinary Pokemon. In the face of this rushing beagle, Mu Chen didn't even bother to do any dodging. In the eyes of others, this guy seems as fast as lightning, but in Mu Chen's eyes, it is nothing more than that. Zila tilde 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 tilde. Seeing the right time, Mu Chen is 100,000 volts against Bidiao. Still want to pounce on the old man. Stay where it is cool. B. No matter how fast the carving is, it cannot be faster than the current of 100,000 volt. Before he could get in touch with Mu Chen, a 100,000 volt hit him. Under the blessing of a flash of lightning, Bidiao couldn't even dodge. Looking at the electric current that was constantly expanding in his pupils, Bidiao let out a grief-stricken cry. This Nima. If I had known this earlier, it would be better to let this bird blow a strong storm in the sky. Maybe it would be better than delivering food directly. However, these are all just imagining. At this point, the guy had been electrocuted until his body was blackened, and he was twitching again and again. Bidiao, thank you for your hard work. Next, it's you who will fight Queen Nido. Bidiao's defeat did not exceed Nina's expectation, but the defeat was so straightforward, so decisive, that Nina frowned. How strong is this Pikachu? Nina also studied the battle between Pikachu and Konoha before. However, due to the limitations of the venue, Pikachu has never actively attacked Konoha's Pokemon except for the continuous use of electric skills on the pool and tornado, and this makes Nina's judgment of Pikachu slightly biased. This Pikachu's special attack ability is so powerful that it is terrifying. But what about this? The attributes of Nido are poison plus ground. No matter how terrifying your Pikachu attack is, its electric skills can't cause any damage to Nido. Nido tilde 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 tilde. Following Nina's call, a giant Nido with a height of about 1 meter 5 and a purple body appeared in the field. Hey tilde tilde. This Nina player's Nido Queen looks so strong. Yeah, the average Nido is only 1.5 1.3 meters tall. This Nido is not only a lot bigger inside, but its skin color is obviously more transparent than the average Nido. It seems that this is Nina's main forte, and she has never been seen using it before. How obvious. After Miss Nina kept Nido, it was to deal with this Pikachu. After seeing Nido's dazzling body shape, the audience on the sidelines immediately talked a lot. No matter how you look at this Nido, it is a very powerful Pokemon. Empress Nido. So what? Pikachu, charge, use Iron Tail. Seeing that the opponent summoned a ground-type Pokemon, Xiaoji certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to ask Mew Chen to use his electricity-type skill. Ha ha ha. Iron Tail, you think too much. After Nido, don't keep your hand, use Earthquake. Hearing Xiaoji's command, Nina released a big laugh. Let Pikachu, a Pokemon with only special attacks and outstanding speed, go to fight. Nina said she was not panic at all. Ni duo tilde tilde tilde. After receiving the trainer's instructions, Nido raised his right foot. Immediately, with a heavy step, the entire field of competition suddenly fell into a huge trembling. Therefore, it is one of the super big moves of the ground system, Earthquake. This skill can be described as a very domineering group attack skill. As long as it is a Pokemon that cannot fly, it cannot avoid the damage caused by the earthquake. With the shaking of the ground, the strong ground energy also spewed out, enough to cause huge damage to any Pokemon. Pika tilde 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 pick. I Nima. As for, don't try, just play with your life. Originally, according to Mew Chen's idea, why didn't he just go back and forth with this Nido for a few rounds, and then the other party was using this kind of life-threatening move. But who would have thought that this Nina did not play cards according to the routine, and was sent directly by an earthquake. Mew Chen's attribute is the electricity type, and he was restrained by the ground type. Now that the ground shook, and there was an earthquake, Mew Chen suddenly fell into a passive state. Ha ha ha. Very well. After Nido continued to use Quake, don't stop. Nina was even more excited to see Pikachu dodging the ground energy gushing out of the ground in the middle of the field. Earthquake. This skill will gradually increase its power as the ground shakes. At this moment, all Nina has to do is to let Nido keep using the earthquake, and finally let this Pikachu have no place to rest and be defeated by its earthquake. Pick up tilde 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 skin. However, Mew Chen is not the kind of Pokemon that relies on instinct to fight. Nima, do you want to use an earthquake to suppress Lao Su's activity space? Then let me see, is your earthquake fast, or my charge fierce? Chapter 335_One Shot Giant. Chapter 335 High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. In an instant, Mew Chen turned into a golden phantom. Even someone with slightly worse eyes could not even notice where Pikachu was at this moment. Nigga tilde tilde tilde. A burning tingling sensation came from his cheek, and Nido later expressed that he was a little confused. What going on? Madam, I followed the footsteps and was high. Why did I get beaten up all of a sudden? This face hurts so much. Pika tilde 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 pick. Nima. Ow. Of course, it's not just Nido that hurt. When the tail pulled up, Mew Chen also felt extremely painful. Be whinnying. You are not a rock Pokemon like Longlongian. Why are you so hard? But fortunately, this tail twitched up, which could be regarded as interrupting Nido's self-healing, so that the trembling and intensifying ground gradually returned to calm. Queen Nido. Use the flaming fist to repel Pikachu, then take the chance to keep using Quake. At this moment, Nina's big eyes were already filled with the word surprise. How fast is this Pikachu? A little too much, right? In an instant, Pikachu jumped more than 10 meters to the front of Nido. Although the attack power of this Iron Tail is not shocking, but this speed. At this moment, Nina began to panic. If it continues, Nido may not be able to beat this Pikachu. Although it is said to be restrained in terms of attribute, although it is said that there is such a big move as Earthquake. But in the face of this ghostly Pikachu, what can you do if you can't hit anyone? Nigga tilde tilde tilde. A flaming fist carrying Nido's anger was thrown out. Full of momentum, the audio and video effects are even more explosive. However, it's just a matter of hitting the air. After the Iron Tail shot, Mew Chen quickly changed his position, and came to the side behind Nido. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. This game must be a mother, right? Let you taste the pain of chrysanthemum today. After discovering that Nido had thick skin and flesh, Mew Chen decisively changed his routine. Flesh, and it is even more disadvantageous to lose both sides. So naturally, it is necessary to find a weak point to attack. Speaking of which, Lao Su's giant transformation has never been used in battle since he was upgraded to level 2. Of course, in order to hide people's eyes and ears, Mew Chen would never expose this kind of trump card to others. High-speed mobile blessing. Electric light flashes to start. Do it when you think of it. This has always been Mew Chen's character. Without any hesitation, Mew Chen rushed towards Nido, who was constantly flapping his tail in search of his target. Because of his body shape, Mew Chen's height was just enough to reach the base of Nido's back thigh, and this also facilitated some of Mew Chen's hidden attack. After charging under Nido, and using this old lady's huge figure to block other people's sight, light, Mu-chen decisively launched a giant transformation and launched an extremely ferocious attack on this old lady, Nito. He was suddenly attacked at his weak spot, and Nito's desolate howl suddenly sounded. This time, it can be said that it will take half of Nito's life. Thinking of her having been on the battlefield for several years after Nito, when did she suffer such an inhumane attack? Elsewhere on the body, Nito also has thick scales to defend against the opponent's attack, but in her weak point, she really has no scale defense. Queen Nito, what the matter with you? Hold on. After looking at Nito, who kept jumping and wailing, Nina was completely stunned. What the situation? Is Pikachu's attack so scary? Isn't it just a flash of ultra high-speed electric light? After Nito's defense, that is very powerful. With a flash of light, how could Nito be injured like this? However, because Mu-chen's attack was too fast, and because Mu-chen's attack was too covert, Nina didn't realize that Mu-chen really attacked Nito. In the same way, not only Nina did not find out, but the audience on the sidelines and the high-level executives in the Tower of Heaven also failed to distinguish how Pikachu attacked this time. Oh my god, is this still Pikachu? The special attack ability is terrifying, and the speed ghost is not a problem. This close-up physical attack ability is also so powerful. No, don't say anything. Come on, sister, let's go catch Pikachu right now. Pikachu is on sale. Only exchange is accepted. Don't take out Pokémon that aren't you Sanjia rank. I'll change it. I'll change my little fire dragon to you. The little fire dragon is AP. Come on. Lao Su's Kamui, it's your Pikachu. I'm adding 50,000 yuan to you. Originally, because of Mu-chen's appearance, Pikachu became a big hit in the Kanto region. Now, when Mu-chen used the flash of electric light that people couldn't tell the truth, the people of Kanto were boiling. Where is this still Pikachu? This is really a beast. Even if your Pikachu isn't as strong as the one on the field, it doesn't matter at all. Each Pokemon has the same racial value. This Pikachu can be so popular, then other Pikachus can also have the hope of reaching the level of this Pikachu. Even if it can't reach this level, even if it is only half as powerful, can't I walk sideways? It is precisely because of this that the boiling Kanto region is about to usher in a craze to conquer Pikachu again. Any of you see how Pikachu attack? In the Tower of Heavenly Kings, the Heavenly Kings are of course not as ignorant as those of the common people. Just kidding, there are tens of millions of Pikachu races, and it is rare for such a special existence to appear in a century or even 1,000 years. Want to find a second one? Don't think about you. At this time, what they were most concerned about was how the Pikachu attacked just now. However, even Zaiba, a fighting king who focused on strengthening his own strength, did not find any clues. I can't see it, but logically speaking, Pikachu's lightning flash can't be so powerful, right? After this Nito, the cultivation is still very good. That is to say, unexpectedly, this little thing has a whole card that we don't know about. After looking at Nito, who was constantly rolling over because of the pain, several Heavenly Kings showed intriguing eyes. This Pikachu is really getting more and more interesting. Unexpectedly, in addition to the super special attack and speed, the physical attack ability is so outstanding. What else is there that you are not good at? Damn it. Empress Nito, thank you for your hard work. Go, my last Pokemon, Raichu. How the kings see Nina, of course, do not know. Nito's unexpected defeat has completely disrupted Nina's plan. At this point, she can only choose to send her last Pokemon to fight this Pikachu for the last time. Chapter 336 Are you not afraid of electricity? Chapter 336 You are not afraid of electricity. Raichu ... Little guy, let me show you today. In our family, the gap between evolution and non-evolution. Looking at Pikachu on the opposite side, Raichu, who is obviously a few laps bigger, look confident. Pick up ... Stupid bee, who gave you confidence? The body is too big to be cowhide. Why are you so naive? Do you really think that evolution is cow leather? Today I will let you know that the flower is so red because it is barren. Hearing Licho's provocation, Mu-chen immediately responded, no matter what, we must not be weak in the momentum, buddy. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Xiaoji couldn't understand the conversation between the two Pokemon, but when this guy saw that Raichu was already on the field, he naturally gave the attack command without any hesitation. As expected of his initial Pokemon, he deserves to be his most powerful Pokemon. The opponents that Minos and Shinado fought so hard to fight, in the hands of Pikachu, they are completely chopping melons and vegetables. Although Ash didn't figure out how Pikachu got Nito, it didn't matter. Now, this last enemy is left. As long as he defeats this Raichu, he will be able to successfully enter the final stage. When he thought that the final stage that had fascinated him for countless years beckoned to him, Xiaoji suddenly trembled with excitement. League Finals. League Champion. You wait, my grandfather is here. Pika ... Chu. Hearing Xiaoji's order, Mu-chen didn't hesitate. The fat man on the opposite side is too capable of installing AB, so he really has a power on it. No need to say, 100,000 volt go with you. Zila ... His heart moved at will, and in an instant 100,000 volts shot out from within Mu Chen's cheek, and slammed it fiercely at Li Qiu, who was still on the BB. However, the result of the 100,000 volts was disappointing to Mu Chen. Li Qiu ... Work hard, little mouse. I don't feel this at all. With a 100,000 volt shot, Raichu was completely unaware and did not receive any damage at all. Looking at Pikachu, who was bewildered, Raichu showed a smug smile. Ha ha ha. Did you see it? This is the real electric Pokemon. My Raichu, it is not afraid of electrical attack. Although Nido lost inexplicably, Nina's biggest trump card was this Raichu. No one knows that her Raichu has the characteristics of a lightning rod and is not afraid of electrical attack. And this is also Nina's greatest grasp of defeating Pikachu. What? Immune to electrical attack. Seeing Raichu's immune system attack, Ash was also stunned. This is the first time I've seen an electric mouse other than Pikachu who is also not afraid of electrical attack. Although, this guy is Raichu after evolution. Oh my god. What did I see? This Raichu is not afraid of the attack of electric ills. Wow. What the hell is going on? Raichu who is immune to electrical attack. This is the first time I've seen it. I've heard it mentioned before. Pokemon seem to have hidden characteristics. Does this Raichu have those legendary characteristics? Wow. Features. I heard that this thing is still doing specific research in the Alliance. I didn't expect Raichu to have it. Is it so powerful? For ordinary Kanto people, the word characteristic is still out of reach. There are too many secrets in Pokemon. So many years have passed. Alliances in various regions are still doing various research on Pokemon, and the characteristic is an extremely important research topic for the leaders of the major regional alliances. Lightning Rod. That's right. This Raichu's feature is a lightning rod. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect this little girl named Nina to have Raichu with hidden characteristic. It seems that this little guy Pikachu is going to be uncomfortable. Ordinary people don't know the characteristic. As the top of the alliance, the four heavenly kings are still clear. Seeing Raichu ignoring Pikachu's 100,000 volt, the four heavenly kings immediately guessed what the characteristics of this Raichu were. Originally, according to their opinion, when Pikachu met this Raichu who was not afraid of electricity, it must be a fierce battle. After all, people are not afraid of your call, but they can call you back. Even if you are resistant to electricity skills, you can't bear it for a long time. But soon, something that made the audience uproar happened. Ha ha ha. Raichu, now it's our turn to attack. Using 100,000 volt, let this Pikachu see who is really powerful. Satisfied with the reactions on and off the field, Nina proudly gave Raichu an attack order. Snort. League competition. League champion. That must belong to me, Nina. Raichu ... Nina was full of confidence, and Raichu was equally imposing. With a blast of 100,000 volt, Raichu looked at Pikachu with a smile on his face. Little thing, let out howl under the attack of thunder and lightning. However, pick up ... Are you so afraid that you are not a joker? Howling your sister. Just your attack. It's not enough to tickle me. Facing the 100,000 volt from Raichu, Mu Chen also did not dodge. Just kidding. Do you know the feature of lightning rod? Xiaoji and Xiaoxia know this characteristic of Pikachu, but most people don't know it. After all, Mu Chen really didn't show his characteristics in front of many people, and he really didn't encounter many electrical opponents. But today, Raichu has fulfilled Mu Chen and gave him another chance to pretend to be a bee. What? How is this possible? Looking at Pikachu who was immune to 100,000 volt, Nina's pretty face was full of shock. The effect of Mu Chen's hairstyle is full mark. Likewise, not only Nina was shocked, but all the people watching the game on the sidelines were also shocked. One Raichu is not enough. Pikachu is also immune to electrical attack. What going on here? Are the features rotten too? Quick, don't look. Let go and catch Pikachu. Yes, remember to bring an electric type Pokemon. Be sure to catch this kind of Pikachu that is immune to electric type attack. Come to think of it, this is Pikachu's powerful secret. Seeing that Raichu and Pikachu are both immune to electrical skills, and that these two Pokemon can come to such a high state, the people watching the game seem to have caught something. Isn't that the secret to Pikachu's power? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, there are thousands of wild Pikachus. Why did everyone regard them as cute things to coax girls? Obviously, it is because of this feature. Only a Pikachu with this characteristic will have infinite potential. This Pikachu, what a surprise. Hehe, it seems that this Pikachu is not good at water battles, so people really can't find any weaknesses. As the four heavenly kings, he would not be as surprised as those ordinary people. However, they still praised this Pikachu. Chapter 337 _ a mysterious force. Chapter 337 A mysterious power. Damn it. Raichu, rush up and use not. Pikachu is also immune to electrical attack, which is indeed far beyond Nina's expectation. Electric ills couldn't work, and Nina, who couldn't think of it, could only choose to let Raichu rush up to play close combat with this Pikachu. Come to think of it, with Raichuna's physique, it's not difficult to defeat Pikachu, right? Although Nina herself has no confidence in this victory or defeat at the moment, but the final is just around the corner, and it is impossible for her to give up. Raichu tilde. Little thing, I can't believe that you are not afraid of electricity. Then eat Bencho's slap. Nina didn't think about it, and Raichu didn't think about it either. The characteristic of lightning rod is a hidden characteristic among the Pikachu family, and its rarity is still very high. Now Pikachu's lightning rod has completely disrupted Raichu and its owner Nina. However, unlike Nina, Raichu was full of confidence. Pikachu's small physique, isn't it just abuse? Pika tilde pick. Does your family make pencils? Is the category 2B? Are you missing a special heart and a knot? Check it out. Without the slightest hesitation, he moved at a high speed to support, and the electric light flashed and started. Bang! Within a short ride, Mew-chen slammed into Raichu fiercely. Raichu tilde. Raichu, who was still rushing forward with 8 master step, was taken aback. Pikachu's attack speed was too fast, and without the slightest precaution, Raichu was directly knocked to the ground. Raichu, be careful, your opponent is very fast. Seeing Raichu being knocked over, Nina quickly reminded him, although the strength of this Raichu is good, its biggest problem is that it is too arrogant. Pikachu, well done, keep attacking, rush up, use Hell Roll. Unlike Nina, who is worried about gains and losses, Xiaoji is completely burned at this moment. After Pikachu took down Pikachu and Nita with little effort, the last Raichu was left as an opponent. Although Raichu and Pikachu are said to be ineffective with each other's electrical skills, Pikachu's strength is not weak when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. Ash remembers that Pikachu once helped him win a fighting championship. How can Pikachu lose if you fight with this Raichu? However, Mew-chen scoffed at Xiaoji's order. Pick up tilde. Hell rolling. Why do you still remember this unfortunate skill? Love the special roll. You roll it yourself. I won't go. This kind of 7 injury fist skill. If it is not necessary, Mew-chen will never use it. Just kidding. The opponent may not be able to win after a roll, but it is so hard for yourself to fall, and only play this trick when you are sick. Hell rolling is absolutely impossible, but what about other skills? Looking at Liqiu, who stood up, Mew-chen's mouth showed a cold smile. 2B, when you act like me, I don't have any other special attack skills except electricity skills. Because of Nito's earthquake skills, the playing field at this time was far less flat than before. Countless cracks were cracked and the tumbling mud filled the field. But this just gave Mew-chen an excellent opportunity. You know, this guy also has the special attack skill of a mysterious force. This skill can change the skill attribute according to the location of Mew-chen, and these tumbling mud just happened to allow Mew-chen to use the mysterious power of the ground system. Without any hesitation, he took a stride, avoiding Liqiu, who was charging, and Mew-chen stepped on a piece of dirt. Raichu continued to attack, used Tarzan to push the top. Seeing that Pikachu did not continue to attack but began to dodge, Nina's morale was immediately boosted. Come to think of it, this little thing has also discovered that it is impossible to defeat Raichu just by relying on a flash of lightning. As for what hell scrolling is Ash talking about, I don't care about this Nina either. A mere fighting skill, or Pikachu's use, what power can it have? Even the previous defeat of Nito was completely an accident in Nina's view. An accident can happen once, but it will never happen twice in a row. However, Nina didn't know that all this was not an accident as she thought. Pika tilde chew. Seeing Liqiu coming towards him, Mew-chen let out a loud chirping. Immediately, a strong ground element rose from Mew-chen's body. Liqiu tilde. Never thought that Pikachu would still have such a routine, and Raichu, who was charging, suffered a big loss. A strong ground-type mysterious force slammed into him, and Raichu fell to the ground again. What? How is this possible? Why does Pikachu use ground-type attack? Looking at Raichu, who was knocked to the ground by a ground attribute special attack skill, Nina was completely stunned. How is this possible? It just Pikachu. How could it possibly learn the skills of the ground attribute? Oh my god. What did I see? What skill did Pikachu just use? Why is the energy wave khaki? That is to say, the ability of this color fluctuate. This should be a ground attribute, right? Stop kidding. Pikachu uses ground attribute skills. Are you dreaming? Who's dreaming? Can't you see it yourself? You see that Raichu was bombarded and couldn't stand up. Nina was stunned, and the audience on the sidelines was in an uproar. This Pikachu really refreshed their understanding of Pokémon. How could it be possible? Can Pikachu still do this? Ground attribute special attack skills. The people in Nina couldn't see it, but the Heavenly Kings in the Heavenly King's Tower naturally could. This Pikachu, if according to the records on the registration material, it should be given to this Xiaoji by Dr. Damu from Junshin Town. Right, that's right, it's really that old guy from Oki. He. It seems that we are going to find that old guy, Damu, and ask him where this Pikachu came from. Although the skill of mysterious power is not particularly powerful because of its variability, this skill has become an extremely rare and used special attack skill. However, there is no learning CD for this skill. This means that the only way to master this skill is to rely on genetic. Only if the Pokemon's own bloodline contains this kind of genetic power, it is possible to comprehend this extremely special attacking skill. Now, several Heavenly Kings are obviously interested in Pikachu's blood. Just how do they know that Mew-chen is not some wild Pikachu? Chapter 338 Upcoming Final. Chapter 338 The upcoming final. Let's congratulate Xiaoji from Junshin Town on his successful promotion to the final. Accompanied by the host's passionate shouting, a thunderous sound of congratulations sounded outside the arena. As the host said, Xiaoji successfully advanced to the finals of the league competition. Compared with the last game of the water field, this semi-final match, Xiaoji has to win a lot easier. And this also let all the people who pay attention to the league competition fully understand the power of this Pikachu. As long as there is no interference from the field factor, the public can't even find an existence that may pose a threat to this Pikachu. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, great, we won. I'm in the final. Running all the way, the excited Xiaoji ran into the arena again and lifted Mew-chen high. After successfully entering the league final, he was one step closer to his dream, and Ash seemed to be on fire. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Again, it's not just Ash who gets excited. At this moment, Mew-chen was also extremely excited. Although Xiaoji's dream has nothing to do with Mew-chen, but after winning the league championship, Mew-chen can successfully complete the main mission. What does it mean to complete the main quest? First of all, Mew-chen got rid of the danger of obliteration. Secondly, after obtaining the first level skin god ability, Mew-chen also has the hope of becoming a human being. Xiaosha is still waiting for Baba. Mew-chen said that this kind of small cherries that are about to ripen must be enjoyed by themselves. Not even just Xiaosha. It is the already familiar Lingxi, and he is in existence with a difficulty of 0. As an old man, although Mew-chen wouldn't turn his back on Xiaosha because of Lingxi or something, he didn't eat this kind of beautiful meat delivered to his door. It's a big deal. I just treat him as a runner to develop. It is precisely because of these double motivations that Mew-chen's excitement at the moment is much more than that of Xiaoji. One more step. One last step to go. No matter who it is, standing in front of Lao Su will kill you all. In the final, it should be this Xiaoji and that Ahong, right? Yes, there are really a few good seedlings in this league competition. Not counting this Xiaoji, that Ahong is also a rare seedling. Looking at Xiaoji, who was celebrating in the live broadcast, several lords of Heavenly Kings in the Tower of Heavenly Kings discussed again. Old lady, I have a suggestion. In the next game, choose a special terrain. Let us test the strength of this future champion in a good test. Through these few days of observation, Kikuko has roughly understood the strength of Pikachu. However, this is not enough. At this point, all Kikuko wanted to do was to test this Pikachu for the last time. Kikuko, what's the special terrain you're talking about? Basically, whether it's a volcano or a pool, this Pikachu has already beaten it, right? What other terrain is special? Hearing Kikuko's proposal, several Heavenly Kings suddenly became interested. Although they have already determined that the champion of this year is Ash, they are even ready to send a main Pokemon to test this Pikachu. But, if you can continue to probe the depth of this Pikachu, no one will object. In any case, after Xiaoji becomes the champion of the Kanto region, he will represent the Kanto region. Hehe, my opinion is, the empty field. You have also seen Pikachu's rank, except that it will be affected to a certain extent in water combat. Other terrain will not cause much trouble to it at all. But, the enemy we face is Team Rocket, the dark forces of the world. No one knows when and where the next battle will break out. What if it exploded in the air? Does Pikachu still have the ability to fight? Speaking of the Crown Spring, Kikuko's actual purpose is still to test Pikachu's bottom line. If this guy is not good at air combat, does she have a chance at Kikuko? You must know that Gengar is a Pokemon that can float and move in the air at will. Interesting. The field of the sky. Kikuko, are you deliberately embarrassing Pikachu? After all, it's just an electric mouse. No matter how powerful it is, how does it fight in the air? The so-called empty field means that the entire field has no ground at all, and all battles must be carried out in the air. Of course, for some Pokemon that can't fly, this is unfair. Therefore, in the venue, there will be a certain amount of floating buffer platform. Through those slow stages, Pokemon that can't fly can also move for short distances. Although this is also unfair to Pokemon that cannot fly, what the Alliance considers is how much combat power Pokemon can exert in a multilateral environment. Yes, how's it going? Old lady, I have a good idea. What's your opinion? Seeing Yulongdu's statement, Kikuko was even more excited. As long as Yulongdu nodded, the remaining two were irrelevant. To put it bluntly, the real powerful king in the Kanto region also has a situation with Herjuka and the unfathomable Yulongdu. I have no opinion. Holding his eyes, Kona took the lead. As the most insignificant king in the league, Kona will never do anything that contradicts other people's opinion. Ha ha ha. The battle in the air. It's interesting. I also want to see if this Pikachu can be so agile in the air. The fighting King Zaiba is a muscular man who only only knows how to fight. Of course, he will not object to this proposal to increase the difficulty of fighting and increase the viewing experience. Since everyone says so, let's arrange an empty venue for the next match. I also want to see how this Pikachu will fight in the air. Although Yulongdu changed his strategy for Pikachu, it did not affect his purpose of finding out the strength of Pikachu. The old woman's proposal, Juicy, is still very much to Yulongdu's appetite. He. Okay, then I'll let someone arrange it. Hopefully tomorrow, that Pikachu can bring us something different. For Kikuko, if Xiaoji can be defeated by a Hong, then she is even more delighted. If you can't win the championship, the influence will be far worse. Humans are forgetful creatures. If Ash can't win the championship and can't appear in the public eye often, it won't be long before the public will forget him. At that time, her Kikuko will naturally have more opportunities to capture and subdue Pikachu. Of course, Xiaoji and Mu Chen didn't know about all this at the moment. At this moment, Mu Chen was hiding in a quiet corner. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima, you stupid bee, you want to celebrate yourself. I want to sleep. Chapter 339 Opponent Hong. Chapter 339 Opponent A Hong. Pikachu, look, this is the final. We have come to the final stage. Looking at the noisy crowd around him and the huge and gorgeous competition venue in front of him, Xiaoji's eyes that had been burning all night still radiated raging flame. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Are you a Superman? Are you not tired? Seeing Xiaoji who was so excited, Mu Chen was completely convinced. This energy, Nima, is too full. Right, if you learn something like working small electric motors or something, Brother Shang is no match for you. Mu Chen said that he is very envious of Xiaoji's abundant energy far beyond ordinary people. Fuck, if I had your energy. Dear gentlemen, dear lady, dear Alliance trainers, welcome to the finals of the Kanto Regional League competition. Today, here we will decide the champion of the Kanto Region's League competition. The winning champion will be eligible to challenge the Road of Champions, and finally Mr. Samaranch will challenge. Now, let's have two contestants. Hi, Ah Hong. Just when Mu Chen was still imagining that he had the energy of Xiaoji, the passionate voice of the host of the league competition suddenly came. Watching the host and the horse shouting, watching the audience who was instantly boiling on the sideline, Mu Chen quickly adjusted his date. The final battle is about to begin. Xiaoji, your Pikachu is very powerful, but if you want to defeat me, it's not that easy. Under the guidance of the referee, Ash and Ahong began to register the three Pokémon that they were fighting against. Haha, the champion must be mine. In the face of Ahong's provocation, Xiaoji's aura of honeyed confidence spreads wildly again. What a joke. Having come this far, Xiaoji has long had no other thought in his mind. The championship is a must. Then we will wait and see. Leaving a sentence, Ahong looked at Xiaoji with a sneer. Do you really think that I, Hong, are those chickens from before? Your Pikachu is indeed powerful, but after being restricted from using those super ultimate moves, its power is nothing but elusive. Pikachu, it's not just you, Ash. Okay, now the two contestants' Pokémon have been registered. Next, let's draw the venue for the game. Although it is said that the venue of the competition has long been determined, it still needs to be dressed up. Otherwise, how can it show the fairness and openness of the alliance? However, when the predetermined empty space was drawn out, there was an uproar in the audience. Sky. It turned out to be the field of the sky with the most dangerous terrain. In this venue, there are only less than 20 floating platforms for those Pokémon who can't fly. If you accidentally fall off the platform, it means you lose your qualifications to fight. Seeing that the final venue turned out to be this, the audience immediately boiled. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect the last match to be this venue. This is too difficult. That is, if there is no place to stay, those Pokémon that can't fly can't even fight. That Ash is in danger today. Look at the three Pokémon he registered. Minos was completely useless, and the stage was not that big at all. Sanato can fly by relying on his mind power, but his main force Pikachu can't fly. That is to say, that Hong has two Pokémon that can fly. But very curious, that Hong, he actually has a Pikachu. When the people in the Kanto area were talking about each other, Xiaoji and Ahong also came to the competition venue respectively. Xanadu, I'll give you the first battle. Pikachu, are you going to play? Looking at the so-called most difficult face in the sky, the helpless Xiaojiban wanted Shinado to take the lead, but never thought, once again, before he threw the Pokémon, Pikachu, who was lying on his shoulder, rushed out. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Nonsense, what would I do if I don't play? This barren field looks like the field of water. If the slow stage is completely destroyed, why do you ask me to go up and admit defeat? Seeing this kind of competition venue, Mu Chen immediately thought of the previous water venue. This is so special. If all the places to stay are destroyed, don't I want to be embarrassed? Thinking of that possibility, Mu Chen couldn't bear it any longer. Anyway, Shinado's going up is also the life of the cannon fodder. Instead, it is better to go directly to the field. Okay, then it's up to you, Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu taking the initiative to fight, Ash would naturally not refuse. Pikachu, Pikachu. Then, let's go to Ren. With Ahang's call, a golden figure named Ren appeared in the competition venue. It is also a Pikachu. Pi tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. As soon as he appeared, Pikachu named Ren showed a strong desire to fight. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Ryan, why don't you just go to Rengar? Who are you scaring with this? Also Nima pick up. Today, I will see how you look like in front of me. As the so-called meeting of the same kind is particularly jealous. Seeing Ren, who was cuter than himself, Mu-chen said he couldn't bear it. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Ren, use 100,000 volt. The orders of the two trainers were issued almost simultaneously. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Zila tilde tilde tilde. The two currents also shot out from the cheeks of Mu-chen and Ren at almost the same time. Boom. The two currents collided, causing an explosion. When the dust and smoke of the explosion dissipated, there was a floating buffer in the stadium. Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? This guy named Ren is very strong, isn't he? Mu-chen expressed that he was surprised that he was able to hit a 100,000 volt with himself without falling behind. What the hell? Are you still Pikachu? Is it too much? Can you fight me with my father? Needless to say, a single sparring will result in one less floating platform, and of course Mu-chen will not continue to do this useless effort. High-speed mobile blessing. Electric light flashes to start. In order to keep the floating platform, Mu-chen decisively chose close combat. You little mouse's special attack ability is not weak. I don't believe that your melee combat is also our opponent. Ren, use crazy volt. The target is the floating buffer around you. Ignore Pikachu's attack. Seeing Pikachu start a hand-to-hand fight, Ahang decisively gave instructions to his Pokémon. However, his order was what worried Mu-chen the most, attacking the floating buffer. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Brother, something else. It's just a few slow stages. It doesn't matter if you don't stand. I'm going to hold on to the end. Seeing the hateful action of the Pikachu called Ren, Mu-chen panicked. Chapter 340 win the first game. Chapter 340 won the first game. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. At this moment, Mu-chen turned into a superhuman flesh and egg, relying on his own flesh and blood, which was not strong, and constantly shuttled on the extremely fast floating platform. Its purpose is to block the damage from Ren for those floating buffers. This Ahang doesn't care about Ren's victory or defeat. He wants to lose both, but Mu-chen doesn't want to. This is all smashed to pieces. Don't I want to be cool, old man? At this time, Mu-chen had already scolded the top leaders of the alliance over and over again. What are they all playing with? What the purpose of researching this barren terrain? Don't you dare to fight in an upright manner. If this were on an ordinary field, this Ren Mu-chen would be sure to take it down in a few rounds. However, now that he is in this empty space, Mu-chen truly understands what it means to be powerless. Good job, Ren. Don't tolerate your physical strength. Keep blasting. Blast everything. After 100 secrets, finally, Mu-chen still missed a floating buffer. Looking at the smashed stage, Mu-chen's heart was bleeding. However, unlike Mu-chen, Ahang's eyes lit up at this time. Before, Ahang had no confidence in Shang Xiaoji. Although his Ren is not weak, and it is also a hidden feature that can be immune to electrical attack. But when he saw Nina Raichu's fiasco, Ahang knew that relying on this alone would not be able to defeat Ash's Pikachu. However, when he saw the venue drawn by the league, Ahang immediately saw hope. Terrain. Just like Konoha back then, take advantage of the terrain to win. Konoha lost because of his own incompetence, but Ahang is not Konoha. For his own strength, Ahang is still very confident. If it weren't for Ash's Pikachu, just change it up, and Ahang is confident that he will completely abuse it. At this point, all Ahang thought was to change. Replace these floating buffers with your own Ren. Especially when he saw that Xiaoji's Pikachu actually used his flesh to resist Ren's attack on the slow stage. Ahang was even more convinced of this idea in his heart. Pikachu, fight back. However, Kai is different. Although Pikachu is not afraid of electrical skills, it was the first time that he was completely suppressed and could not even counterattack. Seeing the constantly running Pikachu in the field, Ash was anxious. This is the final of the league competition. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde 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 tilde. Counter your uncle. I don't want to fight back when you are my father. The problem is that once I counterattack, this bee will destroy the floating buffer with his life. This bee will be brought down in a while. I still want to play 2 games. Without the floating buffer, how can I play? However, passive defense is always inferior to active offense. No matter how fast Mu-chen's speed was, no matter how sensitive Mu-chen's response was, the floating buffers in the field were still being destroyed one by Ahang's Ren Pikachu. Looks like this little guy has met his opponent. Yes, this little guy named Ahang is very smart. He has no intention of fighting against Xiaoji at all. Chrysanthemum, if all the delays are defeated, and Xiaoji is defeated, shall we make this Ahang the champion? In the Tower of Heavenly Kings, the 4 Heavenly Kings watching the battle were also discussing the situation on the field. The situation at hand seemed very clear. If If it continues, even if this Ren is defeated, Pikachu's life will definitely not be easy. A large number of floating buffers were destroyed, and Pikachu would even lose space to dodge. At that time, what if it has an incomparably strong power? The rules of the game, but if you land, you will lose. Hee. Of course, rules are rules. If Ash loses, it can only show that he still lacks. However, this kid is still young, so he can't do it this time, and he will definitely win the championship easily in the next league competition. Just kidding, this is what Kikuko wants. Being able to get rid of Xiaoji and get rid of Pikachu so that she will have more time to do it right. Because of Pikachu's outstanding potential, and because of Pikachu's amazing intelligence, Kikuko's belief in capturing Pikachu at this time is even firmer. This Pikachu is the cornerstone of his great career. As Kikuko said, rules are rules. If this little wisdom fails, it can only be said that his strength is not enough to deal with any bad form of challenge. Of course, Yulongdu has the same opinion as Kikuko. Anything about the rules is bullshit. The first to break the rules is often the people who specify the rules. The reason why Yulongdu support Kikuko is because of the big plan in his heart. The difference between the champion and the runner-up is not a little bit. The price it takes to win a champion is far greater than that of a runner-up. Therefore, Yulongdu was also happy to see Pikachu lose and Xiaoji to become the runner-up at this time. In this way, wouldn't the price he had to pay to win Xiaoji was much smaller. However, how do these people know that Mew Chen will not accept failure no matter what? Pick. Pick. Nima. This is what you forced Lao Su. After continuous resistance, Mew Chen found that Li Qiu was still destroying the floating platform with his head down, and this guy was completely angry. So shameless for your face. Right, fuck, I'm not defending anymore. I don't want you to roll away. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. In an instant, Mew Chen, who had given up his defense, turned into an electric current, and slammed into Ren. Ren, use a flash of electric light to move. Seeing Pikachu charging, Ahong immediately responded. Pick up. After receiving Ahong's order, Ren also entered a state of flashing light. Although the speed of this cargo is not as fast as Mew Chen, but relying on the speed of the lightning flash, it can also avoid the attack from Mew Chen. Pick up. Again. Want to run? Let me go down. Ahong thought very well, and Ren did very well, but they still despised Mew Chen. Seeing Ren's flash of electric light, Mew Chen didn't hesitate, and slapped the figure who passed by the wrong person with an iron tail. Although an iron tail is not enough to cause too much damage to Ren, but when the iron tail came down, Ren's lightning flashed but lost his momentum. Pick up. The electric light was interrupted by a flash, and the displacement distance was not enough. Looking at the floating buffer platform that was close at hand, Ren had a sense of being close to the horizon. The first game was won by Ash from Junshin Town. Looking at Ren, who was shot down, the referee decisively announced the outcome of the game. However, as the winner, Mew Chen was not happy. 10 left at this time. Chapter 341 Disgusting Tactic. Next, it's up to you to join the battle. Ba Dahu. Fui tilde. Following Ahong's call, a large butterfly over 1 meter long appeared in the field of competition. Ba Dahu's attributes are insect type plus flight type, and in this empty field, it is not affected by the terrain at all. And this is Ahong's second Pokemon. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Seeing that Ahong summoned a flight type Ba Dahu, Xiaoji was also honest and rude. 100,000 volt, but these guys specialize in electricity. Pika Chu. No problem. Hearing Xiaoji's order, Mew Chen didn't hesitate, and hit Ba Dahu with a 100,000 volt. In the face of this kind of flying opponent, 100,000 volts is naturally an excellent choice. What's more, at this time, Mew Chen wanted to make a quick decision in order to save the last 10 floating platforms. Zila tilde. The current of fire tumbled and jumped on Mew Chen's cheek. In an instant, a fistic electric current hit Ba Dahu, who was still flapping his wings. Ba Dahu, use a stand-in. Block Pikachu's attack. Then, use the speed of signal light to attack those floating buffers. This time, Ahong's tactical choice remained unshakable. Destroy the floating platform. This is Ahong's plan. The first Pikachu defeated more than 10 floating buffers. This was because of its sudden attack, which caught Ash by surprise. Now that the other party is prepared, Ahong does not expect Ba Dahu to destroy all the remaining floating buffers. But, even if it only destroys half of the slow stage, this is enough for Ahong. As long as the floating buffer can be greatly reduced, it can limit Pikachu's performance to the greatest extent and make enough preparations for his final battle. Ahong is confident that as long as he can defeat this Pikachu, then the remaining Pokemon of Ash will definitely not be his opponent. Fui tilde. Following Ahong's order, Ba Dahu frantically flapped his wings. Immediately, a figure indistinguishable from Ba Dahu's body appeared in front of it. Therefore, it is a substitute skill that can resist all attack for the caster. Dickbell tilde. When the stand-in appeared, Ba Dahu flapped his wings again, and bursts of sounds followed. This skill is a Hong's attack command to Ba Deu, the signal beam. As an insect-type special attack skill, although the attack power of the signal beam is not particularly powerful, it is better than being concealed enough. Boom, boom. With the use of Ba Dehuna's signal beam, the sound of explosions came again and again. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. I am Nima. Would you like a B face? Seeing the opponent's attitude of ignoring him and attacking the floating platform wholeheartedly, Mu Chen was even more anxious. This is so shameless, isn't it? However, his 100,000 volts was blocked by the substitute, and Ba Dahu was unscathed at this time. Zila tilde 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 tilde. What's the matter? Block Lao Su. Let me see how many times you can use the double. Because Ba Dahu was in midair without a buffer, Mu Chen couldn't even charge him. There's no way. This place doesn't even have a place to stay. If you rush up, won't you die together? Ba Dahu ignored Pikachu's attack and continued to use the stand-in. Continue to destroy the floating stage. The tactic worked, but Ahong didn't choose it. Although it is said that every time the skill of the substitute is used, Ba Dahu's stamina will be greatly depleted, but it does not matter to Ahong at all. Replacing a floating buffer at a time is still very worthwhile in Ahong's opinion. Pika tilde 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 chu. Nima. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart was full of grief and anger. In the face of this shameless Dafa, the only thing he can do now is to attack desperately. In the end, what is between the two is how many times Ba Dahu can use a stand-in. The number of times it uses a stand-in, that is, the number of floating buffers it can destroy. Oh my god, there is such a shameless tactic. It's over. It's over. I bought all my belongings for Pikachu and won. All the belonging. Brother, you are awesome. Brother, I just bought it with private money. Hey, Pikachu was so aggrieved in this game, and he was unlucky to draw this field, and his opponent was even more rude. Looking at the constantly broken floating buffer platform in the field, most of the ordinary people can see where the advantage is at this time. What if Pikachu's skills beat this big butterfly? Finally, there is still a Pokemon in Ahong's hand. Ba Deu can be used as cannon fodder to defeat the floating buffer. Everyone knows that his last Pokemon must also be a flight type. Faced with such a situation, even though Ash's Pikachu has extremely powerful power, it can't play it at all. Everyone knows that if the floating platform is lost and the place to stay is lost, then this incomparably powerful Pikachu will be defeated without a fight. For this situation, the audience is naturally regretful. If such a powerful Pikachu is defeated like this, no one will feel reconciled. But what can I do about it? Rules or rule? Looks like our plans are about to change. Yes, Kona is right. If it's this Ahong who wins in the end, then we don't need to dispatch the main Pokemon. Although there were still 3 floating buffers on the field at this time, all the Heavenly Kings in the Tower of Heavenly Kings knew it. This Pikachu's defeat, sooner or later. Ahong's last Pokemon is a fire-breathing dragon. With a fire-breathing dragon with powerful attack power, it is simply too easy to destroy several floating buffers. Losing these floating buffers, even though Pikachu has infinite power, isn't it a loser? Hehe, that fine. After all, Xiaoji is still too young. With experience, he can grow up better and become the backbone of our Kanto region. When Xiaoji was defeated, the happiest person was of course Hikuko, who planned all this. Chrysanthemum is right. Letting this kid go through a failure can be regarded as an experience for him. Chrysanthemum is happy, and Yulongdu is not in a bad mood of course. In the same sentence, winning a runner-up is much less expensive, and it will not attract the attention of others. As long as you give a little favor when the time comes. Are you afraid that Xiaoji won't pounce on him? After winning Xiaoji, he has a powerful trump card in Yulongdu's hand. Pika tilde 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 chu. Just as the audience was discussing with the Heavenly King, Mu Chen finally defeated the abominable Ba Dahu. However, at this time, there were only the last 2 floating buffers left on the field. Chapter 342_Crisis Time. Now, let's show you my last Pokemon. Fire-breathing dragon. The rest is up to you. It was beyond Ahong's calculations that Ba Deu could destroy so many floating buffers. Seeing that there were only the last 2 sets left, Ahong's mouth showed a smug smile. This game is won by myself. Roar tilde 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 tilde. Following Ahong's call, a fire-breathing dragon far exceeding its size slowly lifted into the air and came to the arena. Oh my god, look at this Ahong's fire-breathing dragon. How big it is. That is to say, this Ahong seems to have cultivated the fire-breathing dragon very well. This Ahong hides so deeply. Before that, his Ba Dahu often played in battles, and this is the first time I have seen a fire-breathing dragon. It's over. Pikachu really has no hope of winning this time. Only the last 2 floating stage are left. Pikachu can't hold on at all. It's really unfortunate to have this kind of playing field. Seeing that Ahong finally summoned an apparently very powerful fire-breathing dragon, the audience outside the venue immediately fell into an uproar. Now in this situation, no matter how you look at Pikachu, there is no hope. Even if Pikachu's electrical skills can restrain the fire-breathing dragon, the floating buffer must be unable to hold on to the fire-breathing dragon first. Without the floating platform, if Pikachu cannot fly, it will be directly judged to lose. Pikachu, the final battle is over. Use 100,000 volts. Although the situation in front of him is very bad, Xiaoji is still full of fighting spirit. At this time, it is the last battle of the league final. Pikachu is the most trusted and powerful initial Pokémon. There was no hesitation in Xiaoji's heart. He believes that Pikachu will never let himself down. Pika Chu. Of course Xiaoji didn't know how to think about Mu Chen, but Mu Chen is just like Xiaoji, and he will not give up in the face of this battle. This is related to the main quest. This is about his future. This is even more about his own life. An electric current carrying Mu Chen's hope shot out from his cheek. The target was the fire-breathing dragon that kept flapping its wings. What Baron fire-breathing dragon? Kneel down to the Lord. Fire-breathing dragon. Use hold. Then, use burnout to destroy the last two floating platforms. Although the fire-breathing dragon is not a substitute for Badahu, but defending this skill, it can also help the fire-breathing dragon resist Pikachu's attack. For a Hong, he doesn't want much. As long as Pikachu's 100,000 volts are blocked, the fire-breathing dragon can use the powerful range attack skill of burning out to defeat the last two floating buffers in one fell swoop. Roar. After receiving a Hong's order, a fiery red energy light curtain appeared in front of the fire-breathing dragon. This is the defending skill that claims to be able to resist all attack. Although this skill has excellent defensive ability because of the extremely harsh conditions of use, under normal circumstances, a Pokémon can only be used once in a short period of time. In other words, this skill is similar to Mu Chen's charging, and it has a CD time. With the appearance of the energy light curtain, the fire-breathing dragon ignored the 100,000 volts of electricity. I saw the dragon's mouth facing the space where Mu Chen was, and a scorching flame energy spewed out. With the fire-type energy spewed out by the fire-breathing dragon, the entire competition venue was instantly covered by a strong aura of flame. The last two floating platforms are in danger. It seems that this game is about to be decided. Unfortunately, this Pikachu's strength is indeed superior, but the opponent's strength is not weak. Looking at the scene from the arena, Kona and Shiba, who were in the Tower of Heavenly Kings, were the first to comment on the battle. In their opinion, if it is a normal fight, then this Hong is definitely not Pikachu's opponent. However, due to the limitations of the venue, the only one who won in the end was a Hong who was determined to use the rule. With another opponent, Pikachu might still have a chance to use his powerful attack power to defeat the opponent before it can destroy the slow stage. However, this Hong, who would have thought that the three Pokémon that this guy chose were so targeted? The first Pikachu was immune to electrical skills, and attacked the stage unscrupulously. The second Badahu would use a stand-in, and under the stand-in, he also destroyed the slow stage a lot. In the end, although the fire-breathing dragon was not as strong in defense as the previous two, its attack power was countless times stronger. Relying on this shot to defend, the fire-breathing dragon after resisting Pikachu's attack was enough to burn the last two blocks. Losing the floating platform, Pikachu naturally defeated himself without a fight. It's nothing to regret. To put it bluntly, it's still Pikachu's lack of strength. If Pikachu has absolute crushing strength, this Hong's tactics will not work. Everything is going according to her plan, and Kikuko is very excited at the moment. As for the lack of strength, apparently, the old woman had long forgotten that it was because they limited Pikachu's rank. If it weren't for the super skilled limiter, Mu Chen's attack after charging, even if the fire-breathing dragon defended, might not be able to resist. However, through Juzi's step-by-step calculations, Mu Chen had already fallen into a critical situation at this time. Pikachu, hurry up and attack. The floating buffer platform can't hold on anymore. At this time, the most anxious person is naturally Xiaoji. Seeing that the last two floating buffers had a tendency to disintegrate, Xiaoji was shocked. Ha ha ha. Xiaoji, you have no chance. The floating platform is about to shatter, so stop struggling. This year's champion belongs to me, Hong. Although the victory was disgraceful, under the rules, he, Hong, was the victor. Seeing the upcoming victory, a Hong trembled slightly with excitement. Pick up pick up Nima. This is so barren. At this time, Mu Chen was also anxious about the situation in front of him. Facing this old Libby fire-breathing dragon, Mu Chen really couldn't imagine it. One shot of 100,000 volts is blocked. Even if one shot is being used, it is definitely too late. The floating platform under his feet had already begun to tremble faintly. Mu Chen knew that this game should be broken down soon. Special. I don't agree with you. Without a choice, Mu Chen could only grit his teeth and send out 100,000 volts again. What the matter? Fight. Let's see if the floating buffer will be broken first, or if you are a stupid bee dragon being turned over by me. Chapter 343 _ the figure that walked with electricity. Pikachu. It's over. This time is really hopeless. It's a pity. That fire-breathing dragon was hit with a 100,000 volt, and the state was also seriously damaged. That is to say, it's really a pity. Even if there is a floating stage, Pikachu can win. No way, the rules set by the Alliance cannot be broken. It seems that this Xiaoji can only wait until the next league competition. I can't be reconciled. Obviously Pikachu's strength is stronger. Accompanied by Ash's anxious shouting and the size of the audience on the sideline, the last two floating buffers were completely shattered. Although it was said that the fire-breathing dragon was hit by Mu Chen's 100,000 volt, although it was said that the attributes of this 100,000 volt caused great restraining damage to the flying attribute of the fire-breathing dragon. However, the fire-breathing dragon's level is not low, and it is still possible to resist this 100,000 volt. When the fire-breathing dragon resisted, Mu Chen couldn't. Having lost the floating platform as a place to stay, Mu Chen was falling straight down towards the bottom of the stadium. Everyone knew that as long as Mu Chen fell to the level of the stadium, it would be the time to decide the outcome of this match. Although it is said that there are two Pokémon in Xiaoji's hand, but one of them, Mina, can't participate in the battle at all. The only one who can participate in the battle is Shinado, and not many people are optimistic that she can defeat the powerful fire-breathing dragon. This means that when Pikachu falls to the level of the stadium, the game about the Kanto Region League Championship will be decided. Seeing that Xiaoji, who was originally a big hit, finally failed because of this reason, everyone felt sorry for him. What can I do? I said, are we going to prepare for an appearance? That right, prepare for it. After losing Pikachu, Xiaoji is not this Ahong's opponent. Hehe, you two young people are really impatient. After all, we are also the four heavenly kings, and we are the face of our Kanto region, so there is no need to be so urgent. That right, Kikuko is right. Anyway, even if Ahong won, he would have to go through some introductions from the host of the conference. By the time we're out, what is this? Not only the people in the Kanto region, but also the four heavenly kings in the Tenno Tower have also confirmed the outcome of this game. Pikachu has nowhere to rest, and falling to the bottom is just an instant. But just when Yulongdu persuaded Shiba and Kona, who were a little impatient, the field of competition suddenly changed. Ah, look at you. My god, it's impossible. What the situation? How is this possible? Not only Yulongdu and others were shocked, but the audience on the sidelines were also caught in an uproar. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Charge. At this time, the most excited is Xiaoji. Looking at the figure that should have fallen to the bottom, looking at the indomitable figure, Xiaoji's whole body trembled with excitement. Damn it, that's okay too. Unlike Xiaoji's excitement, Ahong, who was still full of confidence, had only stunned expression on his face. And the reason why Ahong was stunned, Xiaoji was excited, and the audience was in an uproar, was that Pikachu, who was riding the thunder, pick up tilde skin. Nima, scumbag, want to yin lousy. Why do you want to make me fail with this disgusting method? Don't even think about it. The floating platform was all shattered, and Mu Chen really panicked at first. Without the staging platform, Mu Chen, who had lost his place to stay, could only fall towards the bottom of the field in a weightless state. If it was an unimportant match, Mu Chen might have just passed by paddling. But this game is about the main quest, whether he can become a human dream, and even more about his own life. Under such an important game, how could Mu Chen give up so easily? After a brief panic, the adjusted Mu Chen decisively used an electric shock under him. With the use of the electric shock, Mu Chen was able to get a moment's breath by relying on the electric shock skill that disappeared in an instant. Taking a breath, Mu Chen continued to use the electric shock. This time, Mu Chen, who had turned on the high-speed movement state, directly regarded the electric shock skill as a step for him to step on. Although it was said that the electric current released by the electric shock would disappear in an instant, it was enough for Mu Chen. Relying on the electromagnetic steps made up of electric shock, Mu Chen stepped back into the air step by step. Inside and outside the arena, everyone was shocked when they saw this Pikachu riding the thunder. No one thought that Pokémon skills could still be used like this. No one would have imagined that this Pikachu could catch this leading electric shock and improve the coordination of his speed and skill used to this level. Relying on the continuous release of electric shock, Pikachu at this time was completely like a flying Pokémon wrapped in thunder and lightning, standing opposite the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing this scene, all the viewers who support Pikachu are excited. I had already given up hope, but who would have thought that this Pikachu was so tenacious and so powerful? Damn it. Fire-breathing dragon, use the flame jet to knock it down. Seeing the Pikachu standing in the sky, Ahong completely lost his previous calmness. At this moment, Ahong could not wait to jump up and directly knock the Pikachu down. Why didn't you all fall down? How can you still come up? Why come up? This kind of walking by stepping on the fleeting current, let alone seeing it, Ahong had never heard of it before. Seeing that the upcoming champion was about to leave him, Ahong ran away. Since your Pikachu needs to release electricity to maintain the balance and stability of the body in the air, does that mean that Pikachu at this time cannot attack the fire-breathing dragon at all? If this is the case, then Ahong still has a chance. Roar tilde. Appreciating the master's strong desire to survive. The fire-breathing dragon is also unequivocal, and it bit out a hot flame at Pikachu. Yellow-skinned mouth. You really startled Ben Long. However, that's all you need. I don't believe this dragon. You can avoid the flames of this dragon by walking on this electric current. Pikachu, watch out for the fire-breathing dragon's attack. Seeing Ahang's shot, Ash quickly warned Pikachu. In this situation, Ash has been unable to help Pikachu much. Everything in the future will depend on Mew Chen himself. Pick up ... Throwing flame. Bring it on. Dash along. Today's victory in this game. I've got it. Chapter 344 _ Run on Thunder. Woo ... Looking at the scorching flames coming towards him, Mew Chen didn't have the slightest sense of panic. This battle is a battle that he cannot give up and cannot admit defeat. This battle is his righteous battle. At this time, Mew Chen had probably understood in his heart the attraction of this bullshit field. The use of this bullshit skill limit is simply that the alliance is targeting itself, or it is Chrysanthemum, or it is Yulongdu. Through a Jew's information, Mew Chen had long known that these two guys had bad intentions towards him. In the current situation, it is not necessary to think about it. These two bees are definitely trying to make themselves lose. What the matter? You want me to lose? I just want to win. Electric current flickered frantically on Mew Chen's cheek. Of course, in order to avoid being caught by the league basket, Mew Chen would never use anything to recharge without thinking. Boom. Pick up ... Just as Mew Chen was accumulating power, the flame jet of the fire-breathing dragon also hit him fiercely. It was unavoidable, and Mew Chen naturally resisted this abruptly. A painful cry came from Mew Chen's mouth. Although it is said that Mew Chen's special attack ability is strong at this time, his speed is also much higher than that of ordinary Pokémon. But, after all, his race value is only 435. This racial value, in the world of Pokémon, is only the existence of the middle and lower layers, and Mew Chen has no advantage over the Pokémon after the general evolution. And this proves how weak Mew Chen's physique is. Most of his racial values are divided between special attack and speed. Good job, fire-breathing dragon. Pursue the victory and continue to use the flamethrower. Seeing that the flame jet of the fire-breathing dragon blasted the floating Pikachu down, Ahang shouted excitedly again. At this time, he has seen the hope of winning again. Pikachu, hold on. Seeing Pikachu starting to fall again, Ash panicked. What the situation? I've only just seen hope. Isn't it still okay? Looks like Pikachu has reached its limit. Yes, although this little thing floats in the air with the help of the fleeting current, it is still limited in its ability to move. Looking at Pikachu, who was shot down by a fire-breathing dragon, the Heavenly Kings in the Tower of Heavenly Kings made an assertion again. Although it is really amazing to say that Pikachu's fish and electricity are really amazing, but that's all. But just when Ash was anxious and the Kings made an assertion, there was another change in the playing field. Pika ... Chu. I saw Mew Chen, who fell again, suddenly let out a loud chirping. Immediately, A dazzling electric current suddenly bounced out of the falling Mew Chen's cheek, and hit the fire-breathing dragon fiercely. This is exactly the 100,000 volts after Mew Chen has been charged. Although charging is not allowed, the power of 100,000 volts after accumulating will also be much stronger than those that are instant. Of course, Mew Chen didn't want to rely on this 100,000 volt to solve the battle. All he has to do is, my god, Pikachu, look, Pikachu is running. Gosh, what did I see? Pikachu is running on 100,000 volts. How is that possible? Is this possible? No way. I can't take it anymore. Get out of the way. I'm going to grab the pickup. I want to buy a Pikachu that is immune to electrical attack. What do you want? When the audience on the sidelines saw the figure running fast on the electric current, they immediately boiled. This kind of picture, in their lifetime, they have never heard of it, let alone seen it. Damn it. Fire-breathing dragon, get out of the way. Seeing Pikachu's attack, and seeing the golden figure rushing along the 100,000 volt, Ahang was shocked. Roar ... Ahang was shocked, and the fire-breathing dragon, the dragon involved, was even more panicked. The 100,000 volts before made him a lot of pain. Now this one is more powerful than the previous one. Are you standing stupidly waiting to be beaten? Without a second word, the fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings frantically and quickly dodged away from the other part of the arena. Pika ... Chu. However, how could Mew Chen let this damn fire-breathing dragon escape? Although it is said that 100,000 volts will not track the target, Mew Chen can. With the help of the speed boosted by running on 100,000 volt before, Mew Chen, who came to the end, made a flash of lightning against the sky. Immediately, Mew Chen, whose speed was increased to the limit, rolled in the air, flicked his tail, and a golden electric ball emitting a dazzling light was formed, and it blasted the fire-breathing dragon fiercely. Crackling ... Ooh, fire-breathing dragon, use hold. Seeing the attack of Pikachu's electric ball, Ahang repeatedly gave instructions to the fire-breathing dragon. At this point, it was definitely too late to dodge, and Ahang's only option was to let the fire-breathing dragon use and defend this skill. If only, as long as it can block this electric ball, this Pikachu will continue to be powerless. At that time, there is no need for the fire-breathing dragon to take the initiative to attack, and this Pikachu will directly fall to the field and declare failure. Roar tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Ahang's order, the fire-breathing dragon certainly wouldn't have any hesitation. With the roar of the fire-breathing dragon, a fiery red energy light curtain was formed in front of it in an instant. Although it is said that because I have used hold before, this time's hold energy is not as strong as the original one, but this seems to be enough for Ahang. This power-generating ball is not black, so the fire-breathing dragon can hold it no matter what. Boom! Under Ahang's attention, under Xiaoji's attention, under the attention of the 4 heavenly kings in the Tianwang Tower, and under the attention of the audience and even the entire Kanto people, Mu Chen's electric ball slammed into the fire-breathing dragon's guarding energy protection. Above the hood, the huge explosion smoke rose, and everyone watching the battle could not find out what the condition of the fire-breathing dragon was in the smoke. Ha ha ha. Great, I won. The championship is mine. Everyone watching the battle didn't know, but as the trainer of the fire-breathing dragon, Ahang was the first to cheer, although he could not see the situation inside the smoke of the explosion. But, after this explosion, there was no roar from the fire-breathing dragon. This shows what? Obviously, the defense skills blocked the attack of the electric ball. However, before Ahang could celebrate, a huge fiery red figure suddenly fell from the smoke and smashed hard against the ground. Although, at this time, the golden figure of Pikachu also fell. But no matter how you look at it, this fiery red figure falls faster than Pikachu. The result is obvious. Hold the skill this time did not hold Pikachu's electricity ball. Chapter 345_Champion. Chapter 345 Champion. Let's congratulate Ash from Junshin Town. Congrats to him for being the champion of this league tournament. Crazy, boiling. When the huge body of the fire-breathing dragon fell heavily on the field of competition, the hoarse cry also followed. Obviously, this guy has been suppressed for a long time in order to brew this cry. As the hoarse cry sounded, the entire conference venue of the league was filled with clamorous noises and thunderous applause. Great, Pikachu. Great, we won. I'm the champion. The game was decided. Pikachu successfully struck out Ahang, and Ash naturally rushed into the arena with great excitement. Picking up the Pikachu, which also fell to the ground, Xiaoji spun frantically. Ever since he had a memory, since he knew there were Pokémon in this world, ever since he knew that there was an alliance competition in their Kanto region, Ash's wish was that one day he could stand on this stage and become the protagonist of the stage. Now, just 1 year after embarking on the journey, Xiaoji has already fulfilled his long-cherished wish. How could he not be excited? How can you not be excited? Contrary to Xiaoji, Ahang, who is the opponent, is disappointed. Lost. Just lost. I prepared so much, paid so much, and finally lost. In this kind of venue that is completely beneficial to him, he is still the miracle achieved by Pikachu. As a background, Ahang said that he could not accept this cruel fact. Why is the difference so big? Ever since he was a child, he has been the most outstanding being among his peers. Although Ahang has also failed, he has never failed so miserably, and has never failed so embarrassingly. However, looking at Xiaoji, who was celebrating and listening to the thunderous celebration and applause on the sideline, Ahang had to accept this fact. Myself lost. Okay, get ready, it's our turn to play. After the twists and turns of the game, Pikachu once again refreshed the senses of the kings of it. Standing on electricity, walking on thunder. This, Pikachu, Nima. As the king of heaven, I am afraid that they have never heard of such a thing, right? Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Different from Xiaoji's excitement, at this moment, Mu Chen almost ran wild. Nima back. Didn't Lao Su win the league championship? Why can't this task be completed? System, are you so out of your mind? Why don't I let me finish the road of a bullshit champion and defeat the Baron Samaran? Is it too much? Why don't you just give me the reward directly? Big deal. It's a big deal. You can start another mission on the road to the championship. What a barren thing. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart was full of grief and anger. Lao Su is not a donkey. Are you using it to hang a carrot in front of Lao Su? However, the system took a cold attitude towards Mu Chen's call. No matter how much Mu Chen asked, the system ignored it. Now, let us have the respected 4 heavenly kings, and let the 4 heavenly kings present the prize to the champion. Just when Mu Chen was still fighting against the system in his mind, the host voice came again. Apparently, the 4 heavenly kings who were ready made their debut. The appearance of the 4 heavenly kings at the same time is a major event in the Kanto region. After all, what these 4 represent is the supreme power and supreme power in the Kanto region. As for the league championship, this is nothing but an honor, and everyone can tell that. Of course, the champion is not called for nothing. On top of honor, the champion can continue to challenge. The road to the championship. Challenge the champion of the Kanto region. Only when this step is achieved. Is it a veritable Kanto champion? However, there have been many champions in previous league competitions, but no one has succeeded in the past 10 years who can walk the road of champions and finally challenge the old champion. Being able to become the champion of the Kanto region, Samaranch's natural is not for nothing. Xiaoji, congratulations on becoming the champion of our Kanto League competition. Your Pikachu is very nice. Looking at Ash with an excited face, Kona, the representative of the 4 heavenly kings, spoke up. Thank you, King Kona. After being praised by the Ice King, Xiaoji naturally returned the gift with an excited expression. Pick up ... What the hell? Is this Nima the king? Not anymore. Dad, I can't do it anymore. Hearing Kona's voice, Mu Chen himself was attracted. Seeing this, Mu Chen is jelly. Nima, after coming to this world, I have seen a lot of beautiful women, but it is the first time I have seen one so charming and so charming. What Musashi, what Erika, what Natsu, what Ninjalinko. Compared with Kona, this is not on the same level at all. As expected of the king, this special level is different from them. Looking at the mature and charming glasses girl in front of her, Mu Chen suddenly became energetic. Other than that, it is also seductive to look at. 8 of the league competition, Mu Chen has almost lived an ascetic life. As the competition progressed, Lingzi did not come more and more. Mu Chen said that, except for Miss Nina in the semi-finals, he hadn't seen her for several days. However, this stuff is not known. With his eyes on Kona, several supreme beings in the Kanto region suddenly found clues. Xiaoji, now what we want to ask you is, excuse me, are you going to take the road of champions and finally challenge the champion Samaranch to become a veritable champion in the Kanto region? This is also a rule over the years. The champion of each league competition is eligible to choose whether to challenge the final championship road. However, most of the league tournament winners chose to give up. The challenges of the league competition and the road to the championship are simply 2 levels of existence. The main purpose of the league competition is to cultivate new trainers and give young trainers a stage to perform, and the road to a championship involves real power. Without absolute certainty, no one will choose to challenge the road to the championship. That is nothing more than an increase of shame. Even if you finally win the league championship, the fame you get will be affected. However, of course these people do not include Ash. Road to champion. Challenge. Of course I'm going to challenge. My goal is to become the #1 Pokémon trainer in the world. In the face of Kona's inquiry, Xiaoji made a very firm reply. For Xiaoji's choice, Kona and the other 4 kings have no surprises. With this Pikachu that is comparable to the King of Heaven, it is so sick to not challenge. Chapter 346 seems to be grown up. Ha ha ha. Xiaosha, see, this is the championship trophy. I have finally become the champion of the Kanto region. After retreating from the competition arena, Xiaoji, who had left the player area, finally reunited with Xiaosha. Seeing his partner, Xiaoji didn't hesitate. He turned on the trophy and turned on the show-off mode. Alright, I see. Isn't it all Pikachu's credit? Seeing Xiaoji's excited appearance, Xiaosha patted her forehead speechlessly. How excited are you? If it wasn't for Pikachu's strength, I'm afraid you would have squatted and cried a long time ago. Haha, isn't Pikachu my Pokemon? However, Xiaosha's theory obviously doesn't work here in Xiaoji. Pick up ... pick up ... How Xiaoji celebrates Mu Chen is too lazy to care. At this moment, the most important thing to Mu Chen is naturally Xiaosha's warm embrace. Nima, but I really want to kill me. Hee. Pikachu, do you miss me? I miss you too ... Although it is said that Pikachu can be seen on the field, Xiaosha has never tried it for so many days and has been separated from Pikachu. I haven't seen you for a few days, let alone Mu Chen. Even Xiaosha misses this little bastard very much. Although it is said that the little bastard who threw himself into his arms at this time has begun to be dishonest, but Xiaosha said that for the sake of not seeing it for a long time, she endured it. Xiaosha, earlier, I heard King Kona tell me to prepare for 2 days, and then I went to challenge the road to the championship. But you can go with me on this championship road. Do you want to go? Ash won't care about the interaction between Pikachu and Kasumi. At this moment, his mind was already filled with the challenge of the championship road 2 days later. Road to champion. Only by becoming a league champion is qualified to challenge the highest palace. Thinking that he could actually challenge the road to the championship, Xiaoji's brain, which had not had much rest for 2 consecutive days, became excited again. Go, of course. To Xiaoji's idiot-like question, Xiaosha of course gave an affirmative answer. It's only been a few days since she left Pikachu, this little bastard, and she misses it so much. How can she be willing to part now? Xiaosha had never felt so deeply before, but only when they were really separated did Xiaosha know how much weight this bastard Pikachu occupied in her heart. Xiaosha knows that she is afraid that she will not be able to separate from this little bastard in her life. However, what troubled Xiaosha was that this little bastard turned out to be the idiot's initial Pokemon. In the past, the chances of wanting to exchange or to come directly were not large. Now this bastard has helped Xiaoji, an idiot, to achieve his long-cherished wish. I am afraid that such opportunities are even more remote. Pick up ... Of course Mu Chen didn't know Xiaoxi's worry. At this time, this guy was already indulging in the warm embrace of the young lady. I haven't seen you for a few days. How do you feel that this girl has grown up? What the hell? Did the old man have a delusion? In a trance, Mu Chen noticed some subtle differences. It's only been a few days. Can't be so fast. No, this must be confirmed. Before, Mu Chen just found out that something seemed to have changed after he accidentally touched it. Now, after this guy has made a decision in his heart, he must be honest and rude. Little short hand stretched out. Pikachu, you bastard. Previously, Xiaoxia said that she could bear it, but this time it was absolutely intolerable. That's abominable. Unacceptable. This is on the street. Even if Xiaoji, this stupid bee, won't pay attention, this person is coming and going, and who sees her? Xiaoxia, do you want to be a human? Pick up ... Pick up ... What the hell? As for, I don't want to take advantage of you. I am in the spirit of professional research. It is a great science. However, Mu Chen didn't believe it when he said it. Nima, really grown up. Before I was tired of being with this little girl every day. I hadn't noticed it yet. Now this separation is really different. At this time, Mu Chen had already decided in his heart that the girl Xiaoxia had really grown up. Although it is not an exaggeration to say that the extent of growth is not exaggerated, it is also a good omen, isn't it? This means that Xiaoxia, this little peach, is gradually going to mature. Speaking of which, this little girl look 14 and 15 now, right? Does it mean that after waiting for a year or two, Lao Su will be able to eat it for her? This is what Mu Chen is most concerned about. And just as Xiaoji and Xiaoxia reunited and Mu Chen shamelessly conducted scientific research, the Heavenly Kings in the Heavenly Kings Tower once again started a discussion about Pikachu. The road to the championship will start tomorrow. Right then, tomorrow's first battle is up to me. The so-called championship road is a passage leading to the top of the mountain in the depths of the core plateau, and Xiaoji is to embark on this journey that belongs to him. On this road, Xiaoji will encounter the challenges of the four kings. Only by defeating his opponent can he move on. Of course, because this is also a performance-oriented activity, the four Heavenly Kings are not using their full strength. In most cases, the four Heavenly Kings just use some second-tier Pokémon to perform a show with the trainer who is challenging the road to the championship. However, this time, because of the existence of Pikachu, the four Heavenly Kings also move seriously. This Pikachu's offensive ability is comparable to that of the Heavenly King, and it is also considered a not weak opponent. When Xiaoji passed the championship road and finally reached the top of the mountain, it was him who challenged the veteran champion Samaranch to decide the final Kanto champion. As long as Xiaoji wins, he will become a Kanto champion with real power and a high level in the Kanto region. Although the power in the Kanto region was basically in the hands of the four Heavenly Kings at this time, it was even said that it was in the hands of Kikuko and Yulongdu. However, as long as Xiaoji has this level of identity, it is equivalent to him getting a gold medal to avoid death. In the Kanto region, if Kikuko and others wanted to take action against him, it would be even less of a chance. After all, in the eyes of the public, whether you are the king of Chrysanthemum or the champion of Xiaoji, they are all cards in the Kanto region. If she really fights, Kikuko will only lose her reputation. If you want to take the lead, then go. Shiba, don't hold back. Put this Pikachu to the test. Our Kanto champion is not a Chinese cabbage. The one who doesn't want Ash to win is, of course, Kikuko. Although this old woman already has a follow-up plan, even if Xiaoji becomes the champion, there is a way to attack him. But if that trouble can be avoided, Kikuko said she would never mind. Chapter 347 On the road to champion. Gentlemen, lady, trainers of all Kanto. Now, our league champion, Ash, is on his way to the Core Plateau Championship. Let's pay attention to our champion Xiaoji through the broadcast, whether he can successfully reach the top in the end. After a night of rest, Ash took Pikachu and Xiaoxia on a journey to the road to the championship. In these few days, Ash needs to walk the entire journey of the championship and finally reach the top of the mountain to challenge Samaran. Of course, because this is also a major event for the people of Kanto, Xiaoji was filmed by drones at the moment. The people in the Kanto region use the pictures taken by drones to learn about their champion of the league competition, Xiaoji, and finally challenge the process of the championship. Xiaoxia, haha, look at me. I will definitely finish the road to the championship successfully and challenge Samaranch to win the final championship. After another night of sleepless night, Xiaoji is still very energetic. Looking at Xiaoji's state, Mu Chen probably knew in his heart that this guy might not stop until he finished the championship. For this situation, Mu Chen Dao didn't care. Although he said that he hadn't discussed with his cheerleaders for several days, but the drone was hovering above it, and Mu Chen really didn't have the courage to perform in front of the entire Kanto people. Male Majesty, endure it. Anyway, I slept very peacefully successfully yesterday tilde, because she went to Xiaoxia to be separated for several days. This time Xiaoxia did not refuse Pikachu's request. Of course, it's also necessary to warn bastards or something. All the upper body should be lost, and Xiaoxia basically gave up defense. But for the lower body, it is absolutely necessary to guard against it. After all, Pikachu is a Pokemon after all. Even if her heart was completely filled with this bastard, Xiaoxia said that she really couldn't accept it. Just how does Xiaoxia know? Mu Chen is not in a hurry at all about this situation. The road to a championship, right? The challenge of the top of the championship, right? When the special lousy is all taken, the main quest will be completed. When the time comes, tilde. Of course, Xiaoxia was still young now, so Mu Chen wouldn't be so eager to do something to her. After all, being too small is not good for the body. However, the cultivation of feelings will let this little girl know that she will become her own girl sooner or later. These must be done. Xiaoji, the road to the championship is to challenge our 4 kings, right? In the Kanto region, the 4 heavenly kings are definitely powerful. Thought that Xiaoji, a foolish bee, had to challenge such a powerful existence. Xiaoxia said that she had no idea in her heart. Wouldn't it be nice to win a league championship? Why continue to challenge? However, as a girl, how can Xiaoxia understand the ambition in Xiaoji's heart? Haha, don't worry, Xiaoxia. Pikachu is so powerful, we will not fail. Through the previous alliance competition, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, finally knew how powerful Pikachu was in his hand. For the challenge of the championship road, Xiaozina is full of confidence. Xiaoji, I'm Shiba, the king of fighters. In today's first battle, I will fight against you. Are you ready? The road to the championship is not too long. Even before Xiaoji has gone far, he met the first king guarding the intersection, the king of fighting, Shiba. The reason why it takes a few days to challenge the road to the championship is because of the intensity of the battle. There is no Pokemon Center here to give you medical recovery. Therefore, if you want to go all the way, you must take into account the physical strength and state of your Pokemon. Of course, the road to the league's championship can't make you a challenger for a year, and the King of Heaven doesn't have the time to accompany you in this nonsense, right? Therefore, the maximum challenge time limit for the champion road is 5 days. If you can't finish the road to the championship within 5 days, then it will be judged as a failure of the challenge. King of Shiba, please accept my challenge. What are your rules, Lee? Every king has his own rule. Either it is a normal Pokemon battle, or it is to test the ability of the challenge in a certain aspect. Generally speaking, in these performance-based challenges, the kings also chose to test their abilities and dealt with them. However, because of the previous discussion, because of this Pikachu, the final choice of the kings is to fight against it. Ha ha ha. My rules are simple. Come fight. As long as you can beat this one of my Pokemon, then you can move on. What everyone negotiated before was to play a main Pokemon per person, and as a real person, Zyba's choice was to directly fight the main force against the main force. If you win, keep going, and if you lose, go back where you come from. A one-on-one battle. No problem. Then, the Pokemon I'll be fighting is you, Pikachu. In a one-on-one battle, Xiaoji certainly wouldn't be so naive to send Minos or something to fight. Just kidding. If you lose and go home, won't you cry to death? Haha. Very good. Young people should have this kind of drive. Then let you see my Pokemon. Come out, my warrior, monstrosity. As a fighting king, Zyba's main Pokemon is naturally based on fighting, and the most powerful thing in his hand is this strange force that is almost 2 meters tall. Nico tilde. With a loud howl, the strange force appeared in front of Shiba with 4 sturdy arms. Pika tilde. Pick. Calling a chicken feather. You are a cow with a big physique. Seeing the strange force fighting, Mu Chen was not ambiguous. With a single stride, Mu Chen sprang out of Xiaoxia's arms and came to this strange force. This B game should be handled well. In the previous fighting competition, Mu Chen won without using electric shock. Faced with this strange force at this time, Mu Chen said that he had no pressure. I can't even touch a single hair of your hair. Ha ha ha. I was right to choose the first one to fight. Pikachu is very spirited. As a fighting maniac, Shiba doesn't have much scheming. In his eyes, only the battle is the most important, and this is why he took the initiative to ask Ying to play first. Pikachu hasn't gone through a fierce battle yet, so it's naturally the best time. Only fighting against Pikachu at this time is the most enjoyable. As for winning or losing, is it important? Then, please ask the King of Shiba to teach me. The flames of battle burned in Shiba's eyes. The flame in Xiaoji's eyes is also no weaker than others. Obviously, these two guys are looking at each other. Chapter 348 lift the ban. Chapter 348 Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Xing sympathized with each other for a while, and Xiaoji took the lead in giving the attack command. Pika tilde Chu. 100,000 volt. No problem. Shiba summoned this strange power to be a Pokemon at the level of the king, but the biggest disadvantage of this product is the pure meat and fighting type players. There were no system restrictions at this time, and of course course Mu Chen wouldn't go head to head with this range force in a power battle between bullshit men. There is no long range special attack. It is a bad brain. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Nikop tilde tilde tilde. The existence of the King of Heaven is worthy of being the King of Heaven. I saw this range force waved forehand, and even cut the 100,000 volts that hit the face. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the fuck? Can this be done? This was the first time that Mu Chen saw that someone could flip 100,000 volt directly. This is so special. It's not a loss to be the existence of the King of Heaven. It really has two strokes. Ha ha ha. How is it? Did you see it? This is the king level Pokemon. Now it's my turn to attack. Strange force. Rush up and use the crosscut. Shiba is also obviously very satisfied with the performance of the strange force. Seeing Ash and Pikachu stunned, Shiba immediately gave an attack order. Nico tilde tilde tilde. A loud roar came, and the strange force rushed toward Pikachu at a speed far exceeding that of ordinary Pokemon. Pikachu used high-speed movement to avoid its attack. Seeing the strange force charging, Xiaoji instinctively chose to let Mu Chen back down. This is the supernatural power of the Heavenly King. You don't need to think about the melee combat ability. It's definitely a metamorphosis that can't be added. As far as Pikachu's small body is concerned, Ash is definitely not optimistic that he can resist this charge. Pick up tilde 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 skin. However, this time Mu Chen did not choose to follow Xiaoji's orders. Through constant victory, Mu Chen has long since created a strong heart of his own. Now, facing a mere Heavenly King level strange force, Mu Chen would not let him back down. You know, Xiaoxia was by Mu Chen's side at this time. The distance is getting closer and closer. Mu Chen also wants to show off in front of his woman. Be patient. Watch my brother show you a big change. Move at will. Just at the moment when Mu Chen thought about it, his body suddenly swayed. Immediately, more than a dozen Pikachus with the same body, posture and movement as Mu Chen appeared around him. This is exactly the skill that Mu Chen had never used during the league competition. The shadow clone, Nikop tilde tilde tilde, just rushed in front of Pikachu, and planned to give it a ruthless blow, but seeing the more than 10 figures in front of Pikachu with the same movement, he was done. Nima, what the situation? Is this a shadow clone? Isn't the general shadow clone just creating a few illusory false images? You are so secretive. Multiple shadow clones, right? Pick it tilde 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 pick. However, Mu Chen would not explain anything to this idiot. Without a word, Mu Chen blasted up with an electromagnetic wave while the strange force was done. Against these melee players, electromagnetic waves are the most effective way to attack. Nike. The electronic wave entered the body, and a strong sense of paralysis struck, and the strange force suddenly let out a painful roar. Strange power. Use bodybuilding to resist electromagnetic wave, then use super shock to smash all those false images. Seeing that the strange force was restrained by Pikachu in just one turn, Shiba was taken aback. Originally, under the temptation, Zyba did not intend to have too many commands in the battle of strange forces. When he thinks about it, even if his range power fails, it will definitely make this Pikachu embarrassed. But who would have thought that Pikachu's shadow clone was so skilled, and it was extremely clever to send an electromagnetic wave to the strange force. Seeing such a situation, Zyba could only speak and command the strange force. There is no way. If this does not prompt the strange force how to fight, I am afraid that I will be completely abused. But in front of the entire Kanto people, Shiba expressed that he could not afford to lose faith. Nico tilde tilde tilde. After receiving a hint from the trainer, the strange force recovered from the panic. After the strange force made a cry, the muscles around its body suddenly swelled. This is precisely the skill of the strengthening department, bodybuilding. Relying on the strengthening of bodybuilding, the strange force resisted the interference of electromagnetic waves on it. Immediately, the strange force rushed towards the phantoms of the dozen or so Pikachus like a heavy-duty road roller. Pick up tilde 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 tilde. However, the strange force and his master Shiba soon became confused again. In the face of this road roller-like charge, of course, Mu Chen would not fight hard. But, with Mu Chen's movement, its phantoms moved along with it, and it was still impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. What? How is this possible? Seeing such a scene, Shiba finally showed a look of astonishment. The fact that the shadow clone can reach such a level can only mean that the speed of this Pikachu has reached a limit, and even its coordination with itself has also reached the limit. Otherwise, as long as its beat frequency changes a little bit, the phantoms summoned by the shadow clone will reveal flaws. However, what is now presented to Shiba is flawless. Pika tilde 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 chew. Special. During the league competition, you added AB face to restrict the use of your old guild. Now you don't restrict it, right? After a short test, Mu Chen also knew the approximate depth of this range power. The Heavenly King level is indeed the Heavenly King level, but it is still a beast. Without the command of the trainer, its combat effectiveness is just that. Without any interest in testing, Mu Chen decisively entered the charging state. Weird. Try Lao Su's Black Electric Ball. Before, because of the league's ban on not having a B face. Mu Chen couldn't use the super electric ball. And now, there is no bullshit ban. At first, Mu Chen used the super electric ball only in the preliminaries, and there were too few spectators, so it didn't have any effect. Later, it was just a super thunderbolt that caused a certain impact. At this time, Mu Chen planned to take this opportunity to show off in front of the people of Kanto, and let them know how powerful this champion Pikachu really is. Moreover, in this way, it can also make the guy who engages in petty trick throw the rat. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes to start. Mu Chen ignored the avatars that were vulnerable because of his changing frequency, and jumped high in the face of the strange force. Immediately, with a flick of the tail, a dark electric ball appeared in the air. Chapter 349 vs Kona. You are very strong. If you only rely on one-on-one contest, I am not your opponent. As soon as the ball went down, even though the strange force made a dodge action, it was still blasted away by the aftermath of the explosion. Seeing the drop in physical strength, Shiba took it back with a wry smile. As Shiba said, in a one-on-one contest, Shiba is not an opponent. However, Shiba also revealed another meaning in this sentence. That is, if it is a group battle at this time, then Shiba can easily defeat Xiaoji, Heavenly King, not just this Heavenly King level Pokemon. However, the Heavenly Kings had agreed before that each person sent a main Pokemon, and Zyba would naturally not break his promise. Ha ha ha. Thank you King Shiba for teaching me. So easy to overturn the fighting King Shiba. Xiaoji is naturally very excited. According to this progress, it seems that we can continue to take a stage today and challenge the previous one. Although the time limit for the road to the championship is 5 days, Xiaoji will definitely not delay it if he can finish it earlier. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde 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 tilde. Xiaoji didn't want to delay, and Mu Chen also didn't want to delay. The long-cherished wish to become a human is getting closer and closer. Who loves to talk to this bullshit so much? Ash, can't you take a break? However, there are always objections in the team. Xiaosha can understand Xiaoji's mood, but Xiaosha can't accept this guy's non-stop drive. Would you take a break for a while? Go out in the morning and challenge Shiba on the road to the championship. After playing Shiba, you don't even talk about taking a break, but just continue on your way. OMG. You know, it's almost noon now, but Xiaosha hasn't eaten breakfast yet. However, at this time Xiaoji has entered the iron-headed baby mode. That is, no matter how Xiaosha shouts, she will not be able to manage money. Xiaoji, unexpectedly, you came here so quickly. What, are you going to challenge me without taking a break? In Xiaosha's complaint, Xiaoji still dragged her to the place guarded by the second pass Kona. That's right, King Kona, please accept my challenge. After nearly a day's journey, even the energetic Xiaoji was already exhausted. But, when he saw Kona, Ash's depleted energy returned to full value again. Of course, Xiaoji definitely didn't like Kona's beauty. This stuff is just for this challenge. Pick up tilde 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 tilde. What the hell? It's you again, beautiful girl with glasses tilde tilde tilde. It's not just Ash who has regained his energy. Seeing Kona, Mu Chen immediately became energized. If Mu Chen were to be ranked, then in this world, if Xiaosha wasn't counted, the most beautiful girl in his eyes would be this beautiful girl with glasses, Pikachu. However, Mu Chen had forgotten that Xiaosha was by his side at this time. When Xiaoji won the league championship before, Mu Chen showed a look of brother pig to Kena. Others can't see it, but how can Xiaosha, who knows Mu Chen's personality quite well, still can't see it? It was watching on the live broadcast at the time, and Xiaosha could only grit her teeth. After the reunion, Xiaosha also forgot about this matter. However, now this guy dares to show this expression in his arms. Xiaosha said, absolutely cannot bear it. He tilde, your Pikachu is really full of energy tilde. Well, I accept your challenge. The rules are the same. Beat one of my Pokemon and you can move on. Looking at Pikachu in Xiaosha's arms, Kona commented with a pun. Okay, then, it's up to you, Pikachu. Of course, Xiaoji will not know about the small movements between Pikachu, Xiaosha, and Kona. At this moment, the eyes of this unfortunate child were already filled with flames called battle. Only fighting is Xiaoji's pursuit. Then, I'll use you, Miss Lip. Now that the game has started, Kona will not be polite. But, after she summoned the Pokemon, Mu Chen was tragic. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima, what to play? Miss Lip, to be so cruel. Seeing Kona summoning the African elder sister, and looking at the flaming red lips of Miss Lip, Mu Chen's heart trembled. What the hell? You can't just summon anything. Why did you come up with this evil bee play? Kona, you said that you were such a big beauty. How can you have such a taste? Miss Lip. Seeing Miss Lip being summoned by Kena, it wasn't just Mu Chen who panicked. Even Xiaoji, Tai Hanhan, rarely showed a look of astonishment. You know, since he got Pikachu, his only defeat was the lip-smacking sister he encountered in Dashui Mountain. Thinking of the powerful power of the Millip sister on the Dashui Mountain back then, and the embarrassed appearance of Pikachu, Xiaoji became restless. OMG. A wild fangirl on Dashuation even can beat Pikachu. So, what about this lip-smacking sister who only belongs to King Kona? Wouldn't it be more powerful? Hehe tilde what? Did my lip-smacking sister surprise you? So, do you still want to fight? Of course, you can also choose to take a day off first. Seeing the expressions of Ash and Pikachu, Kona also had a question mark on his forehead. What happened? As for Miss Lip is not the most powerful Pokemon yet. His Pikachu can easily defeat Shiba's range power, so there shouldn't be much pressure on the lip-smacking sister, right? Why to be so surprised? Even Kona could faintly feel that Xiaoji had a hint of hesitation at this time. For this situation, Kona is very incomprehensible. Previously, under the judgment of their heavenly king, Xiaoji was an iron-headed boy who was full of fighting and never flinched. To put it nicely, this is called a person born to fight. To put it in a bad way, this is such an Iron Man. But even such a heartless Tai Han would show a hesitant look. However, how does Kona know that Pikachu's desolate appearance in the battle on the Dashui mountain left a deep impression on Xiaoji? Rest. No, I'm going to fight. Pikachu, I believe in you. You can do it. Awakened by Kona's questioning voice, Xiaoji's hesitant eyes were firmed again. Back off. This is impossible. There is no retreat in the dictionary of Master G. The last failure was an accident. Xiaoji believes that after this period of experience, Pikachu's strength has improved a lot than before. Even if this lip-smacking sister is powerful, even if this lip-smacking sister is a king-level Pokemon in the hands of King Kona, Pikachu will definitely defeat it. Chapter 350 Miss Lips again. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Miss Lip, use freezing light. In the end, Ash chose to fight, and of course Kona would not be soft-hearted. As the first round of probing attack, Kona's way of dealing with Pikachu's 100,000 volts was to freeze the light. Boom! The two skills collided, and there was a violent explosion in the sky. Obviously, in this first round of probing attack, Mew Chen's 100,000 volt did not gain any advantage. In Kona's view, this situation is completely acceptable. What Sister Millip is good at is not a special attack. Close body fighting. This is the attack method that Miss Lips is best at. But Kona didn't know. For this round of tentative attack, Xiaoji was more satisfied than she was. Previously intimidated by Sister Millip power, Xiaoji really had no bottom. However, after this round of skills confrontation, Xiaoji found out that the lip-smacking sister from Kara was not as powerful as the one in Dashuation. Back then, in Dashuation, the Pikachu who was beaten by the lip-smacking sister was powerless to fight back. However, how does Xiaoji know that Mew Chen's mentality was completely different from that now? In the face of that lip-smacking sister, Mew Chen was undefeated and even defeated. But facing Kona, Mew Chen has nothing to be polite. Although Mew Chen did show a hint of consternation when he saw Sister Millip just now, but this is just curious why a beauty of this level would choose to use a Pokemon like Sister Millip. If you really want to talk about a battle, how could Mew Chen be afraid? Anyway, it is impossible for this stupid bee to win Xiaoji. I have no pressure. Pikachu, attack. Use the electric ball. Knowing the depth of Miss Lip, Xiaoji doesn't hold back. After a period of fighting, Xiaoji also discovered that the electric ball skill can exert its powerful power in the face of some Pokemon that are not too fast. With such a super skill, how could Xiaoji not use it? Pick. For Xiaoji's request, Mew Chen did not have any objection. Electric ball. Then get up. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashes. Fuck, what should be play? Just when Mew Chen was about to enter the state and start the parkour mode, a frost-covered iron fist suddenly appeared in front of him. This is the proud skill of Sister Millip. Freezing fist. As a heavenly king level existence, Sister Millip naturally has a strength that belongs to it. The powerful strength of the Shiba's monster lies in its terrifying frontal attack capability. And Kona's lip-smacking sister, its strength is that this product can use the skills of the super energy system to move instantly. Through teleportation, Sister Millip made up for her lack of speed. It was also through teleportation that Kona's lip-smacking sister launched a surprise attack on Mew Chen. Bang! Pick up. Without any preparation, even before the flash of electric light darted, Mew Chen was slammed into his handsome face by Sister Millip. Freezing fist. Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu being suffocated by a punch from Sister Millip, the tragic memory buried in Xiaoji's heart surfaced again. No way. Is Pikachu going to lose again? OMG. What kind of existence is a magical baby like Sister Lip? The picture book clearly says that it is a relatively rare Pokemon, but why does it seem to me that this is simply a legendary beast? After encountering Miss Lip twice in a row, the opponents were also tough, and Xiaoji fell into confusion. Sister Millip continued to attack. Sister Millip made a good contribution with one punch, and of course Kara wouldn't let Pikachu get up. Without any hesitation, Kona made an attack instruction to Sister Millip again. Just Lulong . Following Kona's order, Sister Millip once again turned into a phantom, and appeared beside Pikachu who had not yet got up in an instant. Pick. Nima. Ugly beat. Play Ying. Why don't you stay away from me? Seeing Sister Millip flaming red lip come up again, Mew Chen Chen's hair stand up in shock. Why is there such a disgusting play in this world? Without a second word, Mu Chen stepped back with force and rushed out of the attack range of Sister Milla Pink Fist. What's so special? If it's a little girl like Shinado, I'll put up with the old man with Xiao Quan hammering his chest or something. You ugly bee, go wherever it will. Mu Chen dodged, but Kona didn't want to let it go. Miss Lip, teleport, and use the Devil's Kiss. Although Demon's Kiss has no attack power, it can put the hit target into a sleep state. Obviously, Kona also found that the speed of this Pikachu is too fast. If you don't limit its movement speed, it is impossible to beat it. Even if Pikachu's willpower is strong, and a Devil's Kiss can't hypnotize it, it can greatly reduce Pikachu's movement speed and interfere with it thinking right. However, this skill doesn't seem to have offensive power in Kona, but to Mu Chen, it is a nuclear bomb attack. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde 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 tilde. What the hell? Hell, just as he didges, Sister Millip's disgusting play should appear in front of Mu Chen. That's not enough, mainly because what does the pouted mouth mean? With such a mouthful of flaming red lip, I can still live. Mu Chen said that if he was hit by this skill, he would definitely have no love for life. Pikachu, don't be afraid. Counterattack. That skill has no attack power. Your willpower is very strong, and the Devil's Kiss will not interfere with you. Through the Pokemon Pokédex, Ash also knows what the Devil's Kiss is. When he realized that this game should be nothing more than a hypnosis skill, he immediately gave an attack command to Pikachu. Hypnosis Pikachu can resist, and the Devil's Kiss is not a big problem. Seeing Pikachu fleeing in embarrassment, Xiaoji said that he didn't understand very much. As for, how could a Devil's Kiss scare you like this? However, how does Xiaoji know that? Mu Chen is not afraid of the attack of the Devil's Kiss at all. What he was afraid of was the fiery red lip. Pika tilde 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 chew. Nima. Deceiving too much. Pikachu doesn't show his power. Do you really think I'm such a yellow-skinned mouse? No matter how to avoid it, this lip-smacking sister is chasing after her. Finally, Mu Chen was angry. Zila tilde 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 tilde. Without a second word, Mu Chen blasted himself with an angry 100,000 volt. Yes, the target of Mu Chen's attack was himself. Special. I am now surrounded by electricity. You kiss. You are here to kiss. Chapter 351 Inches Cheat. Everyone. Miss Lip, use the freezing fist attack to break Pikachu's electromagnetic defense. At this moment, Kona's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Originally, Kona planned to let Miss Lip send a Devil's Kiss to bring down this Pikachu first. I never thought that this little thing had come up with such a solution. Frozen Fist, an attack that covers energy attribute, is fine, but if the flaming red lips like the Devil's Kiss came together, even the lip-smacking sister wouldn't be able to hold it when the electricity was turned on. In desperation, Kona could only choose to change his tactic. However, Kona changed her tactic, and Mu Chen would definitely not give her a second chance to disgust herself. The flaming red lips are gone, so what else is there to say? We must take advantage of this opportunity to turn over the mistress, otherwise wouldn't Lao Su suffer? Pika tilde 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 chew. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen used his charging skill while sideways dodging the attack from Sister Milla. Wait for me, Daddy. Wait until I'm done charging. I'll make you infertile and disgusting me. Mu Chen said that since he came to this world, Sister Millip is definitely the most unacceptable kind of Pokemon. Nima. To even combine Brother Teihei with Asan. Why are you so amazing, creator? Miss Lip. Use Tarzan to press the top. You can't let Pikachu charge. Through many previous observations of Pikachu's battles, Kona also knew that this little guy has a buff-type big move that greatly increases his attack power. Kona knew that if he let Pikachu charge up, he would have to make up for Shiba's footstep. Although it is said that the road to the championship is a test, no matter who it is, once it is fought, it will naturally not easily admit defeat. If Zyba loses, it's because of the strange power. There should be no long-range skills, and the speed is not as fast as Pikachu. But Miss Lip won't. The lip-smacking sister who has teleportation is a bug-like existence. Although Kona is said to be a woman, she is not a bit less competitive than others. Now, in this game, Kona has long not thought about any test. She just wants to win. Pikachu used Shadow Clone. Kona wants to win, and Ash wants to win even more. Seeing that Kena ordered Sister Millip to use Tarzan to interrupt Pikachu's charging, Xiaoji responded decisively. However, pick up tilde tilde tilde. Clone your uncle. If Mu Chen's opponent was not Sister Millip, or even a divine beast, Mu Chen would use the Shadow Clone without hesitation and carry him. But, Miss Lip sister then absolutely not. This evil bee play should be. What a coincidence that Yi Tae was pressed into his real body by her. As soon as he thought of the scene where he was thrown down by Sister Millip, the cold sweat on Mu Chen's forehead instantly flowed down. No, absolutely no bee. Even if I die, lousy, I can't let Miss Lip beat me. The Shadow Clone could not be used, so Mu Chen resolutely gave up charging. As soon as the light flashed, Mu Chen escaped from the blowing range of Sister Millip. PFF tilde tilde. Seeing that the ground was shaken so much by Sister Millip, Mu Chen was even more frightened. This Nima, if he was really pressed possessed by him. Wouldn't Lao Su be completely dead? Sister Milla, move instantly, catch up. Although it's not clear why Pikachu is so afraid of his lip-smacking sister, Kona doesn't care so much. Shiba can't beat it. If she can beat it, doesn't that prove that her strength is to surpass Shiba? As the two kings with relatively low status in the alliance, like Shiba, there is also a competitive relationship between the two of them. Kona knows that if she can win this battle and win it beautifully, then through the TV broadcast she can also gain a lot of popularity. The opinions of the people are often very important to these heavenly kings. After all, almost anyone in this world can be a trainer. Even if their individual strength is weak, once the number increases, even the king will feel fear. Kona knows that if she can gain a large number of supporters, it is possible to even take this opportunity to increase her voice in the league. As for the failure of Xiaoji's Road to Champion challenge, just kidding, Kona isn't someone from Ash. Whether he succeeds or not, what does it have to do with Kona? Pika tilde 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 Chu. Kara wanted to win, but Mu Chen couldn't afford to lose. Although it was said that this lip-smacking sister made Mu Chensheng unable to afford the courage to fight against him. But, at this time, Mu Chen's main quest has not yet been completed. Considering that the consequence of failure is the loss of his life, Mu Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. Zila tilde 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 tilde. This time, Mu Chen did not continue to dodge. When Miss Lip came over in an instant, Mu Chen directly aimed at it and delivered it with a single shot of 100,000 volts. Just Lulong. Before, she had always smashed Pikachu unilaterally, and Sister Millip had nothing to guard against. Now that she was suddenly hit with a 100,000 volt, Miss Lip suddenly screamed in pain. However, this is not the end. Finally catching this evil bee, Mu Chen certainly won't give it any chance. Pika tilde 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 Chu tilde tilde tilde. Zila tilde 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 Zila tilde 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 tilde. In the frenzy, Mu Chen did not tolerate the electricity in his body at all. The 100,000 volt seemed like he didn't want money, and Mu Chen's desperate efforts to fascinate the lip sister was a baptism of lightning. Enough. Stop fighting. You won. Kona was helpless this time. After being baptized by lightning for a while, although the complexion of Miss Lips has not changed much, the thick smoke and faint barbecue smell can still be seen by Kona. In this regard, Kona is also very helpless. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by a Pokémon? Come to think of it, Pikachu's act of showing weakness before was simply to paralyze himself, so that when he completely lost his vigilance, he finally seized the opportunity to strike this thunderbolt. Seeing that Pikachu blasted more than 10,000 volt in one breath, Kona was also drunk. That is, the level of my sister-in-law is high enough. Otherwise, if I replace it with a normal Pokémon, won't I be bombed to death directly? Brutal. So brutal. This is what Kona said about Pikachu. Of course, what scares Pikachu more than his brutality is how cunning this guy is. Not to mention deceiving your opponent. Even your own master has been deceived. This kind of Pokémon does not become a heavenly king or even a supreme divine beast. There is no reason for it. I won. Ha ha ha. Xiaoxia. I won. Pikachu. We won. Xiaoxia Kai doesn't care about the process. The only thing he cares about is the result. No matter how you play, I won in the end anyway. Isn't that enough? No matter what else. The excited Xiaoji rushed towards Xiaoxia next to him. Obviously, this is a hug to celebrate the victory. Pika tilde 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 Chu. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Nima. Want to hug Xiaoxia. Electricity can't kill you. Chapter 352 Kona. Hihi tilde Xiaoji. Your Pikachu is really full of energy. Seeing the cute Pikachu in his arms, Kona's mouth was full of smiles. This little bastard. Do you think the old lady is the kind of unmanned little girl? If you haven't seen Pikachu's video before and don't understand the nature of this guy, then maybe Kona really can't think about it. But after all, the heavenly kings knew about this guy's special hobby. Why didn't Kona know that this bastard was taking advantage of it in his arms? It may be because she has never been wiped by a Pokemon, or it may be because of Pikachu's rank, which made Kona take a high look, which made Kona not pierce Pikachu's bastard's wiping behavior, but pretended to be indifferent. Uninformed. Kona King, thank you for your hospitality today, otherwise we will be sleeping in the wild. Of course Ash doesn't pay attention to what Pikachu is doing. What excites him most at this moment is that he can rest overnight at the place where Kona is stationed. Although it's just a few relatively ordinary houses, it's better than spending the night in the wild, right? What's more, after coming to Kona's resting place, you don't have to be photographed by the drone that hovers over the sky all the time. Although it is said that not many people go to see Xiaoji to sleep in the middle of the night, but this feeling of being watched all the time, not many people like to experience it, right? Anyway, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia said that they absolutely did not like it. It's okay. With the strength of your Pikachu, maybe after a day or two, you will be promoted to the real champion of our Kanto region. At that time, we are still Kali Tilda. As the weakest being among the four heavenly kings, Kona naturally wants to seek allies. However, the old woman Juzi was too sinister, and Kona would not dare to go to her no matter what. Yulongdu is an even colder one, and Kena is going to be someone someone's subordinate and a collaborator. Ha ha. As for the last Shiba, this guy is just greedy for his own body. If Zyba has the strength to Yulongdu, then Kona doesn't mind committing to him. However, the strength of this product is only half a kilogram from that of Kona, and it made people unable to see any further potential. This kind of player, how could Kara, who has a high self-esteem, take it seriously? And just when Kona was in an embarrassing place and couldn't be alone, Ash appeared. Although it is said that Xiaoji is too young, and he has no knowledge of men and women, but Pikachu understand. At this point, all Kona was thinking about was to establish a bond with Ash through Pikachu. In this way, it can be considered to win an ally, right? What's more, Pikachu should be nothing more than a Pokémon. It's just taking advantage of it. Can you still have less meat? As an adult, Kona says she doesn't mind being taken advantage of by Pikachu at all. Even if conditions permit, Kona can give it more sweetness to deepen the relationship between them. Kona King, are you tired of holding Pikachu all the time? Leave it to me. Xiaoji can't see the stupid bee. Can't Xiaoxia still see it? Seeing Pikachu twisting in Kona's arms, Xiaoxia's eyes almost burst into flame. This shameless little bastard really pissed me off. If it wasn't for fear of causing Kona's misunderstanding, Xiaoxia even planned to bring Pikachu back directly. Hehe, that's true. Then Pikachu will give it back to you tilde. How can Xiaoxia's little actions hide from Kona? Looking up, Kona already knew that this little girl was probably jealous. Although it is surprising what kind of relationship between Xiaoxia and Pikachu is, the rather experienced Kona will not directly pierce. Everything is just fine. Pikachu, you bastard. Do you want to die? Just when she asked for Pikachu from Kona, Xiaoxia took this product out of the sight of Kona and Xiaoji. As soon as she left, Xiaoxia used the increasingly skilled pinch method. This nasty bastard. Pick up tilde skin. Finish calf. Forget about this girl, Xiaoxia. Because he was separated from Xiaoxia for a few days before, Mu Chen, who let go of himself, didn't adjust at all. As a result, I never thought about it. Only after reuniting with Xiaoxia for one day, I met Kona, and was hugged by others. At first, Mu Chen was still wary, but with the inadvertent movement of Kona behind him, Mu Chen couldn't bear it any longer. However, facing the angry little Xiaoxia at this time, the only thing Mu Chen could do was to bow his head and admit his mistake. What else can I say? Unambiguous evidence. Although Mu Chen said that he had confirmed his intention, he didn't rush to see the young lady like he used to, but with the existence of Kona's level, he took the initiative to deliver the goods to the door. Mu Chen said that as long as he was a gentleman, he would be hard to resist. Pikachu, don't sleep with me tonight. I'm so mad at me. Faced with this cute bastard who admits his mistakes and sells cuteness, Xiaoxia, who has vented a bit, is also unimaginable. How can this be done? That's the way Pikachu is a jerk. What's more, Xiaoxia also knows today's situation. That is Pikachu that Kona took the initiative to embrace. To be honest, the cause of the problem still lies with Kona. Therefore, Xiaoxia's only way to deal with this bastard Pikachu is to let this bastard go to Xiaoji to sleep. Pick it tilde pick. Nima, so cruel. For Mu Chen, being sent to Xiaoji's place to sleep was the biggest torture. Just kidding, this fool bee sleeps at night without stopping. How can I sleep well with him? Mu Chen said that since he came to the league competition, since he was forced to be with Xiaoji, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. This stupid bee was not so excited that he couldn't sleep, and then Huo himself, and then a dead pig who was so sleepy, snorted. Mad. Endure it. If you come out to Mick, if you make a mistake, you need someone, and if you are beaten, you need to stand upright. Wrong is wrong, and Mu Chen will not choose to avoid responsibility for this. Chenna would never sleep with Xiaoji. A fool. This is so special, I might as well go outside to get a hair dryer when I sleep with him. However, what Mu Chen didn't expect was, when he came outside to blow air, and was about to fall into a deep sleep, Kona actually appeared in front of him. Little one, I know you can understand what I'm saying. Now, do you want to go to bed with my sister and me? Looking at Pikachu standing alone in the cold wind, Kona's mouth showed an imperceptible smile. That girl, Xiaoxia, is still too immature. Chapter 353 Kona's plan. Pick up tilde. Looking at the looming Kona in pajamas, Mu Chen said it was a lie if he wasn't excited. However, although Mu Chen, who has grown up after so much, still has the same disposition, he will never lose his head when he sees Missy. At this time, Kena was wearing such a suit and ran to tempt him in the middle of the night without sleeping. How did Mu Chen not know? There must be a problem. Thinking of Yulongdu and Juzi, Mu Chen didn't have a good opinion on these so-called heavenly kings. Therefore, in the face of Kona at this time, Mu Chen can be said to have maintained enough vigilance. He tilde little thing. Don't be nervous. I don't have any malice towards you. I know you can understand. Maybe even your intelligence is superior to the average human. Having said this, Kona took a deep look at Mu Chen again. I think you should be able to represent your master Ash. Right. My requirements are not high. After Xiaoji successfully won the championship, I hope to form an alliance with him and become a partner. Of course, I will not not let you work in vain. As long as you can facilitate the cooperation between me and Ash, then. Nosebleed once again dripped down from Mu Chen's fragile nose. Looking at Kona, who slightly pulled open his suspender pajamas, revealing his fragrant shoulders, Mu Chen's breathing became heavier. Although it is said that this guy has watched countless movies in his previous life, those are just through the computer screen. But now, this is a real gun. It's even such a top-notch glasses girl. Kona. Mu Chen said that he really couldn't stand it. Haha tilde tilde I got a nosebleed. It's really cute tilde. How about it? You can consider my proposal carefully tilde. Also, my door will not be closed tonight. If you want to come, you are always welcome tilde. Seeing Pikachu in such a state, Kona was even more sure of the guess in his heart. The relationship between this guy and Ash is definitely not an ordinary trainer and Pokémon. Even, the relationship between the two may be reversed. No way, Xiaoji stupid B look harmless to humans and animals, and he doesn't even know anything except fighting. On the contrary, this Pikachu, in Kona's view, is not so much a Pokémon as a human being in the skin of a Pokémon. You must know that it is not that she has never been in contact with characters of this level, such as the beast, but even a divine beast never made Kona feel this way. This guy is simply a human being. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde 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 tilde. Looking at Kona's writhing waist, Mu Chen almost couldn't control it and jumped on it. However, the only remaining reason allowed him to restrain this unreliable thought. No matter how hysterical what Kana said, Mu Chen was determined not to trust this bitch. With the previous convictions of Juzi and Yulongdu, Mu Chen was full of doubts about these so-called heavenly kings. Ali, cooperate. Can wait for Lao Su to confirm that the hidden task is completed. Kona Muchchen didn't believe it, but he still believed in the system very much. With the task given by the system, Mu Chen knew that as long as he received a notification that the hidden task was completed, then the so-called culprit could be found out. By that time, it's not too late to form an alliance with this Kona, isn't it? Pikachu, it's too cold outside. Come back and sleep. However, Mu Chen didn't know that in the dark night, when Kona was seducing him in various ways, a pair of bright eyes that almost illuminated the night sky had been secretly watching. And the owner of this pair of eyes is Xiaosha. When Mu Chen was blowing the cold wind, Xiaosha was already paying attention to him secretly. And just when Xiaosha was hesitating whether to call this little bastard back, Kona appeared. Seeing that Kona came to Pikachu in a pair of pajamas, and even invited it to sleep together, Xiaosha almost rushed out. However, out of the psychological test of Pikachu, Xiaoshan finally resisted the urge to kill. With silent attention, Kona finally left, and Pikachu successfully withstood the test. Seeing that this little bastard could withstand this kind of temptation without supervision, Xiaosha's heart was suddenly filled with joy. This little bastard, although he liked to take advantage of the situation many times, he still has a strong position on the principled issue of right and wrong. It is also for this reason that Xiaosha, who is in a good mood, is of course calling this little bastard again and again and letting him go back to the room to sleep together. Although it is said that Pikachu is a Pokémon, the wilderness in the middle of the night is still very cold, and Xiaosha can't bear to let this little bastard freeze for a night. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Emma, it's still a kiss and a little patience to know that it hurt people. Hearing Xiaosha's call, Mu Chen rushed over with a single stride, with the arms of the young lady and the gentle bed, who loves to blow the cold wind with this. However, Pikachu, you bastard, fuck me. She just threw herself into Xiaosha's arms, and she never thought that this little girl would go wild. Without waiting for Mu Chen to react, Xiaosha threw a big windmill over her shoulder while holding Mu Chen's tail. Pick up tilde 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 tilde. I Nima, what going on? What's wrong with me, daddy? Suddenly being hit by Xiaosha, Mu Chen said that he was very confused. What are you doing? Well, didn't you greet Lao Su back? Why did you just come back and smash the old man? Mu Chen said that if Xiaosha didn't give a clear explanation, he couldn't bear it. What the matter? How about playing tricks on me? Pikachu, you bastard, touch your nose and see what's on it. The reason for Xiaosha's anger was, of course, the unsatisfactory nosebleed that Mu Chen had shed before. Originally thought this bastard was determined, but when she saw the nosebleed, Xiaosha knew that it was because she thought too much. This bastard, still the unpromising playthrough. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Accident. This absolutely is an accident. After being reminded by Xiaosha, Mu Chen realized that he didn't know when he became popular. What the hell? I can't find it. My dear, you don't know how terrifying the temptation just now is. I can resist. It's really not easy. However, with the nosebleed in front of her eyes, the helpless Mu Chen could only be cute to Xiaosha. Fortunately, this little girl's good mood has not dissipated, and finally she was successfully mixed into the room by this soft and hard Pikachu. Kona King, thank you for your hospitality. After a sound sleep, Xiaoji, who was full of energy again, bid farewell to Kara. It's just that this guy didn't notice that behind him, Xiaosha's eyes projected a real hostility toward Kona. And man, that Pikachu that been pinched into shape. Chapter 354_Chrysanthemum. He tilde young man, I didn't expect you to come to the old woman and me in just one day. For the appearance of Xiaoji and his party, Kikuko showed a slight surprise. Originally, according to her calculations, this Xiaoji would at least take a day to rest for playing Shiba, and a day to rest for playing Kenna, right? The 4 kings plus the eventual champion Samurant is exactly 5 people, and this also happens to take 5 days to exhaust. Even for the vast majority of trainers, 5 days may not be available. The results of it, this Xiaoji actually passed 2 levels in just one day, and killed him in front of him early the next morning. Because of the existence of drones, at this time Xiaoji and his party were under the watchful eyes of the entire Kanto people, and it was impossible for Kikuko to think that Zaiba and Kei now were suspected of releasing water. However, since the possibility of them releasing water has been thrown away, it can only mean that Pikachu won the victory by crushing yesterday, which can ensure that Xiaoji does not even need to rest before coming to him. It is precisely because of the existence of this drone that Kikuko is very kind at this time, making it impossible for people to see that this old woman is insidious at all. That right, King Kikuko, please accept my challenge. 3 more battles left. As long as there are 3 battles, you can claim the title of champion. At this moment, flames rose again from Ash's eyes. Tilde of course. Old lady, I am here to meet your challenge. Well, the rules are still the same. Old lady, I will send a main Pokemon. As long as you can beat me, then you can move on. In the face of Xiaoji, Kikuko has no intention of testing. Pikachu's abilities have already been tested. At this point, Chrysanthemum is just a transition. Even in order to prevent Pikachu from discovering that he was the original masked person, Kikuko didn't even summon her main signature Gengar, but instead called out a ghost stone. Although this ghost stone can be regarded as the existence of the King of Heaven, but at most it has just touched the threshold of the King of Heaven. To meet Mew Chen, I really can't see enough. Pikachu, fight, use 100,000 volts. Xiao Shikai doesn't care whether you are a ghost stone or a Gengar. In his cognition, there are only enemies and friends. At this time, Ghost Stone stood in front of him, and that was the enemy he wanted to defeat. Pika tilde Chu, 100,000 volt. No problem. Seeing Juzi pretending to be kind in front of him, Mew Chen sneered in his heart. Damn old woman, who are you fooling around with you? That's why Xiaoji, a fool, believes that you are a bullshit king and a bullshit good person. What's the matter? You are here with me, but you have already exposed it. Of course, at this time, Juzi hadn't torn off her disguise, and it was impossible for Mew Chen to kill Juzi, who was still pretending to be a good person, under the circumstance of all the attention. However, old lady, why don't you just wait for me? When I finish the main quest, I'll turn you on if I don't have electricity. At this time, Juzi was waiting for the opportunity, so why wasn't Mew Chen at the level? Mew Chen knew that it would not be long before he and this dead old woman had to start a life and death struggle. However, that is later. The situation at this time is hello everyone. After going through the scene casually, firing several 100,000 volt down, Kikuko's ghost stone announced to clock in and get off work. After defeating Kikuko, Ash was naturally excited. However, Mew Chen knew that the old woman was just deliberately releasing water. This guy didn't really want to stop Xiaoji's progress at all. Of course, this is also because Kikuko knew that her Gengar wouldn't be able to stop Pikachu if it was one-on-one. If it really was a battle, she would be the one who would be embarrassed if she lost. You know, Kikuko is different from the 2 bottom kings in the alliance. Chrysanthemum, who has a lot of status, can't afford to lose easily. After easily taking down the Chrysanthemum, Xiaoji naturally won't stop there. It is getting closer and closer to the top of the road to the championship. Xiaoji, let's take a break and continue on our way after lunch. Looking at Xiaoji's posture, Xiaosha also knows that this guy is probably planning to fight the strongest heavenly king Yulongdu directly today. Discouragement is unrealistic, and the only thing Xiaosha can pray for is to rest for a while, and talk about how much to eat. However, Xiaosha still underestimated the vigorous war in Xiaoji's heart. Ooh, Xiaosha, hold on. It's coming soon. The last heavenly king is just short of the last heavenly king, Lord Yulongdu. As long as we can pass his test, I can challenge Lord Samurant. Rest. Just kidding. At this time Xiaoji can't wait to put his wings on and fly directly to the top of the mountain. How could he possibly rest here? Xiaoji, you really are. Aren't you tired? Isn't Pikachu tired? It's always Pikachu who fights. Seeing that Xiaoji did not listen to dissuasion, the anger in Xiaosha's heart soared. How did this idiot playing grow so big? Fine. Fortunately, this little bastard Pikachu is not like him. Otherwise, wouldn't this girl be pissed off? As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. By comparison, Xiaosha feels more and more that Pikachu is much more reliable than Xiaoji. It's a pity Pikachu is a Pokémon. Ooh, alright, let's have lunch and go. Hearing Xiaosha mentioning Pikachu, Xiaoji could only hold back the vigorous fighting fire in his heart for a while. As Xiaosha said, fighting is Pikachu not his is Ash. Ash wasn't tired, but he had to think about Pikachu. Although it was said that Kikuko won this game very easily, it was somewhat expendable. In order to ensure the victory of the final battle, Xiaoji had to temporarily stop his progress. And while Xiaoji was resting, Kikuko was also planning. Are you sure? The message is absolutely accurate. As soon as Xiaoji and his party left, Kikuko received a report from her subordinate. Hearing the news reported by his subordinate, Kikuko's turbid old eyes suddenly brightened. If this news is true, it just happens to be an excellent opportunity. Master, it has been confirmed by the insider that the accuracy of this news is over 90%. Whereas the subordinate, Kikuko heard the reply she wanted. Ha ha ha. Very good. Keep staring. I want to know the exact time. Who would have thought that the rocket, who have been stable for a long time at this time, would have to take action? Hearing this news, Kikuko was overjoyed. If Xiaoji can win the final victory, then as a senior cadre of the league, it is his duty to come forward to deal with the rocket when the time comes. Chapter 355 Xiaoji vs Yulongdu. Xiaoji, very good. You really lived up to my expectation. Unexpectedly, you came here so quickly. Just in the afternoon, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia came to the last pass of the championship road. Looking at Xiaoji who appeared in front of him, Yulongdu was slightly taken aback. This is a bit fast, right? According to Yulongdu's calculation, no matter how fierce this Pikachu is, it will take a day at the fastest to challenge Habaka Kona. As for that chrysanthemum, at least one day, right? However, Xiaoji came to him only in the afternoon of the next day. Doesn't he need to rest? Or is it that Pikachu is so powerful that he can easily defeat Kikuko without any loss? Although the old woman of Kikuko is not very strong in front of hard deal, but that guy's Gengar skills are very strange. What deceit space trick base emerges endlessly. Even Yulongdu must be handled with 3 points of care. And this is why Kikuko can compete with Yulongdu in the Kanto region. As a result, an existence that Yulongdu paid attention to was defeated so easily because the 4 heavenly kings were at the temporary resting point on the road to the championship at this time. They really couldn't see the process of the live broadcast. It is precisely because of this that Yulongdu misunderstood again. Lord Yulongdu, please accept my challenge. Looking at Yulongdu, who was posing as an expert, Xiaoji's eyes burned again. This is the strongest king in the alliance, and also the most popular king among teenagers. This is also the last enemy standing in the way of Xiaoji. As long as Yulongdu is defeated, then Xiaoji can sprint for the final championship throne. Xiaoji doesn't care about the status and power of the champion at all. All he cares about is the reputation of the champion and his ultimate goal. If you want to become the most powerful Pokemon trainer in the world, then the challenge of the champion is inevitable. Ha ha ha. Good. Then I'll accept your challenge. Putting on a high profile, Yulongdu laughed heroically. In the alliance, Yulongdu has always been shown in this state. However, this guy didn't know that Pikachu, who was lying in Xiaoxia's arms at this time, looked at him with malicious intent. Pretend? Why do you continue to pretend to me? Others don't know what a barren thing you are. How can I still know? Through Aju's information, Mu Chen had long known that Yulongdu was a complete hypocrite. On the surface, he took on the attitude of a pioneer of justice and a pillar of the alliance, but behind his back he raised a large number of thugs to do some inconvenient things for him. However, compared to Chrysanthemum, this Yulongdu cherishes feathers more. It's easy, he won't do it himself. This is why he instructed Aju to attack Mu Chen at first, but when Aju failed, Yulongdu changed his strategy. No way, this guy's Pokemon are all the signature fast dragon. This game should be too eye-catching. Yulongdu just wants to do something in person. Isn't it convenient for him? Today, for Xiaoji's Pikachu, Yulongdu still uses his signature fast dragon. Although this fast dragon is not the strongest in Yulongdu's hand, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can match. Quick dragon, come out. Let's see what the challenger's strength is. Roar tilde tilde tilde. A loud chirping came. Following Yulongdu's call, a dragon-type Pokemon with a huge orange body and wings on its back appeared in the air. This is the signboard of Yulongdu, the fast dragon. Okay, we can't show weakness. Pikachu, it's all up to you. Facing Yulongdu's signature fast dragon, Xiaoji's only choice is naturally his signature, Pikachu. Pika tilde 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 pick. With a stride, Mu Chen looked at the fast dragon in front of him without the slightest timidity. When ordinary Pokemon encounter dragon-type Pokemon like Huailong, they will be shocked by their inherent coercion. But Mu Chen had seen a huge ancient fast dragon before, and he even dared to charge it when there was only an electric shock. Compared to the gigantic ancient fast dragon, Yulongdu's fast dragon is just a younger brother. In Mu Chen's view, this B game should have no majesty of dragon at all. In terms of appearance alone, this B game should not even be as intimidating as fire-breathing dragons and fossil pterosaurs. Of course, in the world of Pokemon, many Pokemon's abilities are not judged by their appearance. For example, Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. The attributes of the fast dragon are flight type plus dragon type. quickly. Although Pikachu's electric gills cannot restrain the flight type, it will not be resisted by the dragon type. Of course, the best option to deal with flying type plus dragon type is ice type Pokemon. However, the snow demon girl in Xiaoji's hands is too low level, and she may not have the chance to practice against this fast dragon. Meeting 100,000 volts has become a routine, and of course Mew-chen will not have any opinion. Matter what your game should be, first make a call to see if you are talking about other things. Fast dragon, use jet flame. Roar ... Facing the oncoming 100,000 volt, Yulongdu did not panic. As soon as he said it casually, Kuailong opened his mouth and spit out a flame jet that was far more powerful than a normal fire-breathing dragon. Wu ... The scorching flames seemed to ignite the air, and slam the 100,000 volts against Mew-chen. Boom! The two skills collided, and a violent explosion roared in the air. However, the two skills after the collision were not directly annihilated in midair. I saw that the flame jet of the fast dragon, after the 100,000 volts defeated, still hit Pikachu fiercely. Hiccup ... I Nima, so smart. As soon as a skill collided, he suffered a blood loss, and Mew-chen was shocked. This is so special. Flame jet is not the skill of the fast dragon. The use of non-native skills has this kind of power, so what if using dragon skills is not a point of destruction? At this moment, Mew-chen really understood why Kuailong was called the quasi-god of the Kanto region and the symbol of the Kanto region. This B-play should not be judged by appearance. With a single stride, he avoided the attack of the fast dragon, and Mew-chen completely put away his contempt. The last level before facing the championship battle is not as easy as I imagined. Chapter 356 _ Fight against Dragon. Quick Dragon, use Earthquake. As the battle continued, Yulongdu gradually lost his patience. Although his fast dragon attack is extremely powerful, the speed of this Pikachu is simply a bug. Without the limitation of the venue, no matter how powerful the fast dragon's attack is, it is nothing more than releasing groups of super fireworks. Yulongdu, who is extremely experienced in combat, knows that this Pikachu is probably trying to consume the stamina of the fast dragon. Therefore, Yulongdu decisively changed his tactic. Can't you run? Then I'll have an earthquake. I see how you run this time. Pikachu, watch out for Kuailong's earthquake. Fight back. Yulongdu could guess Mew-chen's purpose, but Xiaoji, a foolish bee, couldn't guess. Seeing Pikachu running all over the field but not fighting back, Xiaoji gradually became anxious. As the saying goes, if you stay long, you will lose. It's not a problem for him to dodge like this all the time. I haven't seen it. They just changed their routines and started playing earthquake attack. Pick ... Pick. Nima, you really know AP. Hearing Xiaoji's anxious cry, Mew-chen was truly speechless. How powerful is this fast dragon's attack? If Lao Su did not accumulate energy, 100,000 volts would not be his opponent at all. The skills are not good enough, so why don't you play the war of attrition and still plan to carry it? Facing this fast dragon, at this moment, Mew-chen didn't even use the combination of charging plus electric ball. It's fine if he can handle it once he sends it, but what if he can't handle it? Mew-chen didn't dare to confirm whether he could still hold on to the recovery of the neck charging skill. However, this Yulongdu was not Tai Han, and he soon discovered Mew-chen's intention. Roar ... As the fast dragon roared out, bursts of khaki energy rolled and rose from the whole body. Immediately, this khaki energy flowed into the earth. Boom ... Driven by the khaki energy, the land where Mew-chen was located began to shake. This is the sign that the earthquake skill has started to activate. Pick ... Pick. Do you want an earthquake? You have asked lousy, and I agree or disagree. Other skills Mew-chen can endure. Mew-chen said that he couldn't bear the earthquake, not to mention how much the shaking of the ground effect is running. Even the ground property of the earthquake itself would exert great restraint on Mew-chen. Without any hesitation, Mew-chen rushed out with a single stride and slammed into the fast dragon floating in the air. Of course, with his small physique, he definitely didn't intend to play hand-to-hand combat with others. When he came to Kuailong, he didn't wait for the stupid guy to react, and he hit him with an electromagnetic wave. Paralyzed. I see how you trigger the earthquake after you are paralyzed. Roar ... The electromagnetic wave entered the body, a sudden numbness hit, and Kuailong suddenly let out an uncomfortable roar. Interesting. Fast dragon, use Dragon Fury. Seeing that Pikachu broke the earthquake with an electromagnetic wave, Yulongdu raised his eyebrows slightly. This Pikachu is really too smart. For ordinary Pokemon, in the face of the big move of earthquake, it is either to use skills to blast up, or to dodge the threat of earthquakes everywhere. However, Pikachu completely destroyed the activation of the earthquake skill at the least cost. Losing the infusion of the power of the fast dragon, the shaking of the ground gradually stopped. Seizing the opportunity, after landing, Mew-chen hit Kuailong with 100,000 volts. Pika ... Chu. Zila ... However, Mew-chen did not expect that Yulongdu would respond so quickly. It took 100,000 volts bolts to blast into the air, and Kuailong's Dragon Fury skill slammed over. Boom! The violent explosion sounded again from the air. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Without any hesitation, the moment he discovered Dragon Fury, Mu Chen turned on the high-speed movement mode. What a joke! I can't do it with flame spray, so what's the point of fighting this dragon's wrath? Boom! Just as Mu Chen avoided it, Kuailong's Dragon Rage also slammed into the ground where he was standing before. It's really annoying. Fast dragon, use high-speed movement. Rush up. Don't let this Pikachu continue to escape. Facing this extremely flexible Pikachu, Yulongdu gradually lost his patience. The speed of this little thing is too fast, and the fast dragon skills are all open and closed, and it is really impossible to solve it quickly against this little thing. Although it is said that Xiaoji defeated Samarant, if he wins the championship, it will be good for Yulongdu. But for Yulongdu, it would be more beneficial for Xiaoji to smash the halberds and sink the sand here. If Ash is defeated and cannot win the final championship, then his influence in the league will be greatly reduced. At that time, wouldn't the price Yulongdu have to pay to win over this Xiaoji be much smaller? Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the fuck? Rushed up, not bombing. How Yulongdu planned on Mu Chen was not clear, but this fast dragon was clearly seeing Mu Chen when he charged him. Seeing this guy charging, Mu Chen still doesn't know how this guy's stamina has already been exhausted, and he won't be able to carry it if he continues to blast. What else is there to say? Now that you're here, let's do it. At this time, the fast dragon was interfered by electromagnetic wave, and the speed was reduced. Facing this guy's charge, Mu Chen really wasn't afraid. Fast dragon, use the fury of dragon scale. However, what Mu Chen didn't expect was, just when Kuailong was about to charge in front of him, Yulongdu made another attack order. Dragon scale fury can be described as a super big move in dragon skill, although the use of this ultimate move will bring powerful side effects, causing the user's mind to become confused. But this does not hide its power in the slightest. Roar tilde 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 tilde. A loud dragon roar came from Kuailong's mouth. Immediately, a terrifying dragon-type energy instantly filled Kuailong's body. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Isn't it? Feeling the real dragon-type energy rushing towards his face, Mu Chen was taken aback. Originally, according to his assumption, this B-play should rush over, that is, rely on his physique to use some Taishan pressure or other physical attack skills. Who would have thought that this B-play should rush over and use such a terrifying big move? Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen decisively turned on the electric flash. What a joke. This kind of big move didn't hit Mu Chen, just the scattered dragon energy made him terrified. If this really hits the spot, why don't you just go straight to the spot? However, before Mu Chen, who had just avoided the attack, had time to catch his breath, Kuailong actually bombarded him again. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima. Is this a special continuous skill? Chapter 357 Power up electromagnetic wave. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Chase and flee. After Kuailong used Dragon Scale's fury, this guy was completely plunged into rage. At this time, there was only one thought left in Kuailong's mind: to completely kill this abominable yellow-skinned mouth. In the face of Kuailong's violent attack, Mu Chen's choice was of course to keep running. Chase it, chase it. Silly play Ying. How can you catch up with Lao Su no matter how fierce your attack is? In the wilderness, without the limitation of the venue, Mu Chen's speed can be fully utilized, and this is why Yulongdu is getting more and more urgent. In the face of this Pikachu, even though the fast dragon has extremely powerful strength, it cannot attack the opponent. If the delay goes on like this, the final result can only be the exhaustion of the fast dragon. If it really comes to that time, wouldn't it be ugly to lose? You must know that the battle between Yulongdu and Xiaoji at this time was broadcast live in front of all the people of Kanto. If Yulongdu, the Dragon King, who is known as the #1 person in Kanto, loses like this, it will only have a huge impact on his reputation. Yulongdu is not someone who sacrifices himself for others, sacrificing his prestige to fulfill Ash. Just kidding, how is that possible? Therefore, Yulongdu's final decision was to fight to the death. The anger of the dragon scales went down. No matter what the result was, the momentum came out, and the power of the fast dragon was also revealed. As everyone could see, this Pikachu didn't even have the courage to go head to head with the dragon. All it can do is just run away in embarrassment, and finally wait for the opportunity to defeat the fast dragon after the side effect of Dragon Scale's fury. Although it is said that this is also a loss, but most of them will look good on the face, right? At this time, the script is also developing according to Yulongdu's vision. At this moment, Yulongdu no longer pays attention to the outcome of this match. Pikachu is really powerful. If nothing else, at this speed, it has already surpassed the boundaries between the races of electric might. Looking at Pikachu in front of him, Yulongdu had already guessed the final result of this championship battle. Come to think of it, if nothing else happened, that old Samaranch probably also has no way to deal with this Pikachu. Ash will definitely become the new Kanto region champion. Regarding this situation, Yulongdu said that he was completely acceptable. Although it may be said that the cost of winning may increase a lot, but Xiaoji became the champion, and being able to suppress the disobedient Samaranch is also a good thing for Yulongdu. Now, what Yulongdu is waiting for is the end of this already doomed game. However, something beyond Yulongdu's expectations happened. Chu. Nima. Pikachu doesn't show his power. Does he really think Lao Su is such a yellow-skinned mouth? Being chased by this fast dragon continuously, Mu Chen gradually fell into anger. Although it was said that one ran down, when the side effects of this fast dragon skill came, Mu Chen could counterattack without any danger. But people have temperament, let alone Mu Chen who has won many battles. What's up with the dragon? What's wrong with quasi-god? Pretend to be barren. I really have no way to fight back. Mu Chen didn't fight back before, because he wanted to consume the fast dragon, and then look for an opportunity to kill with one hit. Now, Mu Chen couldn't take it anymore. While running, electricity began to flash on Mu Chen's cheek. The charging skill has been activated. Roar. As for the actions of Pikachu ahead, Huilong said that he didn't care at all. At this moment, the fast dragon has been completely on the top, and what it wants to do is still the only goal, completely knocking this hateful Pikachu over. However, this B game should be too clever. The more he couldn't catch up, the more anger in Huilong's heart. Driven by anger, Huilong has long been unable to care about other things. Pikachu's recharge. What kind of barren play is this? Benlong doesn't know. Benlong doesn't care. Benlong wants to hit him. Huilong doesn't know about Pikachu's charging, and as its trainer, how can Yulongdu not know? Seeing that the electricity on Pikachu's cheeks began to flicker while running, Yulongdu knew that this little thing was about to fight back. At this time, Huilong's dragon scale anger has not dissipated, and Yulongdu's heart is also full of sneer. Pokemon, just Pokemon. No matter how smart you are still a Pokemon. If you keep running until the dragon runs out of energy and the side effects of the skill come, then you will easily win. However, at this time Huilong is still using the Wrath of Dragon scale. If he fights back now, wouldn't he be the target of Huilong? Yulongdu has absolute confidence in his fast dragon. Even the black electric ball, the fast dragon can completely resist it. If that is the case in the end, then the victory or defeat of this game may not be possible. Pikachu, use the electric ball. Not only Yulongdu saw it, but Xiaoji also saw it. At this time, Pikachu's running speed is enough, and the charging skills are even more blessed. If you counterattack, of course, the most powerful electric ball is reliable. However, they all underestimated Mu Chen. Joke. Yulongdu can see that the incoming ball can't take down the Huilong. How can Mu Chen not see it? As soon as the electric ball is thrown out, if you don't catch it, won't you be hit? Mu Chen knew that with Huilong's violent attack, if his small physique was hit, he would definitely lie down. Therefore, Mu Chen's final decision was an electromagnetic wave. Yes, what Mu Chen used was an electromagnetic wave that was charged and blessed. The fast dragon was hit by an electromagnetic wave before, but relying on its powerful physique, this guy resisted abruptly. The interference caused by electromagnetic waves to it is insignificant at all. However, those are just ordinary electromagnetic waves, and what Mu Chen is using now is the power-enhanced version. Whoop. Electromagnetic waves can be described as one of the fastest attacking electrical skills. In the absence of any reaction space for the fast dragon, the enhanced version of the electromagnetic wave has been fiercely injected into the fast dragon. The electromagnetic wave entered the body, and Huilong immediately recovered from the violent state. However, at this time, it was surrounded by electric current, and even the dragon scale fury skills were forced to be interrupted. Each of them is sour and refreshing. Only Huilong, who is the dragon involved, can understand it. Chu. Seeing that Huilong's B-play should finally stop, Mu Chen was honest and rude. The electric current flickered, and Mu Chen blasted 100,000 volts at the fast dragon in front of him that was still in slow motion under the interference of the electric current. However, this is not enough. 100,000 volts opened the clearance ale mode. Chapter 358 Thinking too much. Yulongdu. Okay, stop Pikachu. Looking at the fast dragon who was constantly attacked by Pikachu using 100,000 volts, Yulongdu finally couldn't bear it anymore. It doesn't matter if he wins or loses. Anyway, he has a preparatory plan regardless of whether he wins or loses. But, being humiliated in front of all the people of Kanto, he can't afford to hurt a bit. Compared with Hikuko and others, Yulongdu was more concerned about his fate. As the strongest heavenly king, it makes no sense to let a Pikachu press his own fast dragon point. Right. Although it is said that this fast dragon is not his main force, the people of the Kanto region do not know it. If this is used by a caring person to do something about it, it will be troublesome for him to Yulongdu. Right. At this moment, Yulongdu has regretted it. Instead of choosing this kind of fast dragon, it would be better to summon a cannon fodder or simply go to the main force to take down this Pikachu. This is so neat that in the end, I have gotten myself in an awkward position. Lord Yulongdu, I won. Hearing Yulongdu's call to stop, Xiaoji still had an unbelievable look on his face. One, just one. So, I can directly challenge Samaranch to compete for the last King of Heaven. Yes, you won. Congratulations. Lose, but also lose with grace. Although he wanted to rush to strangle this idiot who was still insisting on winning and losing, Yulongdu was like a spring breeze on the surface. No way. Image is the most important thing. Ha ha ha. Great, Pikachu. We won. We can challenge champion Samaranch. Xiaosha. I won. After being confirmed by Yulongdu, Xiaoji finally recovered from the state of shock. Yulongdu's desire to strangle this foolish bee was even stronger. If you win, you will win. Call Nima appraisal. What Nima knows is that you won a second-tier Pokemon from Lao Su. I don't know. Your mind is so special that you tortured me with blood. In the heart of the crazy MMP, there is only a smile on his face. Yulongdu said that he was very painful at the moment. Xiaoji, your Pikachu is also seriously exhausted. Stay with me to rest today. Waiting for tomorrow, I will personally send you up the mountain to challenge the champion Samaranch. In order to regain faith, Yulongdu emphasized the consumption of Pikachu. The first Heavenly King of the Dignified Alliance is also the Dragon-type Heavenly King who uses the Quasi-God Fast Dragon as a Pokemon. Whether it's a Tier 1 Pokemon or a Tier 2 Pokemon, losing to a Pikachu isn't a good look after all. At this time, all Yulongdu can do is to show his generosity and show that he doesn't care about the outcome of this match. Only in this way can people think that he deliberately released water to fulfill this little wisdom. However, only Yulongdu himself knew that he really didn't release water. However, this super electromagnetic wave of Pikachu really disrupted his plan. Really, that would be great. Thank you, Lord Yulongdu. For 2 consecutive days, someone invited him to rest, and Xiaoji said that he was very happy. It turns out that my popularity is so good. Presumably these kings also want me to continue to win, right? However, how does Xiaoji know that? Whether it is Hona or Yulongdu, the reason why they left this thing is just because of Pikachu. But unlike Kona, Yulongdu chose to attack Ash instead of Pikachu. In Yulongdu's view, no matter how powerful or smart a Pokemon is, it is still a Pokemon. The one who can really make the call must be a human being, a trainer with a Pokemon ball. It's just that Yulongdu didn't know it, because there was no woman's natural delicate mind like Kenna, so this time he really guessed it wrong. Haha. Lord Yulongdu, don't worry. I grew up in the Kanto region since I was a child, so of course I want to contribute to our Kanto region. Whether it's against Team Rocket or against other forces that threaten Kanto, I will be obliged to do so. That night, Yulongdu asked Xiaoji, a foolish bee, to discuss his experience in training Pokemon, and successfully asked this guy out. Ash's answer is very good, but that's not what Yulongdu wants. Through some overt and covert testing, Yulongdu made a solicitation to Xiaoji, this stupid bee. However, this bee doesn't know if he understands and pretends not to understand, or if he really doesn't understand. The final answer given is this absolute official reply. Xiaoji, you are the most promising young trainer in our Kanto region, and you have the opportunity to become the youngest champion ever. So, in the future, you must have a choice. I don't know, what kind of path do you want to take in the future? As the first Heavenly King, of course Yulongdu will not say outright that you are messing with me. I will cover you. Therefore, Yulongdu's solicitation of Xiaoji is implicit. After hearing the official reply from this guy, Yulongdu could only ask again. However, I'm the youngest champion ever. That great. Mom and Dr. Damu know. They will be very happy. Correct. And that fellow Xiaomao. After I win the championship, I will see how he laughs at me. Obviously, the focus of Xiaoji's attention is definitely not the second half of Yulongdu's word. For him, becoming the champion, getting the praise of his mother Hanako and Dr. Ogi, and then making that hateful guy Xiaomao dare not look at him. This is the most important thing. Looking at Xiaoji with a look of longing, Yulongdu once again had the urge to strangle this silly bee to death. Nima, Toon, what about playing Lao Su? This kid is not easy to deal with, because he didn't know Xiaoji well. Yulongdu, who likes to push people with himself, didn't think that this stupid bee was really stupid, not pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Okay, Xiaoji, take a good rest. I'll personally take you up the mountain tomorrow. Seeing Xiaoji, this stupid bee, never answering questions, Yulongdu knew that it was because he didn't see the rabbit and didn't throw the eagle. Obviously, this guy is just pretending to be stupid, waiting for his attitude. However, at this time Yulongdu really can't show any attitude. Can't say to give him a fast dragon directly, right? Although it is necessary to win Xiaoji, Yulongdu does not think that such a big price will be required. Therefore, Yulongdu can only play stupid with this guy for the time being. What the matter? Let's talk about it later. At most, when the time comes, I will study a few more beautiful women and send them to him. Either this Ash or his Pokemon Pikachu. I believe that with a few you beauties who ask for anything, they should be able to win, right? Chapter 359_rule. Rule. Huh, Yulongdu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Why? Are you planning to see this old man's joke? On the top of the road of Champion, there is a gymnasium on a flat high slope, and the owner of this gym is the champion of the Kanto region, Samaranch. In fact, in the beginning, the champion was the most powerful person in a region. However, Samaranch has been a champion for too many years. Samaranch is old. When a person gets old, he loses his enterprising spirit. Having been a champion for too many years, I have long been blinded by this luxurious life, forgetting the original intention, and even forgetting the fundamental purpose of making myself stronger. Samaranch fell in lavish sugar-coated cannonballs, but not the 4 heavenly kings of the Alliance. In the beginning, the 4 heavenly kings were nothing more than the existence of defending the champion, an official position to fight for the champion. However, because the 4 heavenly kings are challenged by trainers from all over the world every year, in order to maintain their status, they continue to exercise and enrich themselves all the time. While standing still, it continues to grow stronger. In the end, the balance of full force tilted. I don't know when it started. Samaranch's words could no longer spread to Champion Mountain. He has been completely overthrown by the 4 heavenly kings. Of course, to be precise, Samaranch was overridden by Yulongdu. Now the rights originally belonged to Samaranch, a large part belongs to Yulong, and a small part belongs to Juzi. Only Shiba and Kona, both of them still abide by the duties and rights of the king. Of course, everyone will seek plans for their own way out. Zyba's method is to constantly strengthen himself so that no one dares to provoke, and no one dares to provoke. And Kona, she turned her attention to Pikachu. As for Samaranch, of course he wasn't reconciled to this. However, this old man's approach is quite different. This guy established a so-called Olympic committee jointly organized by various regions, and then he honorably became the chairman. Although the Joint Olympic Committee has no actual authority, it is a reputation after all. His reputation improved, and Samaranch reappeared in the eyes of the Kanto people. It is precisely because of this that Yulongdu has the idea of driving him down. Since you are not obedient, then I will change to an obedient one. Although it is said that Xiaoji is still pretending to be stupid with Yulongdu at this time, but Yulongdu is confident that when his sugar-coated cannonball hit, this kid will definitely fall. Defect in this guy's character is so obvious. This is really too good to target. Samaran C, you know, this is the rule of our Quantung Union for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, the challenger I have delivered. He has passed the test of our 4 heavenly kings. Whether he can keep your position in the end depends on your own performance. Seeing this old man who was about to die, but still jumped out to make trouble for himself, Yulongdu felt an indescribable boredom in his heart. The previous challengers were all weak bees, and this old man could take them down by relying on his own background. But this time, it's not that easy for you old man to win the Pikachu of the king level. Don't talk nonsense. I don't know what you're thinking, old man. Your name is Xiaoji, right? I have seen your game. Yes, your potential is indeed much better than the previous junk. However, if you want to defeat the old man, it is not so easy. With a scolding at Yulongdu, Samaranch turned to look at Xiaoji, who was eager to try. After countless years, Samaranch has come to his senses, otherwise he would not be able to engage in the Olympic game. However, he woke up too late. At this time, he has been completely crushed by Yulongdu, whether it is the right to speak in the alliance or his personal power. The reason why he can still be the champion in name is that Yulongdu did not start for a long time because he was afraid of being criticized for his own sake. Today, Yulongdu personally led Xiaoji, and his purpose is self-evident. Obviously, this guy wants this kid to replace him. Although Samaranch is also optimistic about Ash's potential, but this old man is not willing to lose his position like this. What's more, this guy Xiaoji came with that Yulongdu. Who knows how their relationship is? Has this kid been bought by Yulongdu and completely become that guy's lackey? Thinking of this possibility, Samaranch will not easily admit defeat. If the title of champion is finally won by Yulongdu, then there will be no one in this alliance who can check and balance him. Lord Samaranch, I'm Ash from True Newtown. Please accept my challenge. There is filth between Samaranch and Yulongdu, and Xiaoji can't see it. For him, the most important thing is still fighting. Only constant battles, only constant challenges to powerful opponent. This is what Xiaoji pursues. Challenge. Hee, that's too polite to say. This is the rule. Bring it on. Since it's about the championship fight, I'm not kidding around. The rules of this game, just follow the normal rule. You and I each play 3 Pokémon, and no matter the outcome, each Pokémon can only fight one. The side with the most wins in the end is the champion. Seeing Ash standing up, Samaranch narrowed his eyes. Snort. Little devil, I have already inquired about your strength. The most powerful thing in your hand is just that Pikachu. But even if Pikachu can defeat one of my Pokémon, what about the rest? As long as I win all of the next 2 games, I can still keep the old man's position as the final champion, and Yulongdu's trick will not be realized. What, didn't you just end up out of combat. Hearing the rules of the game that Samaranch said, Ash was done. Each Pokemon can only participate in a battle once. Does this mean that Pikachu can only play one game? Although Xiaoji is stupid, he is not a fool. In terms of combat, this product is still very sensitive. Just listening to Samaranch say that, Ash knew how bad this rule was for him. Well, Samaranch, I didn't expect you to use this method. Xiaoji, come on. As a champion, Samaranch does have the right to set the rules of the game. Similarly, Yulongdu frowned slightly when he heard the rules spoken by Samaranch. This old thing really has enough ghosts. However, at this time, the drone was shooting above, and in front of all the people of Kanto, he did not dare to break the rules at Yulongdu. Chapter 360 versus Samaranch. When Samaranch announced the rules, Ash was suddenly caught in a tangle. How is this broken? I know my own strength. Except for Pikachu, other Pokemon seem to be in this level of battle, and they seem to be really unreliable. However, the rules are made by others. As a challenger, Xiaoji's only way out is to accept it. However, Xiaoji didn't notice the movements of the Pikachu who had been lying in Xiaosha's arm. Pick up skin. Nima. Damn old man, do you want to be such a black old man? When Mu Chen heard the so-called rules from Samaranch's mouth, this guy almost couldn't control his desire to rush up to give him 100,000 volt. Mad. This barren enough rule B is obviously aimed at Lao Su. Why are you playing Tianji horse racing with this? Obviously, the reason why Samaranch formulated this bullshit rule was to target Mu Chen. This guy also knows that Mu Chen is powerful. In order to keep his position as the king, the old man obviously intends to sacrifice a Pokemon to Pikachu to abuse. As for Xiaoji's other two, hands of Xiaoji stupid B. Although it was said that idiot B would most likely send his two old ladies to fight, it also couldn't make Mu Chen feel at ease. Either Minos or Shinado, they're just fine against ordinary Pokemon, and in this level of battle, they're cannon fodder. Therefore, Mu Chen started to play off the beaten track trick. Aren't you just playing my tie? Then, no wonder I am mine. As for Mu Chen's off the district, just kidding, the stupid duck in the hands of this girl, Xiaosha, is not weak. Although that stupid bee made Mu Chen mad many times, the strength of that bee was still reassuring. Even Mu Chen couldn't detect the bottom line of that stupid duck's ability. This is so special. This bee player seems to be learning what kind of superpowers like Tai Chi Gong. The stronger the enemy, the fiercer this stupid bee. It is because of this that Mu Chen quietly stretched out his short hand. From an angle that could not be monitored by drone, Mu Chen secretly transferred the stupid bee of Da Duck into Xiaoji's hand, replacing the position of Minos' Pokemon Ball. Want to be such a black man? Come on then, let you see the power of the duck god. Of course, the only person who found out about Pikachu's operation was Xiaosha, the owner of the stupid duck. However, Bing Shui's smart Xiaosha just flickered in her eyes and continued to stay aside as if nothing had happened. Pikachu, this little bastard, really does anything to win. Then, let's start the game. The first Pokemon I played was you, Dengeki monster. Looking at Yulongdu, who was silent, and Xiaoji with a tangled face, Samaranch naturally showed a smug smile. Two little devils, why do you want to fight the old man with me? You guys are still a little bit younger. Now, let me see what you, Xiaoji, will do to deal with my electric monster. If you send other Pokemon, it's food delivery. If you send Pikachu, I'm even happier. Old man, damn it. Then you will be the first to fight Shinado. Under this kind of rule, Xiaoji really doesn't have much to think about. In the face of Samaranch's electric monster, Ash's final choice is Shinado. Minos was completely restrained in terms of attribute, and it would be disadvantageous for Pikachu to fight too early. Who knows what Pokemon is left behind in this old man's hand. Wow. As one of the few powerful Pokemon in the hands of Xiaoji, Shinado has always been shouldering the heavy responsibility of attacking the fortress. Now, in the face of this final championship challenge, Shinado has once again appeared on the stage. Is it Shinado? It is indeed a rare Pokemon. However, little guy, you haven't nurtured it enough. Electric shock monster. Use the electric field, and spread your electricity all over the space of the competition field. The championship challenge, of course, will not be held only on rough terrain in the wild as before. Here, there are game venues specially built by the league. Following Samaranch's order, the electric shock monster let out a loud chirping. Immediately, the entire competition field was quickly covered by electricity, and it was visible to the naked eye that there was constant current jumping in this field. This is the electrical venue. Although this skill is not offensive, in this field, it will greatly increase the power of electric Pokemon skills, and it can be regarded as a passive enhancement skill that changes the combat environment. Xanadu, we can't show weakness and use Phantom Light. Of course, Shinado doesn't have these fancy augmentation skills, and Xiaoji's response was naturally a Phantom Light blasting out. Wow. Under Xiaoji's order, Shinado raised a pair of plain hands and shot out a pink energy at the speed of light towards the electric shock beat. Electrical monster, use Use 100,000 volt. Facing the attack of Shinado, Samaranch did not flinch in the slightest. The electric field has been laid out, and the strength of the electric shock beast has greatly increased. How can it be necessary to retreat against the phantom light of Shinado? Hey tilde tilde tilde. Zilla tilde tilde tilde. The chirping sounded almost simultaneously with the current sound. An electric current as thick as a fist bounced out of the body of the electric monster, and greeted the phantom light coming from the sky. Boom! A violent explosion sounded in the air. Electric shock monster. Use the lightning flash to rush up. At the moment when the explosion sounded, Samaranch's command sound came again. Obviously, the old man planned to pursue the victory and take down Pikachu in one go. Shinado, use teleportation. Seeing that the old man was so strong, Ash quickly ordered Shinado to dodge. It's okay to fight from a distance, but Shinado is really free for melee combat. Wow tilde tilde. Under Xiaoji's command, Shinado will naturally not have any hesitation. In an instant, Shinado's body turned into a phantom. However, Ash and Shinado still underestimate Samaranch's electric shock monster. Hey tilde tilde. The beat sounded again. The electric demon beast that used the flash of electric light suddenly changed direction in the middle of the way, and pounced on Shinado, who had just finished teleporting. Ha ha ha. Good job. Electric shock monster. Use thunder palm. Seizing the trajectory of Shinado, of course Samaranch would not be polite. Whoa. A thunderous palm entered the body, and Shinado suddenly heard a painful cry. Chapter 361 Keep mistake. You have already lost. Why don't you take Shinado back? Under the powerful oppressive output of the electric shock warcraft, Shinado couldn't make an effective resistance at all. Even the occasional phantom light, most of them were resisted by the electric shock monster relying on its powerful physique. After the electric shock beast resisted, more violent attack followed. Finally, Shinado couldn't resist after being encouraged to persist for several rounds. Damn it. Looking at the master like Samaranch, Xiaoji's heart was full of unwillingness. However, the strength is limited. Shinado is facing this championship-level Samaranch, and it is really not an opponent. The strength of this electric shock beast is no weaker than that of the king-level existences of Kona and others. The defeat of Shinado is naturally not surprising. Now you've lost one. As long as you lose one more game, then the game can be over. Now, check out my second Pokémon. Come out, Frog Flower. After winning the first victory, Samaranch's momentum became more and more high. There is nothing wrong with my plan. This brat is too eccentric. With just one Pikachu, he can't beat me. Looking at Xiaoji with an unwilling face, and at Yulongdu with a contemplative face, Samaranch sneered in his heart. A group of stinky little devils just rely on you. Also want to fight with the old man. Old man, I just play some trick, and you can't bear it. Samaranch knew in his heart that in order to ensure this victory, Ash would definitely send Pikachu out. Otherwise, if this little guy sends Shinado or something, the only thing that awaits him is failure. Therefore, Samaranch chose to play in the second battle as the wonderful frog. The other Pokemon can be crushed by other Pokemon opponent, and even if the opponent Pikachu loses, the loss will not be ugly. By that time, Ash will lose Pikachu, but Samaranch still has the most powerful main Pokemon. No matter which Pokemon Ash sends in the end, it will only be abused. Everything is in Samaranch's calculation. However, the only thing he didn't calculate was the variables brought by Mu-Chen. Damn it. Damn it. Looking at the frog flower that Samaranch summoned, Ash fell into a huge tangle. As Samaranch expected, Ash really didn't have much to do at this time. Pikachu is out, so what about the last one? But the question is, if Pikachu doesn't fight, who will fight this wonderful frog flower? Is it Minos? Not to mention the difference in ability. It is an attribute, and Minos is also restrained by the wonderful frog flower. As for the BB bird or the snow girl who restrained the wonderful frog flower, don't be joking. Usually Xiaoji may not care, but this is the championship fight. In the face of this most high-end game, which is also the most important game for Xiaoji, how could Xiaoji let those cannon fodder come out? What are you still hesitating about? Or, you want to give up? Seeing Ash's delay in summoning Pokemon to fight, Samaranch's voice came again. Damn, how could I give up? It's up to you, Minos. He was already in a huge tangle, and when he heard Samaranch's urging, Xiaoji finally fell into anger. Master G was furious, and the corpse was spread across thousands of miles. Of course, this is bullshit. However, in anger, Xiaoji once again aroused his iron-headed baby attribute, which is true. Regardless of anything else, Ash directly threw the Pokemon ball with Minos in it. Win or lose, it depends on this one. Pikachu, as the absolute main force of Ash. In the end, Ash chose to leave it at the end. Otherwise, even if Pikachu defeats Frog Flower, the next battle will not be fought. It's just that when Ash threw the Pokemon ball, the audience fell into a sluggish state. Cool tilde 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 tilde. White light flash. I saw that what appeared from the Pokemon ball was not the gorgeous Minos, but a stupid yellow duck with his head in his hands and a confused look. What the hell is this? Originally, they were all ready to let the wonderful frog flower against Minos. Who would have thought that this Xiaoji had been tangled for a long time, and what kind of stupid play should he summon? Looking at the sluggish, confused Duck, the corners of Samaranch's mouth went, "What the hell? Are you planning to give up? But the question is, why don't you just give up and just say no? Use it to summon such a stupid bee to humiliate the old man." In Samaranch's view, Ash summoned such a stupid thing, that is, he is carrying out a naked humiliation of the rules he has set. However, how does Samaranch know that the surprise in Xiaoji's heart at this time is only a lot more than that of him? How about you? Looking at the stupid duck, Ash fell into a short circuit. What's up with this Nima? Isn't this stupid duck Xiaoxia's Pokemon? When did you come running here? Besides, I am summoning Nina. What are you doing here? Could it be that? Did I accidentally get the wrong Pokemon ball when I was feeding the Pokemon with Xiaoxia yesterday? Yes, it must be so. Ooh, this is embarrassing. Xiaoji, since you have summoned the Pokemon, let's start this battle. Samaranch certainly doesn't know Ash's mental activity. In his opinion, he was humiliated naked. Therefore, also in anger, Samaranch decided to use the most cruel means to torture the stupid duck. Only in this way can the evil spirit in his heart be released. Well, okay, it's you. Up to the duck, use the power to attack. The rules of the game did not say that borrowing Pokemon from others was not allowed, and Samaranch and Yulongdu didn't even know that this game should not be Ash's Pokemon at all. So after a short period of consternation, Xiaoji can only choose to be wrong. There's no way. They've already been summoned. Can they be taken back directly? Taking it back doesn't mean admitting defeat. Anyway, this stupid duck is also very familiar with himself, and is not afraid of problems in command. Generally speaking, trainers rarely borrow other people's Pokemon because there is a problem of insufficient coordination in command. However, in Xiaoji's view, these are not important. Anyway, he is familiar with the duck, and there is no other than one thought power. It just so happens that the skill of Psychic is a super energy skill, which can completely restrain the wonderful frog flower. In this battle, there are still fight. Cool tilde. However, in the face of Xiaoji's command, Duck's reply was a question mark in his head. Mind power. What is that? Can you eat? Chapter 362 _ It's a tadpole that doesn't break out. Meow hua. Use the flying leaf knife. Originally, Samaranch also planned to show his demeanor, showing the bearing of a league champion in Ash's last game. But who would have thought that the stupid duck summoned by this stupid bee really took away all Samaranch's patience? Nima, why do you think about life with this? Old man, I've been waiting for you for almost 10 minutes. You tilted your head and thought you were so barren and hairy. Didn't your trainer tell you to use mind power? Are you using it? You are in a basket with this mind. However, how did Samaranch know that at this time? Duck had long forgotten what the special mind power was. This thing has once again entered the state of daily amnesia. Unable to bear it, Samaranch finally decided to attack. What is it about Ite? Just say that others bury the old man and I bully the new man, and I can't stand the old man anymore. Dana tilde. Following Samaranch's order, the fat body of the frog flower trembled. Immediately, countless palm-sized flying leaves slowly emerged from the huge petals on the back of the wonderful frog flower, and shot towards the duck, who was still thinking about life. Duck, be careful of the opponent's flying blade. Use the power to attack. At this moment, Xiaoji's face almost turned red. Bee of duck. Xiaoji still didn't feel how. Now, Xiaoji can fully understand Xiaoxia's original feeling. I really want to take a brick and shoot it. Cool tilde. What to play? What did this kid make Banya careful about? Are the leaves flying over there? That place should look very green. Can I eat it? By the way, there is still power. What the hell is this? Whoosh. The flying blade knife that blazed out ignored what the stupid bee was thinking. In the blink of an eye, the flying leaf quick knife came to the front of Duck and launched a bloody cutting attack on this stupid duck. Cool tilde. This time, Duck finally knew what this emerald green leaf was. Severe pain struck, and Duck decisively started the head crawling mode. Seeing Duck galloping all over the field with the pair of huge souls, Xiaoji was speechless. Of course, not only Xiaoji, but Yulongdu also silently closed his eyes. This game, don't watch it. This little kid, Xiaoji, is really too bad for other Pokemon other than Pikachu. But this is also good, and the price of buying him will be reduced a lot. As for the old thing about Samaranch, anyway, it has been on the air for him for many years, so how about letting him hang on for a while? How many years can this old thing live? In order to create a good image for himself, Yulongdu will not personally deal with this old thing. It seems that the outcome of this game has basically been determined. Seeing Duck's stupid action, Samaranch was even more determined. Seeing Xiaoji summon this thing before, he still had a hint of worry. Who knows if this bee play should really have some weird rank. But now it seems this is really humiliating the old man me. However, several people in the field did not notice. Whether it's Xiaoxia holding Pikachu, or the Pikachu in Xiaoxia's arm, the faces of the two of them were extremely calm. Hit hard. This stupid bee of Duck is a pure shaking M. The harder you fight, the more powerful this stupid bee can be. Damn it. Duck, fight back. If you can't remember the power of thought, then use the itching attack. Because he has been with Xiaoxia all the time, Xiaoji also knows the attacking skill of this duck very well. This stupid bee, in addition to the psychic cowhide, the rest of the skills are a tail wagging and itching attack. Wagging the tail is cute, and Xiaoji's only choice is naturally this itch. Cool tilde. What the hell? You said it earlier. I remember this duck. Nianlita duck said that he couldn't remember anything he said, but if itching attacked this, it really came at will. There is nothing wrong with it. Under Xiaoji's command, duck lit up a pair of not-sharp claws, and the 8th master took a step forward and rushed towards the wonderful frog flower. Flamboyant, use the rattan whip to solve this duck. Samaranch was also completely speechless when he saw the staggering and charging duck. Forget it. Let quickly end this farce-like game. Continue the fight, no matter whether you win or lose. Isn't it all the old man who was embarrassed? Dana tilde. With Samaranch's order, Frog shook its fat body again. Immediately, 2 emerald green vine whips shot out, and they were tied to the duck, who was still charging slowly. Cool tilde. A vine whip, Kakaya, whose body was off the ground, was done. Nima, what going on? Then duck, I don't remember that I can fly. Why is this lying? However, before duck could continue to think, the vine whip that bound it began to shrink. Cool. This time, it was really heartbreaking. The screams came from the mouth of the duck. Obviously, this thing is very painful at the moment. Damn it. Kakaya, hold on. Don't give up. Use your psychic power. This game is about the outcome of the championship challenge. Although Chuda Duck's appearance was more surprising, Ash also accepted this situation. After all, the strength of the duck in Xiaoxia's hands is still very strong. Even sometimes, this product is more reliable than the one from Nina, and this is also the reason why Xiaoji recognized Duck to play. It just. Looking at Duck at this time, Xiaoji said that he was not in a hurry. That was false. Stupid duck, can you give me some strength? Pika tilde. Pika. It's not just Ash who is worried. At this time, Mu Chen also began to gradually become restless. It's not right. According to normal circumstances, this stupid bee should be able to use psychic power. Right. This wonderful frog flower is bound to its position, but it happens to be a rattan whip body and a rattan whip head. Nima. Stupid duck, my life is in your hand. Lao Su. So give me some strength. Mu Chen became even more frightened when he thought that the punishment for failing the main quest was obliteration. What the hell? Am I really going to hang here? Sir. Nima. I haven't become a man yet. I'm so unhappy. However, at this time, the duck still showed no signs of erupting. Fuck, it going to die anyway. I can't suffer even if I die. Seeing that Duck had already started to roll his eyes, Mu Chen knew that this product was dying. At the time of life and death, Mu Chen decisively extended his short hand to Xiaoxia. It death, I'll be a Pikachu who died under the peony. Ah, Pikachu, you little bastard. Suddenly attacked by Pikachu, Xiaoxia acclaimed. Chapter 363 Duck God rises. Cool tilde. Duck, who had rolled his eyes, suddenly changed. When it heard Xiaoxia's voice, this guy's eyes suddenly became sharp. Immediately, an extremely terrifying super power system energy began to emerge around him. Pick up tilde. What the fuck? Does this work too? Originally, I was ready for the last crazy preparation before dying, but I never thought that at this time, the duck broke out. Nima, it's been like this for a long time. Mu Chen is not a fool. He reacted almost instantly. Although Duck and Xiaoji are also very familiar with this stupid bee, although Duck can accept Xiaoji's command, but the owner of this stupid duck is not Ash after all. So this stupid bee never broke out. But when its owner Xiaoxia made a sound, this stupid bee realized that he was not a cannon fodder duck, but a duck god. Seeing that the stupid bee of Duck finally broke out, Mu Chen was so excited that he almost burst into tears. What the hell? I'm about to despair. Finally, you are finally ready to explode. Mu Chen was excited. Samaranch was a tragedy. Damn, what going on here? Why? What's with that energy in this duck? Originally, the victory was already in hand, but who would have thought that an accident would happen again? Looking at the pink energy that seemed to be rising from the whole body of Duck, Samaranch faintly had a bad premonition in his heart. Although it is good to say flying leaf knife or rattan whip, they are all grass-type skills that can restrain the duck water type. But the problem is, this restrained grass-type skill has not yet won this duck. And at this moment, Duck broke out, and it was pink super energy. The attributes of the wonderful frog flower are grass-type plus poison type, and the super energy type completely restrains it. Samaranch has a lot of fighting experience, and just by seeing the energy that radiates from Duck body, he knows that his wonderful frog flower is absolutely unbearable. However, there was no answer to Samaranch's question. Cool tilde. While Samaranch was still in consternation, Duck finally broke free from the shackles of the vine whip of the wonderful frog flower with the help of superpower. Nice job, Duck. Use your psychic power to attack. At this moment, the one who was the most excited, apart from Mu Chen, was naturally Xiaoji. Seeing the rise of of the duck. Xiaoji sees the hope of winning again. Cool. This time, the order that Xiaoji gave. Duck finally stopped thinking about it. Mindfulness. Right, no problem, let go. Nemes, the old man I just lapped hurt. Before being tied up by a vine whip attack by the wonderful frog flower, it can be said that the duck can be miserable. However, without Xiaosha's voice, this product can't be found at all. Finally, after Xiaosha exclaimed, this guy also recalled who he was and what his power was. I saw that after Duck made a chirping, a substantial pink energy spurted out from the top of its head, and bombarded the wonderful frog flower fiercely. Damn it. Frog flower, use the energy ball. Seeing that the arrival of Duck was not good, Samaranch hurriedly ordered a counterattack to the wonderful frog flower. Damn it. Knowing that this stupid duck pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger, why don't I just let Meowhuahua take it down with the most powerful skill? Why bother? However, there is no regret medicine in this world. Facing the attack of Duck, Samaranch could only choose to let Meowhuahua use all his strength to resist. However, the reality is cruel. Dana tilde. With the scream of the wonderful frog flower, the skill match between the two can be regarded as a winner. Energy ball. Before seeing any light, he was completely defeated by the psychic skill and annihilated in midair. With the collapse of the energy ball skills, the body of the wonderful frog flower naturally resisted the attack of this psychic power without any resistance. Under the control of Duck's powerful psychic power, even the terrifying size and tonnage of Meowfanawa was still taken off the ground and slowly rose into the air. Damn it. Frog flower, hold on, don't give up. The scene is reversed. This time, the one who shouted Pokémon to insist not to give up became Samaranch, who was still arrogant before. The variables appeared too fast, and the old man said that his ability to bear was not strong, and he was not mentally prepared at all. Fantastic. Duck, that's it. Beat frog flower in one fell swoop. The mountains and rivers are full of doubt, and there is another village. I was already desperate, but hope just came quietly. Ash was so excited that he almost jumped up. About to win. As long as the duck can defeat Samaranch's frog, then the last battle of Pikachu can be shot. No matter what the old man's last Pokémon is, as long as Pikachu makes a move, his chances of winning are very high. If he can defeat this Samaranch, his Xiaoji has proved himself and achieved his goal. The champion of the Kanto region. When you think about it, it feels so beautiful. Pick up tilde. Pick up tilde. Likewise, Mew-chen was also very excited at this time. Xiaosha's pinch counts as barren hair. Duck finally rose to prominence. As soon as the duck god gives strength, I will be able to survive. As long as you can survive, what if you pinch a few times? Seeing the duck who was still using his mind to control the frog flower, Mew-chen couldn't wait to rush up to give it a loving hug. Duck god, I am so thankful to your 8th ancestor. Looking at Xiaoji who was excited, and looking at Samaranch who had been defeated, Yulongdu also showed a slight look of astonishment. Because Yulongdu had never personally participated in the battle to capture Pikachu before, this guy didn't even know that this duck belonged to Xiaosha. It is precisely because of this misunderstanding that Yulongdu gave Xiaoji a high look again. Unexpectedly, this kid has such a powerful Pokémon besides Pikachu. Although it seems unreliable to say that this duck is unreliable, and this energy appears very strange and sudden. But, now the energy released by the duck has also reached the level of the king. This kid, it really is hidden, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Damn, kid, I really underestimate you. This time, I lost. So, let's have the last match. Just as Yulongdu was pondering, Samaranch finally gave up, letting Meowhuahua do that futile resistance. If you lose, you lose. Everything. Can only watch the last battle. Although Pikachu is powerful, the old man, my Pokémon, is not weak. Chapter 364_Flaming Bird. It's up to you, Pikachu. The outbreak of Duck makes Xiaoji see the hope of victory again. In the final battle, Ash is naturally the strongest Pokémon in his hand. Pikachu. Pick up tilde. Pick up tilde. Bring it on. Bring it on. Finally it's my turn. Hearing Xiaoji's call, Mew-chen jumped out of Xiaosha's arms excitedly. This little girl, what about you? Is it over yet? Lao Su's skin is about to be ripped off by you. This is so special. If you stay for a while, Pikachu will become no Pichu. Don't think that your Pikachu will definitely be able to defeat the old man me. Go, my most powerful Pokémon, the Firebird. As a veteran champion in the Kanto region, as one of the people standing at the top of the world, although Samaranch has gradually declined due to sugar-coated cannonballs, but the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, and Samaranch still has some trump cards and some dry goods. Boo tilde. Following Samaranch's call, a huge bird with a gorgeous and noble figure, whose whole body seemed to be covered in flame, appeared in the air. This is Samaranch's trump card, one of the 3 sacred beasts in Kanto, the flame bird. Originally, I have been doing edge bow with that, and the concave shape is concave and happy. But, when Yulongdu saw the flame bird summoned by Samaranch, he also showed a look of astonishment. This old thing still has such a trump card, hidden so deep. The existence existence of the flame bird was not even known to Yulongdu. If it wasn't for Xiaoji who had driven him to a dead end today, causing his title to be insecure, I'm afraid that the old Samaranch wouldn't have summoned his trump card. Looking at the flame bird covered by flame, Yulongdu faintly raised the desire to fight with it. However, this is Xiaoji's battlefield. Flaming bird. Wow, it's so beautiful. It turns out that this is the legendary beast, the flame bird. Through the Pokémon Pokédex, Ash also knew the approximate information of this gorgeous Pokémon covered in flame. Seeing that this lay should actually say that the flame bird is of the same grade as the lightning bird, Xiaoji was excited. A legendary existence. Unexpectedly, someone can actually conquer it. And now, what he wants to challenge is the existence of this legend. Facing the flame bird, Xiaoji did not have the slightest timidity. The halo of honey juice has already been driven to maximum power by Xiaoji. You know, the original Pokémon I sent by my master, Pikachu. Pick up. What the fuck? To be so cruel. Different from Xiaoji. Seeing that his opponent turned out to be this B-play, Mu Chen was taken aback. Nima, what going on? What the matter? I hit a quasi-god before, but now I want to hit a true god. Although it is said that the flame bird should be a brother-level existence among the divine beasts, but it is also a divine beast, right? As soon as he thought of the lightning bird back then, Mu Chen's brain buzzed. This is special. Lightning bird is better. I am immune to electrical attack, and can scare the tiger B-play away. But what about you? Such a flaming bird. I'm not immune to flames either. However, no matter how reluctant he was in his heart, Mu Chen could only bite the bullet and rush forward. What's so special? This is about Lao Su's main quest. Stupid B can give it a shot, but I can't do it if it doesn't make sense. Isn't it some barren mythical beast? The flame bird. Bring it on. I can't kill you, Daddy. Then, let the battle begin. Firebird. Use flamethrower. The unexpected defeat of the wonderful frog flower. It seems that Samaranch is forced to a desperate situation. At this time, the old man didn't care about the meaningless issues of identity and demeanor. At this moment, the only thing that the old man Samaranch wanted to do was to let the Firebird launch the most violent attack and completely crush the challenger. Boo tilde. Under the order of Samaranch, the flame bird in midair opened its mouth wide, and a hot flame was spit out by it. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Seeing the opponent's move, Xiaoji immediately responded. However, pick up tilde. Volt, Lord Volt. What's more, I have never done the instant fire of 100,000 volts against the flame jet of the quasi-divine fast dragon before. Now the flame jet used by this flame bird. Do you let Lao Su fight? Are you kidding me? Why didn't you see it? The color of the flame has turned golden yellow, and even the surrounding air seems to be evaporated. In this case, what are you waiting for if you don't run? Mu Chen said that in the face of an attack of this level, he would never rush up and take it hard. If you want to take it hard, you can go by yourself. I will not accompany you. Most of Mu Chen's racial value is allocated to special attack and speed. Now that the special attack is not strengthened, it is definitely not an opponent, so Mu Chen can only use his speed advantage. No matter how badly you attack the Firebird, what's the use if you can't hit Lao Su? Watch my little electric motor run. What can you do with me? What to say? No. High-speed movement blessing. Electric light flashes to start. In an instant, Mu Chen turned into a phantom and ran straight into the distance. Boom. Just after Mu Chen fled, there was a huge roar of explosions at his previous location. Turning his head to look, the ground was blasted with a big hole, and even the special soil was burned into magma. Its flame temperature can be imagined. Pick it tilde. Pick. What the hell? Fortunately, I didn't take it hard. Seeing this terrifying attack scene, Mu Chen felt a breath of air in his heart. If Tai Han resisted this, wouldn't he die without knowing how he died? Escape. You can't escape. Flame bird. Use the flame vortex to tie this Pikachu to me. Seeing that Pikachu wanted to rely on his flexible movement to avoid the attack of the flame bird, Samaranch sneered at the corner of his mouth. Snort. What kind of king-level Pikachu seems to be nothing more than that? Did I dare not even resist an attack from my flame bird? Then, don't blame the old man for being rude. After a round of fighting, all Pikachu did was run away. This gave Samaranch great confidence. He believed that as long as one flame bird maintained this high voltage output, Pikachu would be hit sooner or later. Judging from the physique of this little thing, if he hits it once, it can kill him. Boo tilde. Following Samaranch's order, the flame bird opened its mouth again. Immediately, an extremely fast spiral flame sprayed Mu Chen and roared. Therefore, it is the binding skill that can trap the enemy in the flame vortex. Chapter 365 Samaranch's tactic. Pick it tilde. Pick. Nima. Lots of tricks. Seeing this flame vortex from the flame bird, Mu Chen knew that it might not be easy for him to escape. However, the power of this game should not look as fierce as the flame jet. So, let me send you a message on the phone. Zila tilde. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen responded with a 100,000 volt to the whistling flame vortex. Boom. Pick up tilde. A violent explosion sounded. However, because the the distance was too close. Mew Chen was directly blown away by the explosion several meters away. Fortunately, this flame vortex was still blocked by Mew Chen. Huh, I can't believe that your Pikachu can really block the attack of the Firebird. Then, try this trick. Flaming Bird. Use big characters to explode. Seeing that the speed of the flame vortex was fast, but the skills with insufficient power could not defeat Pikachu, Samaranch changed his tactics again. You can dodge the flame jet, you can block the flame vortex, and what about the big character explosion? This skill can be described as one of the super big moves among the fire type skills. Not only is it extremely powerful, but its attack range is far greater than that of flame jet. If the only weakness is that the release speed of this skill is much slower than that of flamethrower. But, at this time, Pikachu had been forced into the corner by himself because of the flame spray before escaping. Here, Samaranch does not think this Pikachu can dodge the attack of the big character explosion. Boom tilde tilde tilde. A loud chirping sounded. Immediately, the flame bird quickly flapped its pair of huge wings. Under the incitement of the flame bird's burning like wing, bursts of flame elements were gathered in front of him, slowly forming a big character. This is one of the fire type super move, big character explosion. Woo tilde tilde tilde. Finally, the big character explosion that was completely assembled and formed was blasted out by the flame bird, and it hit Pikachu fiercely. Pikachu, use the electric ball. Seeing that Pikachu's 100,000 volt blocked the previous attack of the Firebird, Ash's confidence was greatly increased. Although this big character explosion seems to be very powerful now, Pikachu's electric ball is definitely not weak. Ash is confident that Pikachu's electric ball can block it. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Whether the electric ball can stop the big character explosion, Mew Chen is absolutely not sure. However, at this time, he did not intend to continue to carry it hard. The aftermath of this special explosion sent him flying several meters away. If he came last time, wouldn't he be kicked out of the field? Although it is said that the field of this game is much wider than the previous league competitions, if he is kicked out of the field, it will be judged as a defeat. Mew Chen didn't want to lose so vaguely. Therefore, Mew Chen's choice was a flash of lightning. Your big character explosion is indeed extremely powerful, and the attack range is even wider. Of course not soft. Your big character explode. It's a big character. If this is a relatively dense type of solid, Mew Chen doesn't have a good solution. But the word big, what? That's okay too. Samaranch, full of confidence, had a look of astonishment on his face at this time. This Nima, can you wear your crotch under the big character with big characters to avoid the attack? Why are you so confident? You must know that when ordinary Pokémon encounter the big character explosion of the flame bird, it is absolutely panic. The only thing he can do is run away. But who would have thought that this Pikachu would go against the current and charge up to the big character explosion? Originally, Samaranch saw Pikachu charge and was waiting to see the joke. However, in the end, Samaranch almost fell off his jaw. This Pikachu is really tough. Pika tilde 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 chew. Successfully dodging the big character explosion, Mew Chen was in good shape, and he was still galloping fast. What the matter? You have always been attacking. Now it's my turn, right? Even if you are a flaming bird with amazing power, I don't believe that the electric ball can't beat you. You know, the attribute of the flame bird is fire plus flight. It is naturally restrained by Pikachu's electric system. Zila tilde tilde tilde. As Mew Chen ran, the charging skills were also used by him. Electric current began to flicker on Mew Chen's cheek. Not good. Firebird, use the whirlwind to interrupt Pikachu's acceleration and charging. Samaranch is no fool. He also watched the video of Xiaoji's battle before. Pikachu's electric ball attack after charging and accelerating left a very deep impression on him. It is precisely because of this electric ball attack that Samaranch has such great concerns about Pikachu. Now, seeing Pikachu start to run faster, and the electric current flashes on his cheek, how could Samaranch still not know what happened? Obviously, this is an incoming electric ball attack. No need to say, Samaranch did not hesitate, and directly ordered the flame bird to use the flying skills, Whirlwind. Although the Whirlwind has no attack power, relying on its powerful storm, it can definitely stop Pikachu's high-speed movement. As long as Pikachu can be slowed down, the power of the electric ball will not be so great. Boom tilde tilde tilde. A cry came from the beak of the flame. After the chirping, the flame bird quickly flapped its wing, and gusts of wind blew out from between its huge wings, and whistled away at Pikachu, who was still running wildly. Woo tilde tilde woo tilde tilde tilde. The gust of wind hit, and the rhythm of Mew Chen, who was still running, was instantly disrupted by it. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the fuck? Is this also possible? This was the first time that Mew Chen was interrupted by a non-aggressive kill while running at a high speed. In the midst of the gust of wind, at this moment, not to mention that Mew Chen was running fast, it became more and more difficult to control his body. Ha ha ha. Very good. Flamebird, keep blowing. Blow hard for me. Samaranch's eyes lit up when he saw Pikachu's slender figure struggling in the gust of wind. Yes, why didn't I think of it before? Pikachu is so small. What skills can I play against it? It was just a gust of wind, and it was not blown away directly. You know, this championship battle has an arena. Being blown out of the ring, didn't this Pikachu lose? Boom tilde tilde tilde. With Samaranch's instructions, the frequency of the flame bird's wings flapping increased. Obviously, this big guy has also entered a state of excitement. The gust of wind blew wildly in the field, and Mu Chen was completely caught in a dilemma at this moment. Chapter 366 _ We are the champion. Pikachu, hold on. Seeing Pikachu struggling to support himself in the gust of wind, Ash couldn't wait to rush up to help it resist the gust of wind. However, this is a battle between Pokémon, and Xiaoji can only watch it. Pika tilde 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 pick. Nima, easy to say. Persist. How barren persevere. My physique and tonnage are here. Don't you look at the gap between the enemy and me. This is so special. Why is there such a strong wind? In the midst of the gust of wind, Mu Chen was unable to keep his body stable, let alone continuing to run and sprint. Even if you are not careful, you may be directly blown to the edge by this gust of wind. Mad. How to do? I can't go on. I have to think of a way. Mu Chen knew that even if he persisted like this, he was just delaying the defeat. Using this whirlwind skill doesn't cost much for flying Pokémon. Between the two, the physical strength that is now paid is not proportional at all. Ha ha ha. Good job. Flame bird. Keep blowing. Blow me hard. The hope of victory was looming, and Samaranch didn't do what he thought. In the face of this extremely fast Pikachu, all Samaranch is thinking about now is to blow it far away from the arena. No matter whether this way of winning looked good or not, at least you won, right? Samaranch was excited. Xiaoji and Xiaosha were nervous and anxious, and Yulongdu, who was silently watching the battle, was also thinking about it at this time. Now it seems that this Pikachu is not too difficult to deal with. Why didn't I think of it before? Relying on the size of the Pokémon to directly oppress it with such a wide range of skills. No matter how fast and dexterous this Pikachu is, to put it bluntly, it is still just a Pikachu, and the limitations of its natural size are here. If, the last time, I directly let the fast dragon use the skills like Tornado, can it be easily defeated? At this moment, Yulongdu faintly felt annoyed in his heart. Of course, it wasn't that he regretted trying to recruit Ash. What Yulongdu was annoyed about was that his loss was too ugly. As the strongest Heavenly King, Yulongdu is still very embarrassed. No matter how many lines of fast dragons he sent, it is still a quasi-divine fast dragon. In the end, he became a stepping stone for others, which was very hurt. However, the matter has come to this point. Yulongdu can only bury this annoyed emotion in his heart, and continue to show a cold expression on the surface. Pika tilde 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 pick. Others thought that Mu Chen was no good, but he himself would never give up. To give up is to fail the mission, and to fail the mission is to die. A bright future is waiting for him. How could Mu Chen be willing to give up? Nima, fight. Since I can't stand this gust of wind, I will let you blow it. Yes, in the end, Mu Chen's strategy was to let the wind blow at him, and he himself started high-speed movement, using the force of the wind to increase his movement speed. If only, as long as I pay attention to the edge of the field and don't get blown out by it, I have hope. What Mu Chen has to do now is to continue to accelerate under the strong wind, run downwind to increase his speed faster, and finally blast the electric ball that has long been charged and charged. Following Mu Chen's action, several people watching on the sidelines immediately found that Pikachu had changed. At this time, he is not fighting against the gust of wind, but with the help of the gust of wind, he runs down the wind. I saw that Pikachu's figure became faster and faster under the blow of the strong wind, until it turned into a golden lightning. Not good. Firebird, interrupt the whirlwind and use flamethrower. Seeing that Pikachu actually used his whirlwind, Samaranch immediately reacted. What the hell? Is this Pikachu so smart? So, isn't it, old man? I'm helping it beat up. Originally, the speed of this game should be fast enough, and now I am helping it with the old man. Isn't the power of this electric ball going to go against the sky? However, Samaranch found it too late. Pika tilde 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 chew. Running around the edge of the arena, Mu Chen's speed had already increased to the limit he could bear. Now, it's time for Mu Chen to fight back. Without any nonsense, Mu Chen flashed a flash of lightning in the air. I saw Pikachu, who was jumping high, suddenly flipped over in midair. Immediately, the electrical energy gathered on its lightning-shaped tail was thrown out by it, and it hit the flame bird in the air fiercely, crackling tilde 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 tilde. The current roll. I saw an electric ball with a dark body, exuding bursts of terrifying energy, galloping in the air at a speed unseen by the naked eye. Flaming bird. Use light wall. At this time, it was too late to dodge, and Samaranch could only hope that the light wall of the flame bird could resist and even consume the power of the electric ball. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Upon receiving Samaranch's order, Lightning Bird, who was still brewing flames, immediately changed his move. However, it is still a step too late. Boom. Just as the flame bird was preparing to condense the wall of light, the black electric ball had slammed into it. Boom tilde tilde. The beast is worthy of being a beast. Other than that, this fighting ability is much stronger than ordinary Pokémon. If it is a fire-breathing dragon, if the electricity ball hits hits it, it will basically lie directly in the nest. However, it is a flame bird, so under the bombardment of this super electric ball, it still made a painful scream. Of course not soft. That's all the flaming bird can do. After the lamentation, the huge body of the flame bird fell heavily from the air and smashed directly into the center of the arena. Samaranch was stunned when he saw the flaming bird, which had a faint smell of barbecue, as the electricity rolled around him. Yourself lost. Did you really lose? Even if he exhausted his cards and all his means, he still lost in the end. The thought of losing his luxurious life made Samaranch feel like the world was spinning. Yeah, hooray. Win. Pikachu, we win. We are champion. Different from Samaranch, Ash had already rushed into the field excitedly at this time, holding the tired Pikachu who was gasping for breath firmly in his arms. Champion. The dream that I had been looking forward to since I was a child has finally come true. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. The champion is the champion. You are so excited, and you didn't play it. You lie down and win. Looking at the excited Xiaoji, Mu Chen rolled his eyes again and again. I'm so lazy to care about you. System, get me out. Is our mission accomplished? What about the reward? Hurry up. Reward me. I want to become a human. I want to push Xiaoxia down. Chapter 367 Crazy Mu Chen. Didi, the main task is completed. The rewards are issued. Please check the host. With the cold electronic sound of the system, Mu Chen finally received the reward he had been dreaming of, the Junior Skin God. Although Mu Chen doesn't know what this game is supposed to do, since he can be called a god, it's not a big deal, right? This is such a main quest. But after playing for a whole year, Mu Chen said that if he didn't give him some benefit, he would be too sorry for himself. Didi, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary skin god qualification. All racial value attributes of the host are increased by 10 points, and the boosting ability of the dream gene has become an increase of 8% for all attributes. The host can use the additional functions of the dream gene. Finally, with Mu Chen's expectation, the specific explanation of this primary skin god also followed. All race values increase by 10 points. This is not too much. Previously, Mu Chen's racial value was 435, and now all of them are plus 10, which means that Mu Chen's racial value at the moment is 495, which has reached the level of mainstream Pokémon, that is, the race of the three families of Binayu. The values are not much different. Of course, this is not the most important thing. What Mu Chen cared about most was the increase in the dream gene. It was 5% before, but now it has increased directly to 8%, which is quite a considerable increase. And the most important thing is that Mu Chen can use the ability attached to the dream gene to transform. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Transform. Transform. I can finally become a human. Xiaoxia, just wait for the win. At this moment, Mu Chen was full of yearning for the arrival of the night. In broad daylight, you can't make a big living. And in broad daylight, he's not suitable for pushing down, isn't he? He also ignored Xiaoji, who was still so excited that he was running around all over the place. A single stride, Mu Chen scurried out of this stupid bee's arms, trotting all the way to Xiaoxia. Just kidding. Who is so stupid to celebrate with you? Isn't she fragrant looking for my family? Xiaoxia. Celebrations, handover ceremony, the coronation of champions, these are essential procedures. Naturally, Mu Chen had no interest in these things. Even if Hanako also killed herself from Junqin town, even if Hanako was wearing cooler than ever this time. At this moment, the only shock in Mu Chen's heart was his transformation. After forcing it into the night, Mu Chen said that he couldn't bear it any longer. System, transform. Hurry up. Sabi Lang, I'm going to transform. I'm going to overthrow Xiaoxia. Didi, the dream gene is activated, and the transformation technique is activated. Please pay attention to the host. The host is currently in the first level skin god state. The transformation time can only be maintained for 5 minutes each time, and the cooling time is 24 hours. Walter, Nima, are you kidding me? Full of anticipation, and finally ushered in such a result, Mu Chen said that he was very hurt. This Nima, Lao Su's transformation technique, Lao Su's overthrow of the great cause. 5 minutes. Why do you think I'm a fast shooter? Moreover, 5 minutes is enough for what? I'm afraid that Xiaoxia's side I haven't even understood it yet, and the transformation here will end with barrenness. Okay, what does this mean? Should I just end it before I even started? To be so cruel. However, his arms can't twist his thighs, not to mention that he is fighting against that ethereal system with his small physique. System, how can I prolong the transformation time? Lousy. Is it the same as Jujuhua? Through constant youth. Now, the only thing Mu Chen is looking forward to is that this transformation is like a giant transformation. As long as it is used continuously, it will increase the level. If that's the case, the big deal is that I will transform as soon as my skill CD is good. I transform every day, so let go and cultivate feelings with Xiaoxia first. As long as the feelings are cultivated in place, what else is there to say? Not to be pushed down at any time. Didi, please improve the aptitude of the skin god. What the hell? Nima, are you really playing with me? me, it took Lao Su a year for the primary skin god, and then 5 minutes. Now, to increase the time to transform, but also to improve this B-play, can we still chat happily? Mu Chen dared to swear that if the system appeared in front of him, it would have to start with 100,000 volt. What's so special? There are many barren hairs in the system. I'm going to electrocute you. How to improve? Can you finish it all at once? Angered, Mu Chen, who had nowhere to vent, asked again. No matter what, there is hope. I just hope this system is more reliable. Don't come with a system that is not good enough. Then he. Fortunately, what Mu Chen was worried about did not happen. Didi, please confirm the host. Do you want to open the main task too? As expected, this time, the system's answer to Mu Chen was not surprising at all. Main task 1 is the primary skin god, so there must be 2, 3 and so on. Kai, isn't this nonsense? How can I happily go to that happy little life with Xiaoxia without being ashamed? When he first came to this world, Mu Chen didn't have such a big pursuit, but when he saw the beautiful young lady, he wanted to take advantage of it. But, after this year of getting along and going through the difficulties and obstacles along the way, Mu Chen found that his heart was full of Xiaoxia. It is a must-see for other young ladies, and even if there is a cheap price, it must be accounted for. However, Xiaoxia's position in his heart was something that no one could replace. If Mu Chen is compared to a king, then Xiaoxia can only be the only queen. The other young ladies and even the old ladies from Mina, at least it's a concubine. However, the concubine fought a lot, and the queen could only watch. What kind of mood was this? Others don't know. Anyway, Mu Chen himself was very hurt, and this is exactly why he is so urgent. Didi, the main mission 2 is about to start. Please prepare your host. When the main mission 2 is started, the random access mode will be upgraded completely out of the world line. What should be play? What is this all about? Intrusion mode upgrade. That means you will encounter Pokémon from other regions in the future, not those of the baby level. I don't care about this old man. Now we can abuse such gods and beasts. What are we afraid of? But the question is, what the hell is this out of the world line? Is it the original plot line in this world? This look like it doesn't matter, right? Anyway, I haven't watched the animation. I don't know what the original plot line is. Mu Chen said that as long as the time to transform into a human can be quickly increased, everything else is acceptable. Didi, the main mission 2 is about to start. Please wait patiently. The system is being upgraded. IXXOO your whole family. Originally, Mu Chen thought that this could be opened directly. Who would have thought that this would be the last thing to do? System upgrade. I upgrade your uncle. Chapter 368 _ I haven't started yet. At night, the celebration finally passed, and Xiaoji happily entered his dream. However, our protagonist, Mu Chen, couldn't fall asleep no matter what. This is a serious question. Although it only takes 5 minutes to transform, but he is really unwilling to change. Even if I can't do anything for 5 minutes, at least I can see what I look like when I become a human, right? Best come with a handsome Prince Charming or something. Don't become the look of Lao Su. If that shape is seen, Xiaoxia will definitely lose B point. Mu Chen is not an idiot. In this two-dimensional world, there are almost all handsome men and beauty. If you come to make a big transformation with a haircut, you are not mainstream enough, and some people don't look down on you. Mu Chen knew Xiaoxia very well, except that this little girl has a deep bond with herself. Everything else is very normal. For all good things, Xiaoxia is very fond of it, including handsome guys. Therefore, in order to push it more smoothly, Mu Chen is of course full of expectation. However, because the dream gene does not belong to him, Mu Chen has no control over the transformation. In other words, what it becomes depends entirely on people's mood. After some entanglement, Mu Chen finally made a decision. Change. How can you be willing to remain unchanged? Even if I don't do anything today, I'll take a look at what I'll look like after my transformation, right? System, transform me into lousy. Having made a decision, Mu Chen's eyes were full of determination. What do you love? Change it quickly. After the change, why is it better than Pikachu? Didi, the transformation is activated. Target, human. Following an electronic sound from the system, Mu Chen only felt a dizziness coming from his brain. Immediately, a dazzling light flashed, and the original Pikachu had disappeared. In the position where Pikachu was originally standing, there was another young man of about 20 years old, with thick golden hair similar to Pikachu's hair color, a handsome face of a two-dimensional male protagonist, and a height of 1.8 meters. Ha ha ha, I'm so transformed. Finally back to human. Although he couldn't see what he looked like after his transformation, just by looking at his hand, Mu Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. Humanity. After enduring for a year, I finally changed back to a human. Only when you lose can you know how to cherish it. Although Pikachu is good, how can any human make Mu Chen feel comfortable? He himself is a human being. Looking down, Mu Chen was embarrassed to find that he was naked, not even a fig leaf. Fortunately, it's very midnight now, and it's outside Xiaoxia's room. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame? The wolf was caught. After a little embarrassment, Mu Chen hurriedly checked his own body. This system is a thief, and if I give me less key part, wouldn't it make me cry to death? However, fortunately, Mu Chen saw his little Muchin, still so tall and strong, still so strong. However, excitedly, Mu Chen didn't notice the light in Xiaoxia's room. Because of the noise outside, Xiaoxia, who had not slept deeply, was awakened naturally. Pikachu, is that you? What are you doing? Why is it so big, so handsome? With sleepy eyes, Xiaoxia pushed open the door. The one who appeared in front of her was naturally the Mu Chen who had become the protagonist of the second dimension. Seeing such a handsome mature man appear in front of her, Xiaoxia instinctively blushed. However, when she looked carefully, Xiaoxia immediately let out a scream. Immediately, without any resistance, Xiaoxia lay upright on the ground. Of course, it's not that Xiaoxia can't walk when she sees the handsome guy, and then plans to take the initiative to dedicate herself to others. All this is just because Xiaoxia saw the little Muchin who was standing upright after being turned into a giant by Muchin. As a girl, or a girl who has never seen this thing before, she suddenly saw such an exaggerated size. How could Xiaoxia not faint from fright? Pick up, damn it, trouble. Although he has become a human, Mu Chen has become accustomed to pick up. Mu Chen, who called out instinctively, brought a sentence. Seeing Xiaoxia lying upright on the ground and falling into a coma, Mu Chen was stunned. Nima, Xiaoxia, haven't you always been very heavy when sleeping? Why did you wake up today? Done. I'm at a loss, Daddy. I was so caught by you first. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you see the light or not at the moment. The most important thing for Mu Chen is, what should Xiaoxia do? Did you just rush up and take it down for her? Or go up and take it down for her? After struggling for a few seconds, Mu Chen finally made a choice. Anyway, this girl, Xiaoxia, is Laozi's maiden. Isn't it the same in the morning and evening? If she was awake, she would still need to cultivate her feeling. Now that she has fainted, her feelings have been cultivated without any effort. How wonderful is it to be in one step? At most, look back and have a good coac. However, under the excitement, Mu Chen forgot the time limit for his transformation. There is less than a minute left before he ends this happy transformation. He had just carried Xiaoxia into the house, had just closed the door, and had just stretched out his big hand back to being a human being. Mu Chen sadly discovered that these big hands had turned into those plush ones. Short hand. Pick up. Nima, want to be so fast? Is it really over before it even started? Looking at Xiaoxia, who was in a coma, looking at his short, fluffy hand, Mu Chen wanted to cry without tears. Pikachu, how did I get in? Where's that handsome guy? OMG, that guy is a pervert. Just when Mu Chen was struggling, Xiaoxia gradually woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Pikachu with a sad look on his face. Coma is not amnesia. Of course, Xiaoxia still remembers everything that happened before her coma. Thinking of that handsome guy, Xiaoxia blushed slightly now. This is really handsome. However, when Xiaoxia remembered the next scene, she was disgusted. How can you be so disgusting with such a handsome face? She is still a little girl. Even thinking of that terrifying little Muchin, Xiaoxia felt a chill in her heart. It turns out that human males are so terrifying, and now look at it again. It better to Pikachu. Pick up. Pick up. As for Xiaoxia's question, how could the tired Mu Chen have the mood to explain? What's so special? My first time. It hasn't started yet. Chapter 369 stunned Xiaoxia. Pikachu. Don't go out for a walk at night, okay? After the shock last night, Xiaoxia became more afraid the more she thought about it. You seem to be at the Court Plateau headquarters of the Alliance, right? That pervert come out of his room. He didn't wear anything. How could the guards of the Alliance let him in casually? Even because of the incident last night, Xiaoxia was absent-minded during this day's celebration. Xiaoji became the champion. Of course, one day of celebration is not enough, but at this moment Xiaoxia is restless. What if that pervert comes again tonight? Xiaoxia said that she is really still a little girl. She can't bear it. Therefore, at this critical moment, all Xiaoxia can rely on is Pikachu. Pick it. Pick. Don't worry, I will accompany you. I will give you a big surprise. For Xiaoxia's request, Mu Chen of course agreed unconditionally. This is his own horse. Of course he has to guard it himself. Even Mu Chen, who had no main quest at the moment, was considering whether to abandon Xiaoji's stupid bee. If it wasn't for those old ladies in Mina, if it wasn't for the fact that the system that was being upgraded was not bothering him, Mu Chen could guarantee that he would definitely get his Pokemon ball out of Xiaoji's hand. I knew you were the best for me, Pikachu. After getting Mu Chen's affirmative answer, Xiaoxia was naturally full of joy. Honestly, it's really a pity. Why would my first love give a Pikachu? Looking at Pikachu in her arms, Xiaoxia faintly remembered the handsome guy from last night. If Pikachu were human. Of course, at this moment Xiaoxia doesn't know that the questions in her heart will be answered soon. At midnight, Xiaoxia had already fallen asleep, but when Xiaoxia was asleep, she suddenly felt something pushing her. What the matter? What are you doing, Pikachu? Seeing that Pikachu is constantly instinctively pushing herself. Xiaoxia is a question mark in her head. What the situation? What are you tossing about? If you don't sleep in the middle of the night, if you want to take advantage, do you take it yourself? What? Why do you want Miss Ben to interact with you? With the deepening of the bond and the aggravation of the feeling, Xiaoxia has been completely immune to the salty hands of Pikachu, the bastard. As long as it's not in a place with many people, as long as it's not in a place where others may find it, Xiaoxia said that she doesn't care at all. However, this was the first time that she had been woken up in the middle of the night, and Xiaoxia said she couldn't understand it. Could it be that pervert is here again? Suddenly, Xiaoxia seemed to think of something. Yes, that's right, it must be that pervert. Otherwise, why would Pikachu wake him up? Thinking of this, Xiaoxia immediately turned over and just tightened her pajamas. Although Pikachu was by her side at the moment, Xiaoxia was still terrified when she thought of that terrifying little muchin. Pick up tilde. Woke up. What's your situation? What are you afraid of? I can directly push you down. What is it? Mu Chen woke Xiaoxia up, of course, to let her see her transformation with her own eye. That's the only way to avoid misunderstandings, right? Mu Chen is not the hero of an idol drama. He can't be bothered to play those shitty things. This is especially interesting, so don't give yourself a dog blood green in the end. Therefore, Mu Chen is very straightforward and ready to directly show his transformation to Dafa in front of Xiaoxia. Pikachu, is that pervert here again? If he come, you will beat him fiercely. Can't let him linger outside our door. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know what she thought of Xiaoxia. Confirming the guess in her heart, Xiaoxia hurriedly warned Pikachu. In the face of danger, only Pikachu can give him a sense of security. Anyway, his own cheapness has been taken by this bastard. Who is responsible if he is not responsible for himself? Pick up tilde. However, what responded to Xiaoxia was just a blank eye from Mu Chen. Fierce electricity. I'm so desperate, I can't even electrocute myself. Okay, stop ink. Time is limited. Hurry up and transform. With the ability to speak, who loves to play with that meal? Mu Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense, and started his transformation again in the form of meditating in his heart. Bang! Wagwang like last night appeared again. Xiaoxia was done. What going on here? What is this guy doing? Pikachu, why is it suddenly glowing? Could it be that? Is this guy going to evolve? Thinking of this possibility, Xiaoxia is a big head. Pikachu is okay, with a small physique and not tired. Raicho's word. Thinking of the Raicho like a mountain of meat, Xiaoxia said that she would never be able to hold it. However, before Xiaoxia could continue to think about it, the brilliance around Pikachu gradually dissipated. Looking at the figure that appeared at Pikachu's location after the Wagwang had disappeared, Xiaoxia was almost fainted again by fright. Ah, you, don't come here. Who are you? What about Pikachu? What did you do with it? Looking at the familiar figure, Xiaoxia stepped back nervously. OMG, how could it be that pervert from last night? What about Pikachu? Why is it gone? Instead, this metamorphosis appeared. Is it? At this moment, Xiaoxia thought of a possibility. It seems that I have heard that there are very few Pokémon that have the ability to become human. But the question is, can Pikachu, such a large-scale commodity, such a cheap commodity that covers the wilderness, be regarded as a very small part of it? In this regard, Xiaoxia is absolutely skeptical. Pick up tilde. Who? Leather wool. Looking at Xiaoxia with a look of surprise, Mu Chen instinctively wanted to say hello to her. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was still embarrassed by the phrase, pick up tilde. You, are you really Pikachu? Hearing that this guy's mouth was the familiar tweet, Xiaoxia's pretty face was immediately filled with the word surprise. Even in surprise, Xiaoxia forgot to pay attention to the little muchin who terrified her. White eyes rolled up again. Hi, nonsense, who else could it be if it wasn't Lao Su? This is such a problem that pick up tilde. Mu Chen said that he was very hurt. My god, what the hell is going on here? Have you become human? That pervert from last night, is that you? Looking at the handsome blonde guy in front of her, Xiaoxia still had a look of disbelief. Chapter 370 Xiaoxia's decision. Crack. At this moment, Mu Chen was very hurt. Originally, according to his assumption, this Xiaoxia should be full of joy when she sees that she has become a human. However, the reality is cruel. In the face of Xiaoxia, who was surprised, Mu Chen naturally showed off incomparably. However, when he finished explaining to Xiaoxia, what this guy ushered in was not the imaginary beauty, but a slap in the face. Pikachu, I don't care why you can become human, but get the hell out of me now. Disgusting me. Obviously, Mu Chen got carried away and forgot what shape he is now. Although his face is very attractive, his figure is not bad. But the little muchin, who stood upright, completely betrayed the thoughts in his heart. In just 5 minutes, Mu Chen had no time to do anything. Even before he even had time to tell Xiaoxia his real name, he was blasted out by this shy and angry little girl. The autumn wind is rustling. Standing in the cold wind, Mu Chen, who was holding his arm, suddenly missed his own fluff. This Nima, I am so frozen to death. However, at this time, Xiaoxia was definitely on the verge of breaking out, and he didn't dare to go in in and provoke others even though Mu Chen had the courage. Mu Chen also knew that he was too sudden this time. It seems that the special point is to give this little girl some time to adapt. After struggling for more than a minute in the final transformation, Mu Chen was completely relieved. Pick up, Nima. Although Pikachu can't speak human words in this shape, and can't do many things he liked, but when he was driven out by Xiaoxia, he was so warm, wasn't he? Curled into a ball, Mu Chen fell into a deep sleep desolately and alone. However, this guy didn't know that in the house at this time, the Xiaoxia who was frightened by him couldn't sleep. OMG, did Pikachu really turn into a human? This is the most unacceptable to Xiaoxia. Although it is said that Xiaoxia and Pikachu have a deep relationship, she has already made a plan with this bastard that she does not know for a lifetime. Even Xiaoxia has also imagined more than once that if this little bastard can become a human, then she can truly be with him and have a vigorous love affair. However, this is nothing more than a fantasy belonging to a girl. Xiaoxia is not a fool. Pikachu is a Pokémon, and it is also a common grade Pokémon that can be seen everywhere. How could it be like those legendary existences? It really transformed into a human. This kind of extravagant hope only occasionally appears in Xiaoxia's mind and will slowly disappear in a moment. However, today, just today, Xiaoxia's wish has come true, but because it was too sudden, Xiaoxia said that her fragile little heart couldn't accept it at all. This bastard Pikachu has always been so. What would I do if this turned into a human? At this moment, Xiaoxia didn't know how to face Pikachu at all. Do you still regard it as a Pokémon, as your own guardian, or say? Thinking of this, Xiaoxia's pretty face blushed again. Which girl is not pregnant? Doesn't that girl yearn to meet the prince she was destined to meet? But because of the appearance of Pikachu, because of the fetters of the past year, Xiaoxia has already given up that idea. In her life, she can only be Pikachu. However, bah, nasty stuff. She was still blushing, but when Xiaoxia thought of the hidden weapon of Pikachu, her blushing pretty face suddenly turned red. This disgusting thing. How dare you use a hidden weapon against this lady? Although Xiaoxia said that she has never experienced a relationship between a man and a woman, she is not the kind of silly girl who doesn't understand anything. What does Pikachu's hidden weapon represent? Why doesn't Xiaoxia know? Xiaoxia panicked when she thought that the guy had turned on her hidden weapon. How to do? What to do in the future? Now that bastard Pikachu can become a human, I have seen it with my own eyes. That is absolutely impossible to fake. After that, if he suddenly turns into a human at night when he sleeps by himself. Thinking of that terrifying hidden weapon, Xiaoxia shuddered. Do not want. I absolutely don't want to. Xiaoxia said that although she has long accepted Pikachu in her heart, although she should have been taken advantage of long ago, even she has long regarded this bastard as the other half of her life. But this is Pikachu, not this handsome blonde guy now. The handsome blonde guy is good. He looks much more reliable than Pikachu, and at the same time he doesn't have to accept other people's strange eyes. But the problem is, haven't developed a relationship with him yet. This isn't Pikachu. Just take advantage of it. Xiaoxia knows that this guy can turn into a human, so it proves that this guy has the ability to become a real man-woman relationship with himself, different from Pikachu form, in the human form of Mu Chen, let alone the development of further physical contact. It was because of the fact that he was taking advantage of him occasionally, and Xiaoxia couldn't accept it in her heart. This is basically two concepts. Okay. However, the fact that this guy can become a human cannot be changed, and Xiaoxia has only two choices at the moment. Or, it is to completely cut off the relationship with Pikachu. From then on, when Ash and Pikachu left, they no longer communicated at all. However, Xiaoxia also knew that this was not realistic at all, not to mention how much he was taken advantage of by that bastard Pikachu. Even in her heart, there was only one bastard, Pikachu, and couldn't hold anyone else. Even the handsome blonde guy that Pikachu transformed into. Xiaoxia said that if she met Pikachu, she would definitely rush up like a nympho, but it was Pikachu, so she was only surprised when she first saw it. It is impossible to leave, so there is only one choice left for Xiaoxia. Accept Pikachu, accept the fact that this guy can turn into a human. Then, that is naturally a vigorous love affair with him, and then the relationship is cultivated in place and then the rest. After all, this is a human being, not the Pikachu that Xiaoxia has long accepted. Little bastard, you can't take advantage of Miss Ben in the future. Want to take advantage, then cultivate new feeling. With the decision, Xiaoxia's confused eyes twisted and firm. In the future, Xiaoxia will definitely not give this bastard a chance to take advantage of her, not even in Pikachu's form. Who made this bastard turn into a human? Chapter 371 Ash's new mission. Xiaoji, as the champion of the league, you not only have to enjoy the treatment of champions but also fulfill the duties of champion. The festive phase of the championship is finally over. Xiaoji has also completely entered the top of the alliance, although it is said that this product is just a name. Looking at Ash with an excited face, Kikuko with a grim face was explaining to him the task that the alliance had given him. Normally, the champion is the existence above the king. However, the championship in the Kanto region has long been overshadowed, and Samaranch can't do it, let alone a newly appointed Xiaoji. Don't worry, Lord Chrysanthemum. If you have any task, just give it to me. The excitement has not yet passed, and Xiaoji will not refuse no matter what task. In his opinion, he has become the champion of the Kanto region, and the things in Kanto are his own affair. Pick. However, the difference is, Xiaoji was very excited, but Mu Chen was very depressed. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with Xiaosha and I? Why don't you give me a hug? It was fine before, but after the big change he performed, Xiaosha seemed to have changed. Although I can't say that I am not alienated from myself, but if I want to hug like I used to, the little short hand is pinching or something, it is not even thinking about it. But how does Mu Chen know? Now that this guy can become a human being, Xiaosha can't accept his short hand for the time being. As soon as Mu Chen's short hand stretched out, what Xiaosha thought of was the handsome blonde guy. This is a completely different feeling at all. Therefore, Xiaosha was determined and made up her mind to cultivate a new relationship with Mu Chen. As for why he doesn't even hug him now, and doesn't even pay attention to Mu Chen, just kidding, Xiaosha is a girl, isn't she shy? At the very least, let Xiaosha go through this adaptation period and accept it completely in her heart, right? However, Xiaosha didn't tell Mu Chen directly about her thought. As a result, Mu Chen didn't even have a chance to talk to Xiaosha when he turned into an adult again. After 2 days of tragedy, Xiaoji, who is celebrating the end, also received his first task after taking office. As this stupid Pokémon, although Mu Chen wanted to strike, considering the still upgrading system, Mu Chen could only helplessly endure it. What's so special? Who knows if the second main quest of the urine system has anything to do with this stupid bee? This stupid bee to death. What should I do with my main quest? Ha ha ha. Tilda, very good. Our league needs a motivated champion like you. Looking at Xiaoji with a bloody face, Kikuko's heart was full of smiles. This idiot is really deceiving. Our alliance has received information that Team Rocket is currently conducting a terrifying and evil research on an uninhabited island, and your task is to set off tomorrow. Sneak into this uninhabited island, find out what research the rockets are doing, and whether it will harm our alliance. The island is real, and so is the rocket. But does this sneak in? Chrysanthemum's intention is to let Xiaoji, this stupid bee, go to the rocket. When Xiaoji and Team Rocket were fighting, she was waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack, and directly killed Xiaoji, a foolish bee, on an uninhabited island. When the time comes to push the rocket, who would have known that it was her Chrysanthemum? As for Pikachu, this is also well explained. In order to protect the alliance, the champion Ash fought against the evil Team Rocket and tragically died, and the Pikachu he left behind happened to be rescued by Kikuko, who was on his way, and eventually Pikachu became her Kikuko's Pokémon. This plan can be described as seamless. Kikuko has 100% confidence that he can kill Ash and take Pikachu, but the old woman didn't know that Pikachu's IQ was far beyond her imagination. In her opinion, Pikachu, no matter how smart, is just a Pokémon. If you lose your master, as long as you take good care of it, you will naturally be able to conquer it. Even if it doesn't work, how long can this Pikachu last if he uses tough measures? Don't worry, Lord Kikuko, is it tomorrow? Leave it to me. After getting the task, Xiaoji is even more in high spirit. He may have hesitations against others, but against those rockets, Ash said he was absolutely obliged. You know, during this year's journey, Xiaoji was attacked by the rockets a lot. For those people, Xiaoji's heart is also full of hatred. However, Ash and Kikuko didn't notice that there was a hint of coolness in the eyes of Pikachu, who was lying on Ash's shoulder listlessly. Uninhabited island. Rocket, I'll go to your uncle. You damn old woman. You are so foolish to fool Xiaoji as a fool. What do you want to do when I don't know? Chrysanthemum has always been stubborn towards herself, but Mu Chen knew it very well. You know, his hidden mission is still pending. Now that Juzi has specially asked Xiaoji to come out and arrange this task for him, it is obvious that he wants to kill someone with a knife. Mu Chen is not a fool. Basically, after Juzi said this, he had already guessed the purpose of this old woman. Obviously, this Chrysanthemum is planning to launch a sneak attack on Xiaoji. But, Xiaoji called a fool bee. I don't know. I know so much. Want to sneak attack? Come on then. See who died last. Mu Chen is confident that as long as this Chrysanthemum dares to appear, she will never be given a chance to escape. Before the main mission was not completed, Mu Chen was not afraid of this Chrysanthemum. What's more, now that the main quest has been completed, his strength has been greatly improved than before. If Mu Chen's strength was comparable to that of the Heavenly King before, then now he has stood in the middle, upper and even upper tiers of the Heavenly King level Pokémon. Except for those who are particularly perverted, Mu Chen really fears no one. A Chrysanthemum, I can't kill you with electricity. After saying goodbye to Chrysanthemum, Mu Chen, who was abandoned by Xiaosha, could only return with Xiaoji. However, when night fell, Xiaoji welcomed a guest, and Mu Chen also welcomed a guest. Xiaoji's guest is naturally Yulongdu, who wants to solicit him. Because he didn't know Kikuko's plan, Yulongdu didn't expect Xiaoji to be in danger. Therefore, Yulongdu came this time, intending to solicit Xiaoji before he left. As for the guest that Mu Chen welcomed, that level is not much lower than Yulongdu. Looking at Kenna, the spectacled girl in front of him, Mu Chen forcibly restrained his desire to become a human and push her to it. Chapter 372_Go to the mission location. Ah, Lord Yulongdu, you are too polite. Facing Yulongdu's gift, Xiaoji was confused. This is good. Why do you give yourself so many various gifts? As for the factions that Lord Yulongdu said in the fog, stand in line. Xiaoji said that he did not understand at all. Haha, you are already the champion of our Kanto region. These things should be enjoyed. Logically speaking, your housing problem alliance also needs to help you solve it, but the time is too hasty, so I can only talk about it after you return from the task. Seeing that Xiaoji was not interested in the various valuables he sent, Yulongdu was also deeply helpless. This kid, he really can't see a rabbit but not a hawk. Seeing that Xiaoji didn't show any surprises after seeing these priceless items like ordinary people, Yulongdu misunderstood again. It seemed the residence prepared for him will also be in place immediately, and then the beauty and so on will also be arranged. This kid's appetite is really not small. Originally, according to Yulongdu's conjecture, when he gave this big gift, Xiaoji also expressed his attitude first. Right? How? It's just how Yulongdu knows. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, has no interest in anything other than Pokémon. He didn't even know the value of these things sent by Yulongdu. What's the difference between sending these things to a person who doesn't know the so-called luxury goods at all and sending some ordinary household item? In Xiaoji's view, Yulongdu is just acting according to the rules of the alliance. However, how does he know the value of these luxury goods that are rarely seen by others, and even make many people crazy? And just when Yulongdu was defeated, Mu Chen also followed Kona's guidance and came to a hidden room. Hehe tilde, you don't have to be so vigilant. Didn't we communicate happily last time? Looking at Pikachu with a wary face, Kona let out bursts of coquettish smiles. His vision was right, and this Pikachu didn't let him down. Today, Xiaoji has become the real champion in the Kanto region, and he can be regarded as entering the top of the league. This is naturally an opportunity that will never be missed for Kona, who is in desperate need of an ally. Even if Xiaoji can't help him expand his power and increase his influence, but as long as the two of them form an alliance, they can hug each other for warmth. Right? Under the pressure of Yulongdu and Kikuko, Kona was unwilling to have all the rights in his hands confiscated, and eventually became a nominal empty shell king. Therefore, it is very urgent for Kona to establish a good relationship with Xiaoji and finally form an alliance. Pick up tilde. Seeing Kona acting like this, Mu Chen also knew that what this bitch said should be the truth. However, how can I be willing to speak to you if I don't take advantage of it? Besides, I didn't say anything about this bitch Kona last time. As long as Xiaoji's stupid bee won the championship and then helped her promote the alliance between the two, would she be willing to take advantage of herself? Now, it's time for me to charge the interest. Although Mu Chen didn't plan to transform in front of Kona and reveal his trump card, but jumping up to take advantage in the form of Pikachu, he also has a special flavor, doesn't he? It just so happens that I have been disliked by Xiaoxia now, so I will use you to fill the emptiness in my heart. The night, in the excitement of Mu Chen, the confusion of Xiaoji, and the depression of Yulongdu gradually passed. When he woke up again, Mu Chen naturally wanted to set foot on the uninhabited island where Team Rocket was located with Xiaoji. As for whether there is really a rocket here, Mu Chen expressed doubts on his face at this moment. For him, the real object to guard against is that old woman Juzi. As for Xiaoxia, this little girl really didn't follow. Because of some unspeakable thing, when Xiaoxia sees Pikachu at this time, she will still recall the horrible thing she saw in those 2 nights. Although it is said that Pikachu is very handsome when turned into a human being, but under the stimulation of the terrifying thing, Xiaoxia said that she needed a time to transition. Therefore, this time on the mission trip, it is only Ash and Pikachu. However, when Mu Chen and Xiaoji boarded the helicopter prepared by the Alliance and headed for the uninhabited island, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Didi, random missions are on. Sao Year, did you have a good time this time? Previously, due to the Alliance competition, this system temporarily cancelled random tasks. Now that the league competition is over, the random mission will naturally meet you again. Then, continue to complete random tasks and continue to strengthen your strength. Mission requirement: protect Xiaoji from the uninhabited island safely. Mission reward: unknown. Failure penalty: if you can't withdraw, then you will never have the chance to leave. Walter. The sudden sound of the system immediately confused Mu Chen. What the hell? What the matter? Why are there random missions? Isn't this system being upgraded? And what does this mission mean? Let Lao Su protect Xiaoji Nahan B from the uninhabited island. Isn't that right? Isn't the hidden mission just Hikuko? Why did the random mission come out again? Through this period of observation, Mu Chen probably probably also clearly confirmed the goal of this hidden mission. Obviously, the guy at Yulongdu used a gentle method, which means that there will be no frontal conflict at all. Therefore, the object that needs to be solved in this task can only be the old woman Kikuko. But the problem is, that uninhabited island, isn't it the chrysanthemum to guard again? Could it be that? At this moment, Mu Chen vaguely caught something. Is there really Team Rocket on that uninhabited island? What the hell? Isn't it have to deal with the rockets and guard against Kikuko? Why do you think I'm a Superman? Through the prompt from the system task, Mu Chen finally knew the pressure and risk he would face on this journey. Obviously, this is not just a simple matter of dealing with Kikuko. System, come out for me. Aren't you in the process of upgrading? Is the upgrade complete? At this moment, Mu Chen, who knew the danger ahead, just wanted to figure out one thing. Has the system really been upgraded successfully? If the upgrade is successful, what is the new main quest? Also, after the upgrade, can the system provide you with a little help? However, in the face of Mu Chen's inquiry, the system coldly chose to ignore it. Chapter 373_Uninhabited Island. Pikachu, it's just the two of us left. After leaving the Alliance helicopter, Xiaoji and Mu Chen came to the edge of the target uninhabited island. Suspecting that the rockets are researching something here, the Alliance will of course not rashly drive the helicopter directly above the uninhabited island. This doesn't it tell the rockets that our Alliance has come to find UPK again. Everything is proceeding according to the normal process. It's just that everyone didn't know that after the helicopter left, Kikuko also left the Quart Plateau with all her main Pokémon. Pika Pick. Looking at the silent uninhabited island in front of him, Mu Chen also had a nervous look on his face. Originally, he thought this was the ambush site that Kikuko had set up, but after going through the system's prompt, Mu Chen had already guessed it in his heart. Obviously, on this uninhabited island, Team Rocket really exists. Now the enemy that Mu Chen is facing is not just Juicy, but also the unknown rocket. Just when Ash and Pikachu set foot on the uninhabited island, inside the island, in a hidden valley, still not. Damn it. Trash. It's all trash. Looking at Chow Meng soaked in the nutrient solution, Sakagi became extremely angry. Why hasn't Mewtwo been successfully developed? Why is it still out of control? More first novels are in the hands of the group owner, please. Yes, Chow Meng at this time has already shown signs of getting out of control. When Mewtwo was first developed, relying on the control of the exoskeleton armor, it was indeed possible to completely follow Sakagi's command. However, with the passage of time, with the continuous enhancement of Mewtwo's power and the continuous growth of Mewtwo's IQ, this exoskeleton armor gradually can no longer control Mewtwo's action. After 2 incidents of disobeying Sakagi's command, Sakagi had to assemble the rocket's masters to take it down. In the end, Sakagi transported Mewtwo to this secret base of the rocket, allowing a group of scientists to develop a method for controlling Mewtwo again. Even because of this incident, Sakagi temporarily gave up the capture of Pikachu, and temporarily gave up the infiltration and occupation of the Chengdu area and other areas. All this is just because Super Dream. It is Sakagi's last important Pokémon. Only after seeing Mewtwo's ability can I know how terrifying this guy is. Sakagi believes that when he can completely control Mewtwo, and let it cooperate with his main force, the Big Needle Bee, even the Kanto Alliance will not be able to continue to stop him. However, just as Sakagi was focusing on urging scientists to hurry up to develop a way to control Mewtwo, the early warning system they set up on the periphery of the island suddenly sounded a harsh siren. Huh, someone's here. Damn it. Yundum, go and see if some little mouse has come in. Got the warning. Sakagi is naturally clear. Obviously, this is an outsider who has appeared on his own uninhabited island. This uninhabited island does not have any resources, not even wild Pokémon, and traveling trainers will never choose to come here. Then, there is only one possibility left, the Alliance. This kind of thing doesn't even need to be thought about. Sakagi can conclude. Those who came to this uninhabited island must be the investigators sent by the Alliance or some other little mite, and their destination. Naturally, they discovered the traces of Team Rocket's actions here, and sent people to investigate. At this time, Sakagi did not expect that the Alliance did send someone, but this person. Follow the orders, boss. You just wait for me to snatch the mouse out of the Alliance for you. Sakagi didn't even know who was coming. As one of the 4 heavenly kings under his command, Landum, of course, was even more ignorant. Among the 4 heavenly kings of the rocket, Land, who had already died in battle, was the most insidious. Now this Random is the most rude, similar to the fighting king in the Alliance, Shiba, a fighting madman who was devoted to the battle. As for the remaining 2 kings, Apollo is the strongest existent, and even claims to be able to resist Longdu and remain undefeated. The last Athena left. Although she is the only female king of the rocket, this one is also the most mysterious existent. In other words, this is a senior house girl who just guards the rocket's Rainbow City base every day, and few people hear about her. Even within the Alliance, the information on Athena is the poorest. forest. And now, what Ash is about to face is this violent random. Of course, Xiaoji and Mu Chen were still completely ignorant of all this. BB Bird, come out. Search the island to see if there is anything special here. The island is not big, but it is definitely not small. If you only rely on Ash to walk, it will take at least 1 or 2 days to explore the entire island. As a flying Pokémon, BB Bird naturally has its own advantages. With its wings spread, BB Bird instantly disappeared into the sky. Pikachu, let go, search over there. Watching BB Bird go away, Xiaoji chose another direction. As a league champion for the first time, Xiaoji has a very strong sense of responsibility and mission. Pick up. Of course, Mu Chen didn't have any opinion on Xiaoji's request. Anyway, the feet are on this stupid B's body, and I don't need to move the old man lying on his shoulders. Where are you going? Mu Chen looked listless on the surface, but only he knew it. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart was on high alert. It's good that there are no system tasks. The system tasks are all given, and the punishment is still so severe. Everyone knows that this trip to the isolated island will definitely not be so smooth. However, what Mu Chen did not expect was that the enemy would appear so suddenly. Before they could go far, BB Bird's desolate scream came from midair. Attracted by the sound, Mu Chen and Xiaoji hurriedly turned their heads to look. Looking at it, it is natural to find that BB Bird, like a depolated rooster, is fleeing in the direction of Xiaoji in an embarrassed manner, and behind it, a huge cross-shaped bat is frantically biting at it. Damn it. Sure enough, there are rockets. Seeing BB Bird's tragic fate, and seeing the forked bat behind it, Ash immediately made a judgment. You know, most of the Pokémon in the hands of Team Rocket members are based on Arbor Snake, Gas Bombs, and Supersonic Bat. Now that I have seen such a huge forked bat on this uninhabited island, I don't have to think about it. It must be a member of the Rocket. Chapter 374_random. Little devil, are you the little mouse sent by the Alliance? Now that you have the guts to set foot on our Rocket territory, you must be ready to face death. The owner of the forked bat is naturally one of the 4 kings of the Rocket. Random. As the crosshair bat found BB Bird spinning blindly in the air, Random naturally found his target. However, this rough guy doesn't know Ash. No way. During this time, the Rockets are wholeheartedly dealing with the out of control of Mewtwo. Where is the time to pay attention to the league competition? The league has a new champion named Ash, and they all know that. Even Sakagi, who is the boss, probably knows that this champion, Xiaoji, must be his goal. If nothing else, his Pikachu is still very powerful. As long as that little thing continues to maintain that fast growth rate undisturbed, then it is not impossible to win the championship. Of course not Sakagi knows, but Yandam doesn't. He and Xiaoji have never met. Even in the previous series of actions against Ash, Yandam had not participated in it. Therefore, now after the two meet, this guy doesn't know that this kid is the one who made their old Dasakagi miss him. Damn Rocket, I'm looking for you. Yandam doesn't know Ash, and Ash certainly doesn't know the guy either. It looks like a whole body of tendon meat, but so what? In this world, except for the very few individuals, most of the battles still rely on Pokémon. The bat, attack, use the cross poison. Too lazy to talk nonsense with Ash, Yandam directly ordered the bat circling above his head to attack. Pikachu, fight, use 100,000 volt. The bat's attack, and of course Ash would not show weakness. Chu. Xiaoji was not showing weakness, and Mu Chen was even more rude. Cross bat, I don't know how much this B-play should be turned over. No need to say, 100,000 volts will take you away. Electricity flashes. In an instant, an arm-thick electric current shot up from Mu Chen's cheek, and charged fiercely at the cross-hatched bat that was coming towards him. After completing the main quest, Mu Chen's strength has been greatly improved again than before. The race value of this product has reached 495, which is not worse than those of the 3 Imperial family. As for its evolutionary form Raichu, that scumbag is only 475, which is far from the current Mu Chen. Moreover, the increase in the Dream Gene also got a commission after Pikachu completed the main quest. Previously it was 5%, and now it has also increased to 8%. Although it is only 3%, the effect of this improvement is also not to be underestimated. Unprepared, the bat that had endured Pikachu's 100,000 volt with its physical body suddenly let out a bleak cry, just like BB Bird, who was brutally abused by it before. What? How is this possible? The cross-shaped bat is one of the main Pokémon in Yandam's hand, and it is not invincible against those Heavenly King level existences, and it will not be easily defeated. But what about now? One shot of 100,000 volts is basically killed in seconds. Looking at the cross-shaped bat that was twitching constantly on the ground, Random was dumbfounded. Pick up. What the hell? So fierce. Of course it wasn't just Random who was confused. Equally confused, Nima. Exaggerated, right? Is it so cruel? Others don't know. How can Mu Chen know? If you send 100,000 volts by yourself, you can really use it by chance. It's impossible to charge anything. It's the most basic charge, and and Mu Chen didn't have any preparations in advance. An instant hit of 100,000 volt can produce this effect, and Mu Chen said that he is very satisfied. This is the output that can match the status of this uncle, okay. When he thought that Zheng Shang had just arrived in this world, and that he could only use the electric shock that would not kill a bug, Mu Chen was full of pride. I am a genius. This progress, who can compare? Who dares to compare? Damn it. Damn boy, I underestimated you, but now you die for me. Come on, King Nito. Rumble rock. Weird. The main force was directly turned over by electricity, and the furious Yondım put away his contempt. After a short period of consternation, Yondım summoned 3 powerful Pokémon in one breath. Damn rocket, don't think I'm afraid of you guys. Minos, Shinado, you two come out too. Seeing that random switched to group battle, Ash was not ambiguous. Wow tilde 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 tilde. You tilde tilde tilde. Following Xiaoji's call, Mu Chen's 2 long-lost old ladies also appeared in front of Xiaoji one by one. Little devil, who are you? A Pikachu is so powerful. What do Shinado and Minos think? They seem to be much stronger than Pikachu, right? After seeing the 2 Pokémon summoned by Ash, Yondım panicked a little. What the hell? Who the hell is this guy? Such a cow. A Pikachu is second to Lousy's cross-shaped bat. What about this Minos and Shinado? Nima's fight. Can I win? If nothing else, just in terms of attribute, he has been perfectly restrained by Ash. Longyan facing Minos. That is the life of the second. A fighting-type Pokémon like Whaley also has no resistance to super-type attack. In the end, there is a King Nito left, so what if he can overturn Pikachu? Because of Pikachu's rank, Random obviously had a great misunderstanding of Ash. However, how does this guy know that Minos and Shinado of Xiaoji are just like good? You mischievous rocket, accept the sanctions from the Alliance. Xiaoji is the current league champion. After a lot of hard work, he won the championship. Of course, Xiaoji will not play anything about keeping a low profile, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. That is not the character of our Master G. What? You are Ash? Of course, Xiaoji's name, Yondım, has long been heard, but Yondım has never identified the kid in front of him with that Xiaoji before. Now, after hearing Xiaoji's self-registration number, Random is not surprised but happy. What the hell? Scared the old man. As for Ash, Random naturally knew a little bit about him. This thing, it's nothing but Pikachu. You know, the Rockets have already discussed this kid for a long time. If it were anyone else, Random might still be intimidated, but Ash. Chapter 375 Take down King Nito. Longyan, use roll. You go to deal with Shinado. King Nito, use flaming fist, and Pikachu will be handed over to you. Strange power. Rush up. Use the earth to throw, and restrain Minos. If he didn't know Ash's identity, then Random would be afraid of the 2 Pokémon he summoned later. But after confirming the identity of this stupid bee, Yondom's fear dissipated immediately. But it's just a Pikachu. Laosu's Rumble Rock and King Nito are both ground-based. What else can you do with Pikachu? As long as he restrains the water-type Pokémon Minos, who is the greatest threat to him, Random has absolute confidence in winning Xiaoji through this battle. Their old Osaka Wood has a very high reward for this Pikachu. The thought of getting the reward from the boss made Random even more in a good mood. Who would have thought that such a thing as credit would take the initiative to send it to your mouth? Damn. Minos, use the water wave. Shinado, use teleportation to avoid the attack of Rumble Rock, and then use Phantom Light to counterattack. Pikachu, that King Nito will be handed over to you. After being preempted by Random, Xiaoji can only passively choose to counterattack at this moment. Of course, because of the accumulation of combat experience, Xiaoji should not be in a hurry to deal with Yondom's attack. As for Pikachu, Xiaoji is a fool bee, but he is not a fool. How high is Pikachu's IQ? Xiaoji probably knows it. In this kind of battle, instead of wasting his energy on commanding the disobedient Pikachu, it's better to let this guy play freely. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Of course, Mu Chen would not object to Xiaoji's request. This stupid bee has finally become so smart. Without a word, in the face of King Nito who was sprinting head-on, Mu Chen decisively entered a state of high-speed movement and blessing. This bee game should not be afraid of electricity, and Mu Chen didn't want to fight him, so naturally he could only temporarily avoid its attack. Nigga tilde tilde tilde. The imposing punch was dodged, and King Nito was obviously very angry. Pika tilde 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 pick. You are called Nima back. Look at Lao Su's mysterious power. Standing on a wasteland, Mu Chen decisively sent a mysterious force and hit King Nito. The attributes of this game should be poison type plus ground type. It is also the mysterious power of the ground type. The damage caused to it is still very considerable. You know, the ground system has restrained its poison system. What? King Nito, watch out for Pikachu's attack. Use burrowing. Originally, Random's attention was mostly on the other 2 Pokémon. According to Yondım, he wanted to deal with Ash's other 2 Pokémon first, and finally deal with this Pikachu. Who would have thought that this guy could use the special attack skills of the ground system? Seeing this mysterious power being released, Yondım cried out in his heart. heart. If this is the unfortunate defeat of King Nito, it will have a great impact on his follow-up. Therefore, Random could only temporarily put aside his attention to the other battlefield and focus on the side of King Nito. However, it is precisely because of this that Yandam gives Ash some respite. Although Minos and Shinado were not weak, they had to decide who their opponents were. With their current rank, they are still a notch below the main Pokémon of the Heavenly King level like Random. Under the command of the trainer, King Nito changed his stupid appearance. I saw that its huge body flipped in an instant, and it was a smashing plan against the ground. In a moment, the goods disappeared from Mu Chen's field of vision. Pick up ... What the hell? Can this be done? Seeing that his mysterious power hit the air, Mu Chen was dumbfounded. Fuck, can skills still dodge like this? System, you give me out. I want to learn to dig holes too. Suddenly, Mu Chen realized that if the skill of digging a hole was used well, it would be very coquettish. But learning how to dig holes is a matter of the future. At this time, all Mu Chen had to do was to take down the King Nito who could dig holes. Don't you know how to drill? Then I'll see how you come out. Without any politeness, Mu Chen used the shadow clone with the blessing of high-speed movement. This speed play should come out from the ground, and it must be looking for a target to attack. And the target of its sneak attack can only be itself. Standing dumbfounded, waiting for the sneak attack. That's not Mu Chen's character. More than a dozen shadow clones appeared, and when their movements were completely consistent, Mu Chen wanted to see which target this King Nito would sneak attack on. Damn, what the hell is this? Of course, the shadow clone, Random, has seen it, but the number is so large, and the actions are exactly the same. People can't tell the true from the false. This time, Random was embarrassed. King Nito who sneaked into the ground won't stay for long, but if he comes out, which one will he attack? Just when Yandam was tangled, King Nito couldn't hold back. Nima, it's very difficult to breathe underground. I'm not a Pokemon that lives in the ground. Why don't you give me an order? The truth is, why did this king suffocate to death? Without a word, King Nito, who rushed out of the ground, launched a violent attack on a Pikachu beside him. Of course it's not soft, it's a Pika. After waiting for a long time, Mu Chen certainly wouldn't give this stupid playing a second chance to sneak into the ground. Nigga. A mysterious power was sent out, and King Nito fell to the ground while screaming in pain. Now Muchen's special attack ability has greatly increased, and he has used attribute. However, how can King Nito, who is not very high in special defense, resist? King Nito, damn it. Seeing that King Nito basically lost his combat effectiveness after being hit by a mysterious power, Yandam was even more panicked. Nima, is it so exaggerated? I am a king after all. Although it is said that I am the last among the Heavenly King, but the gap is not that big, right? However, how does Yandam know? Mu Chen was the Heavenly King of the Hard Steel Alliance before he received the mainline reward, but now that his strength has improved greatly, how can he be the opponent of the Hanging Tail Car among the Heavenly King? Pick. Now that King Nito is lying in his nest, should I go and help my girl? Glancing at the stunned Yandam with contempt, Mu Chen set his sights on Minos and Shinado, who were still trying to resist. It seems that I will give these girls a chance to exercise more in the future. Just relying on me so much, I will die of exhaustion sooner or later. Chapter 376 Yandam. Damn it, Xiaoji, since you dare to come here, you must be prepared to die. Just wait, you won't be mad for long. Although Random looked rude, it doesn't mean that this guy is brainless. King Nito was defeated, and the strange force was hit by Pikachu with a ball. Random knew that he was a bloody defeat in this battle. Leaving a slang word symbolizing the villain, Random, who had put away the Pokemon ball, planned to evacuate the place. However, Mu Chen did not agree to this guy wanting to evacuate. Pick. Nima, come as soon as you say it, and leave as soon as you say it. Have you ever asked Lousy for my opinion? Without further ado, he moved at a high speed with the blessing, and the electric light flashed on, and Mu Chen chased wildly in the direction of Random's evacuation. What? The rocket gum? Right. I don't care if you're Yandam or Baron, I'll turn it over. Zila. Quickly trotting back and forth, Mu Chen quickly caught up with Yandam, who had lost his cross-hatched bat. No, Rumble Rock, come out, block it. Originally, Yandam thought that Ash was unfamiliar, and would never dare to pursue him lightly, but who would have thought that before the iron-headed boy Xiaoji could give any orders, Pikachu would take the lead in catching up. In the face of Pikachu's pursuit and the 100,000 volt coming from the front, Random could only choose to summon Rumble Rock, which still has fighting power, hoping that this guy could block Pikachu for him. However, he overestimated Long Longyan's strength and underestimated Mu Chen's speed. With 100,000 volt, Long Longyan really blocked it. However, that's about it. Pick. Silly criticizing stones, are you the only one who wants to stop Lao Su? Seeing Long Longyan and that staring at a pair of bull-eye concave shape, Mu Chen looked contemptuous. Hanbi Play Ying, why don't you continue to follow the concave shape of the chest? I will not accompany you. An electric light flashed and shifted, and Mu Chen changed the direction of the sprint in an instant. Immediately, with a dashing flick of his tail, Mu Chen chased after Landom, who was on the run. "No, I'm Random, the 4-day king of the rocket. You can't kill me." Seeing that Long Longyan was thrown away by Pikachu without making any obstruction, Landom was even more panicked. However, at this time, his terrifying identity as the 4 heavenly kings of the rocket cannot have any protection for him. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What a joke. How many barren hairs of the 4 heavenly kings? I have never been electrocuted. Isn't the previous Lance also the 4 heavenly king? What happened in the end? Your random name is so much more than a cow. Let me get down on my knees. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. Without any hesitation, with the help of high-speed running, Mu Chen jumped into the air and threw the ball out at the terrified Landom. Boom! The electric ball slammed into Random's body, together with Yandom and the ground behind him. A deep pit was directly blasted out. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? The power of Lao Su's electric ball is also so great. You know, Mu Chen's power generating ball is not in a chart date. Even the blessing of a flash of lightning is over. Just by moving at a high speed, can you use a full strength blow with a power comparable to the previous one that was second only to charging. Although it is said that Mu Chen is the electric ball launched by the slow Ronglongyan as his opponent, but this power. At this moment, Mu Chen was suddenly full of expectations for his remaining big move, Thunder. Tis tis. The power of 100,000 volts has increased, and the electric ball has also become cowhide. So what about Thunder? What will be the effect of Thunder now? If you don't use the charging boost, can you reach the level of the lightning bird? At this moment, Mu Chen finally realized the benefits of this primary skin god. Although he is still a Pikachu, in essence he has undergone earth-shaking changes. If I now face Samaranch's flaming birds again, then I will win with great ease. Boss, something happened to Yandom. Just when Mu Chen killed Landom and imagined the future, Banmu, who was in the valley, also received a report from his subordinate. What's wrong with Yandom? Who is it? How many people are there? Didn't Yandom even have a chance to escape? Suddenly hearing that his general had fallen, Sakagi was slightly taken aback. He didn't care if Lance had an accident. That guy was extremely slick, and he also lost his main Pokémon. But Random was one of his most loyal generals. Who could defeat Random in such a short period of time without even giving him a chance to escape? It's Yulongdu. In the Kanto region, the only taboo Sakagi existence is the Dragon King Yulongdu. Sakagi has the power of Vibrant, which can drive supernatural power, and has an extremely powerful giant stinger. But the same, that Yulongdu also possesses the power of a giant dragon, and even has a faster dragon that is more powerful. If it was Yulongdu who came in person, then it wouldn't surprise Sakagi at all that Landom was left behind. Sorry boss, it's not Yulongdu. According to our information, Yulongdu is still sitting at the Alliance headquarters in Court Plateau at this moment. On one of his secret bases, a heavenly king suddenly hung up. Not only Sakagi can't accept it, but these Rockets elite can't accept it either. Heavenly king. This is the king. In the entire Kanto region, and even the whole world, there are countless trainers, but how many of them can reach the level of the king? Today, a heavenly king, although it is said to be the last among the heavenly kings, but he is still the king. Just such a person to look up to. No, damn it. Send someone out immediately. Don't disturb the person coming. Let me investigate his identity. At this moment, Sakagi is busy with Mewtwo, so naturally he can't go there in person. In desperation, Sakagi could only ask his subordinates to investigate who the person who invaded their island was. Not Yulongdu. When did such a fierce guy appear in the league again? You know, even if the 4 heavenly kings in the alliance are against the veteran king, Kikuko, Sakagi doesn't think that Landom will even have a chance to escape. Pikachu, let's rest here today and continue to inquire tomorrow. Sakagi sent someone to investigate his identity. Of course Ash didn't know. BB Bird was seriously injured, and without the Pathfinder Pioneer, it was even more of a battle, and Xiaoji could only choose to rest. Pick it tilde 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 pick. Of course, Mu Chen had no opinion on Xiaoji's request. Speaking of which, I haven't discussed with these old ladies for a long time. As soon as they came out, they looked at Lao Su with resentment on their faces. Should I take the opportunity to make amends today? Chapter 377 so-called elite. You tilde 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 tilde. Ya tilde 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 tilde. Quaner tilde 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 tilde. At night, the quiet deserted islander, Xiaoji, has already fallen asleep. Naturally, Mu Chen was very skilled in taking out the Pokemon balls of these old ladies at one time. As for why there are only Nina, Shinedo and Miss here, Mu Chen said that he couldn't bear too much. The last remaining snow girl can only be Neckime. After being summoned by Mu Chen in turn, the old ladies naturally had a grudge on their faces. A dead and unscrupulous yellow-skinned mouse. How long has it been since he didn't come to us to discuss? Don't you know that our strength has not improved for a long time? Strength can only be improved after constant battle. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Complaining about a barren hair. Don't I have no chance. Looking at the old ladies who kept complaining to him, Mu-chen was speechless. What the matter? I can become a human being. I can still accept you, so let's just snicker. No nonsense. High-speed movement blessing. The electric light flashed on, and Mu-chen rushed towards Shinado, who was the most flexible. The high-speed movement of this old lady is too annoying. If you don't get it early, you will always harass yourself. Therefore, the experienced Mu-chen took the lead on Shinado. Shutna tilde tilde. Seeing that Mu-chen took the lead in attacking him, Shinado was also surprised. What are you doing? Madam, am I so easy to bully? Without a second word, Shinado raised her hand and sent a thought to Mu-chen. Obviously, this old lady intends to rely on the power of thought to stop Mu-chen's charge. Pika tilde tilde chu. With great strength, how could Shinado's mind power resist Mu-chen? When 100,000 volts was delivered, not only was the power of thought defeated, but also Shinado himself was affected. Whoa! Being bombarded by 100,000 volts, Shinado suddenly heard a painful cry. Nima, dead mouse, why are you really playing with my mother? Originally, it was just a discussion. Who would have thought that Pikachu would be dead? The 100,000 volt blasted up. Although the power of thought had reduced it a lot, Shinado was still in constant pain from the electricity. Pika tilde 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 pick. What the hell? Feel sorry. Accident. This absolutely is an accident. What the matter? It's hard to start. If it was in the past, the aftermath of this instant 100,000 volts after defeating the power of thought would at most make Shinado feel a little numb around him, and it wouldn't do much damage. However, at this time, Mu-chen's strength was greatly improved, and this guy obviously forgot his own strength improvement. Looking at Shinado, who was knocked to the ground by the electric shock, Mu-chen was helpless. How can this continue? You tilde tilde tilde. Just when Mu-chen was done, Mina's huge snake tail slammed up against him. Because of the accidental injury of the good sister, Minos is angry. Quaner tilde tilde tilde. It was only Minos who was angry, and Miss Kuner was also rude, and hit Mu-chen with an energy ball. Obviously, these two old ladies are going to kill this nasty yellow-skinned mouse. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? What are you doing? I said it was an accident. Seeing that these two old women couldn't have any fun and were about to kill, Mu-chen could only dodge in embarrassment. What the matter? Shinado was electrocuted after an accident. If he was electrocuted twice, would he still discuss with them in the future? However, Mu-chen didn't fight back, which even boosted the morale of Minos and Miss Here. You tilde tilde tilde. You dead heartless. Either ignore our sisters for more than 10 days, or kill them as soon as they come out. Do you want to turn the world upside down? Today, my mother, I don't slap you hard. How can I ease the anger in my heart? Quaner tilde tilde tilde. There's nothing wrong with what Sister Minos said. You damn yellow-skinned mouse. How about you agree to learn from each other every day? How long has it been? As soon as you came out, you killed Sister Shinado. I think you are courting death. Not to mention, today our sisters must educate you. It is the so-called common enemy. Under the anger, Minos and Miss Kuner erupted into a super long battle. Even Mu-chen was a little bit struggling to deal with it. However, several Pokémon in the fierce battle did not notice that there were several pairs of eyes watching them in the dark. What the situation? Are these Pokémon owned by the intruder trainer? That said, these Pokémon look so powerful. That Pikachu's power of 100,000 volts is so terrifying. Pikachu is amazing. That Minos and Miss Kuner are even more terrifying. Didn't you see that Pikachu couldn't fight back when he was beaten? The one who observed secretly was naturally the elite rocket team dispatched by Sakagi. They can't understand the conversation between Pokémon, but they can understand the battle between Pokémon. This Pikachu even arrogantly won on 3. Although it is said that he took advantage of the raid to bring down a Shinado, but the remaining Minos and Miss Kuner, obviously Pikachu can no longer cope. In the eyes of this group of Rocket's elite, these Pokémon are incomparably powerful. At the very least, they couldn't handle it. What should we do? Shall we go and report to the boss? The question is, what are you reporting? Tell the boss that there is a battle between Pokémon on the island. Yeah. Speaking of fighting, what the hell is going on? Pikachu and these 3 Pokémon, shouldn't they be alone? Could there be other invaders on our island? You're right. There's definitely more than one intruder on our island, and they're not a gang. The distance is too far, and these so-called elites do not dare to observe closely, which makes them unable to distinguish the truth of the matter at all. Forget it. Stop watching. Let's hurry up and report this matter to the boss. I thought it was just an intruder. Now it seems that this is definitely not a person. After some discussion, several so-called elite finally decided to inform the boss of the situation. The enemy's firepower is too fierce, and we trash fish can't stop it. If there is anything, it's up to you, boss, to solve it yourself. However, these so-called elites who left early did not see a follow-up. After a lot of hard work, after the anger of the old ladies was completely dissipated, Mu-chen naturally launched a counterattack. At night, the painful hiss of several Pokémon resounded again. What? Not an intruder? Pikachu fighting? Of course, Sakagi doesn't know what the specific scientific truth is. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Sakagi said that he was done. Chapter 378_Chrysanthemum is out. Send orders. Close the valley. And no one is allowed to leave this place until Chow Meng wakes up. Pikachu's words are undoubtedly Ash. A Pokemon that can fight Pikachu is definitely a strong one. Although it is said that Xiaoji also has Pokemon like Minos in his hand. However, Sakagi doesn't think that Ash's Pokemon will fight to the death at night, and those Pokemon in Ash's hands are far from Pikachu in terms of strength. It is because of this that Sakagi gave the order to close the valley. Although it is said that he did it himself, it is not a big problem to win Xiaoji. But who knows how many people are on the island now? If his deeds are exposed again, there is no guarantee that the Alliance will not hit the force and launch a surprise attack on him. It might even reveal his identity on the spot. Of course, the Alliance's raid wasn't enough to frighten Sakagi. As one of the most powerful people in the world, even if he does not underestimate Yulongdu, Sakagi is confident that he can get away in front of him. But the problem is, what about Super Dream? What to do with Super Dream? Because of the previous out of control, at this time, Mewtwo has been brainwashed by the rocket. Brainwashing is not over yet. Let Sakagi leave Cheomung. This is simply impossible. In Sakagi's view, as long as he closes the valley, he will not be disturbed by the outside world. No matter how many people come from your alliance, even if your alliance comes out in full force, when Cheomung recovers, Sakagi will have a way to repel these people, and there may even be unexpected gain. However, how did Sakagi know that all this was just a wonderful misunderstanding? Sakagi closed the valley, and Ash naturally became a headless fly. After 2 days of hard searching in the island, Xiaoji did not even find Mao. Oh, Pikachu, I guess that Yondam is the only one on this island. Now that he is dead, there should be no one on this island. Counting the first day, Xiaoji has been here for 3 days. To Ash's helplessness, except for Yondam on the first day, he has never fought a battle. This kind of ascetic life is definitely not suitable for Xiaoji. What our Master G wants is battle, endless battle. Pick. Hearing that Xiaoji was about to leave, Mu Chen was the first to raise his hands in agreement. His random mission this time was just to protect Xiaoji's safe evacuation. There was no requirement for when to evacuate. If he leaves now, wouldn't his random mission this time be completed? Although it was said that during the few days on this uninhabited island, Mu Chen had cultivated a new relationship with those old ladies. However, what Mu Chen wanted more at this moment was to leave the island. However, Xiaoji and Mu Chen didn't know. On the second day, Kikuko had already arrived at this uninhabited island. Originally, Kikuko also wanted to take advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack on Ash. However, the sound of Pokemon fighting was constantly heard at night, and there was also the constant neighing of Ash's Pokemon in pain. As soon as Kikuko heard it, she knew that it was Ash who was training her Pokemon. Without a chance, Kikuko could only wait silently, waiting for the encounter between Ash and Rocket. But it's been 3 days, and Xiao Zimao hasn't found it, and naturally there is no battle or anything. Xiaoji wanted to evacuate, but Kikuko, who was spying on him, disagreed. If you leave, old lady, where will I go to find such a good almost necktie? Now it seems that it should be the old lady who made a mistake in the information on my side. There is no rocket team on this island. Of course, because it was a day late, Kikuko didn't know that Ash had already encountered random of the rocket. After some thought, Kikuko finally made a decision. Anyway, there is no rocket team on this island, so let's launch a surprise attack on Ash. The first 2 times were due to lack of preparation, but this time, Pikachu will never run away. However, Kikuko didn't know that at this time, Pikachu's strength had been greatly improved. Pikachu, look, it's a Union helicopter. Of course Ash doesn't know how Kikuko calculate. After making the decision to leave, Ash naturally called for the Alliance. In less than half a day, the Alliance's helicopter appeared in Ash's field of vision. However, boom, just as Xiaoji and Mu Chen were about to step into the helicopter, the behemoth suddenly exploded. Pick up. Unprepared, Ash and Pikachu were naturally blown away from afar. Little devil, I didn't expect your life to be so big. I thought this old lady was enough to blow you to death. Suddenly being blown away, Xiaoji and Mu Chen's brains were naturally buzzing. However, before Xiaoji and Mu Chen woke up, an old, sinister laughter could be heard in their ears. Ha! King Chrysanthemum. Why, the person who speaks is naturally the Chrysanthemum who has been preparing for a long time. The exploding helicopter was also arranged by Kikuko. As for why not detonate after Xiaoji and Mu Chen boarded the helicopter. Just kidding, one of the outsiders is not good, and it blew up Pikachu directly. What Kikuko wanted was always Pikachu. Normally, such a close distance, such a violent explosion, is absolutely unstoppable by ordinary humans. It is not uncommon for a slightly weaker Pokemon to be killed directly. However, the situation exceeded Kikuko's expectations. Ash didn't die, and he didn't even suffer too much pain. Pikachu, it doesn't seem to have much impact. Although it was said that the first plot failed, Kikuko Kikuko was still full of confidence to take them down. At most, that is, the old lady and I have to work hard. Hee. Why? Have you heard the sentence of guilt? You alone don't deserve to have a Pikachu with infinite potential. Boy, if you are obedient and dedicate Pikachu to the old woman, then I can consider letting you suffer less. Full of self-confidence in her heart, and even putting herself in the position of the winner, Kikuko certainly wouldn't care about hiding her figure. You kid, you're dead today. Damn it. King Juicy. No, you don't deserve to be called the king. Pikachu, let's fight. Of course, Kikuko's request, Xiaoji did not agree. As a fighting maniac, Ash is not one to wait for death. Since this chrysanthemum has no good intentions towards himself, let's fight. Pick up pick up Xiaoji wanted a fight, and of course Mu Chen wanted it even more. Horse AB. Damn old woman, I wanted to electrocute you so long ago. Since you took the initiative to send me to my door today to help me complete the hidden task, then I am welcome. Chapter 379 Gengar Army Join. Come out. Gengar. Tearing the skin, the soldiers meet. As a veteran king, there are countless battles in his life, and at this time, Kikuko will naturally not have any softness. Xiaoji. Today is your day of death. Hey. Following Kikuko's call, 6 Gengars appeared around her. These 6 are all Heavenly King level existences. Although it was said that it had been damaged in Pikachu's hands before, but Kikuko is a veteran king, and there is still some background to this. A row of 6 Heavenly King level Gengars appeared, and the momentum was naturally extraordinary. Obviously, Kikuko is also very serious about this battle, and she has all her cards. Damn. Minos, Shinado, Miss Yuner, Snow Maiden, BB Bird come out too. Facing the powerful Kikuko, only Ash, who fought in the first battle, can only summon all the Pokémon. Even if their strength is far from the existence of the king level, even if this guy BB Bird has been seriously injured before, Xiaoji still has no choice. Although it is said that Xiaoji is often a little naive, although Xiaoji's emotional intelligence is touching, but this guy is judged to be a man born to fight. In terms of combat, Ash's sense of smell is still very keen. This guy is also very clear that in today's battle, only one person can leave this place alive. Either he died or the chrysanthemum died. Ha. Kid. Except for Pikachu, I don't care about the old lady at all. Seeing that Xiaoji, who had played all the cards, really didn't have any sow operation that he couldn't bear, Kikuko's hanging heart immediately returned to her stomach. Gengar. One opponent, deal with them. Then, my most powerful Gengar buddy, Pikachu, is up to you. Hold it. Use Shadow Ball. 6-on-6 group battle. The trainer naturally does not have so much energy to command at the same time, but it doesn't matter. Gengar's IQ is a very high existence in the world of Pokémon. Chrysanthemum is confident that even if he doesn't need his own command, he will be able to deal with the Gengars of the Heavenly King level. As for her Chrysanthemum, as long as you command the talking main force Gengar, let it drag Pikachu first, and when the other Gengars have finished their opponent, it is time for her to launch a general attack on Pikachu. Of course, because she suffered a big loss from the last battle, Kikuko will definitely not be playing sow operations like Deception Space this time. You don't need anything, just relying on your own hard power to destroy this Pikachu and Xiaoji. It's not a big problem. Guys, let's fight. Minos, use water fluctuations. Xanadu, use phantom light. You two are the main force. You must defeat the opponent. Miss Yuner, use parasitic seeds to hold your opponents down. Snow Fairy, using fine snow. Your mission is to persevere. Finally, BB Bird, fly. Use your fastest speed to contain your enemy. 5 Heavenly King level Gengars came at the same time, and it would be a lie to say that they were not panicking. Ash also knew that the key to winning this battle was Pikachu. If Pikachu can take out the most powerful Gengar before his side loses, then he can take the final victory. Vice versa. If Pikachu isn't fast enough and the other Pokémon lose one after another, even if Pikachu is powerful, Ash doesn't think that this guy can really fight one against it. As the two attacked one after another, the battle was about to break out. Hey. Little Mouse, we meet again. Pikachu can also be regarded as this Gengar's old opponent. If he has no confidence in defeating it, Gengar thinks it is not a big problem if he delays. Pick a pick. Nima, play B with me. Electricity can't kill you. It was fine when he couldn't transform, but since he was able to transform into a human, Mu Chen really didn't like being called a little mouse. Mouse, Uncle Mouse, I am the handsome brother of Yushu Linfang. Okay. Zila No need to say. Meet 100,000 volt. Hey. 100,000 volt. Look at the trick. Kikuko had already made an order for it to use the Shadow Ball. After receiving the order, this cunning Gengar had already secretly prepared. Now, after the charging is completed, Gengar is not panicking in the face of Pikachu's 100,000 volt. I saw Zhenggui waving his hands again and again, and Shadow Balls emerged from the void, blasting up at 100,000 volt. Pick up Nima, Gatling. Seeing that Zheng Ghost shot more than 10 shadow balls. Mu Chen said that it was fake. What the hell? What a daddy. My strength has improved, and this B gain should have also improved. Boom, boom, boom. 100,000 volts is powerful. However, Gengar wins by quantity. After a round of bombing, after defeating 100,000 volt, there are still 4 or 5 shadow balls left unabated. Hey hey tilde tilde tilde. Little mouse, you are just like that. Seeing the first round of fight, he had the upper hand, and Zheng Gui was even more imposing. Pick up tilde 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 pick up tilde tilde tilde. Don't pretend to be B, just want to win Lao Su for these 2 times. You are still far away. Although the first round of confrontation exceeded Mu Chen's expectations, it was not enough to make him scrambling. He moved at a high speed to support him, and when he used his hind leg, Mu Chen jumped several meters forward in an instant, avoiding the bombardment of Zheng Gui's shadow ball. Gengar, use a spell. Seeing Pikachu seems to be faster than before, Kikuko's brows furrowed. Damn it, this little mouse has grown up again. Originally, Kikuko didn't plan to let Gengar use this skill that would consume a lot of his physical strength so early. However, after seeing the little mouse rise again, Kikuko had to change her tactic. It was very difficult to deal with before. If it has been improved now, it will not be easy to hold it back. Therefore, in the end, Kikuko's decision is a spell. The spell is a skill unique to Go-type Pokemon. Although the skill has no direct attack effect, as long as it hits the opponent, the stamina of the target hit by the spell will continue to decrease. This is also an extremely sinister skill. Hey hey tilde tilde tilde. Little mouse, take the trick. Under the command of Juzi, Zheng Gui did not hesitate. Although it is said that the spell will consume half of his stamina, as long as the little mouse can fall into a situation where his stamina continues to decrease, then it is a blood gain. Pick it tilde 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 pick. Spell. What barren play should be. Before fighting against Juzi, this old woman had not used this trick. Now that he heard Juzi's command, Mu Chen instinctively had a bad premonition. Mad, why do you have so many Sao routines? Chapter 380 Insidious spell skill. Damn it. BB Bird. Hold on. Just when Mu Chen and Juzi's strongest Gengar were deadlocked, Xiaoji's side was the first to appear. Minas and Shinado are fine. Although it is impossible to defeat the opponent, it is enough to delay it temporarily. The Snow Demon Girl is relatively weak, but holding on for a few minutes is not a big problem. Miss here gave Xiaoji a great surprise. A parasitic seed hit the opponent, which made Xiaoji see her hope of grinding the opponent to death. However, BB Bird lost the chain. If BB Bird was not injured before, it might not be the case. After all, it is also a Pokemon in the early days of Xiaoji, and its strength is not very strong. However, BB Bird, who was severely damaged by Yondam's cross-hatched bat before, reluctantly played. Now facing this Heavenly King level Jengo, he really can only flee in embarrassment. Running away is always passive. No, it's not good. BB Bird let people send a shadow ball and smashed it down. Seeing BB Bird falling to the ground, Xiaoji was shocked. However, in the battle between Pokemon, Xiaoji really can't help much except to cheer up. Pick up tilde tilde. Just when Xiaoji was tangled, Mu Chen also got caught. Although he said that he had made preparations for this barren spell, what left Mu Chen speechless was that there was no sign of this special skill. After being on guard for a long time, Mu Chen didn't even see how Jengo started, and he didn't feel any energy fluctuation. Then, Mu Chen found out that he had been tricked. As soon as he cast a spell into his body, Mu Chen instantly felt the loss of his physical strength. This time, it was truly a cold sweat that broke out of Mu Chen's body. Nima, what kind of bee play should this be? So insidious. Although it is said that the loss of physical strength is not large, but if it continues to flow like this, I will not be exhausted sooner or later. Thinking of this possibility, Mu Chen's head suddenly became big. What the matter? How come there are so many Sao routines for this old woman? Mad. Originally, I said to save some physical strength to deal with the remaining Gengars, but it seems that I can't afford it now. Mu Chen knew that if he continued to procrastinate, there would only be a slow death waiting for him. It is better to fight to the death than to be taken down by others. How many Jengos do you have? I also have a cheering group of old ladies. Through observation, Mu Chen also saw the battle situation on the other side. Seeing that several of his old ladies were still insisting, Mu Chen made a decision. What's so special? Let's show you my full strength today. Pick it tilde 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 pick. Ignore the passing of physical strength. The charging skill is turned on, and the high-speed movement is blessed. Mu Chen is ready to use his ultimate move. Gengar, use the Shadow Claw to interrupt Pikachu's charge. It's self-evident what Pikachu's charging means. Chrysanthemum is not a fool. If Pikachu is charged with a black electric ball, then her Gengar can't really handle it. Now, all Kikuko has to do is to continue to consume and delay until this Pikachu loses its combat effectiveness because of the power of the spell. Hey hey tilde tilde tilde. Look at the pause. No need for Chrysanthemum to say. Zhengwei also knows that this game should be powerful. If this is a special charge, can this go stand it? Needless to say, the Shadow Claw will take you away. As soon as the voice fell, Gengar stretched out his pair of ghost claws and grabbed Pikachu. However, the momentum is full, and the speed is too slow. Although Gengar is also a Pokémon known for his speed, he really wasn't enough to see Mew Chen, who was so powerful at this time. A Shadow Claws failed, and Gengar suddenly fell into a passive state. Pick didn't catch it. Now it's up to me, Daddy. Without being interrupted by the Shadow Claws, Mew Chen's charging skills were successfully completed. With a flash of lightning, Mew Chen launched a rapid charge towards Gengar. Not good. Gengar, use a double. Seeing Pikachu's state, Kikuko naturally knows that this is the prelude to the Black Electric Ball. The power of the Black Electric Ball is really picturesque. However, Kikuko didn't want to be this picturesque backdrop. Without any hesitation, Kikuko gave the order to let Gengar use a stand-in. This Pikachu Electric Ball is an explosive attack, to put it bluntly. As long as this electric ball can be blocked, Gengar has the possibility of continuing to delay, or even turning defeat into victory. Hey, look at my stand-in. The electric ball's attack was unstoppable, and Gengar was already panicking. With Kikuko's prompt, of course there was no hesitation. However, whether Juicy or Gengar, they still underestimate Mew Chen's IQ too much. Pick. Too idiot, do you think I'm a brainless Pokemon? Lao Su, my wisdom, how can you idiots understand it? Hearing Juicy's command and seeing Gengar's action, why didn't Mew Chen know what they wanted to do? Substitute. What the hell? Will I foolishly blast the electric ball on the substitute? Even if my electric ball is powerful enough to smash the stand in and even damage your Gengar's body, it's just attacking your Gengar. I want what I want, but you sick Gengos get hit together. Mew Chen knew that with his constant loss of physical strength, he would not be able to fight a protracted battle at all. Therefore, all he wants is a quick decision. Something moving at high speed, something flashing. These are just tricks. What Mew Chen really wants to do is thunder. After the great improvement in strength, the power of Mew Chen's 100,000 volt has been greatly enhanced, and the electric ball has also been greatly improved. Now, it's just that this thunderbolt has not been used yet. Although it is said that the power in the body will be emptied after the use of thunder, but is this important? Anyway, it's not empty. I can't last long with my stamina. In just such a moment of effort, Mew Chen could feel that at least 1/3 of the physical strength in his body would be drained. What concept is this? After his great strength, Mew Chen found that he could control the current he used. That is to say, now his thunder is not the kind of aimless, blind and barren bombing mode. Now, Mew Chen can control the lightning strike. He could chu. Zilla. Following Mew Chen's cry, the electric currents on his cheeks instantly converged and slammed into the sky. Woo. Under the traction of the current, the sky of this uninhabited desert island instantly darkened. A huge black cloud appeared above the heads of Mew Chen and the others, as if the end of the world had come. Chapter 381 Mew Chen's thunder. Crackling . The black cloud tops the top, and the current shuttle. Looking at the scene in front of her, Kikuko was done. Nima, what the situation? What about the black electric ball? What is this? If it is said that this is a thunder skill, it is too scary, right? Is this a thunderstorm? This is simply the ultimate move used by the real beast. The question is, how is this possible? It's just a Pikachu. Even if this Pikachu has the potential to become the supreme electric beast, that's just potential. How could it have improved so much in such a short period of time? This is so unscientific at all. However, at this moment, no one is going to explain any scientific or unscientific issues to Juicy. Pika . The chirping sound came from Mew Chen's mouth again. Woo. Zilla . This tweet of his seems to be the general's order to his subordinate, and the black clouds and thunder in the sky are Mew Chen's subordinate. After receiving the general's order, the black cloud layer instantly burst into a gust of wind. The burst of electric current kept rolling and jumping, as if the island would be completely destroyed at any time. Damn it. Gengar, we retreat. Seeing such power, Juicy did not dare to resist. Just kidding, this really comes from a real beast level attack. Can she resist it? Well, as a veteran king, Chrysanthemum can really resist, but the price of this resistance is not something that Chrysanthemum can bear. Losing a heavenly king level Gengar has already made Juicy's flesh painful. Under this black cloud and thunder, Juicy couldn't guarantee how many Gengars would be left after she carried it down. If the loss is too great, it will be worth the loss. At this moment, all Kikuko thought was to retreat quickly, avoid Pikachu's edge temporarily, and then look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on it. The moment she saw this black cloud, Juicy's heart was already filled with regret. I'm still too careless. I thought I could easily take this Xiaoji. Who would have thought that Pikachu's strength has improved again? Pika . Want to retire? Did you ask Lousy about me? Although the thunder in the sky has not yet reached its limit, seeing that Juicy is about to retreat, Mew Chen is forcibly urging the thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderbolt fell, and and the Gengars who were retreating from the battle group flashed towards Juzi. What? How is this possible? Juzi was done. Nima. Thunder is a skill. It has always been powerful, but it can't be controlled. As long as the body is flexible, it is still possible to dodge in this dense thunderstorm. But what kind of barren ghost is this now? At the same time, 5 thunders fell, and they all bombarded Jengui who was retreating. Obviously, this falling thunder was controlled by Pikachu. Great, Pikachu, nice job. Unlike Kikuko's consternation, Xiaoji almost jumped up in excitement at this moment. Pikachu is worthy of being his initial Pokémon and his most powerful Pokémon. At this critical moment, it is indeed reliable. Following BB Bird's defeat before, the battle situation on Xiaoji's side has completely fallen into a disadvantage. After BB Bird was defeated, a Gengar naturally freed up his hands and feet, and after it freed its hands and feet, the Snow Demon Girl was tragic. The one who resisted was extremely reluctant, but another one came, and there is still a fight. The 2 shadow balls went down, and the Snow Demon Girl's glorious eyes flashed gold stars, and she fainted directly. With the loss of 2 Pokémon, the pressure on Minos and Shinado suddenly increased. Even Miss Here, who had gradually gained an advantage by relying on Parasitic Seed, was also forced to be in a hurry. But at this moment, the clouds in the sky changed color. From Kikuko's side, there was also a panicked retreat order. Of course Ash knows that the reason for all this is because of Pikachu. This guy is obviously desperate. Hey hey hey, the thunder fell, and the Gengar army, who could not avoid it, let out a painful cry. As a super move in the electrical system, how can the power of thunder be underestimated? As soon as the thunder broke into the body, the Gengars suddenly felt that their physical strength was about to be emptied. However, the Heavenly King level is worthy of being the Heavenly King level. If a normal Pokémon is hit by this thunder, it will definitely not die but also be seriously injured. But Chrysanthemum's Gengar army just uttered a painful cry. Immediately, the speed of its army fleeing was even faster than before. Obviously, this first round of thundering attack, the Genghost army relied on their strong physique to resist. Pika tilde chew. Resist a wave, then move on to the second wave. Thunder skills are not a one-time thing. The black clouds in the sky do not disperse, and the thunder can continue forever. This is also the reason for its terrifying power. Before those Gengos were fighting with his old lady, Mu Chen was also worried that a poor control would cause accidental injury. But now what? Boom! Thunder! Fall again! Gengar, gather together, use the shadow ball, and hit me with the thunder and lightning in the sky. Chrysanthemum knew that if the Genghosts of his own were hit by another wave of thunder, it would be difficult to persevere. It was too late to evade, and Kikuko could only grit her teeth and chose to let these Gengars gather together and rely on their strength to cooperate against the thunder's attack. Hey hey tilde. After receiving the order of Kikuko, together with the most powerful one beside her, a total of 6 Gengars gathered in one place, and hit the thunder and lightning from the sky with a barrage of shadow balls. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded in midair, and the dazzling fire seemed to illuminate the entire island. Good job. You gather together. We retreat. Seeing that the thunder was blocked, Juzi was overjoyed. As long as you can stop it, that's fine. You Pikachu are desperate now. Using thunder. Old lady, I can't play with you anymore. Wait for me to avoid the edge for a while. The thunder has passed, and the physical strength is almost exhausted. I will kill the old woman with a carbine. When the time comes, I see you are not dead. Pika tilde chew. Juzi thought, well, but how could Mu Chen get her wish? Just kidding. This Chrysanthemum knows that Mu Chen is desperately fighting now, and Mu Chen, who is the party involved, is naturally more aware. Without any hesitation, Mu Chen initiated the thunder attack again. But this time, Mu Chen changed the target of his attack. What's so special? You Genghosts are in one place, and Lao Su's thunder can't break their defenses. Then, I will directly blast you Chrysanthemum. Chapter 382 Mu Chen's operation. Damn, quick, protect me. Seeing several thunderbolts as thick as buckets rushing towards him from the air, Juzi panicked. Generally speaking, when a trainer is in a life and death battle between Pokémon, he will leave a guard to protect himself. However, because she despised Xiaoji, Kikuko didn't keep any of them by her side. According to her idea, Xiaoji was restrained by his own Gengar. This Pikachu is a Pokémon, and he never thought of attacking the trainer as an unconventional fighting method. However, this Pikachu is called Mu Chen. What the matter? Dead old woman, I am blasting you. I am not going to kill you. For this battle, Mu Chen is bound to win. Now that the skin has been torn, if you don't take the opportunity to take down the old woman Juzi, there may not be much trouble in the future. What's more, it's also about his hidden mission. This hidden task has been hanging for a very long time, and Mu Chen has long been looking for an opportunity to complete it. Now that the opportunity is in front of you, this dead old lady of Chrysanthemum took the initiative to bring it to the door. What else is there to be polite about Mu Chen? Even that random quest, Mu Chen suspected that it was related to this old lady Chrysanthemum. Wouldn't it be nice to finish 2 missions at once if you killed her. Hey tilde tilde tilde. Mu Chen wanted to kill Chrysanthemum, but of course the Gengars under her would not agree. Without a second word, after receiving the order of Kikuko, the 6 gathered Gen ghosts shot at the same time, and slammed the rolling thunder in the sky with a shadow ball. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion resounded in the sky again. Damn it, little devil, and you little mouth. Just wait for the wrath of my Chrysanthemum. After an explosion, although it was not directly hit, the aftermath also made Kikuko very embarrassed. Under the anger, Kikuko's face became more gloomy. Through this battle, Kikuko already knew that Pikachu's strength had soared. It is not unjust that he lost to the enemy who carelessly underestimated the enemy. However, Kikuko is confident that as long as she can successfully evacuate, the moment she waits for Pikachu's physical strength to run out will be when she will launch a Jedi counterattack. But obviously, the old woman Juicy forgot a sentence. Bad people always die of talking too much. Just when the old woman was gnashing her teeth thinking of revenge, Mu Chen urged Lei Ting again. Pika tilde 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 chu tilde. Nima, you block. Why do you continue to block? I see how many waves you can block. The thunder skill has already blasted down 3 groups of thunder, and the density of the black clouds in the sky gradually began to dilute. Mu Chen knew that, considering the condition of Mu Chen's dark cloud, he could still trigger 2 to 3 intensive thunderstorms at most. If it is still in this stalemate, it is naturally very bad for him. But don't forget, Mu Chen can control these lightning bolts. Old woman Juicy, do you think you are the only one who can play Sao routine? Let me open your eyes to me today. Let you see what is the real Sao routine. Isn't the intensive attack unable to break your Gengar's defense? Then try this thunderbolt. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. Thunder roll. Following Mu Chen's summoning, the thunderbolt crashed down and hit the old lady Juicy again. Ha ha ha. It useless. Your thunder can't beat the old lady's Gengar defense. If before, Kikuko was still afraid of Pikachu's thunder, and now that her Gengar can block it, the old woman is not so panicked. Boom, boom hard. Old lady, I want to see whether your thunder will run out first, or my Gengar can't hold on first. Even if there is a chance, maybe the old lady and I don't need to retreat. The thunder skills are indeed amazing, but in the case of Kikuko possessing 6 Heavenly King level Gengars, it is not impossible to resist. However, Kikuko did not find that the thunder this time was different from the previous 2. Boom, boom, thunder burst fell. Hey tilde tilde tilde. Following the same step, Gengar's army teamed up again, and countless shadow balls blasted up. Everything is the same as before. Everything is under the control of Chrysanthemum. But right now, crackling tilde 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 tilde. The thunder, which was about to collide with the shadow ball, suddenly split in 2. Part of them continued to blast up against the shadow ball, while the other part suddenly changed direction and slashed straight down at the Gengar army that had already shot. What? How is this possible? Kikuko, who was full of confidence, was stunned. What's happening here? How is this possible? The skills that have been used can still change the direction. Hey. Chrysanthemum was stunned, and the Gen Ghost army was suffering beyond word. Without any precautions, the 3 Gengar standing in front of the queue were immediately attacked. The lightning entered the body, and the 3 Gengos who had been hacked once couldn't bear it, and began to twitch. Obviously, these 3 Heavenly King level Gengars have completely lost their ability to fight. Even death is just as drastic. They are not far away. Ah, damn it. Retreat. Her heart was full of resentment, but in the face of this brutal Pikachu, Kikuko didn't dare to delay any further. With this sudden attack, he damaged 3 Gengars himself. Can the neck thunderstorm be blocked by the remaining 3? In this regard, Kikuko is deeply suspicious. Chrysanthemum knows very well that if she can't stop the neck thunder, then there is only one result that will greet her: death. As the veteran king of the alliance, how could Kikuko, who has enjoyed all the glory and wealth, be willing to die on this uninhabited desert island? At this moment, Kikuko's heart was filled with regret. Myself, why are you so careless? Myself, why are you so urgent? Obviously, you can bring more subordinates and let them consume Pikachu's stamina. But just because of his own care, this time on the trip to the isolated island, Chrysanthemum didn't bring anyone with him. Of course, it can't be said that no one brought it. The helicopter pilot who was killed was the only subordinate that Kikuko brought. However, that's just a cannon fodder. Kikuko didn't care about the death of the cannon fodder. But now, Kikuko finds that she seems to be about to become cannon fodder too. This really made her unacceptable. Run. Must run. Old lady, I definitely don't want to experience the thrill of capsize in the gutter. Pika tilde 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 chu tilde tilde. Run. Where are you running to? I'm eating a thunderbolt from Lao Su. With the continuous use of thunder, the black cloud became thinner and thinner. See that thin cloud cover? Mu Chen, also in a hurry. Chapter 383 Kikuko is going to fight back. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. The rolling thunder fell again. This time, in the face of Mu Chen's thunder, Juicy lost her previous calmness. She had already killed 3 Gengars, and only relying on the remaining 3, she had no confidence to stop this thunder. Moreover, who knows if this Pikachu will come to the same SAO operation as before. Kikuko said that her old heart couldn't take it. Cover me. Retreat. At this moment, Chrysanthemum is ready to abandon the car to protect the handsome. Even if you sacrifice one or two more, you must not continue to insist. Run. Only if you run away will you have the chance to fight back. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for her is death. Hey hey tilde tilde tilde. In the face of this rolling thunder, the remaining 3 Gengars panic. At this time, apart from the most powerful Gengar in Juzi's hand, the remaining 2 were in poor condition. If you get hacked by this game again, it will be really unbearable. However, in the face of the thunder that was slashing straight down, the 3 unavoidable Gengars could only choose to counterattack. At this moment, their hearts are broken. Nima, the skill of thunder, isn't it all random landings and bombardment? Why did it become precision guidance when it was in your hand? Who can bear this? Boom, boom, boom. Hey hey tilde tilde. Falling in a rage. Although Gengar's Shadow Ball resisted most of it this time, there was still a small part of the thunder bombarding the front of the Gengar. Painful screams came again. Chrysanthemum's Gengar army was successfully reduced by 1 ghost. At this point, Juzi only has the last 2 Gengars left. Pika tilde 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 chew. Looking at the gradually clear sky, Mewchen launched the last thunderstorm. Win or lose, just look at this. At this time, with the passage of time, under the pressure of the spell skills, Mewchen's physical strength continued to be depleted. He knew that he wouldn't last long. The battle must end as soon as possible. Ah, Gengar, block me. Seeing that Pikachu continued to use thunder unreasonably, Kikuko almost went crazy. Nima, is it really over? Can we take a break? Aren't you tired? What the hell? Are you really Pikachu? High speed, high special attack. I put up with these old women too. But why? You have been under the spell for so long, and you are still like a normal skin. Hey hey tilde 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 tilde. Gengar also knew that this was the last thundering attack. As long as you stop it, you can survive. Can't stop. There are already 4 in the nest, and they are not blind. No one wants to be the one left. However, 6 Gengars can block it, and 3 Gengars can block part of it too. Only a small part was blocked. Hey hey. Desolate screams continued to sound. As the thunder dissipated, one of Juzi's Gengars fell again. At this point, Juzi was left with only 1 Gengar who was twitching constantly. This one is also the most powerful one under Chrysanthemum. Relying on his strong physique, Gengar resisted this thunderous attack. However, it's also in bad shape. He used a spell at first, but now he was hit by a thunderbolt, and Janghost has completely entered the stage of the end of the fourth. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. Jangwei was in a bad state, and Mewchen also lost his strength to stand up. Nima, so hard to beat. Looking at the last Jango standing proudly, Mewchen's heart was wow. After this thunderstorm, there is still one surviving. How can this be broken? I can no longer use any special attack skills. Not to mention the special attack. It was a physical attack, and it was difficult for Mewchen to perform at this time. This guy, Gengar, is immune to general and fighting skills. Ha 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 ha. Damn kid. Damn Pikachu. Be prepared to bear the price of my Kikuko's wrath. The dark cloud dissipated completely, and the sky returned to clarity. Looking at Pikachu's panting appearance, Kikuko, who was in pain, regained her spirits again. Now, it seems that it's time for the old lady to fight back. This Pikachu is obviously not good anymore. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima. Damn old woman, don't give Lao Su a chance. Hearing Chrysanthemum's laughter, Mewchen said it was false to be angry. However, now he is really tired. Gengar, use the Shadow Ball and blow that kid to death. The morale was boosted, and Kikuko returned to her previous high cold state again. Needless to say, with a wave of her withered right hand, Kikuko gave Gengar an attack command. Hey tilde, don't worry. Today, none of them can leave. Being slammed by the thunder, Jangwei was also angry. Now, it's time to let it go. Damn it. Don't underestimate me. Mina, use water fluctuations. Xanadu, use phantom light. Misker, use parasitic seed. Pikachu no longer has much combat power, and BB Bird and Snow Maiden are also in the nest. In the face of Kikuko's attack, Xiaoji chose to fight back without any timidity. Although it is said that Mina, Shinado and Miss here are not in a good state, but in a 3-on-1 situation, it won't be a disadvantage, isn't it? You tilde tilde tilde. Wow tilde 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 tilde. Quaner tilde tilde tilde. Dead mouse, can't you? Today, let our sisters come to rescue you. Previously under the attack of thunder, Minas and several old ladies could not intervene. Now that the thunder has dissipated, there is only one enemy left. Under the command of Xiaoji, these old ladies also stood up one after another. Yellow-skinned mouse, let me show you today. Our sisters are not easy to bully. Hey hey tilde tilde tilde. You guys are too weak. You're not my opponent at all. Against Pikachu, Gengar still procrastinate. Against the old ladies of Mina, Gengar decided to show the power of what is called the existence of a king. As for the 5 Gengars who died before, although they are also king level, but the king also has to be graded. In the eyes of the most powerful Gengar, those who died were just the younger brothers who had just stepped into the threshold of the Heavenly King, the real king, but has the ability to crush these ordinary Pokémon. Pick. Let it. What the hell? Fight hard. Seeing that Zheng Gui and Juzi paid all their attention to their old ladies, Mu Chen was overjoyed. It can no longer be used for special attack, but physical skills can still be used a little bit. Gengar's B player shouldn't be afraid of his physical attack, but what about Kikuko? This old woman is just a human being, and she is not immune to physical attack. Old Lady Chrysanthemum, prepare to face the wind. Chapter 384_Chrysanthemum. No. Gengar, help me. Originally, all his attention was placed on the 3 Pokémon of Nina. Kikuko knew that as long as she defeated these 3 Pokémon, she would win the final. Although the price of this victory is relatively heavy, as long as she can win, she will soon become stronger after getting Pikachu. But just as Chrysanthemum was thinking about the future, a golden figure suddenly rushed towards her. Take a closer look. This golden figure is not Pikachu. Who is it? Seeing that Pikachu still has the ability to attack, Kikuko was completely panicked. She is just an old woman. In the face of this Pikachu's attack, after losing the protection of the Pokémon, what can she do to resist? In a panic, Kikuko gave up the attack on Minas and other Pokémon, and repeatedly called out Gengar, asking it to turn back and protect herself. However, no matter how fast Zheng Gui's speed was, he couldn't possibly be faster than Mu Chen, who started the lightning flash. Pick up. Give me a special death. Using his last rank, Mu Chen launched this desperate blow. Without any hesitation, jumping in front of Juzi, Mu Chen's lightning Shaytail flashed with metallic sheen. This is a physical skill that Mu Chen rarely uses, Iron Tail. With the continuous enhancement of strength and the continuous enrichment of special attack skills, Mu Chen really rarely used this skill as a means of attack. But at this time, facing the old woman Juzi, this was Mu Chen's best choice. No. Looking at the iron tail that was drawn from the head, Kikuko let out a desperate cry. How? Bang! Light smoking a watermelon, the brain burst. A generation of kings, the oldest existing king of the Alliance, Chrysanthemum, died in action. Hey. When the master died, Gengar was naturally shocked. However, because of Juzi's call before and because he was distracted to rescue Juzi, Gengar ignored the joint attack from several old ladies behind him. If it is normal, facing the attack of these old ladies, Ghost can just stand there and ignore it. But, at this time, Gengar had used a spell that halved his stamina, and was hit by a thunderbolt. This is the end of the strong arrow, and now facing the hateful blow of these many old ladies, Zheng Gui has been tricked. Hey. He had just uttered a cry of lamentation over the death of his master, but Gengar quickly transformed the cry into the pain he had endured. Good job. Minas, Shinado, Miss here. Keep up the good work. Seeing that the 3 old ladies successfully suppressed Gengar, Xiaoji was naturally excited. He didn't care when Chrysanthemum died, and Xiaoji was full of hatred for this sinister old woman. Although it is naive to say that this will be, but he is not really a fool. People want to kill you. Can you still fight back? Besides, Kikuko is not the first opponent that Ash kills. At most, this old woman's identity is a little special. Killing Chrysanthemum, Xiaoji said that there is no pressure. At this moment, all Xiaoji has to do is to kill this Gengar and eliminate the last hidden danger. As for the question about the alliance afterwards, say you don't know and you're done. Hey. Want me to die? Let die together. The master died, and he himself was driven to a dead end. Seeing that there was no hope of light, Gengar chose to perish together. As for the way to say it perishes together, that is naturally a unique skill of Pokémon. Big Bang. Ooh, Minas, retreat. Pikachu, run. Seeing that Gengar's big explosion is about to start, Ash panicked. This Gengar is a Heavenly King level existence. Even though this product has been seriously injured, the power of its big explosion is definitely not underestimated. Boom. However, although Xiaoji's reaction is not slow, Gengar's skills are activated faster. Under its fatal blow, a small mushroom cloud slowly rose. Obviously, its explosive power is very amazing. Have you checked it out? What the hell is going on outside? The violent vibration came again, and Sakaji's patience gradually lost. Nima, how many people came to this island? Who were they? Why did they fight themselves first? Because of the lack of information, Sakagi seemed to be blind at the moment. He only knew that Ash came with Pikachu, and then came with other powerful trainers. Initially, Sakagi planned to ignore it, close the valley, and patiently waited for Mewtwo to recover. I never thought that today was fine, but suddenly there was a thunderous explosion outside. Then, thunder and lightning continued. The violent explosion caused the valley where Sakagi was located to shake. Seeing Chaos Dream soaked in the nutrient solution constantly shaking with the vibration, Sakagi became anxious. These goddamn guys. I didn't bother you when I came to Lao Tzu's territory, but you are not finished yet. Would you like to fight somewhere else? Sakagi could swear that he had never been so angry before. Boss, the explosion outside is too intense. Brothers can't rely on it. With such a violent explosion, how could the disturbed Sakagi not send someone to investigate? However, all around him are a bunch of trash. The only useful young beyond him, who is so dead and confused. Trash. It's all trash. Go down. Pass my order and continue to close the valley. If any enemy comes near the valley, report to me immediately. The subordinates are so ineffective. Sakagi can only sigh. However, it was precisely because of the lack of intelligence that Sakagi did not know that this was the best time to capture Pikachu. Not to mention the existence of heavenly kings like Random. They don't even need these trash elites to take action. At this time, he sent any scientific researcher casually, and he could bring back the Pikachu who was stunned by the explosion. Because of Gengar's fatal big character explosion before, Ash and Pikachu were caught off guard and naturally suffered great damage. Ash with full special defense was fine, but only suffered some minor injury. But Mew Chen, who was too close, suffered. You know, Mew Chen rushed over to kill Juicy before. Chrysanthemum is dead, and Mew Chen, who has been losing physical strength, has also lost the ability to move. And that Gengar, because he wanted to rescue Juicy, so under the rapid movement, it was really not far from Mew Chen. With this big explosion, Mew Chen didn't die, so he could only say that he was dead. As for Minos and other old ladies, Shanae Duo and Miss Here are in the best condition at this time. The two old ladies were basically unharmed. This is just because, under the resistance of Minos relying on her huge body, all the damage was endured by Minos, who is the eldest sister. Today, Minos is not much better than Pikachu. Chapter 385 _ Hidden Quest Reward. Pick up _, pick up _. Nima, to die. After a battle, he finally won the Chrysanthemum. Although Mew Chen was extremely happy, this physical exhaustion really pushed him to the limit. At this moment, the only thing that Mew Chen is happy about is that with Gengar's death, the power of the spell begins to fade. Otherwise he really can't guarantee whether he will be killed by the spell. Now that the spell skill was eliminated and his physical strength was greatly damaged, Mew Chen naturally took all the time to recover his physical strength. Although it was said that Kikuko died and the hidden mission was completed, the random mission was still not completed. This shows what? Mew Chen was fully aware of this. Clearly, there are unknown dangers on this island. Only in this way, he may show that the task is not completed. Knowing this, how could Mew Chen not take all the time to recover? System, the reward for the hidden task. Send it to me. When he was groggy before, Mew Chen heard the hint that the hidden mission was completed, but he didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. Now, after a period of recovery, Mew Chen remembered this task. This is the first time that Mew Chen has completed a hidden mission. For this task reward, Mew Chen was still very much looking forward to it. Come to a powerful skill, or gene or something. Don't you want to take off again? Didi, the hidden task reward is issued. Please confirm the host. Although the system is often very urinal, it has never been stingy in reward distribution. At the moment of Mew Chen's request, the system's reward came to Mew Chen. There was no accident. It was still a happy turntable. Looking at this long-lost turntable, Mew Chen was excited. Whether I take off or not depends on you. Without any second word, Mew Chen directly confirmed the opening of the big turntable. The rewards are still the same old 4 racial values, skills, genes, and question mark. For Mew Chen, what he needs most at this time is naturally skills and genes. Although the question mark represents infinite possibilities, only genes and skills can improve immediate combat power. As soon as he considered that there were still powerful enemies on the island, Mew Chen had to be careful. However, reality often backfired. Pick up _. Nima, you don't come out when I want you. What are you doing out when I don't want you? Seeing that the pointer of the final big turntable stopped on the question mark, Mew Chen was speechless. This is question mark. What can I do for my father? Didi, please confirm the host. The system sound came again, urging Mew Chen to claim the question mark reward. Confirm. Hey, he has already drawn it anyway, so Mew Chen can still choose to return it or not. Looking at the mess of reward, Mew Chen closed his eyes and chose to confirm. Didi, congratulations to the host for drawing the electric ball. Pseudo 1. Walter, what should be play? And Nima is this disposable product. Hearing the reward he had won, Mew Chen was speechless. What the hell? Do you want to torture me like this? What's more, although the electric ball's amplification is much stronger than that of the magnet, I can't afford this one-time consumable. Why can't you get an authentic one? For this reward, Mew Chen opened the galloping mode in his heart again. Your uncle, how many times have I played this barren hidden mission? What's so special? I almost lost my life, and finally gave this B-play response, etc. Doesn't seem right. After scolding wildly in his heart, Mew Chen finally realized that something was wrong. What's so special? The pseudo word behind his electric ball seems to have added a 1. Finding the key point, Mew Chen hurriedly looked at the introduction of the electric ball. Electrical ball, pseudo 1, unavailable. Collecting electric ball, pseudo 2, pseudo 3, electric balls can be crafted. What the hell? God damn it. Is this a genuine synthetic part? Mew Chen is not a fool, and in his previous life he was extremely experienced in gaming. From this look, he knew what this game should be. This is so special, it is simply an accessory for a synthetic artifact. Thinking that this game should be Pikachu Pikachu's exclusive item, and it can double his special attack. Mew Chen was fascinated. For others, this game is useless gum, but for me, it is an exclusive artifact with a 100% increase. Although this time the lottery did not get the instant combat items that Mew Chen needed, but for this power-generating balloon, Pseudo-1, Mew Chen expressed great satisfaction. This thing is the necessities for Lao Tzu to confer the righteous way. Letting go of the worries in his heart, Mew Chen naturally fell into sleep sweetly. What's wrong with love? Anyway, the enemy on the island hasn't appeared yet. I'm really taking the time to rest and recover. While Mew Chen was resting, Xiaoji was naturally busy taking care of several seriously injured Pokémon. At this time, BB Bird and Snow Demon Girl were completely unable to fight anymore, and even if they didn't get treatment after a period of delay, they would really get their lunch. Likewise, Minos is not in good shape. Although this old lady has that bug-like self-recovery, the damage she suffered before is still too serious. Relying on self-recovery can only relieve Minos' injury. At this time, although Minos' injury was not fatal, it was absolutely impossible to continue the fight. The only two who can fight are Shinado and Miss Kier. Although Xiaoji was worried about this situation, he didn't have any sense of urgency. Chrysanthemum died, and Landum also died. There is nothing on this uninhabited island. What are you afraid of? Now, what Ash is waiting for is the recovery of Minos. After she recovers a certain amount of physical strength, she can leave this place with the help of Minos. As for Chrysanthemum's death, Xiaoji is a fool but he is not a fool. This kind of thing, no one asks him. He would not take the initiative to say. Even if he asks, he definitely doesn't know after asking 3 questions. Anyway, everyone is dead. You can find it yourself. After this year's travel, Xiaoji's mind has also grown to a certain extent. The Heavenly King in the Alliance would actually take action against him. How could Xiaoji still completely trust the other Heavenly King? Beware of psychology. It is inevitable. Damn it. Damn it. Did you all grow up eating shit? Give me control. The nutrient warehouse must be stabilized. Just as Mew Chen and Xiaoji were resting in the valley inside the island, Sakagi was roaring furiously at the group of scientists. Wait, it's all rubbish. It's just a few external shocks, and the Cheomung in the nutrition warehouse is showing signs of being out of control again. Sakagi tried his best, but it was this super dream. Now that Chao Meng is out of control, he can't accept it no matter what. Chapter 386_Awakened Super Dream. Boss, no, the energy is unstable. I can't control it. Boss, the energy pulse has overflowed, and it is about to exceed the upper limit that the machine can withstand. What should I do? Boss, I'm about to lose control. Amid the acclamations of the researchers, Sakaji's anger skyrocketed. Damn trainer, damn Ash, damn Alliance. If it wasn't for your group of damn things running around on Lao Tzu's island, how could it be possible to wake up the sleeping Cheomung? Hearing those acclamations, Sakagi knew that this super dream was about to wake up, and this time, Cheomung, who woke up this time, is obviously stronger than before. You know, when the super dream was created before and it was controlled and hypnotized, the overflow of energy is not yet half the size it is now. But what about now? All the equipment was running at full power and overloaded, but there were still signs of loss of control. This shows what? I'm afraid all fools know that Cheomung's strength has increased. Sakagi is naturally very happy that Chao Meng's strength has been enhanced, but it was definitely not during this critical period. At this time, Chao Meng becomes stronger, which will only allow him to withdraw from his control. Chao Meng, but a super-type Pokemon. If this game is really out of control, it will be difficult to catch it. It is also a super-type Pokemon, a dreamy eyelash, and Sakagi has consumed all the manpower and material resources of the rocket. Now, what about this unfathomable super dream? Sakagi does not think that relying on the rocket's ability to recapture it. If you can't control it, you have to control it. The maximum intensity of hypnotic is injected into it immediately. Don't be afraid to hurt Mewtwo. Leaving it alone is absolutely impossible. In this case, Sakaji's choice is to let it go. All the hypnotics are poured in. I don't believe you Cheomung can hold it. As long as this wave is stabilized and Cheomung falls into a deep sleep again, Sakagi will have time to mobilize manpower and materials to completely control Cheomung. However, Sakagi thought very well, but he did not realize that Chao Meng in the nutrition warehouse had slightly opened his eyes. Hypnotic ready to be injected. Hypnotic infusion. With Sakaji's order, a hypnotic agent that was enough to overturn a group was injected into the nutrition tank. But at this moment, a mutation arose. Humans, do you think you can control me like this? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the minds of everyone present. Who? No, it's a super dream. It fully awake. Damn it. Quick, hypnotic, increase the infusion rate. It was found that Cheomung woke up. Not only Sakagi panicked, but also the scientific researchers and rocket team elites on the island were also panicked. How terrifying this game should be. How could they not know? If it really loses control and instead takes action against the rocket, I am afraid that no one but Sakagi will be its enemy. Enough. Stop doing useless work. Humans, I have learned a lot from the time time I have been in contact with you. Thank you for teaching me what cruelty is." The voice fell, and the nutrition warehouse that trapped Cheomung shattered. Immediately, a terrifying pink energy wave emerged from Mewtwo's body and hit the surrounding rocket's personnel. "Ah, help, forgive me, help, boss, help us." The pink energy that spreads is the psychic power that Mewtwo uses. Just a move of mine. Xiaomeng will rely on the power of mind to control all the members of the rocket present one by one. Of course, this is not absolute. With the power of Vivian, Sakagi can still resist the attack of this superpower. However, it was just resisting, because the most powerful Pokémon in Sakagi's hand, the Horned Bee, is still practicing in the vibrant forest. So at this moment, facing this out of control Mewtwo, all Sakagi can do is protect himself. As for the others, love can't help. Super Dream, you were created by me. Why did you betray me? Looking at the Mewtwo floating in the air, Sakagi was filled with unwillingness. This is a god who has gone through untold hardships and spent countless costs to create. However, the gods betrayed themselves. Do you call this a betrayal? Then consider it a betrayal. Indeed, my life is made by you. But I, Mewtwo, will not be under the command and control of anyone. Hearing Sakagi's scolding, Xiaomeng turned his eyes away. In the face of this former master, the cold Xiaomeng still has no emotional fluctuation, as if it was just talking to itself. Damn. Hearing Cheomung say this, Sakagi knew that he might not be able to be kind today. Catch Mewtwo. With his current strength, that's not realistic at all. The crony Sakagi only brought a Yondom, and it was not clear why he died. Whether these scientific researchers are elite, in Cheomung's eyes, they are simply ants that can be pinched to death by waving their hand, and they have no effect at all. It is himself, without the help of the big finger, facing this terrifying Super Dream. It is very difficult to protect himself. You don't need to. After all, were created by you. So, today I will not hurt you. Now, leave now. Don't make me change my mind. Seeing that Sakagi was ready to fight, Xiaomeng said to him coldly. At this time, in the face of Sakagi, Xiaomeng is like a high-level god who is giving alms to those lowly existences. Damn it. Just wait, Xiaomeng. Sooner or later I'll catch you again. Although it is said that this kind of charity made Sakagi feel very self-esteem. However, the terrifying power exuding from Cheomung was always warning him. The self at this time is not the opponent of this Super Dream at all. As a hero, Sakagi is of course not done. Even though his heart was full of unwillingness, Sakagi could only grit his teeth and admit it. Leaving a scene, Sakagi got into the helicopter in the valley base, and left the island that made him sad without looking back. Now, prepare for the judgment from God. Seeing Sakagi leaving, Xiaomeng turned his gaze back to the members of Team Rocket who were controlled by him with a cold face. Others don't know, but Cheomung knows his own situation at this time. Although it looked like Super Dream is unmatched, but at this time, it is actually very weak. If you really fight against Sakagi who has the power of Vibrant, it is really hard to say who will win in the end. This is also the reason why Xiaomeng would rather waste a lot of energy and scare Sakagi away. Super Dream, it also take time to recover. The left Sakagi is no longer concerned by Xiaomeng, and these gums controlled by it are not in the eyes of Xiaomeng. But Mewtwo relies on its powerful superpower to vaguely sense that there is another existence on this island that may threaten it. Looking into the distance, Xiaomeng's eyes were icy cold. Chapter 387_Super Dream is coming. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion sounded, disturbing Mu Chen and Xiaoji who were sleeping soundly. Pick up tilde. I Nima. What going on? Lao Su is sleeping soundly. He was woken up by an explosion after just resting for a night. Mu Chen said that he was very unhappy, because the previous battle was too exhausting. Even after a night's rest, Mu Chen still did not fully recover. At this time, he was away from his heyday, and at least he would have to rest for another day. I never thought that the danger from the inside of the island would appear so soon. Explosion. It was baffled, but Mu Chen knew. This explosion must be the danger mentioned in the random mission. Your uncle, why can't you be a day late? For this danger to come so quickly, Mu Chen was also deeply speechless. What's so special? Even if you let me fully recover my state one night at night, in such a hurry, why are you rushing to reincarnate? Pikachu, did something happen over there? Could there be enemy? Looking at the direction of the explosion, Ash made preparations for battle. First Landum, then Chrysanthemum. Who knows who it will be this time? No matter how simple this unfortunate child is, after so many experiences, he still grows. Pick it tilde. Pick. What happened? What happens to love? I don't care. Although he knew that the explosion must be the source of danger on the island, Mu Chen had no interest in finding out. So, as long as he doesn't come to make trouble, I'll run away when that old lady in Minas recovers. However, things in the world often backfire. The more you don't want something, the more it will give you something. Pikachu, look, is something flying over? As the old saying goes, stand tall and see far. On the chassis, Xiaoji was several levels higher than Mu Chen did not know. A figure looming in the sky in the direction of the explosion was naturally discovered by Xiaoji first. Pick up tilde. What the fuck? Really come? Nima. Xiaoji, your mouth is so open, right? Hearing Xiaoji's question, Mu Chen was speechless. Since this product has been seen, it is naturally no surprise that the unknown existence has been found. Although he didn't want to fight, but when the enemy came at his door, Mu Chen wasn't the character to wait for death. Special, come on, I am fighting you. At this time, Mu Chen was already desperately prepared, but when he also saw the fast-flying figure from the sky, the courage of this guy quickly passed away. Pika tilde tilde. God damn it. System, why are you trying to kill me? The other opponent, Mu Chen, did not panic, but this one, Mu Chen was really panicking. Mewtwo, this is such a dream. The thought of rewarding the super dream tortured self was powerless to fight back. The cold sweat on Mu Chen's forehead flowed uncontrollably. What the heck? Who am I provoking? Do you use this? Well, I can't believe that it turned out to be you on this island. Mu Chen was surprised when he saw Chao Meng, and when Chao Meng saw Mu Chen, he was also full of surprise. For this Pikachu, Mewtwo still has a deep impression. Although it was said that this Pikachu was not his opponent at all at that time, it was also one of the very few existences who could fight him for several rounds. And most importantly, at the time, Mewtwo couldn't feel any threat to him from this Pikachu. But now, Chao Meng can fully feel that this Pikachu can already pose some threat to himself. Although this sense of threat is not wrong, it is enough to make Mewtwo look sideways. You must know that Chao Meng's strength is also greatly improved at this time than before. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. That right, it's my father. What do you want? Aren't you afraid to see Lao Su? If you're afraid, get the hell out of me. The visitor is Cheomeng, and Mu Chen's heart is full of 10,000 words of MMP. Ha ha ha, little mouse, you are very interesting. Want me to leave? Yes, beat me. Although Chao Meng is not in the best state at this time, this Pikachu is not Sakagi either. Have no idea about you Sakagi Cheomeng, and about Pikachu. When you first gained freedom, Cheomeng is also itchy. Pick a tilde 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 pick. BBs, don't you want to fight? Zila tilde tilde tilde. Knowing that he couldn't scare away Cheomeng, Mu Chen didn't hesitate, and hit Cheomeng floating in a concave shape in midair with a single shot of 100,000 volt. Anyway, it's all about fighting. If you have nonsense skills, it's really better to strike first. Huh. Facing Mu Chen's shot, Cheomeng expressed a slight surprise. How dare this little thing dare to take the lead in attacking itself? I saw Cheomeng's eyes condense, and a burst of super energy erupted instantly, hitting Mu Chen's 100,000 volt. Boom. The roar of the explosion sounded. Pick up tilde pick up. I'm slipping. The heyday is not a match for this Chao Meng, not to mention that Mu Chen has not fully recovered at this time. At the moment when 100,000 volts were emitted, Mu Chen started the flash of electric light. Boom. As expected, just as he was out of the way, there was a violent explosion where Mu Chen was standing before. Obviously, his 100,000 volt can't do other people's super dream. Now, it's my turn to attack. Mewtwo is not surprised that Pikachu can dodge his own attack. As simple as narration, Mewtwo raised his right hand after speaking. I saw that his raised right hand pointed at the void. Immediately, an extremely fast superpower attack hit Mu Chen. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Is this phantom light? Seeing Cheomeng's attack, Mu Chen immediately recognized it. This is the phantom light that my old lady, Shinado, is good at. But the problem is, what's more, it's also a super type Pokémon. Why is the gap between the two of you so big? Compared to Mewtwo's phantom light, Shinado's has completely become a castrated version. This is not a level of existence at all. Without any second word, Mu Chen turned on the flash of electric light again, and was able to avoid the phantom light attack of Cheomeng. Interesting. Seeing Pikachu dodging his own attack again, Mewtwo finally became interested, as expected of a presence that could make him faintly feel a slight threat. Other than that, this feat is still very impressive. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Interesting. Have your horse back. Compared with the relaxed and freehand Cheomeng in the air, Mu Chen was about to be in a lot of embarrassment. He can avoid Mewtwo's direct attack, but he can't avoid the aftermath of the explosion. Chapter 388 Duel Mewtwo. Pikachu, don't hold back. We'll fight back with electric balls. Although I don't know why Mewtwo suddenly appeared, I couldn't help but do it to myself. But the enemy has already launched an attack. Of course Xiaoji will not follow that stupidly. Fight back. It is inevitable. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Fight back. Of course I know how to fight back. Mu Chen didn't know why Cheomeng was here, but what Mu Chen knew was that this guy was the crisis he mentioned in this random mission. If you want to survive the crisis, there is only one battle. After just 2 rounds of confrontation, Mu Chen found that although Chao Meng's attack ability was strong, it was not enough to make him feel hopeless. Even its most feared mind control was not used. Although Mu Chen didn't know why, this was indeed an opportunity for him. There are no 2 words. High-speed movement blessing. Charging skills are activated. After a night of recovery, although Mu Chen did not return to his best state, the problem of hitting a black electric ball was not a big deal. Speed doesn't make sense to me. Seeing Pikachu running all over the place. Mewtwo didn't notice anything unusual. As if talking to himself, he said something casually, and Xiaomeng raised his right hand again. A burst of pink energy emerged. Immediately, the pink energy condensed in front of Mewtwo, lashed out toward Pikachu, who was still running. Pick up. This trick again. Xiaomeng's skill was exactly the tracking illusion that Mew Chen used when he was fighting against Vivian Gym. Normally, when this skill is used, the speed is really meaningless. No matter how fast you are, it will always be exhausted, right? Once exhausted and the speed is reduced, can this tracking illusion still get used to you? It must be a fierce bombardment against the target. Speaking of this skill, Mew Chen was really scared before, but now, when you were my father, am I still the same yellow-skinned mouse? Lousy. Te is very powerful now. Just with the blessing of high-speed movement, this super dream illusion can't catch up with him. Mew Chen knew that as long as he turned on the electric light, he would be able to get rid of him in an instant. Because of this, Mew Chen didn't pay attention to the illusion technique chasing behind him. Chase it. You can chase it so hard. I will give you a hard shot when I finish charging my skill. However, the ideal is very full. The reality is too skinny. What Mew Chen thought was very beautiful, but this cruel reality gave him a big mouth. Mew Chen has made progress. How could Xiaomeng not make progress? The reason why he didn't use his signature mind power to control Mew Chen was just because Mewtwo's current energy consumption was too high and he needed time to recuperate. In order to shake back Sakagi before, Xiaomeng broke out the greatest energy without any reservation. Sakagi was indeed scared off, but the consumption of Xiaomeng was definitely not small. For Pikachu, Mewtwo thought that he could defeat him without much physical effort. After all, this guy is only letting himself feel a slight threat now. Xiaomeng came, but he just wanted to eliminate this potential threat in advance. The current Pikachu is still not seen by Mewtwo. Only, as the battle progressed, Xiaomeng realized that things were not as simple as they thought. This Pikachu is not as easy to deal with as he imagined. Even, it beat is much faster than before. His illusion technique was completely unable to catch up with Pikachu. Mewtwo is not a Pokémon who likes to plan beyond his expectations. All it wants is the thrill of being in control. Successfully escaped from the rocket, successfully frightened Sakagi, and successfully killed those abominable scumbags. All of this is in Xiaomeng's plan. In this regard, Mewtwo is very satisfied with his masterpiece. But the Pikachu in front of him gave Mewtwo the feeling that things were out of his control. This feeling is very bad. Haven't seen you in a while. You did impress me. No wonder it makes me feel threatened. Your progress is great, but that's all. After breaking free from the control of Team Rocket, and at the same time learning everything in this world through Team Rocket, Xiaomeng already knew what level of strength he was in this world. It is God. Now, a Pikachu has made him feel threatened, and he can even fight with himself, and Xiaomeng quit. As a god, how can I be delayed by a Pikachu? Although Mewtwo's energy was also close to being exhausted at this time, it still chose to go all out. The voice fell, and Xiaomeng raised his left hand, which had never been raised. A burst of pink energy shot out from Mewtwo's raised left hand, and hit Pikachu, who was still running hard. Although this energy is not as violent as the illusion technique, its speed and strangeness are far more than the straightforward big move of the illusion technique. Pick up. He was still running, and the charging skills had just finished, when Mew Chen suddenly felt that his body was out of control. What the hell? Coming. At this moment, Mew Chen already knew the reason why he lost control of his body. Xiaomeng's mind power has finally been used. Nima, isn't it special that you don't need to use this trick? Why did you use it again? Suddenly being controlled by the power of mind, Mew Chen said that he was not surprised. It was false. This B has been used all the time before. I think you don't plan to use this B skill anymore. However, if you use it early, I may still be a little stressed. But now, it's too late. Before Mew Chen was fully charged, he was restrained by his mind power, and he really had no way to break free. After all, his special attack ability is here, which is still much worse than other people's Xiaomeng. But, after the enhancement of charging, Mew Chen's special attack ability doubled instantly. After doubling, Xiaomeng wants to control him, but it will not be so easy. Pika Chu. Controlled in midair by the power of thought, the illusion technique that followed was about to strike, and Mew Chen exploded. A loud cry came out of his mouth. Electric current jumping and rolling over its cheek. In this case, the electric ball cannot be used, so I will give you a super 100,000 volt. Move your heart at will. Following Mew Chen's summoning, a terrifying electric current suddenly shot out from his cheek, and slammed into the mind control that controlled him. With a crisp sound, Mewtwo's psychic control over Pikachu shattered. Chapter 389 Mew Chen's conjecture. How is this possible? Looking at the 100,000 volts that disappeared into the sky, Xiaomeng's originally expressionless face finally showed a look of surprise. This Pikachu actually broke free from the control of his own power, and even defeated the illusion technique, and also blasted this 100,000 volts at himself. This was the first time that Mewtwo used teleportation to dodge an opponent's attack. For Super Dream, this is simply unbelievable. Although he said he was in a bad state, but I am a god will be forced back by a Pikachu. However, the fact is in front of us, and even if Chao Meng can't believe it in his heart, it can only face it. Pick. Compared to Chao Meng's astonishment, Mew Chen was helpless. Nima, too barren, isn't it? This is Lao Su's big move, so if you say dodge it, your attack is super strong, and you also have tracking. I will endure it. You are a perverted mind power. All kinds of control do not let people move. I will endure it. How can you use instant teleportation to avoid attack? I can't stand it. How to fight this? Facing Chao Meng, Mew Chen felt powerless. The charging skill has been used, and the 100,000 volt did not hit the opponent. Now, in the face of this terrifying chaos dream, Mew Chen has no way to fight back. If this guy comes to mind control again, Mew Chen might not even be able to break free. However, Mew Chen didn't know that Chao Meng at this time had no idea of continuing to fight. His own power control was broken, and the illusion technique was no match for Pikachu's 100,000 volt. Even myself was forced back by this Pikachu. At this moment, Chao Meng's heart has already raised a retreat. With his current poor state, his opponent Pikachu might even lose the battle. You know, there is a trainer behind Pikachu. Thinking of the tragic fate of losing the first battle and letting this trainer subdue him, how could Chao Meng continue to carry it hard? This Pikachu's ultimate dream is probably already known. As long as you recover by yourself, you can crush it casually. Now, don't rush this moment. Well, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectation. However, that's all. Now, I have no interest in you. When we see you next time, I hope you don't let me down. Otherwise, I will kill you. I once followed Sakagi, and he naturally learned a complete set of Super Dream. At the very least, when he retreated, he left the scene, and Chao Meng learned exactly the same. This Pikachu has already made Mewtwo feel threatened. Its progress is beyond Mewtwo's expectation. For Pikachu, Mewtwo has already been moved to kill. However, his condition was not good at this time, so Chao Meng could only choose to endure for the time being and let this Pikachu go. However, it didn't know that if it continued to attack, it would easily crush Mew Chen. Pick up ... What the fuck? Is this gone? Who are you frightening with this? Next time, I will not electrocute you. Seeing Chao Meng drop a sentence and disappear into the air, Mew Chen suddenly let out a breath. Nima finally left. If this bee continues to attack, what will I do to resist it? Mew Chen didn't care about the threatening words Chao Meng left before he left. What's more, the speed of my progress is absolutely beyond your imagination. You are very NB now, but when I continue to be strong, when I meet again next time, who will abuse who will not be sure. Today's battle also gave Mew Chen a strong confidence. Against this Super Dream, I can still resist it. Even its mind control is not impossible to break. When they meet again next time, their strength will definitely be enhanced. By the time, fantastic. Pikachu, we won. After defeating Mewtwo, Ash was naturally excited. Until this moment, this stupid beast still didn't know why Mewtwo appeared here and attacked Pikachu. However, that doesn't matter. Anyway, the final result is that he won, right? Obviously, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is also a triumphantist. Pick. Are you excited? Looking at the excited Xiaoji, Mew Chen was speechless. You don't even think about it. Why does Mewtwo appear on the island owned by Team Rocket? Combining the previous explosion, Mew Chen already had a rough guess about Chao Meng's appearance. There are only two possibilities. Either this Mewtwo was captured by the rocket, and then the guy broke the rocket's control and escaped. However, this possibility is not high. Only by facing Chao Meng can you know how terrifying this guy is. Want to catch it? Fuck, it's not that I look down on your rocket. Do you have such strength? Eliminate this possibility, and only one last possibility remains. The owner of Mewtwo, Sakagi. He is the rocket, maybe even the boss of the rocket. The previous life, Mew Chen had never watched the animation, and PM just played casually. He didn't have a deep impression on the plot or anything. It is precisely because of this that this guy does not know that Sakagi is the boss of the rocket. However, through this Chaos Dream attack, Mew Chen already had this guess in his heart. Otherwise, how could Mewtwo appear here? As for the previous explosion, that's pretty simple too. No matter how you look at Chao Meng now, it's all about yourself. Obviously, this guy escaped Sakagi's control by relying on his powerful ability. It's just, I don't know, that Sakagi is still here at this time. If there is. Thinking of this, Mew Chen was excited. For the rocket, Mew Chen definitely didn't have the slightest impression of him. If he could take this opportunity to kill Team Rocket's boss, Mew Chen would not refuse. However, when this guy took Xiaoji, this stupid bee, to the blasted valley, all he saw was the corpses of elites in uniforms of the rocket. The Sakagi he was thinking of was not here. Pick. Well, it seems that Lao Su's guess is not wrong. This Sakagi has absolutely something to do with the rocket, and even that guy is the boss of the rocket. Haha. Great. Pikachu, we can finish the mission mission and go home. It's not the same as Mu Chen's focus. Seeing the bodies of Team Rocket members here, Ash was excited. The mission he came out this time was to investigate the possibility of Team Rocket on this island. Thorough investigation of the rocket. Detailed. Chapter 390_main quest 2. Xiaoji, you've worked hard. After a few days of recuperation, Minos finally recovered. As soon as Minos recovered, Mu Chen and Xiaoji naturally left the island without any hesitation. Returning to Kanto, he even brought the news of the destruction of the rocket branch, as Yulongdu, who greeted Xiaoji, expressed his satisfaction. This product is indeed my favorite thug, and it is still very useful. As for why it is said to destroy the rocket branch, this, of course, was explained to Xiaoji by Mu Chen on the way. Mu Chen wouldn't let Xiaoji know about turning into an adult. However, through writing and drawing, communication can still be done. Xiaoji has a big heart, and Pikachu can write. In his opinion, it can only show that his initial Pokémon is smarter than others, but he didn't think too much. With Mu Chen's advice, Xiaoji naturally wouldn't mention Mewtwo. Chrysanthemum. There is no need for Mu Chen to warn him about this. Xiaoji is not a fool. For the league, this is what it should be. Accepting Yulongdu's compliment, Xiaoji's suspicion of these heavenly kings has been reduced by a few points. Come to think of it, among these heavenly kings, Juzi is a scumbag, right? Others still very friendly. Pick up. As for Xiaoji's handover to Yulongdu, Mu Chen has no interest at all. At this time, he was still recalling the rewards and tasks he had received before. After leaving the uninhabited island, Mu Chen can naturally get random reward. The unknown big turntable this time is not as powerful as the last time. Soon as the 30 race value was fired, Mu Chen was completely dismissed. For this, Mu Chen was still very dissatisfied. Even if you give me 50 points, it's fine. Now Mu Chen's racial value has reached 525 points, reaching the level of the 3 fire-breathing dragons of the royal family. But this was not enough for Mu Chen. I am a skin god. How can you compare those scumbags to me? At least get 600 directly, right? How good is he? It really doesn't work. 666 can also accept it. However, since the reward has already been distributed, it is useless for Mu Chen to complain. After getting the reward, Mu Chen thought that he would be fine. He never thought, just when he was about to lie down and rest, and when Xiaoji returned to the Kanto continent, the electronic sound of the system came from his mind again. Didi, congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded, the random access mode has been upgraded, and the original world line has been completely changed. Walter, you congratulate me. Congrats to your uncle. Can you let me stop for a few days? Just after a continuous battle, Mu Chen really wanted to lie down and rest for a few days. I never thought that at this time, the system upgrade was completed. Didi, the main quest Mission Road 2 is open. Cao Nian, you are very powerful now. Abuse of vegetables, isn't it boring? Isn't it unchallenging? For example, the existence of the level of Mewtwo as your opponent. So, Cao Nian, move on. Mission requirement, accompany Ash on a new journey to conquer your opponent. Of course, while conquering your opponent, you also have to think about lifelong events for Xiaoji. A fool. Happiness can't always be enjoyed by you alone, can it? Xiaoxia has been captured by you. So, in the next year, you have to help Ash find a partner. Quest reward, advance Gin God. Failure to punish, obliterate this. Needless to say, you know Tilda. I am Nima. This is what made Mu Chen tangled all the way. Main quest to start. He is not surprised. However, this random entry upgrade, the original world line has changed. What does this mean? Did the plot mess up? Well, let's just mess up. Anyway, I don't know the original plot, but the problem is, this main quest, what the hell is Nima? Didn't we say it good to fight monsters and upgrade to abuse vegetables? Why do I still ask me to find a partner for that stupid bee of Xiaoji? Are you sure you're not joking? Just that stupid bee. Does he know what female means? Does he know what a lady is? Does he know what it means to be full, warm, and lustful? Does he know what humming is? This stupid bee, he is so full of battles. Okay, the difficulty of the main quest this time seems to Mu Chen to be countless times more difficult than the previous main quest. This Nima, how can I have this ability? However, the mission has been released. At this moment, lying on Xiaoji's shoulder, Mu Chen no longer had any thoughts of paying attention to other young ladies. In his eyes, except for Xiaoxia, except for Lingzi and Kei Na, who were taken advantage of by him, the rest of the young ladies are all potential stock, and all of them may be arranged for Xiaoji. Mad. No, I will go to Xiao Mao. That bee has a lot of young ladies and sisters. She's just a pimp. When the time comes, let's take a look and get one from him first. Finish this unfortunate task and then talk about the other. Even at this time, Mu Chen had already thought of using force. When I send an electromagnetic wave down, I will directly help you cook raw rice and cooked rice. I don't know if this counts as completing the task. Mu Chen knew that there was no alliance challenge in this mission, so the difficulty lies in Xiaoji, this stupid bee. This bee can be enlightened, then Lao Su can complete the task in one day. But if this idiot bee didn't do his best, Mu Chen would have no choice but to drag him to death. Pikachu, it's really hard for you. Let go back and rest. Of course Xiaoji didn't know what Mu Chen was thinking. After the handover, Ash took Pikachu all the way back to his residence. As for the disappearing chrysanthemum, who cares? If the old woman really disappeared, it would be a good thing for Yulongdu and the others. It's hard to find anything else in the Alliance, and there are too many strong people who are aspiring to become the king of heaven. A newcomer is always better than that old woman Juzi. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde 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 tilde. Mu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to what Yulongdu people thought. As long as you don't come to trouble yourself, you are intrigued by the infertility of love. Anyway, the main mission 2 has been released, and Mu Chen knows that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, is afraid that he will continue to travel soon. This is also in line with his character. Really let him stay motionless in one place. This fool bee must collapse. When it's time to travel, the Kanto region will just toss with these people. Mu Chen said that he really doesn't care. At this moment, what Mu Chen cared about most was the Xiaoxia who came out to greet him. Seeing Xiaoxia's open arms, Mu Chen flew over excitedly. Nima, dear, I haven't seen you for a few days. You want to kill me, but you are finally willing to hug me. Chapter 391 Xiaoxia misunderstood again. Asshole, little bastard. Tell me honestly, have you been obedient these days? Looking at the coquettish and cute Pikachu in her arms, Xiaoxia with her pretty face blushing was interrogating him. Xiaoxia didn't feel how it was before, but not anymore. This bastard can transform into a human. At first Xiaoxia really couldn't accept it. However, when Pikachu and Xiaoji left, Xiaoxia realized that her heart was already filled with the bastard figure of Pikachu. Xiaoxia doesn't care about Xiaoji, but Pikachu's departure really makes Xiaoxia worry about it, for fear that this guy will suffer any harm and encounter various dangers. Now that Pikachu is back safely, Xiaoxia no longer restrains her feeling. Anyway, he had already made plans to live with this bastard for the rest of his life. Now that he can become a human, wouldn't it be better? And this little bastard who turned into a human is so handsome. Of course, Xiaoxia wouldn't express this kind of girl's mind directly to the bastard Pikachu. What if he knew this? Xiaoxia has a clear grasp of this guy's disposition. At this moment, Xiaoxia's plan is to accept this bastard head on and accept the fact that he can become a human. But the necessary process is still required. When Pikachu took advantage, Xiaoxia endured it, but she became that handsome human. Xiaoxia said that she needed a process. Pick up tilde tilde pi tilde tilde. Be good. Of course I'm good boy. Facing Xiaoxia's question, Mu Chen naturally nodded again and again. Just kidding. Even if it's not good, I can tell you what's wrong with your little girl. We're not stupid, are we? Looking at Xiaoxia in front of her, Mu Chen knew that the hurdle in this little girl's heart had passed. The rest is just the accumulation of time and the cultivation of feeling. I will find you tonight. Let's have a good chat about life tilde tilde. Of course Xiaoxia didn't know what Pikachu was thinking, but he soon knew. Hi, Pikachu. At night, looking at this handsome guy who appeared in front of her again, Xiaoxia asked hesitantly. Although it was said that they had met twice, this was still an unacceptable thing for Xiaoxia. Especially, this guy is like a savage, blocking key positions with 2 leads. Although Xiaoxia doesn't need to be shy like this, but looking at the shape of this product in front of her, Xiaoxia can only hold back her smile. This is hilarious. Nonsense. It's not lousy or who. Laugh if you want. Don't hold back. Seeing Xiaoxia's twitching corners of her mouth, Mu Chen helplessly rolled his eyes. Fuck, Dad, do I think so? I am Pikachu, not some barren orangutan Tarzan. However, as soon as he transformed into a light, this Mu Chen was also very helpless. In order not to let this little girl kick you out again because of her shyness, Mu Chen had no choice but to do this. At least, this way the two can communicate, right? Hee tilde tilde. Pikachu, when did you become human? Are there any restrictions on your transformation? Knowing that this is Pikachu, Xiaoxia's timidity gradually disappeared. There are countless questions in Xiaoxia's heart as to whether Pikachu can turn into a human. One was fear, and the other was shy. If the fear is gone, and shyness can be controlled, Xiaoxia naturally wants to take the time to ask questions. That's when you see Lao Su being able to transform for the first time. Also, I have a name. My name is Mu Chen. When I become a human, I will stop Pikachu. Pikachu. In the beginning, Mu Chen didn't get used to it when he first turned into a human being, and he always had to bring the word Pika when he spoke. Now that he has finally controlled it, he naturally doesn't want Xiaoxia to wake up her painful memories. Special. I am human. Mu Chen. Is this your name? After hearing Mu Chen's reply, Xiaoxia silently took the name in her heart. Is this his name? Facing Mu Chen who has transformed into a human, Xiaoxia feels both familiar and unfamiliar. Familiar, naturally because this is the Pikachu that I hold every day. And unfamiliar, that's just because Xiaoxia really never thought that this guy could transform into a human. Okay, Naidi, this is not the first time we meet. Can we not chat with you? I have limited time. It was rare to become a human, but Mu Chen wanted to hug this girl with his human body. Who is dear to you? Shameless. Xiaoxia blushed instantly when she heard Mu-chen shamelessly calling herself dear. This shameless bastard. Miss Ben wants to cultivate a new relationship with you. How can you be so simple and rude? You know, Xiaoxia has gone through a very big ideological struggle after knowing that this guy can become a human being. Although Xiaoxia compromised and chose to stay, she chose to accept this bastard. But emotional cultivation is a must. By the way, you said the time is limited. After scolding Mu-chen, Xiaoxia suddenly remembered another sentence that this guy said just now. What does limited time mean? Is it? In an instant, Xiaoxia's pretty face blushed. This bastard, can't he cultivate a relationship with Miss Ben? When Pikachu was shameless, it became even more shameless when he became a human. Because of Mu-chen's words, Xiaoxia was obviously thinking wrong. Dear Drop, I really have limited time. Can we go straight to the topic? Of course Mu-chen didn't know what Xiaoxia thought, although he said that he also wanted to fight the Overlord, but 5 minutes was really not enough. What more? It's half over now. At this moment, Mu-chen just wanted to say something to Xiaoxia, and then hug the girl. However, this Xiaoxia is always talking about something useless. Get out of here. There was a misunderstanding in the first place, but now hearing Mu-chen say this, the misunderstanding instantly hit the hammer. The blushing pretty face became even more rosy with anger. This bastard. It is rare for this lady to choose to accept you. Color ruffian. Pure color ruffian. I white. What did I say again? Xiaoxia was furious, and Mu-chen was instantly stunned. What's up with this Nima? Well, I didn't say a few words, so why are you chasing lousy? However, in the face of Xiaoxia's resolute attitude, Mu-chen left Xiaoxia's room with a look of grief and indignation. I am Nima. Who am I to provoke me? Old man, can you let me finish? My time is really limited. Looking at the door that was slammed shut by Xiaoxia, Mu-chen wanted to cry and be bored. Fuck, so cold. Time. Hurry up. It's a big night. I don't have any clothes on. Chapter 392 Kai Yi's letter. Xiaoji, have you really made a decision? Yulongdu was shocked. Kona was shocked. And even Shiba, a big man with thick line, was shocked. What's the situation? A good champion has not been a champion for 2 days, so why are you going to travel? According to ordinary people, it must be a desperate performance to hold the title of champion for the first time, desperately trying to gain power in one's own hand, and desperately trying to build a sense of existence in front of the people of Kanto. The results of it. This one is good. The task has been completed one, and you are going to travel soon. Do you look down on our Kanto champion? Still look down on it? Or really look down on it? For Xiaoji's decision, everyone expressed their incomprehension. Yes, Lord Heavenly Kings, I have decided. My current strength is not enough. This trip to the island has taught me a lot, so I decided to continue to go out to experience. Although this trip to the island was a near miss, Xiaoji also thoroughly understood his own problem. Apart from Pikachu, he really doesn't have any Pokémon that he can get his hands on. In the battle against Kikuko, if it wasn't for Pikachu's desperate use of thunder, he would have been defeated in the end. It is precisely because of this that on the way back to Kanto, Ash began to think about continuing to travel. As for why this product made the decision to travel after returning to Kanto, it can only be said that it was because of a letter. This letter is from a little girl he helped when he attended Pokémon summer camp as a child. After the little girl saw Xiaoji's heroic appearance as the champion of Kanto on TV, she immediately recalled everything from the beginning. It is precisely because of this that the girl finally decided to contact Xiaoji. The connection turned out to be good. After 2 days of contact, the two hit it off and decided to embark on a brand new journey as a Pokémon trainer. The destination of travel is also very easy to solve. All over the world are Xiaoji's places. Because this girl has a different kind of affection for Xiaoji, this stupid bee, so she has absolutely no opinion on where to travel. In the end, Xiaoji came to the front of several heavenly kings and announced that he was about to embark on a journey. Well, since this is the case, then we wish you to become stronger and stronger. This is also a good thing for our Kanto region. Looking at Xiaoji's firm eyes, Yulongdu agreed to his request unequivocally. Go, better go. It just happened to let me completely confiscate all the rights in Kanto. Although it was said that Xiaoji left and Yulongdu lost an opportunity to win over, but this problem was not a big problem for him. Just a thug. It doesn't matter. What Yulongdu wants is right. Without Xiaoji's unstable factor that has not yet surrendered to him, Yulongdu's collection of right can only be more convenient and faster. Among the 3 heavenly kings, whoever wants Xiaoji to leave the most can only be Kana. It was already suppressed by the powerful Yulongdu, and finally a possible ally came, but as a result, there is no relationship. This one is going to travel. Although Xiaoji goes on a trip, his identity is still the champion of the Kanto region. But the question is, who really knows how long you're going to travel? After a year and a half of this trip, isn't the daylily all cold? Seeing Xiaoji with firm eyes, Kona could only sigh helplessly. It's before this kid leave, I must confirm this ally. Although Ash left, allies couldn't help each other. But when she has this level of relationship, in the face of Yulongdu's oppression, Kona can also maintain her independent right. A heavenly king, a champion, even he Yulongdu would not dare to suppress too much. At the very least, with the relationship of forming an alliance with Xiaoji, Kona's dignity as a heavenly king, he still has to respect the dragon crossing. Of course, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, doesn't know anything about all this. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, are you excited? We're going to travel again. Travel, experience, and constantly challenge the strong. This is what Xiaoji wants most. Just a few days after returning to Kanto, Xiaoji, who was trapped in the Core Plateau every day, fell into a collapse, and that girl's letter just became Ash's life-saving straw. Pick up. Mu Chen had no time to take care of Xiaoji's excitement, told Xiaoxia that he could only transform himself for 5 minutes at a time, and it would take 24 hours to transform. Result: Mu Chen was naturally extremely sad. Nima, little girl with no conscience, are you happy that I have transformed into such a short time? Of Xiaoxia's happy smiling face when she said that she could only transform for 5 minutes at a time, Mu Chen's teeth itched with hatred. What the matter? You are happy. 5 minutes of Lao Su's foreplay is not over yet. But the problem is, I can see it, but I can't eat it. I can't stand this feeling. However, Xiaoxia also explained it clearly to herself. Become an adult, she can accept it. Even because of the relationship between the two, Xiaoxia acquiesced to Mu Chen's attitude of treating herself as a girlfriend. But, most importantly, Xiaoxia is still very persistent. Miss Ben doesn't care when you take advantage of Pikachu, but when I become a human, I have to be honest with this lady. Emotions must be cultivated. At present, after a few days of unremitting effort, Mu Chen has just reached the point where he can touch a small hand. When Mu Chen, who was transformed into an adult, touched her little hand, Xiaoxia was naturally shy. But the problem is that this is not enough for Mu Chen. When I was Pikachu, I really wanted to touch how I wanted to accept the key point. As a result, Tetsu has become a human now, and can experience the real touch. How can I start all over again with a nod? This is so special. 5 minutes a day. I was a hanging silk in my previous life, not a special lover. However, in the face of this determined Xiaoxia, Mu Chen had no choice but to follow step by step. Kinadi, Xiaoji's stupid bee seems to have contacted some young lady and said that she wants to travel with us, so you can go with us too. At night, Mu Chen, who came to Xiaoxia's room, touched Xiaoxia's smooth little hand, and told her the purpose of Xiaoji's stupid bee. Ooh, Xiaoji is also your master. Why do you say that about him? Others were fine, but Mu Chen's attitude towards Xiaoji made Xiaoxia speechless. This guy Ash. Well, he's a bit silly, but isn't he nice to you? Hey, don't mention him. It's annoying to mention Lao Su. Dear, let go with us. I don't know how long this trip will be. I can't live without you. Chapter 393 Embark on a new journey. Mom, Dr. Damu, Lord Heavenly King, you don't have to send them away. I'm leaving now. Now that he has decided to embark on a new journey, Xiaoji will of course not have any hesitation. After a simple handover, Xiaoxia came to the platform of the suspended train from Wangjin City to Manjin City in Chengdu. Seeing a group of people saying goodbye to him, Xiaoji's heart is full of hope for the future. Today, he is already the champion of the Kanto region. But that's not enough. I have to continue to challenge myself, to challenge other regions, to challenge their game, their kings, their champion. Only by constantly fighting against these powerhouses can I finally become the Pokémon master of my dream. Of course, Xiaoji, who had already discovered his inadequacies, also made a new plan. The iron-headed baby BB bird and the relatively weak snow fairy were kept at home by Xiaoji to accompany Hanako. Now, he can be considered to have vacated the position of two Pokémon. During the trip, Ash naturally wants to conquer new Pokémon to enhance his strength. Moreover, Minos, Shinado and Miss Kier are also the main training targets of Xiaoji's trip this time. Only by letting them grow up can they share the pressure of Pikachu in times of crisis. Xiaoji knew that at least he had to let these main Pokémon in his hands grow to the level of the king, in order to share the worries for Pikachu. As for the main Pikachu, of course this is also to be carried. But Xiaoji also knows that this guy liked to lie down, liked to be lazy, and like edge OB. So this time Xiaoji also made a decision. As long as it's an unnecessary fight, it won't let Pikachu play abusive vegetable. Win or lose, all he has to exercise are the other Pokémon. Of course, Mu Chen didn't care about this situation. It's the best thing to be able to not go to the field to fight. As for Xiaoji, who left the Snow Fairy, one of his harem cheerleaders, at home. Haha, I don't have any feelings anyway. I don't care. Among these cheerleading teams, Mu Chen has the deepest relationship with Minos, followed by Shinado, a Do-em, and a disobedient playing, Misker. With the three of them, plus Xiaoxia, it was enough for Mu Chen. Yes, Xiaoji traveled, and Xiaoxia naturally wants to accompany her all the way. Although the eyes of others looking at the two were full of ambiguity, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, who were the parties, didn't care. Xiaoji, this stupid bee, doesn't understand what ambiguous means at all. Xiaoxia's word. If it wasn't for Pikachu, she wouldn't go to accompany Xiaoji, a foolish bee. After After Mu Chen's constant request, Xiaoxia naturally agreed to travel with him. This is not only to improve the progress of the relationship between the two, but also to watch over this little bastard. Pikachu, this bastard's disposition, Xiaoxia knows very well. If you don't watch it, who knows what this bastard can do. 5 minutes. Hehe, Xiaoxia is not a fool. I don't understand. Why don't I ask my 3 sisters? In the words of her 3 sisters, 5 minutes is a long time, right? A lot of strong-looking men often persist for less than 3 minutes. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia is determined to stare at this bastard Pikachu this time. Since you chose me, you can't study other young lady. As a woman, Xiaoxia also has a very strong possessiveness. Of course, it didn't matter to Mu Chen at all. With Xiaoxia, he really couldn't hold other young ladies in his heart. Anyway, I still have a few old ladies, and even that Lingxi and Kona are occasionally taken advantage of by him, which is enough. Speaking of Kona, this bitch's intention was finally achieved before Ash left. At this moment, she has formed an alliance with Ash. However, Xiaoji, one of the parties involved, was unaware of this matter. On the night that Ash said he was leaving, Kona came to Pikachu again. What she wanted was naturally an alliance. With Kona's active cooperation, Mu Chen took advantage of it madly. Even, this guy was almost uncontrollably transformed into an adult, and the spectacled girl, Kona, was rectified on the spot. However, at a critical moment, Mu Chen thought that in the 3rd chapter of the contract between Xiaoxia and himself, it was absolutely forbidden to expose the fact that he could become a human being in front of anyone other than her. In the end, Mu Chen endured it. Crazy took advantage of it, and the red-faced Kona naturally raised the issue of forming an alliance again. Mu Chen is not someone who just takes advantage and doesn't do anything. That definitely a promise. On the 2nd day, Kona came again, and Mu Chen also showed up with an agreement bearing the seal of Xiaoji's champion. Seeing that Xiaoji has made a statement, Kona is naturally overjoyed. After some advantage activities ended, the alliance between the two was officially reached. Pikachu, what do you think of contacting Xiaoji? This stupid little sister Zhang. Sitting on the suspended train, Xiaoxia asked Pikachu in her arms in a low voice with a curious expression on her face. Under the influence of Mu Chen, Xiaoxia now starts to call Xiaoji Hanbi behind her back. No way, whether this guy is talking or doing things, it is really a worthy evaluation of the word B. Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. Rolling his eyes, Mu Chen looked at Xiaoxia helplessly. How does this old man know? It is estimated that he is a blind man, and he even took the initiative to contact Xiaoji, this stupid B. However, having said that, this is also an opportunity for Lao Su. I heard that Hanbi described before. They are still childhood friends. This stupid B helped others when he was a child. It's probably because of this that little sister had fantasies about Xiaoji, this stupid B, so she took the initiative to contact him. Right. Thinking of this, Mu Chen came to the spirit. Wouldn't it be nice if you could use this to complete the task? 1 year. Time is limited, and Mu Chen can't afford to delay. A suitable partner for Xiaoji, a fool, and even fewer will encounter feelings for him. If this little sister is really interested in Xiaoji, this stupid B, then I will definitely help this little sister to make it happen. Xiaoji, who cares about his wishes? I want to complete the task. Pikachu, you little bastard. I can warn you, this time you are traveling with that young lady, and you must not have any thoughts about others. This is the most important reason why Xiaoxia travels with Xiaoji. Just kidding. If you leave it alone and travel for a year, won't you become second tier? This bastard Pikachu is coquettish and cute, and Xiaoxia has a deep understanding of how shameless it is to take advantage of it. Chapter 394 Serena. Ah, this is the Manjin market in Chengdu. It's so prosperous. It seems to be more prosperous than our Kanto Golden Market. After 2 days of travel, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia finally set foot on the land of Chengdu. Looking at the bustling Manjin city, Xiaoxia's eyes are full of curiosity. It's really bustling. But where is Serena? Didn't she say she would wait for us here? The girl with whom Ash was childhood sweethearts was exactly Selena from the Carlos region. The meeting place agreed by the two was Manjin City in the Chengdu area. Now that he is in Manjin City, Xiaoji naturally wants to meet up with his partners and then talk about other things. Xiaoji. Just when Ash was still looking for Serena's figure, a clear voice came from behind them. Selena, you've grown so big. I remember you were a little. Attracted by the sound, Xiaoji naturally turned his head to look. Seeing this, Xiaoji was stunned. Of course, he wasn't surprised. Xiaoji was stunned, entirely because the current Serena had grown up and was no longer the same as he remembered. Also, who doesn't grow up? Who is this? Hearing Ash's idiot question, Serena is full of helplessness. However, Serena soon focused her attention on Xiaoxia, who was standing beside Xiaoji. Looking at this tall and tall, holding Pikachu, wearing denim shorts, showing a pair of snow white long legs. While Serena was puzzled, there was a hint of hostility between them. What does this orange-haired beauty have to do with Xiaoji? Why did they come to Chengdu together? Are you going to travel together? And Pikachu, doesn't this Pikachu belong to Ash's champion pet? Why in the hands of this beauty? Just as Mu Chen guessed, Serena does have extraordinary feelings for Ash. This is also the reason why Serena immediately contacted him after seeing Ash on TV and agreed to travel together. However, Xiaoxi's appearance went beyond Serena's plan. In her plan, she wants to travel with Xiaoji to enhance the relationship between the two through travel, and eventually become the most important woman in Xiaoji's life. But, now this guy Xiaoji actually travels with a beautiful young lady. Ah, she is Xiaoxia, my partner in the Kanto region. Xiaoxia will also travel with us this time. Of course Ash couldn't feel Serena's hostility. This stupid B's emotional intelligence made Mu Chen very anxious. Hello, I'm Xiaoxia. Unlike Xiaoji, who is a foolish bee, Xiaoxia naturally felt the faint hostility in Serena's eyes. In this regard, Xiaoxia is indifferent. Miss Ben and Xiaoji, this stupid bee, have nothing to do with it. You can think whatever you like. However, I hope that after traveling for a while, you can still have fantasies about this silly bee. Selena. Although he is hostile to Xiaoxia, he still has to do it. Seeing Xiaoxia stretch out her hand, Selena can only reach out and shake Xiaoxia's hand, which is a formal acquaintance with each other. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? What the hell? God damn it. Blind. As a bad old man, Mu Chen is not as sensitive as Xiaoxia. He couldn't feel Serena's hostility at all. At this moment, Mu Chen has fallen. Nima. Flackerl. Blackzil. Long leg. The development is also obviously much better than our Xiaoxia. Blind. It's so stupid. The thought of matching a young lady of this level to Xiaoji made Mu Chen's heart torn apart. For the sake of Xiaoxia's he had to give up the entire forest by himself. How intense the pain was, only Mu Chen, who was the client, knew. However, Xiaoxia quickly woke him up. Pick up tilde pick up. I am Nima. It hurt daddy. There is a new young lady. Can't you save some face for me? Suddenly Xiaoxia turned on the skin pulling mode, and Mu Chen screamed in pain. Hee hee. Xiaoji, is this your Pikachu? So cute tilde. Xiaoxia, can you give me a hug? However, it was Mu Chen's exclamation that relieved the awkward atmosphere at this time. Of course, Xiaoji didn't feel the slightest bit of this awkward atmosphere. Okay tilde tilde, but Serena, you have to be careful. This little guy is not very honest. He always moves around tilde. As the saying goes, women are all born actors. Although Xiaoxia doesn't care about Serena's enemy, she is not someone who is agreed. This girl, I have no idea about Xiaoji. Stupid bee, if you have an idea, you can do it yourself. Don't involve me in this girl. As for Pikachu, anyway, I was scratching my skin just now. I don't believe that this little bastard dares to do anything under my nose. At this moment, Xiaoxia was extremely grateful that she was so wise. Just go out and travel with this little bastard. Otherwise, this little bastard has just felt the rising body temperature in her arms, but Xiaoxia can clearly feel it. During the time when Mu Chen and Xiaoji went to the deserted island, Xiaoxia was not idle. If she knew little about men and women before, then now she knows a lot. I don't understand, but a few sisters understand. Through her sister's words and deeds, and through the knowledge collected from various online books, how could Xiaoxia still not know what this bastard's elevated body temperature means? Pick a tilde 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 pick. Nima, I am such an idiot. Why do you want Xiaoxia to follow? Fortunately for Xiaoxia, Mu Chen was naturally full of remorse. This is so special. If I don't let Xiaoxia come, won't I be happy? Even if this little sister Serena was arranged for Xiaoji in the end, we can take advantage of it. Let's try the feel of the long legs in the stocking. This is great. Now that we are all together, let's start traveling. The first stop is the Chengdu area. I'm going to challenge the gym, and then challenge the Heavenly King and champion in Chengdu. If it is an ordinary trainer, after challenging the gym, it is natural to wait for the alliance competition. But what is Ash's identity? It is normal for the champion of the Kanto region to challenge gym kings and even champions in other regions. Now Xiaoji is also planning to do so. Regardless of the alliance competition, it is to challenge the gym, the king, and the champion all the way, through them to enhance their fighting strength, and through them to thoroughly cultivate the Pokémon of Nina. Even during this trip, I can reconquer 2 Pokémon I like. Chapter 395 Serena's determination. Hello, I'm Ash from the Kanto region, and I want to challenge your gym. Ash perfectly explained to Serena what a fighting maniac is. Just after leaving the suspended train platform, this guy took the 2 girls all the way to the Manjinshi gymnasium to challenge. Xiaoxia, who has long been aware of Xiaoji's personality, is naturally no surprise, but Serena was more puzzled. Xiaoji, has he always been like this? This is Manjin City. In the entire Pokémon world, the prosperity of Manjin City can definitely be among the best. It is full of dazzling shops, various playgrounds, flower shop, and even a very complete Pokémon beauty salon and other facilities in the underground. However, Xiaoji brought 2 beautiful female companions, and the first stop turned out to be a challenge to the Manjin City gym. Shouldn't travel be to experience delicious food, leisure and entertainment settings everywhere? This Xiaoji is already the champion of the Kanto region. What kind of battle is he still pursuing? Hey, Selena, you don't understand. Taking a sad look at the confused soft girl. Xiaoxia shrugged helplessly. Had so little fantasies about this silly bee. But this fantasy quickly dissipated. This idiot bee is simply a lunatic who wants nothing but fight. What leisure, what entertainment, what beautiful lady, in this stupid world that doesn't exist at all. If he was interested in anything other than the battle, it was the second battle. Pika tilde 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 pick. Xiaoxia sighed, and Mu Chen also sighed. Hey, this stupid bee, I am suffering. What's so special about this little sister Serena, who is a little interested in that silly bee? If this little sister is scared away by this silly bee in the end, I won't cry to death. Mu Chen knew that this was his chance. If you miss it, you don't know when the next time will be. However, he can find a way to create opportunities for Selena. But what about Hanbi Xiaoji? That bastard. I'm afraid that this Serena is just in front of him, and this bee doesn't have any reaction. Just when Mu Chen was worried that this Serena would also be persuaded by Xiaoji and Tai Hanhan, Serena said suspiciously, I don't understand. I don't understand what? Xiaoxia, explain it well tilde. In Mu Chen's view, a woman like a creature is very magical. A minute ago, these two chicks were full of hostility, and now they are so affectionate as sisters. A smart girl has implicitly expressed to Selena that she has someone, and it is impossible for her to be with Xiaoji. Xiaoxia is a smart girl, and Selena is not stupid. When Xiaoxia said this, she still didn't understand what she meant. As long as Xiaoxia and Xiaoji are not having fun, she doesn't care if they travel together. Anyway, didn't you kill yourself now? Hey, Xiaoji, he. Looking at Serena, Xiaoxia nodded her head vaguely again. You mean Xiaoji has a bad head? Is he hurt? Serena is smart, but when it comes to people she likes, it's different. Seeing Xiaoxia telling herself like this, Selena suddenly became nervous. Could it be that Ash has been seriously injured? God, no. I mean, Ash doesn't know anything about relationship. In other words, it's just a piece of wood, and it doesn't understand anything between men and women at all. Looking at this Serena who is about to fly into the flames, Xiaoxia's eyes are full of deep sympathy. Unlucky child, how can you like Xiaoji, this Iron Hanhan? However, just when Xiaoxia thought that Serena would back down, a dazzling light radiated from the girl's eyes. Damn tilde, what did I think you were talking about? That's it. Hee tilde. Xiaoji, this Tai Hanhan has been like this since he was a child. I have known it for a long time tilde. Xiaoxia, don't worry, I will make him fall in love with me tilde. Serena is a smart girl. Although Xiaoxia has made a statement, she still has to seize every opportunity to confirm her territorial sovereignty. Ash, but she's Serena's killed all the way from Carlos to this Chengdu area. What is Selena drawing? Isn't it Tai Hanhan Xiaoji who has left a shadow in her heart for countless years? For Selena, it doesn't matter if Xiaoji is a naive EQ and doesn't understand these love affairs. As a childhood playmate, Serena wasn't the first to meet Ash. She was also mentally prepared for this situation. Even Serena had already made plans to fight a protracted war. Dai Liangong is still afraid of being soft around her fingers. A beautiful woman like Serena can't take down the Tai Hanhan. With full confidence in herself, Serena didn't hold back at all. Well, Serena, come on. I will do everything I can to help you. Seeing this girl so determined, Xiaoxia was also moved. Good man. This kind of iron-headed baby who sacrifices himself for others and is willing to sacrifice himself to influence Tai Hanhan. There are really not many in this world. If Serena can come together with Xiaoji, Xiaoxia will also support 100%. In this way, he saved himself from guarding against the bastard Pikachu. Seeing that bastard Pikachu looking at Serena's thigh, Xiaoxia thought about whether or not she wanted to wear a pair of stockings. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde tilde. At this moment, Mu Chen's appearance is not some long legs in stocking. When he heard Serena's statement, the guy was immediately excited. What the hell? Cowhide. Miss Serena is a cowhide. What we want is your iron-headed child spirit. Don't worry, I'm just that stupid bee. I will send him directly to you. At this moment, Mu Chen was full of confidence in this main quest. As long as Serena cooperates, Ash's side will be very easy to solve. I don't believe it. I don't feel it at all about this beautiful lady who delivered it to your door. No matter what Mu Chen thinks, no matter what Serena and Xiaoxia think. Anyway, at this moment, Xiaoji definitely has no feeling at all. Because I'm the champion of Kanto, can I decide the rules of the game? Ha ha, that great. Then let's have a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. Each person takes turns to fight 3 Pokemon, and the side that defeats all the opponent's Pokemon wins. When he came to the gym, facing Xiao Qian, the beautiful owner of the Golden City, Xiaoji had no idea of appreciating it at all. In his world, there is only fighting. Because this guy is the champion of Kanto, so the gym challenge doesn't need to be like an ordinary person. Therefore, Ash decided the rules for each player to play 3 Pokemon. In this way, Minas, Shinado and Miss Here will all get exercise. Chapter 396_Legendary Little Girl. Wow, Xiaoji is amazing. At this moment, Selena completely turned into a little fangirl. Although Xiaoji didn't even let Pikachu play in this battle, this guy still fought well well with this Xiaoqian. At this point Xiaoji had already relied on Shinedo's teleportation advantage to come out on top and won Xiaoqian's first Pokémon. Seeing that this guy easily won the victory, Serena's eyes suddenly burst into admiration. Pika tilde 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 pick. What the hell? I finally understand Xiao Mao's Sao platoon's heart. Looking at Serena, who was touching and dancing to cheer Xiaoji, Mu Chen understood in an instant. Really, I made the right choice. There's absolutely no problem with forming a cheerleading squad for the old lady. There is a woman in the back to cheer you on during the battle. It really feels different tilde tilde tilde. Pikachu, are you envious tilde? Xiaoxia's senses are so sharp. There was a change in Mu Chen, and Xiaoxia found out immediately. Looking down, Xiaoxia saw the envious look in Pikachu's eyes, and immediately laughed at him. This little bastard is actually envious of Xiaoji. Pick up tilde pick up. Envious. What the hell? Of course envy. Who doesn't want to have a beautiful young lady behind to cheer you on when you are abusing vegetables in front of you? Come on. It's so different in morale, isn't it? How do you behave? Well, next time you fight, I can also cheer you on tilde tilde tilde. Seeing the bastard nodding, Xiaoxia chuckled lightly. Her mentality changed and she accepted the fact that this bastard could become a human being. Xiaoxia's attitude towards Mu Chen was also very different from before. At this moment, under the influence of Selena, Xiaoxia also began to want to show herself in front of this bastard Mu Chen. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima, what the situation? So good. Xiaoxia's sudden change obviously surprised Mu Chen. Why is this so good? So I started to think about it. For me, isn't that your character? Xiaoxia understands Mu Chen, but how does Mu Chen not understand Xiaoxia? Although this girl can't be called savage, she is definitely not linked to gentleness. Why is the sun coming out of the west? However, how did Mu Chen know that Xiaoxia's mentality had already changed, and she began to treat this guy as a real man, as expected of a champion? Then, please see my last Pokemon. Come on, 3D Dragon. Just as Serena was shouting and cheering, and when Xiaoxia and Mu Chen were interacting and teasing, Xiaoji had already solved the opponent's second Pokemon. Faced with the possibility of being ripped off by Xiaoji, Xiaoqian, the owner of the Manjin City Pavilion, couldn't sit still. Although it is said that this is the champion of the Kanto region, he is much higher than himself, but he can't let people wear it 3 times. Right, you know, Xiaoji is not using his champion pet at all. Through live TV, everyone who basically knows Xiaoji's name also knows that the champion pet of this product is the cute-looking Pikachu. The rest is simply a difference of more than 1 grade, but it is such a Shinedo who is more than 1 grade different, and he has no temper when he beats him. Just how does Xiaoqian know what level of existence Xiaoji's opponents are? Either Shinedo or Minas. Against the existence of those heavenly king grade, they may seem a little difficult, but for an ordinary gym owner like Xiaoqian, it can still be crushed. 3D Dragon. Then, Shinedo, use psychic power. Xiaoji was also very excited at this time. Has nothing to do with Selena's hard jumping and shouting absolutely B. For Ash, being able to defeat his opponent is the most exciting thing for him. What's more, this is Shinedo who won the battle. Wow tilde 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 tilde. With consecutive victories, Shinedo's aura was equally prosperous. Under Xiaoji's command, Shinedo raised her plain hand and blasted the strange Pokemon floating in the air with a thought force. With the continuous battle, Shinedo's level has also been improved. At this point, her psychic skills can already form a control area within a certain range, firmly controlling the opponent in the psychic guild. 3D Dragon. Let's not show weakness. Use our mind power. 3D Dragon is a general type Pokemon. It is also good at attacking various superpower type skills. In the face of the oncoming psychic attack, the sluggish eyes of the 3D Dragon suddenly emitted bursts of dazzling red light. Immediately, a thought force that was no weaker than Shinedo spit out from his eyes, and the thought force called against Shinedo was bombarded fiercely. Boom! The 2 mind power skills collided, and a violent explosion sounded in the air. Nice job. 3D Dragon. Used Phantom Light. Seeing that the 3D Dragon resisted Shinedo's attack, Xiaoqian's morale was immediately boosted. You must know that the 2 Pokemon before her are in the hands of Shinedo, and they are completely powerless to fight back. Illusory Light. Shinedo, let's come to. The skill was blocked, and Ash didn't say anything. Since the enemy wants to use Phantom Light, Ash will naturally not be soft-hearted. Wow tilde 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 tilde. The 2 Pokemon once again launched a new round of confrontation. Oh, Xiaoxia, what should I do? Xiaoji's Shinedo can't seem to beat this 3D Dragon. Xiaoji has not yet done well, and Serena is anxious. This is the first time she has seen Ash direct a Pokemon battle. After winning consecutively, Xiaoji's heroic appearance of victory has long been deeply imprinted in Serena's mind. Now that Xiaoji met her opponent, the little girl was anxious. Oh, it's okay. Even if Shinedo is defeated, doesn't Ash still have 2 Pokemon? Selena was so anxious. Xiaoxia expressed her puzzlement. I said, what about you? Just a normal gym challenge. What if Xiaoji was wiped out? As long as it's not Pikachu who failed, his status and prestige won't be affected. Besides, lied. This guy is not going to participate in the league competition in the Chengdu area. He is just for exercise. Pika tilde 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 pick. Xiaoxia didn't understand, but Mu Chen saw an opportunity. What the hell? These long legs in stockings are deeply in love with Xiaoji. Stupid B. Serena admitted to Xiaoxia that she liked Xiaoji, and of course Mu Chen knew that too. However, he really didn't expect this little girl to like it so much. This is so special. System, aren't you sending a sub question? With Selena like this, why do you use me to make a move? Mu Chen said that if he was replaced by Xiaoji, as long as Serena stretched her long legs and showed a little bit of expression, he would fall decisively. Chapter 397 crit from Ash. Fantastic. As expected of the champion in the Kanto region, Xiaoji, I am convinced that I lost. Although relying on the 3D dragon to defeat Shinado, it was only a tragic victory. Later, when Ash summoned Mina, the battle was drawn to a halt. Facing the victorious Xiaoji, Xiaoqian's eyes flashed with bursts of admiration. To put it bluntly, this is still a world where strength is respected. If Xiaoji was just an ordinary person, defeating Xiaoqian would be a congratulation. But, at this time, Xiaoji is the champion of the Kanto region. He, at this time, is already one of the existences standing at the top of this world. Against this background of identity, Xiaoji's lethality to girls of the same age is too great. However, Ash is not Xiaomao. If it was Xiaomao, the Sao platoon, it must have directly dragged Xiaoqian into his arms and become one of his cheerleaders in the harem. As for Xiaoji, it's okay. It's okay. I still have a lot to work out. Thank you for accepting my challenge. Being praised, Xiaoji is naturally excited. However, what excites this guy is not Xiaoqian's slightly blushing pretty face, nor is Xiaoqian's affection for him. This guy is just excited that he has won the battle. Our Xiaoji's strength is not enough. In addition to Pikachu, he still needs to exercise. I also thank you for your hospitality for our Xiaoji. What are you kidding? Dare to wink at our Xiaoji. Xiaoji can't see this stupid bee. How can Selena not see it? In the original animation world, Xiaoji had not yet become a champion so early, and he had not achieved such remarkable results, so naturally there were not so many beautiful women interested in him. But in the world that Mu Chen came to now, the timeline has changed, and the original world line has also changed. Even Serena had to stand up bravely to defend her territorial integrity. Oh then I wish you a smooth journey. Mr. Xiaoji, welcome to come again next time. Seeing Serena rushing up, Xiaoqian could only shake her head regretfully. There is no way. People will be stronger first. When fighting with Ash before this, Serena kept jumping and cheering for Ash. Originally, Xiaoqian thought that this product was a little fangirl. The results of it. Seeing that Xiaoji, who was holding her arm by Selena, had no response, Xiaoqian knew that the relationship between the two might not be so simple. Most of the feelings for Xiaoji are just those who worship the strong. Now that they have a master, Xiaoqian certainly won't continue to entangle them. Okay, I'll come to challenge when I have a chance in the future. However, the truth is not what Xiaoqian thought. Serena suddenly grabbed herself, and Xiaoji didn't react at all. Even if it was a pair of soft meat squeezing, Xiaoji didn't feel anything wrong. In his opinion, since it is a partner, and a partner he has known since childhood, this kind of intimacy is normal. However, Xiaoji, this stupid bee, doesn't know that his behavior of competing against the blue sky has instead passed on a wrong new account to everyone. When Xiaoqian received the new number, she naturally retreated in spite of the difficulty. As the power of the party, the signal that Serena received was a great encouragement. Xiaoji did not reject his intimate act. Did you say that? Is he also interested in himself? Or, at least he doesn't resent him. This is a great encouragement for Serena. According to her original character, Serena is not such an active girl. At first she asked Xiaoji to travel, although she had this idea in mind, but she just planned to slowly cultivate her relationship. But, as soon as they met, Xiaoxia put a lot of pressure on Serena. Although it was confirmed that Xiaoxia and Xiaoji did not call, but Serena's sense of pressure would not easily subside. Then, how many hours have passed? Another gym owner, Xiaoqian, came out who was repeatedly discharging Xiaoji. This time, Serena is really under a lot of pressure. Under such huge pressure, Serena gave up her shyness and chose to take the initiative. And now, it looked like it's working fine. Of course, it wasn't just Serena who caused the misunderstanding. Seeing that Xiaoji showed no refusal to Selena's affection, even Xiaoxia was stunned. Could it be that this kid is not a fool bee? Is his emotional intelligence online? He understand these men and women. Then why does this guy never look at Miss Ben directly? Is my little Shaw so unattractive? Joke, this little bastard Pikachu is fascinated by Miss Ben. For this situation, Xiaoxia said that she was very hurt. Pick up tilde. Whether Xiaoxia was injured or not, Mu Chen didn't know, but at the moment he was also in a state of confusion. What the fuck? Father, this is the rhythm of lying down and winning. Is this Miss Serena so powerful? Xiaoji, this stupid bee, doesn't understand. Doesn't Mu Mu Chen understand. At this time, this kind of behavior of the two has surpassed the ordinary friendship, and even surpassed the pure relationship between men and women. This Tetsu is simply an act of intimacy between lovers, right? Nima, is the main quest this time really that simple? It was only the first day. Just after explaining the long-legged Serena in silk stockings, Mu Chen saw hope of victory. Xiaoji tilde, where are we going next? Being able to be so close to Xiaoji at this moment, Serena has written the word happiness all over a pretty face. Ah, where are you going? Of course, I went to the wild for an adventure, and then continued to challenge the gym. Are you not tired? If you're not tired, let's go straight. After being trapped in the core plateau of Kanto for several days, Ash has long been in the mood to venture out into the wild. How prosperous Manjin City is, it is not attractive to Xiaoji. At this moment, all he thinks is to immediately go to the wild to conquer Pokémon, and to fight against powerful Pokémon. By the way, Serena, can you take your hand away? Would it be more difficult for you to restrain me like this? Also, what are you soft? I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. However, before everyone could answer, Xiaoji spoke again. The opening this time was undoubtedly a crit for everyone. At the very least, for Serena and Mu Chen, it was a fatal blow. After being persuaded by Xiaoji, Serena could only blushed and pulled her hands away. OMG, this guy, as Xiaoxia said, doesn't understand this at all. Pick up tilde. What the hell? Nima, it turns out that the difficulty of Lao Su is still here. At this moment, Mu Chen knew that finding a girlfriend for Xiaoji was not the woman, but this foolish bee. Chapter 398_steadfast Serena. Because this chapter does not meet the review requirement, the author has been notified that it is being revised urgently. Please refresh and try again later. Chapter 399_quack bubble frog. Because this chapter does not meet the review requirement, the author has been notified that it is being revised urgently. Please refresh and try again later. Chapter 408 Tree and Pear Blossom. Awesome. I succeeded in subduing you. Quack bubble frog tilde. After successfully subduing the quack frog, Serena kept jumping excitedly. Congratulations, Serena, what a good fight. However, what made Serena even more happy was the compliment from Ash. That's right, your choice is definitely not wrong. Only fighting is what attracts Xiaoji the most. This means that as long as my strength continues to increase, I will attract Ash's attention. When the time comes, Serena is still very confident in her body appearance. The problem now is that Xiaoji, this stupid bee, didn't put his eyes on her. Serena believes that as long as she continues to move forward along this correct path, then she will definitely get what she wants, and successfully win Xiaoji, the fool. As for the naughty panda who was exhausted after helping her to successfully take down the croak frog, these children are really lacking in combat training. After successfully capturing the quack bubble frog, Xiaoji and his party naturally set off again. When I came to Hinoki town, the time was already approaching night, and it was definitely impossible to challenge the gym. Looks like we can only find a place to rest today. Unable to challenge the gym directly, of course, the most disappointed person is Xiaoji. However, even if you are the champion, the owner of the gymnasium will not work overtime for you. It's just that Xiaoji didn't know that soon there was someone who was even more disappointed than him. Pick up tilde. Nima, what happening here? Being swept out the door by Xiaoxia. Mu Chen hates being hurt. Didn't we agree to talk about life every night? Talk about understanding, talk about the future, and cultivate and enhance feeling. What is this for? When a Serena came, you kicked me out. My transformation today is useless. Resting in the wild, of course, Mu Chen's transformation skills would not be easily revealed to others, but as long as he was resting in the town before, Mu Chen would definitely live with Xiaoxia. Knowing that this guy can become a human, Xiaoxia also acquiesced to this fact, and even chatted with Mu Chen, who became a human, for 5 minutes every night to enhance her relationship. Now, emotionally, he has finally cultivated to the point where he can touch his little hand, but Mu Chen died after waiting for the rest of the town. Although Mu Chen also understands that because of Serena, Xiaoxia wants to live with others, but the problem is that this will hit Mu Chen too hard. Nima, it seems that I can't paddle. For the sake of his lifelong happiness, Mu Chen made a decision. If the current situation continues, I am afraid that Xiaoxia will treat herself like this in the future. There are only two ways to get out of this predicament, or just find a way to drive this Serena away. As long as she leaves the team, she will naturally be able to return to her previous state. However, this choice was impractical for Mu Chen. It's hard to find someone who has a deep love for Xiaoji, Tai Hanhan, and what should I do if I get rid of Lao Su's main quest? Besides, although I can't touch Miss Serena, isn't this big black soap beautiful to look at every day? This choice is unreliable, leaving only one way out for Mu Chen. That, of course, is to let this Serena get what she wants and successfully win Xiaoji. As long as the two of them slept in the same room, then no one would interfere with Mu Chen's great cause of emotional cultivation, right? Even when the main quest is completed, can I do something beneficial beneficial to my body and mind. Thinking of this, the grief and anger in Mu Chen's heart eased a lot. Master, my brother asked me to come to you. Just when Mu Chen, who was curled up in the night wind, was about to deal with it for a night, a clear voice suddenly came from above his head. The owner of the voice was dressed in a purple ninja costume, with fishnet-like stockings wrapped around his legs. So, it is that a Jew's younger sister, Ling Zi. Pick up tilde. Since going to the island, Mu Chen has not been in contact with the ninja sisters. Never thought that at this time, Ling Zi would take the initiative to come to the door. Master, my brother asked me to tell you, be careful of the superpower type Tianwang Yishu and the evil type Tianwang Lihua in the Chengdu area. What to play? Looking at Ling Zi, who was half kneeling in front of him, Mu Chen was slightly taken aback. What the fuck? What the hell is this situation? Superpower system Tianwang Kazuki, evil king pear flower. What are these two games? I don't know me. Be careful what they do. Master, I don't know the specific situation. My brother has just become the king of poison, and many insiders are not yet accessible. But don't worry, Master, my brother and I will find out as soon as possible. As Ling Zi said, a Jew has now become the king of poison in the Chengdu area. However, because his qualifications are still shallow and his background is not deep, many things cannot be contacted and discovered now. Even this time, a Jew just happened to find a trace of something wrong. Considering the possible crisis, he quickly asked his sister to come to inform his thigh Pikachu. Pick up tilde. Pick up tilde. Okay, I understand. Lao Su, you go back and tell a Jew. Let him talk about this matter and find out in detail. And why would someone want to hurt them? Thinking of this, Mu Chen's heart rose with anger. Nemes, what? Seeing that I look stupid and cute, do you think I am easy to bully? What is the Baron Superpower King? What is the Baron Evil King? If you really dare to provoke Lao Su, I'll turn it all over. As ordered, please rest assured, Master, we will find out as soon as possible. After receiving Mu Chen's order, Ling Zi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Pikachu didn't do anything strange to himself this time. But just as Ling Zi was about to leave, an electric current suddenly flashed from Pikachu's cheek. Pick up tilde. Pick up. What the hell? Don't go. It's been a long night. I don't want to sleep. After explaining the task, Mu Chen didn't wait to continue his gestures when he saw that the ninja Ling Zi was going to run away. The beautiful meat delivered to your door is leaving. Can you bear it? Without any hesitation, an electromagnetic wave was sent out, and the ninja who had already jumped into the air was successfully charged back. Master, through the night light, Ling Zi saw Pikachu's red eyes. At this moment, the terrified Ling Zi could only helplessly close his eyes. Pick up tilde. Pick up. Right, this is good. How can you escape first? Come on tilde. Ling Zi, prepare to face the wind tilde. Looking at Ling Zi, who was not resisting, Mu Chen expressed his satisfaction.